Hashtag C838 King level exotic beast. On the other side, in the imperial capital of Ziwei, in the palace. In the midair of the golden palace of discussions, on the huge light curtain, thousands of beasts worshipped, and the spectacular scene of the changing color of the sky made everyone in the golden palace deeply shocked. Ziwei Digua was finally born. Once Ziwei Digua is born, the next thing is, the main show will begin. At the most important moment, whoever can get more Emperor Ziwei fruits will surely win the first place. Given that the forces behind the 7th prince and the 2nd prince are incompatible, this battle is doomed to be a battle of life and death, not a battle of rankings. Whoever wins will have the possibility to continue the unification and become the emperor. Look, the 2nd prince, 4th prince and 7th prince, this battle is formidable. Who will win? From the looks of it, it seems to be about the same. No, the 2nd prince and the 4th prince seem to have formed an alliance, and the 2nd prince is in control of the situation. The 7th prince's strength is still weaker. The officials in the palace were discussing a lot, and after the careful observation of the elders, these mature and powerful officials soon discovered that at this time, the situation in front of Ziwei Digua had turned into a shambles, and the overall strength of the 2nd prince, obviously already occupying the upper peak. There are currently 6 people on his side, while there are only 3 people on the 7th prince's side. According to the rules of the Ziwei secret realm, the helpers sought by the princes are all below the martial venerable realm, while almost all the helpers around the 2nd prince are above the 8th level of the heavenly realm. The environment is not reached, and there is no power to compete. Not good. The 7th prince's situation is not good. Han Yuxuan's face froze, and his expression became solemn for an instant. Now, he finally knew why Taisher Mo summoned the group of officials. This Taisher Mo obviously wanted to take advantage of this battle with the 2nd prince to win and crush, completely defeat the forces supporting the 7th prince, and then use all his strength to directly help the 2nd prince ascend to the throne with the presence of all the officials. What a good plan! After pondering for a moment, Han Yuxuan's face was ashen, and his eyes were burning with anger. As a veteran of the Ziwei Empire, the first party in the military, his loyalty to the Ziwei Empire can be seen by the sun and the moon. No matter what, he will not sit back and watch the Ziwei Empire be annexed by the Black Blood Temple, and even the country name cannot be kept. However, everything at present is in the Ziwei secret realm. Even if he wants to, he can't do it at all. 7th prince, you must not be defeated. Clenching his fists tightly, General Han Yuxuan's breath rose like flames, making the atmosphere in the Golden Palace extremely tense. Ziwei secret realm, absolute sky peak. Looking at the shocking vision of Ziwei Digua appearing in front of him, Chu Yan's eyes showed a shocking look. Unexpectedly, the birth of Ziwei Digua would cause a vision of heaven and earth in the entire secret realm. It can be seen from this, that this Ziwei Emperor fruit is absolutely extraordinary. After a few breaths, the entire Ziwei secret realm gradually returned to calm, and the roar of all beasts also stopped. On the top of Jiuxiao Peak, there is only a huge boulder with a height of hundreds of feet, a pillar of purple light rushing out of the sky, like a different color between the sky and the earth, rendering a unique color. Ziwei Emperor fruit. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, staring at the boulder. I saw that on the boulder, on the vine branches, fist-sized purple fruits spread all over, and on each fruit, there were circles of small lines, flowing slowly, and the pleasant fragrance of the fruit permeated the whole world, bringing out a large piece of extremely rich and majestic power. 100 pieces, a whole 100 pieces. Ziwei Emperor fruit. Situ Yang was also full of excitement, and after counting carefully, he exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! On the crepe myrtle branches, there was a sound of drumming, and all the vine branches trembled suddenly. A huge purple light group rushed out from the boulder, and quickly gathered on the top of the boulder, merging into a blooming crepe myrtle emperor flower. Call. A mighty half-step Wu Zuanjing aura of coercion rushed out from the purple myrtle emperor flower like a shock wave, sweeping the audience. Thump, thump, thump. As the airwave swept past, including Chu Yan, all the princes and warriors in the audience were immediately rushed back 3 steps, their faces full of astonishment. It's been 700 years, I didn't expect that another Emperor Ziwei would be born so soon. The voice of Song Song and Eternal, as if traveling through thousands of years, resounded through the heavens and the earth. He stopped boasting, and then said, in 700 years, this deity has bred a total of 100 crepe myrtle empires. The prince's assessment, let's start. As the words spread, a dazzling purple light flashed again on the boulder. Streams of purple light shot out like fountains, scattered in all directions, and landed on the lake not far away. Every time the purple light landed, it began to deform rapidly and violently. The aura gushed out from the purple light, and it turned out that all of them were of the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Everyone's eyes swept across, and they looked over with a look of astonishment. There were a total of 100 purple lights, constantly evolving. What? Such a strong breath. The colored light in Chu Yan's eyes was flowing, and he immediately used the unicorn's pupils to look at the distorted and deformed purple lights. At a glance, they found that the purple lights had turned into huge purple centipedes, which were almost identical in shape to the 7-star centipede they had fought with before, except that they were much larger in size. As soon as these huge purple centipedes appeared, they rushed directly to the 100 Ziwei Emperor fruits on the boulder, as fast as a shooting star. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression suddenly sank. What's happening here? Could it be that they want to snatch the Emperor Ziwei fruit? These centipedes are king-level beasts of the 7-star centipede, each of which has a 9-level cultivation of the heaven-reaching realm. They evolve by devouring the Emperor Ziwei fruit. Therefore, if you want to obtain the Emperor Ziwei fruit, you have to rely on your own ability. In addition, for every 10 king-level 7-star centipedes killed, the deity will give another reward. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan and the others suddenly realized. Is the king-level 7-star centipede very powerful? Situ Yang's face was solemn, and he asked with lingering fear. He had suffered a loss just now, and now he is extremely careful. The strength is very strong, be careful. Chu Yan nodded. His unicorn pupils and divine consciousness couldn't detect these king-level centipedes at all, so he knew that these centipedes were definitely hundreds of times stronger than the 7-star centipedes at the beginning. Hurry up. Ziwei Digwa won't last long. As the sound of Ziwei Emperor flower sounded, everyone noticed that the 100 king-level centipedes had already pounced on each Ziwei Emperor fruit and began to bite madly, but they were caught by the spirit pattern on the surface of Ziwei Emperor fruit. Guanghua blocked. Do it. The 7th prince rushed out, his whole body glowing with golden light, and charged towards the nearest king-level centipede. With a wave of his hand, the golden light around him turned into a golden saber, and he slashed down fiercely. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Facing the astonishing slash of the 7th prince, the king-level centipede ignored it at all, as if it hadn't seen the golden saber slashed from behind. Clang! A deafening sound of golden swords sounded, and the golden knife light slashed on the body of the king-level centipede, as if cutting on a whole piece of metal. A ball of dazzling sparks burst out, the golden knife light collapsed directly, and the king-level centipede not even a mark was left on his body. What? This, such a strong defense. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of Chu Yan and others, but without hesitation, everyone rushed to the front of Ziwei Digwa, and each found a king-level centipede. Level centipede. #C839, the situation is reversed. All kinds of swords, fists, and palm prints bombarded the king-level centipedes, and they exploded, and the air exploded into the sky. The entire Jiuxiao peak suddenly became a battlefield, full of vigor, and the explosion rushed into the night. As the attack unfolded, Chu Yan, the second prince, and others, gradually became clear. The most terrifying thing about these king-level centipedes is their almost terrifying defensive power. Even if Chu Yan burst out with all his strength, holding the Haotian sword of the 4th-level spirit soldier, and cutting it down with one sword, he could only leave a slight sword wound on the king-level centipede. After dozens of repeated swords, he could seriously injure one head and attack. It takes no less than 100 times to kill a king-level centipede. According to this speed estimate, it will take an hour at the fastest. If you continue to kill like this, it will be too difficult to kill 100 king-level centipedes. Chu Yan looked at Situ Yang. The power of his spirit pattern could not do anything in front of these king-level centipedes, and even the iron shell of the king-level centipede could not be broken. According to Situ Yang's attack efficiency, it would probably take at least 5 hours to kill a king-level centipede. Those people in the Black Blood Temple are less powerful than warriors of the same level. I'm afraid they are much worse than us in killing these king-level centipedes. Chu Yan glanced over, looking at the second prince. I saw the second and fourth princes, different from Chu Yan and the others. They were in a group of 3 and attacked a king-level centipede at the same time, but as Chu Yan expected, the warriors of the Black Blood Temple were far better than those who competed in the concentration of true energy. Compared with warriors of the same level, but in terms of attack power, it is far behind. 3 people deal with one head, not even half as fast as Chu Yan. After all, these king-level centipedes are all equivalent to the strength of the 9th-level heavenly warriors of the Tongtian realm. In terms of defense alone, they may have reached the realm of half-step warriors. No wonder that Ziwei Emperor Hua used these king-level centipedes as the content of the assessment. Second Prince and the others are very familiar with the situation of Jutian Peak, and they must have made a plan for these king-level centipedes. At the same time that Chu Yan glanced at the second prince was also looking at Chu Yan. When the 4 eyes met, a look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the second prince, and he smiled contemptuously, with a look of winning. Okay? Seeing the expression of the second prince, Chu Yan's face turned cold. Ha ha ha. Kill it slowly, I have prepared something specially designed to deal with this king-level centipede. The second prince laughed loudly, then turned his palms over, took out 6 purple sabers, and distributed them to the people around him. Chu Yan and the 7th prince frowned when they saw the purple saber. This second prince, is there really any way to restrain these king-level centipedes? Call out. The second prince held the new purple saber in his hand, and the true energy from his whole body gushed out and poured into the blade. Immediately, a dazzling purple saber light rushed out, and the domineering saber energy brought out an incomparably sharp aura, stirring up. In this purple saber, there is an aura of Emperor Ziwei fruit, which is extremely strange. Cut. The second prince held a purple saber in his hand, raised it high, and under a rage, swung the saber down, slashing at the king-level centipede in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. These king-level centipedes with astonishing defensive power, under the light of the purple saber, their incomparably hard iron shell split open instantly, their skin was ripped apart, and their blood flowed horizontally. The 3 of them slashed at a king-level centipede at the same time. After slashing and slashing continuously, the king-level centipede was soon covered with bruises, and it seemed that it could not last long. Huh? No, this purple saber. When Chu Yan and the others saw this scene, their expressions all changed. Chu Yan can clearly perceive that these purple sabers do not have a strong rank or attack power, but every time they slash, there will be an aura of Ziwei Emperor fruit rushing out of the blade. When this breath comes into contact with the king-level centipede, it will have an unexpected effect, and the defense can weaken the defense of the king-level centipede. The second prince and the others, with such a saber, will greatly increase the speed at which they can kill king-level centipedes. In this way, I am afraid that there is no possibility of victory on my side. What is the refining of the purple saber? It actually has the effect of restraining the king-level centipede? These purple myrtle emperor fruits are infinitely close to the existence of respected heaven, material, and earth treasures. When they mature, they should have been punished by the gods. In addition, these emperor fruits matured 100 at a time, which is already a thing against the sky. And these king-level centipedes should have been transformed by the heavenly tribulation, and they specialize in gnawing on these emperor purple myrtle fruits. Xie Yang looked dignified rarely, and carefully observed the king-level centipedes that kept biting the emperor Ziwei fruit. From the beginning to the end, they ignored the attacks of all warriors such as Chu Yan, and just attacked the emperor Ziwei fruit crazily. As a result, Xie Yang finally remembered the information in the memory of blood inheritance, and explained softly. So, Ziwei Emperor Flower, after tens of thousands of years of evolution and cultivation, gradually has a trace of the 5 elements in its body that can resist these heavenly robbery centipedes. The natural way of heaven, mutual generation and mutual restraint, is exactly the case between the two. Hearing this, Chu Yan and the 7th prince suddenly realized. The purple sabers in the hands of the 2nd princes were actually made from Ziwei Emperor fruit, so they have the effect of restraining king-level centipedes. Now, after the 2nd prince and the others had such means, the situation that was originally beneficial to Chu Yan's side reversed instantly. It would take about 2 hours for them to kill a king-level centipede, while the 2nd prince and the others, armed with purple sabers, probably only need half an hour to kill one. The reversal of the situation immediately put Chu Yan and the others in a difficult situation. Could it be that he just watched the 2nd prince and the others hunt and kill king-level centipedes? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, Shaoqi, have you seen it? A few years ago, I secretly collected the Ziwei Empire and refined these swords with secret methods. This time, you are doomed. The 2nd prince's laughter was extremely arrogant and complacent. Chu Yan and the 7th prince looked at each other, unmoved by the provocation of the 2nd prince at all. The 3 of them got together, discussed a few words briefly, adjusted the attack method, and made another crazy shot. Xie Yang's full-time assistant took out a lot of auxiliary spirit patterns, kept hitting Chu Yan and the 7th prince. All kinds of attack, power, energy, life, speed, and other powers that amplified the spirit pattern fell on the 2 of them like a torrential rain. In an instant, the combat power of Chu Yan and the 7th prince doubled and soared. At this time, the terrifying aspect of the spirit pattern master is fully revealed. Even the 2nd prince and the others in the distance were in Xie Yang's hands, and the jade talismans with spiritual patterns poured out as if they didn't want money, and the corners of their eyes twitched in horror. However, after continuously attacking for 100 breaths of time, although the attack efficiency of Chu Yan and the 7th prince has improved, they are still not as fast as the 2nd prince and the others in killing king-level centipedes. These king-level centipedes have such strong defenses that even Chu Yan met them for the first time. Time passed quickly, and the 2nd prince and the others held purple sabers, fighting more and more bravely, and under the frantic slashing, they finally killed the first king-level centipede after half an hour. Reward a purple myrtle emperor fruit. Ziwei Dihua's voice was cold and indifferent. Purple light flashed, and a purple fist-sized fruit fell into the hands of the 2nd prince. Haha, good. This is the first one. Seeing this, the 2nd prince's spirits were lifted immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. The 2nd prince took out the crepe myrtle token and poured it with true energy. A stream of purple air shot out from the crepe myrtle emperor fruit, rushing into his token, instantly increasing his crepe myrtle imperial chi by 5. #C840 innate spirit. 4th brother, I will reward you with this purple myrtle emperor fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2nd prince handed the purple myrtle emperor fruit, which had absorbed the imperial energy, to the 4th prince beside him, said. Thank you 2nd brother. Haha. The fourth prince held the Emperor Ziwei fruit, his face showing ecstasy. It doesn't matter, anyway, today, all the Emperor Ziwei here will belong to us. The second prince said, looking at Chu Yan. His face was full of arrogance, and there was a hint of deep meaning in his tone. Situ Yang, who was standing in the distance, saw the look in the eyes of the second prince, and suddenly became angry, opened his mouth and cursed. Damn, it's only an emperor fruit, what a fucking fart, then BB, I have a bunch of jade talismans, I'll smash you to death. Chu Yan and the seventh prince looked at each other, neither of them spoke, but there was a trace of solemnity in their eyes. Although the second prince's touch was a bit arrogant, their speed of hunting king-level centipedes was indeed much faster than their own. If things went on like this, if Chu Yan and the others had no choice, the result of this fight might be doomed. No, we must find a way as soon as possible. I don't believe it, there is no way to deal with these centipedes. Chu Yan's eyes flashed sharply, he stopped attacking immediately, and began to think deeply. The more this is the case, the more calm you must be. In an instant, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was clear, and one after another consciousness flashed in his sea of consciousness, quickly thinking about the method to change the adversity. These king-level centipedes were born in response to the catastrophe, just to obliterate these Emperor Ziwei fruits. Chu Yan circulated his true energy, pushing the Kirin's pupils to the extreme, his eyes were shining brightly, and he swept towards the king-level centipedes in front of him. Every king-level centipede, as if they had no wisdom, completely ignored all the warriors present, even if they were attacked, they would not be moved. They just stared at each Ziwei Emperor fruit with full concentration, biting frantically, constantly gnawing on the essence of the crepe myrtle Emperor fruit, absorbing it bit by bit. It seems that in the world, they can only see these Emperor crepe myrtle fruits, and only the essence of those Emperor fruits can move their hearts. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and a spiritual light flashed in the sea of consciousness. Absorb. Heartbeat. If I have something even more against the sky and can attract these king-level centipedes, will it change the situation? For the first time, Chu Yan thought of his 5 elements qi. These qi of the 5 elements, tempered by the Qilin Wuhun, are a fusion of the most pure aura between heaven and earth. After getting it from Chu Yan, no matter who you meet, no one will not be moved by the qi of the 5 elements. Even including myself, these 5 elements qi are urgently needed, but because of the scarcity of soul stones, the 5 elements qi has never been sufficient. The qi of the 5 elements is generated by the Qilin martial soul and is completely controlled by you. If these king-level centipedes are interested in the qi of the 5 elements, then... Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. As long as these king-level centipedes are interested in the qi of the 5 elements and dare to swallow them into their bodies, Chu Yan can probe into the qi of the 5 elements that has been swallowed up and explode from where they came from. In that way, the fun will be great. Chu Yan didn't believe it. These king-level centipedes have amazing defenses on their shells, and their internal organs also have amazing defenses. Definitely worth a try. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan flipped his hand, and a 5 elements qi appeared in his palm, and he threw it to the nearest king-level centipede. What? At the same time that the qi of the 5 elements fell beside the king-level centipede, the huge purple myrtle emperor flower on the boulder trembled slightly and let out a small cry of surprise. At the same time, on Ziwei Emperor Hua, a blurry figure quickly solidified, eyes full of purple brilliance suddenly opened, looking at the body that gradually became clear with the qi of the 5 elements. It was shocked violently, and its face was full of shock. This is innate spiritual qi. On the other side, the Ziwei Palace, the golden palace of discussion. All the ministers looked up at the light curtain, their eyes full of shock. Half an hour. The second prince only took half an hour. It's amazing. The second prince has already prepared for it. With such careful thought, he will definitely be able to win the first place in the Ziwei secret realm in one fell swoop. Let me just say, the second prince is absolutely sure to win, and the seventh prince is far behind him. That's right, and the warriors around the seventh prince are too poor in cultivation, and the gap between them and the powerful helpers of the seventh prince is too great. All of a sudden, in the Golden Palace, there was a lot of discussion, and all kinds of praises for the second prince were overwhelming and noisy. Seeing this scene, Grand Master Mo couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth into a chuckle. As for General Han Yuxuan, his face was deep and his brows were serious and worried. He never expected that the second prince would start collecting the Ziwei Empire a few years ago to refine a sharp weapon against king-level centipedes. You must know that the Ziwei Empire is extremely precious. For countless years, every prince entered the secret realm, bringing out very little Ziwei Empire, and the second prince was able to get 6 pieces, which were used to refine the purple saber. Just when there was a climax in the Golden Palace, suddenly, on the light curtain, a sudden change occurred. Look, the situation has changed. A minister quickly noticed the change of the light curtain in midair, and exclaimed. Shouts sounded, and the bustling Golden Palace suddenly fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the light curtain in midair. I saw that in the light curtain, the originally extremely frantic king-level 7-star centipedes suddenly quieted down, stopped the bite of the crepe myrtle and vine skills, and turned around one after another, flying towards a place. Seeing this, the original smile on Grand Master Mo's face suddenly froze. What's the situation? Why all of a sudden, all the king-level centipedes had changed? On the other side, the mysterious Myrtle Realm, the peak of absolute sky. The second prince, Guichiyun, was looking excited, passionately beheading a seriously injured king-level centipede, and was about to behead him. He couldn't help being elated, smiling all over his face. This one is faster than the first one just now. At this speed, I can kill 70 heads in at most 2 days, and that Chu Yan and Xiao Qi, even if they fight their lives, can only kill at most 70 heads. I can kill 30 of them, and by then, I will definitely have twice as much Ziwei Emperor Qi as they have collected. The first place must be me. The second Prince Guichiyun was excited, and the smile on his face bloomed like a flower. When I get the first place, it will be the time when your Chu Yan loses. The second prince, Guichiyun, looked at Chu Yan. The killing intent in his eyes was as cold as a soldier. Ridiculous Chu Yan, you still want to fight with me, and our great black blood temple, I really don't know, Guichiyun, who was extremely proud in his heart, looked at Chu Yan with just one glance. The smile on his face froze like petrochemicals, his whole body trembled suddenly as if struck by lightning, and he was instantly sluggish on the spot. What's the situation? Why did all the king-level centipedes abandon the Ziwei Empire, turn around and rush towards Chu Yan? Whoosh! Even when the second prince and several people around him were standing still on the spot at the same time, the king-level centipede that was seriously injured and dying in front of them flashed like a black sharp arrow, and shot towards Chu Yan over there. This time, the second prince, Guichiyun, and several masters of the Black Blood Temple were all stunned. #C841 blow me up. I saw that 99 king-level centipedes, like 99 black lightning bolts, all shot at 3 steps in front of Chu Yan, prostrate on the ground, as if worshipping. Not only the second prince, Guichiyun, was dumbfounded. Even the seventh prince and Situ Yang, who were beside Chu Yan, were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the vision in front of them, all dumbfounded. Are these reptiles crazy? Why did she suddenly abandon the Ziwei Empire and run to Chu Yan's feet? What is happening? Chu Yan, what are you doing? You lured all the centipedes over, what are you doing? You are wasting our time. The second prince, Guichiyun, woke up startled, and roared sharply at Chu Yan. However, before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted. Idiot, shut up. Chu Yan said coldly, without raising his head. At this time, Chu Yan was also extremely surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the effect of the energy of the 5 elements is so good. Just now, the first 5-element qi directly attracted more than a dozen nearby king-level centipedes, so without any hesitation, Chu Yan sacrificed all the 5-element qi in his body, and threw them in front of him. On the ground. As a result, the appearance of a total of 6 5-element qi made the 99 king-level centipedes go crazy, rushing over like a tide, and pounced on these 5-element qi in front of Chu Yan. You take a bite, I take a bite, desperately scrambling to swallow. Almost in the blink of an eye, the qi of the 6 paths and 5 elements was eaten up by the 99 king-level centipedes, leaving not even a scum. Huh. Grab it, eat my 6 5 elements, and wait to die. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the unicorn's pupils shot out dazzling rays of light. At the same time, all his consciousness converged, turned into silk threads, and moved towards the 99-level king-level centipede in front of him. Soon, the true energy around Chu Yan changed from black to gold, and turned into a light yellow stellar energy, which is the power of the Qilin martial soul. At the same time, his consciousness has connected to the nearest king-level centipede, sensing the qi of the 5 elements it swallowed into his body. Give me, explosion. Chu Yan's eyes flashed violently, and the golden qi in his whole body suddenly surged. Shouted loudly. Under the connection of his spiritual consciousness, he directly manipulated the 5 elements qi in the king-level centipede's body, causing it to explode in the insect's body. Boom! Suddenly, this king-level centipede, which was wearing a solid iron shell and had shocking defensive power, exploded directly. With the huge momentum of the explosion, countless flesh and blood were sent flying all over the sky, shooting out in all directions. The interior exploded and was directly blasted into slag. Reward a purple myrtle emperor fruit. The figure on the purple myrtle emperor flower twitched the corners of its eyes fiercely, its face full of shock, but, as expected of an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years, it calmed down instantly, and with a wave of its hand, a purple streamer flew out. It fell into Chu Yan's hands, and it was a Ziwei emperor fruit. In an instant, everyone around, seeing this scene, were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? A king-level centipede exploded. Moreover, this is a king-level centipede with no injuries at all. This Chu Yan, what did he do? All kinds of doubtful thoughts, like thunderbolts, exploded in everyone's sea of consciousness, like tens of thousands of beasts galloping, with the roar of beasts and thunder, and set off shocking waves in the sea of consciousness. Looking at the purple myrtle emperor fruit in his hand, a gleam of joy appeared on Chu Yan's face. Sure enough, my idea is right, the energy of the 5 elements is really useful. 7th Prince, here you are. Chu Yan turned around and handed the Ziwei emperor fruit in his hand to the 7th Prince with a sluggish face. Only when the Ziwei emperor fruit fell into his hands did he suddenly wake up, shook his head again, and said, "This is not good, this is what you got." Yes, I can't. Chu Yan chuckled, his eyes swept across, and he looked at the 2nd Prince Guoqiyun and the others in the distance, the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and he said with a smile. It's okay, anyway, today, all the Emperor Ziwei fruits here are ours. One word fell to the ground, like a thunderclap. Including the 7th Prince, everyone's eyes trembled, and when they looked at Chu Yan again, their faces were full of astonishment. Chu Yan's words were obviously what the 2nd Prince Guoqiyun said just now, but now, Chu Yan actually said the same words. You. Hearing this, the 7th Prince's face was flushed, and he woke up instantly from his trance, his eyes spewed fire, glaring at Chu Yan, and said, "Chu Yan, what did you do? It's impossible." Impossible. Hee. Chu Yan stared at the 2nd Prince, Guoqiyun, with the corners of his mouth raised more and more, showing a meaningful smile, saying, This is just the beginning. Next, you should carefully look at this impossible. Seeing the weird smile on Chu Yan's face, Xie Yan suddenly trembled all over his body, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, which made him feel extremely uneasy. At the same time, in Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Discussion. In the incomparably empty Golden Palace for discussion, although tens of thousands of ministers were crowded with people, the entire Golden Palace was completely silent. Very quiet. It was so quiet that I couldn't even hear the slightest breath. All the ministers in the audience looked up blankly at the light curtain in midair. In everyone's pupils, it seemed that the king-level centipede still remained, and it suddenly exploded, turning into a scene of blood and flesh splattering all over the sky. What's the situation? What exactly is going on? Everyone's minds were full of doubts. Before they could react, Chu Yan's reward of a purple myrtle emperor fruit in the light curtain had already reached the seventh prince. And in everyone's mind, they were still in a daze. How could that king-level centipede explode suddenly? It must be because of the lack of a Ziwei empire. The king-rank centipede blew itself up, and it has nothing to do with Chu Yan. This Chu Yan just discovered the abnormality of the king-level centipede, and took this opportunity to pretend to be a ghost. That's right, that's it. An extremely shrewd minister thought for a long time, and finally found the essential reason of the matter, and all of them believed that it was the king-level centipede who chose to blow himself up, and had nothing to do with Chu Yan. You know, even if the second prince wields the purple saber and gathers the strength of 6 people, it will take half an hour to kill a king-rank centipede. How could it be so easily beheaded? This, absolutely impossible. Therefore, this Chu Yan just took the opportunity to make trouble, trying to confuse the public and delay the second prince's speed. Among all the officials in the hall, only General Han's eyes were shining, looking at Chu Yan in the light curtain. He couldn't help nodding and smiling. Chu Yan. Maybe there is a chance to turn defeat into victory. A glimmer of hope quietly rose in the heart of the desperate General Han. Look, that Chu Yan has moved again. At this moment, another exclamation sounded in the Golden Palace. The voice sounded like an order, and at the same time as it sounded, tens of thousands of people in the entire Golden Palace raised their heads at the same time, looking at the light curtain in midair. I saw, in the light curtain, the black-robed figure Chu Yan was standing in front of dozens of king-level centipedes. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he opened his mouth slowly, and swallowed the same words again. Give me, explosion. #C842 Great Reward. What? What, explosion? Could it be that this Chu Yan can really make a king-level centipede explode? Accompanied by Chu Yan's shout, the bodies of tens of thousands of ministers in the entire Golden Palace trembled violently, and everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, looking straight at the light curtain. So, next, the scene in the light curtain made each of them feel frantic again. I saw that a king-level centipede with the same shell intact suddenly swelled up, and exploded in front of tens of thousands of people, releasing a majestic force, and exploded violently. And this is really just the beginning. Next, another king-level centipede exploded, exactly the same as the previous 2, and it exploded into flesh and blood, scattered in all directions. The third, the fourth, the fifth, one after another, amidst the sound of explosions, lumps of flesh and blood exploded, blooming like blood-colored flowers. In less than 10 breaths, a total of 10 king-level centipedes were all blown into powder. 11, 12, 15, God, oh my God, that's impossible. In the Golden Palace, a minister's face was full of horror, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. 15 king-level centipedes exploded into powder amid trembling voices. The whole process took less than 15 breaths, and Chu Yan harvested 15 Ziwei Emperor fruits again. You know, there are only 100 Ziwei Emperor fruits in total, and just now, with just a few breaths, Chu Yan harvested nearly 1/5 of the Ziwei Emperor fruits. At this moment, in the Golden Palace of Discussion, all the ministers stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs almost popped out, and they were all stunned. On the Golden Hall, Grand Master Mo stood beside the dragon chair. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, almost dripping ink. Not long ago, he was full of complacency, but in the blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed, as if a huge slap had been slapped on his face, making him feel hot. However, just as he reacted and was about to speak, in the light curtain, the mutation regenerated. "Give it to me again, explode." With a cold drink. While resounding through Jiuxiao Peak, it also resounded through the Golden Palace of Discussion. All the ministers in the audience were shocked when they heard this very familiar voice. Also, still exploded. Could it be that this Chu Yan can continue to explode the king-level centipede? There was a look of disbelief in the eyes of all the ministers. How can that be? However, the next moment, what happened in the light curtain once again shocked their minds, even their souls. Boom. 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 The remaining more than 80 king-level centipedes, one after another, exploded one after another, and on the ground around Chu Yan, clusters of flesh and blood flowers exploded in a row, like a large piece of flesh and blood. The flowers bloom at the same time. The scene is extremely spectacular. Listening to the explosions coming from the light curtain, the bodies of all the ministers in the audience trembled with the explosions one after another. In the entire hall, tens of thousands of ministers were all in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The serial explosion of flesh and blood continued to spread, shaking the sky and the earth. Time went by, and the sound of explosions continued. After a full 100 breaths, everything finally returned to calm. On Jiuxiao Peak, all the king-level centipedes were dead. At this moment, the Ziwei secret realm, the peak of absolute heaven. The second prince, Guoqiyun, the fourth prince, the seventh prince, Situ Yang, the masters of the Black Blood Temple, and even the incarnation of Ziwei Emperor Hua, stared blankly at the ground full of flesh and blood. All of them twitched at the corners of their eyes, gasped, and said a word in horror can't tell. This is the king-level 7-star centipede. The strength has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state, and the defense has even reached the half-step venerable state. He is known as the king-level centipede with invincible defense. Even if the second prince, Guoqiyun, held a specially restrained purple saber and gathered the strength of 6 powerful warriors, it would only take half an hour to kill one of them, that's all. But now, in less than 100 breaths, they are all dead. Now, even if you find a strong person in the middle Wu Zuanjing to make a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve such a result. However, the Chu Yan in front of him did it. What was even more speechless was that standing there with his hands behind his back, his face was not red, he was not out of breath, and he didn't even break out a drop of sweat. When everyone was deeply shocked, Ziwei Emperor's surprised voice resounded throughout the entire world. Kill all the king-level 7-star centipedes, the results are extraordinary, and the reward is 98 Ziwei Emperor fruits. As the sound sounded, the incarnation of Ziwei Emperor Flower was also extremely excited, with a voice like a bell, and continued to say, according to the rules set by the deity before, for every 10 king-level centipedes killed, there will be another reward. These 100 crepe myrtle flowers are an extra reward for you. Call out. Call out. Call out. On the crepe myrtle branches above the boulder, hundreds of purple streamers shot out, like a shower of purple meteors, falling into Chu Yan's hands. At the same time, the old man in the form of Ziwei Emperor Flower waved his queen, and 100 palm-sized Ziwei flowers also flew towards Chu Yan at the same time. On each crepe myrtle flower, there is a faint purple aura flowing, which looks extremely extraordinary, and there is a mysterious aura of heaven in the stamens. Although the crepe myrtle flowers are not as precious as the crepe myrtle emperor fruit, 100 of them are far more valuable than 1 crepe myrtle emperor fruit. Even in the market, they are rare and valuable. As an alchemist, Chu Yan's face was immediately full of surprises after a little exploration of his spiritual sense. When Chu Yan collected all the crepe myrtle flowers and handed more than 90 crepe myrtle emperor fruits to the seventh prince, the other people present finally woke up. The second prince, Guoqiyun, was ashen-faced and full of astonishment. Now, he finally understood that everything that happened just now was real, and it was by no means an illusion. 98 pieces. The seventh prince's hands trembled, and he took out his token. His face was full of ecstasy, and he desperately absorbed the imperial qi of Ziwei. His eyes were as bright as stars. Including the one he got at the beginning, he has now collected a total of 99 emperor qi of Ziwei emperor fruit, while his original formidable opponent, the second prince Guoqiyun, only harvested one Ziwei emperor fruit. 99 times. My current score is 99 times that of the second prince. It can be said that up to now, the prince's trials and assessments in the Ziwei mystery realm have had results, and if there is no accident, he has already firmly ranked first. Moreover, with this achievement, succession to the position of Emperor Ziwei is almost a certainty. At the same time, in Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared blankly at the seventh prince, and returned the absorbed 99 Ziwei emperor fruits to Chu Yan. Everyone still couldn't believe it, what they saw with their own eyes. Could it be? That's it, the overall situation is settled. #C843 half an hour. Oh my god. This Chu Yan is so powerful. The seventh prince found a helper like Chu Yan, what a blessing. I didn't expect it to end like this in the end. This prince's assessment, the seventh prince has won. All the ministers, at this time, have slowly woken up from their trance, and various sighs kept ringing out. In the Golden Palace, there are tens of thousands of ministers. Originally, 70% belonged to Taisher Mo's faction and supported the second prince. Only a small number of veteran ministers followed Han Yuxuan and supported the seventh prince. No matter how meaningless, no accidents, the seventh prince will be crowned the great treasure, almost a foregone conclusion. At this time, in the Golden Palace, many ministers secretly turned their gazes to Grand Master Mo. They knew that this time Grand Master Mo triggered the Thunder Battle platform and summoned a group of ministers, in order to take advantage of the second prince's victory in the Ziwei secret realm and establish the plan of the second prince's ascension to the throne in one fell swoop. But now, things have taken a turn for the worse. Unexpectedly, with the help of Chu Yan, the seventh prince completely defeated the second prince, Guoqiyun. However, if the seventh prince wants to achieve the title of Emperor Ziwei, at present, I am afraid that he still has to pass the test of Grand Master Mo. Standing beside the dragon chair, Grand Master Mo heard the discussions of the ministers, as well as the peeping eyes from time to time. All of a sudden, his old face changed in various colors, and finally, it almost turned into the color of a pig's liver. After working hard for decades, and preparing all aspects to perfection, I never imagined that in the most critical link, I would lose so suddenly and so miserably. Grand Master Mo gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, staring at the boy in black in the light curtain. Chu Yan. It's this Chu Yan again. This kid not only destroyed the century-old plan of the Black Blood Temple in the extreme North Continent, but now, he also destroyed the key layout of the Ziwei Empire in the Zhongtian continent. Grand Master Mo, thank you for calling a group of ministers today, so that everyone can clearly watch a wonderful prince's assessment. At this moment, Han Yuxuan stepped forward, and said with a smile on his face. As the head of the veteran of the Ziwei Empire, Han Yuxuan, who is also the number one in the military, of course knows what to do at this time. Therefore, without a trace of hesitation, Han Yuxuan stood up, and his voice resounded like a bell, resounding throughout the Golden Palace. Han. You. Xian. Taisher Mo suddenly turned his head and looked at Han Yuxuan, his face twisted and changed, and finally calmed down, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised a smirk, and said, "Everyone, the Ziwei secret realm is not over yet." As soon as this remark came out, it was like a thunderbolt, which made all the ministers in the audience stunned, including Han Yuxuan. What? Not end yet? Tianjue Peak, the Battle of Ziwei Emperor Fruit, is the final assessment of Ziwei secret realm. You must know that in the entire Ziwei secret realm, all the monsters Ziwei Emperor Qi are controlled by the venerable Tianjue Peak. In the environment, there is no longer any wisp of Ziwei imperial spirit. Even if the second prince wants to make a comeback, he has no chance at all. What does Master Emma want to do? To say that it is not over. In the Golden Palace, the officials were full of doubts. Everyone's eyes, following Taisher Mo's deep smile, slowly twisted, looking up at the light curtain in midair. At this glance, everyone was stunned. On the other side, the Ziwei secret realm, the peak of absolute heaven. Chu Yan, thank you very much. This time, it's all up to you. When I become emperor in the future, I will never forget you. The seventh prince was full of excitement, and respectfully returned the 99 Ziwei emperor fruits to Chu Yan with both hands, and said solemnly. He is very clear that if there is no Chu Yan today, he might not even be able to climb up to the top of Jiuxiao Peak, let alone fight for the first place. You're welcome, I'm just doing my friend a favor. Chu Yan shook his head, collected all the Ziwei emperor fruits into the Rakshasa space, and said with a smile. If Xinxingjia hadn't asked the seventh prince to ask him for help, Chu Yan would have ignored him at all, so Chu Yan was completely looking at Xinxingjia's face. Of course, after this trial, the behavior of the seventh prince still made Chu Yan satisfied. Until now, he still treats him as a friend. Hearing the words, the seventh prince nodded heavily, smiling all over his face. After 2 days of getting along, he already knew that Chu Yan was a very affectionate person. For the entrustment of a friend, even such a dangerous thing, he would never turn back. Therefore, the seventh prince has made up his mind to make this friend. Ziwei Imperial Guard, I am the seventh prince. I have obtained 99 pieces of Ziwei Emperor fruit in this prince's assessment. I request to end the secret realm assessment and open the secret realm passage. Holding the crepe myrtle token in hand, the seventh prince shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder, shaking the entire sky. The golden armored guards in the Ziwei secret realm have been monitoring everything that happened in the Ziwei secret realm. On the one hand, it is to ensure the safety of the princes, and at the same time, it also transmits the scene in the secret realm to the palace's deliberative golden hall. Therefore, they can naturally hear the seventh prince's voice. According to the rules of the crepe myrtle secret realm, the seventh prince has obtained 99 crepe myrtle emperor fruits. It can be said that even if the crepe myrtle secret realm lasts to the 10th day, there is absolutely no possibility of change. Therefore, the seventh prince has won the first place, so he can naturally ask to leave. Seventh prince, the rules have ruled that the assessment of this year's prince is over. I will immediately summon the 18 guards. After half an hour, I will open the passage to the secret realm on time. Above the sky, a shout resounded through the clouds and spread throughout the entire Ziwei secret realm. The seventh prince nodded, and took back the Ziwei token. The result of the Imperial Guard's ruling was within his expectations. After all, almost every prince assessment did not go to the 10th day. Therefore, according to my request, these Ziwei, the golden armored guards, will naturally not object. Humph. Dreaming. Suddenly, a cold shout came from not far away. Chu Yan, Shaoqi, do you think that all this is over? It's just a daydream, let me tell you, now is the real beginning of the show. The roar of the second Prince Guoqiyun shook the entire Jiuxiao Peak, buzzing and trembling. Everyone, let's go. Guoqiyun's face was full of ferocity, and golden aura surged out from all over his body, bursting out instantly. Good. The second prince, Guo just wanted to take advantage of the Ziwei Imperial Guards, half an hour's convening time, to snatch the Ziwei Emperor fruit. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Xie La Jiao laughed loudly, and with a lot of jade talismans with spiritual patterns in his hand, rattling, he laughed maniacally and said, "Boy, I don't like you a long time ago, you want to do it, don't you? Come on, let you try the tricks of the uncle." Not only Xie La Jiao, but even Chu Yan sneered, looking at the second prince and the masters of the Black Blood Temple behind him. In the eyes, there was a flash of light, fighting like fire, surging. In an instant, the sparks of the two sides burst out, and the war was about to break out. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly exploded, shaking the entire Jiuxiao peak. Everyone followed the sound and saw that it was the venerable Ziwei Emperor Flower Incarnation. #C844 Horror comes. Anyone is not allowed to do anything on Jiuxiao Peak. In the eyes of Venerable Ziwei, a purple thunder flashed, sweeping across the people on both sides, and said sharply, "Whoever dares to do something here, don't blame this deity for being ruthless." In a word, with a majestic aura of coercion, it aroused the entire void on the top of Jiuxiao Peak, trembling crazily, and a terrifying aura of majesty swept the audience. The breath rushed past, whether it was the second prince or the seventh prince, their faces changed and their bodies shook when they were rushed by this breath. "Senior, our side will not break the rules, but if someone shoots at me, I will not be polite." Chu Yan cupped his hands and bowed, his eyes swept to the second prince's side, his face was full of fierceness. The second prince wants the Ziwei Empire, in Chu Yan's hands, to turn the situation around. On the contrary, after Chu Yan robbed the fourth prince last time, he is quite satisfied with the wealth of these princes, so if the second prince dares to do it, then I don't mind that, and add some loot. "Your name is Chu Yan?" Venerable Ziwei, with a pair of purple thunder eyes, looked at Chu Yan, the thunder light in the eyes gradually faded, and his face softened, and smiled softly, "You are very good. I don't know how many years I have not seen you so outstanding." Tianjiao, in the face of the coercion of this deity, he stood firm and did not move, and, with his words, with just a few words, he killed 100 king-level centipedes of the 9th-level heaven-reaching realm. Nodding and smiling at Chu Yan, Venerable Ziwei's eyes were full of approval. "Little friend Chu Yan, let me discuss with you, can you give me some of the aura you just used?" Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned, his face darkened slightly. "In order to kill all the king-level centipedes just now, I have already consumed all the 5 elements Qi, and now I don't even have a single 5 elements Qi in stock." Seeing Chu Yan's face, Venerable Ziwei, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, chuckled, and said, "Of course I won't take you for nothing. I will exchange something that satisfies you. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that this strongest person in the Ziwei secret realm who had lived for tens of thousands of years would actually take a fancy to his 5 elements Qi. Beside him, the 7th prince, and Xie La Jiao. He was also stunned. Just now he was on the verge of a great war, but who knew that Emperor Ziwei suddenly intervened, and he was so polite to Chu Yan. "Senior, there is nothing wrong with exchanging the Qi of the 5 elements with you, but I don't have it anymore, so I can only refine it after I get rid of the resources. So, wait." While speaking, Chu Yan glanced at the second and fourth princes. The smile in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. For Chu Yan, the 7th prince has already won the first place. Therefore, it is very likely that he will inherit the title of Emperor Ziwei. Next, the entire Ziwei Empire will become a great help for Xinjia, so please help this Venerable Ziwei, and it doesn't hurt either. Venerable Ziwei, in the Ziwei Empire, is a legendary existence. He was originally the spirit of the martial soul of the founding emperor of the Ziwei Empire. With the power of a tyrannical warrior, he has become the guardian of the secret land of crepe myrtle, and at the same time, He can also be regarded as the guardian of the crepe myrtle empire. Therefore, Venerable Ziwei has an incomparable status in the Ziwei Empire, and will also support the seventh prince in the future. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Venerable Ziwei looked at the second prince with hesitation. Venerable Ziwei was very happy to hear that Chu Yan agreed to exchange the qi of the five elements with him, but judging from what Chu Yan meant, it was obvious that he wanted to get enough benefits from the second and fourth princes. As for the method, of course it is to snatch it directly. In this way, isn't the rule set by myself that no fighting in Ziwei secret realm, not allowed to fight broken in front of my own face? At this moment, suddenly, a wild laughter sounded. Ha ha ha. Full of arrogant laughter, extremely piercing, resounding throughout the audience. Everyone, including Venerable Ziwei, all turned their heads to look. I saw, not far away, the second prince had a ferocious face, and laughed out loud, saying, "What a Chu Yan! What a Venerable Ziwei! Enshrined by my Ziwei Empire, she even colluded with outsiders to harm my prince. Huh! Immortal, what kind of bullshit rules? Today, I, Guoqiyun, will try it. Can you take it? How am I?" After saying that, the second prince, Guoqiyun, strode out. His eyes were full of disdain, his expression was proud, and he looked at Venerable Ziwei and Chu Yan with contempt on his face. The provocation in words and expressions was extremely obvious. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan and the seventh prince were startled at the same time, looked at Guoqiyun, and frowned slightly. What is this second prince doing? He was actually in the Ziwei secret realm, openly provoking Venerable Ziwei. You know, in this Ziwei secret realm, only those below the martial venerable realm can enter, so the Venerable Ziwei who is half a step into the martial venerable realm can be said to be the most powerful person here. By doing this, he is looking for death. Huh? Are you provoking me? Venerable Ziwei also frowned slightly, in both eyes, purple lightning flashed, and his face was full of anger. Majestic, causing the entire Lagerstreamius secret realm to tremble continuously. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, and the situation in the world changed. Junior, today, on behalf of Emperor Ziwei, I will teach you a lesson. Call out. Among the purple vine branches of the boulder under Venerable Ziwei, a green leaf, like a green lightning bolt, charged out with endless thunder potential and an incomparably terrifying aura. It's just a green leaf, but it's no less than any magic weapon. Not only does it carry boundless sharpness, but it's even wrapped in a strong power of heaven and earth, which is astonishingly powerful. Under this move, I am afraid that warriors below the fifth level of heaven-reaching realm will either die or be injured. With the cultivation of the second Prince Guoqiyun, there is no possibility of resistance in front of this move. Emohi, hurry up, summon Lord Blood God of War. Seeing the attack coming, the second prince's expression changed drastically, and he roared loudly while frantically mobilizing his true energy. Shengguang is present in this world, Xuan Taishu, open it for me. Following the second prince's roar, behind him, one of the 6 men in black robes from the Black Blood Temple, suddenly had blood rushing all over his body. He held a blood bead in each hand, squeezed it hard, and the blood bead shattered. At the same time, 2 blood-colored beams of light soared into the sky, rushed into the air, and collided fiercely. Boom! In an instant, 2 blood-colored beams of light collided, exploding a huge ball of blood-colored light. In the ball of light, an extremely tall figure strode out of the void and appeared in front of everyone. #C845 Blood God. Scoff. As the incomparably tall figure appeared in the air, the void he hit was torn apart, making a piercing whistling sound. At the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes, like 2 dazzling red stars, shot out 2 balls of blood-colored light. Swept the audience. The streamer of green leaves that was originally shot at the second prince, and the bloody eyes falling from the sky, exploded into pieces. I invite the Lord Blood God of War to come and descend. The second prince looked into the air, seeing that figure with a height of hundreds of feet, he couldn't help being overjoyed, and bowed respectfully. This is... Not far away, Venerable Ziwei froze completely, looking at the tall figure in the sky. His face was full of disbelief. Damn, it's not good. This is a time-space channel, a time-space spirit array that is one level higher than the void crack. Situ Yang also had a shocked look on his face, the fat on his face trembled, and he reminded loudly. This space-time channel can break through the void boundary of the small world and carry out positioning teleportation. This is troublesome. Hearing Situ Yang's shout, Chu Yan and the seventh prince were taken aback. The space-time channel is very powerful. That is something more precious than Ziwei Emperor fruit. Compared with the void cracks often used by warriors, this kind of space-time channel refined by the spirit array method does not require the traveler to have a strong cultivation base and physical body, and it is also more stable. Well, many sects have this kind of space-time channel spirit array, but most of them are used to evacuate all disciples of the sect when the sect is in crisis. The most important thing is that this space-time channel spirit array does not need to be activated by an altar, nor is it restricted by any void, that is to say, it can penetrate the void boundary of any secret small world and travel freely. Unexpectedly, this second prince even brought the incomparably precious spiritual formation of time and space channel. This is obviously a long-term preparation. Using the space-time channel to send the strong into the Ziwei secret realm is obviously not just for the simple purpose of capturing the Ziwei Emperor fruit. But, what kind of strong man did this second prince send in? Boom, boom. Above the sky, a massive bloody light exploded, and the huge figure nearly 100 feet high broke through the space-time channel. He suddenly stepped into the sky of Ziwei's secret realm, and behind him, the huge space-time channel was disappearing. Humph. A heavy hum sounded from the sky, like a thunderclap. In an instant, the sky with a radius of thousands of miles trembled violently with this heavy sound. Everyone felt that the ground under their feet trembled suddenly, as if the whole world they were in trembled. What's even more exaggerated is that above the skyline of the Jiuxiao peak, the sea of clouds that was originally floating was blown up by this heavy hum, and the waves of clouds in the sky were blown up, rolling wildly, and surging together, as if the sky and the earth were being wiped out. Generally, just one word can change the color of the world. For a moment, Chu Yan and everyone else, including Venerable Ziwei's face, all changed suddenly. On the other side, Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations. All the ministers in the hall shook their heads in unison when they saw that the second prince wanted to attack Chu Yan in the light curtain, and when Venerable Ziwei came to stop him. They knew that Venerable Ziwei was half-step martial venerable, and in his own domain, the second prince had no chance at all. Therefore, when the second prince immediately challenged Venerable Ziwei and Chu Yan, they were all dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Unexpectedly, the always shrewd second prince, after losing the prince's assessment, would be so crazy, completely lose his mind, and commit such a death-seeking behavior. However, no one expected that after the second prince provoked Venerable Ziwei, he would suddenly release the spiritual formation of time and space channel and summon a terrifying figure. Seeing the figure as tall as hundreds of feet, stepping out of the passage of time and space, and stepping into the secret realm of Ziwei, the faces of all the ministers suddenly changed. Because, this person is exactly Lord Blood God of War. He, who followed the second prince into the Ziwei secret realm, is one of the few spirit array masters in the Black Blood Temple, and only he can release the time-space channel spirit array in the domain that is constantly suppressed by Venerable Ziwei, and send the Blood God of War. Adults enter. This Lord Blood God of War, in the entire Golden Palace, it can be said that no one knows. More than 10 years ago, Grand Master Mo achieved the position of Grand Master in one fell swoop by introducing this bloody war god powerhouse to join the Ziwei Empire. And this blood god of war has become one of the three major worshippers of the Ziwei Empire in one fell swoop. With incomparable strength, he once defeated several strong men from neighboring countries. He was also one of the few strong men within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles of the Ziwei Empire. He became a strong man in the Ziwei Empire. Awesome. Even the current Emperor Ziwei would be very polite and respectful when he saw this bloody war god. However, no one expected that this seldom-seen god of blood war would suddenly appear in the Ziwei secret realm. At this moment, the entire Golden Palace of discussions fell into a dead silence. Seeing this scene, Taisher Mo gradually recovered his original dark complexion, and his calm smile bloomed again, and he slowly said, Everyone knows Lord Blood God of War. Although this is just a clone of Lord Blood God of War, with Mo's status as a spirit formation master, it is certainly not difficult to enter the Ziwei mystic realm. As soon as these words came out, the entire Golden Palace and tens of thousands of ministers all came back to their senses, and looked at Grand Master Mo in astonishment. Doppelganger. Lord Blood War God is a strong martial artist. Even if it is a clone, it is an extremely terrifying existence. However, the Ziwei secret realm is the place where the prince will be assessed, so what is the purpose of summoning the clone of Lord Blood God of War? Could it be that he hoped that Lord Blood War God would take action to eradicate all opponents? This is too exaggerated. Looking at the terrified expressions on the faces of the officials, a faint bloody gleam flashed across Grand Master Mo's eyes. I have been planning for more than 10 years, just to push the second prince to the throne and make the entire Ziwei Empire a vassal of the Black Blood Temple. How could I give up so easily? Moreover, that Chu Yan is one of the top 3 people on the must-kill list of the Black Blood Temple. Since Grand Master Mo met him, he would never let him go. On the other side, the mysterious Myrtle Realm, the peak of Jiuxiao. In mid-air, the tall figure of the blood god of war stood in the air, his blood-colored eyes swept over everyone in the audience, his towering body fell slowly, and the full set of blood-red heavy armor on his body shone with a touch of red true energy. An extremely extraordinary spirit armor. Therefore, when the blood god of war landed and stood in front of everyone could only pass through the gap between his visor and see a pair of blood-red eyes. Damn. It's such a big tin can, it looks pretty bluffing. The corners of Situ Yang's eyes twitched, he raised his head, looked at the nearly 100 feet of the blood god of war, and murmured. Chu Yan and the 7th prince also looked up at the bloody god of war, feeling the extremely powerful aura on his body, and their faces instantly became dignified. Blood god of war. Among the 3 major priests of the Ziwei Empire, the middle-ranked martial venerable realm cultivation base, even the clone in front of him may be above the half-step martial realm. God of bloody war, you and I are worshipped by the Empire, so don't interfere with the prince's assessment. Venerable Ziwei's face was solemn, his eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice. #C846 lost. Anyway, this Ladrostreamia mystery realm is also my territory. Although I and this blood god of war are enshrined by the Empire, but usually, there is no contact at all, and we have nothing to do with each other, so there is no friendship. But today, the god of bloody war blatantly broke into his territory, and it seemed that he wanted to participate in the prince's assessment. You must know that my Ziwei secret realm has always been the place where the prince is assessed, so I am also the host of the prince's assessment, so the blood war god's approach is obviously not giving himself face, and even, it can be said that he does not treat himself at all. Keep it in your sights. Can't interfere. Hee. The blood god of war, who was covered in red armor, laughed lightly when he heard Venerable Ziwei's words, and the red light in his eyes became even redder. When the voice fell to the ground, everyone was stunned. From the answer of the blood god of war, they couldn't tell what he meant. Just when everyone was stunned, the blood god of war rushed with aura and shot directly. I saw a monstrous red palm print, filled with endless blood, like a huge red cloud, and slapped it forward fiercely. When the palm was slapped, the void on the top of Jiuxiao Peak sank suddenly, and it was directly shot out of nothingness. The god of bloody war suddenly attacked, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Humph! This is my territory! Venerable Ziwei yelled, and the purple aura all over his body rose up like a stormy cloud. Immediately, he waved his hands. Among the crepe myrtle branches under him, a rattan as thick as a bucket, wrapped in a rich purple aura, moved toward looking at the bloody palm print. He pulled it out fiercely. Boom! With a bang, the bloody palm print was shattered by the vine, and the vine, as thick as a bucket, retreated violently. The blow failed, and the eyes under the blood god of war's mask instantly burst into a dazzling red light. Swish! The tall body flashed, burst out, and rushed straight to Chu Yan. Blood! Blood war god flipped his fist, and the surging blood-colored true energy quickly condensed into a huge blood-colored fist mark in front of his right fist, and smashed out fiercely with an incomparably terrifying aura of destroying everything. Blood god! Are you really going to war? Seeing the blood god of war attack again, Venerable Ziwei was completely angry, and shouted loudly. In his opinion, it doesn't count that the bloody god of war breaks through his own Ziwei secret realm, and he still wants to intervene in the prince's assessment. Now, he is attacking a younger generation again and again, completely treating himself as his own atmosphere. How can this make him uncomfortable? Angry. Drink. With a stern shout, Ziwei's whole body burst into purple, and around his completely solid body, countless crepe myrtle flowers circled and danced, and each crepe myrtle flower continuously overflowed with purple aura, converging towards his body. In an instant, a large ball of purple light rushed out, slammed into the bloody fist mark, smashed it into pieces, and instantly disappeared into nothingness. At the top of Jiuxiao Peak at this time, two half-step Wuzuanjing powerhouses clashed, erupting with terrifying power and vigor, which made everyone's faces full of astonishment, and their hearts trembled wildly. Clang! There was a resounding sound of knife whistling, and the blood god of war flipped his hands over, and took out a blood-colored sword. On the face under the visor, his mouth opened wide, revealing a smirk. Call out! Call out! Call out! The red sword swung like flying, and the blood-colored sword light shot up to the sky and attacked the ground, violently slashing out. Seeing the sword glow coming, Venerable Ziwei's face changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen thick crepe myrtle vines flew out and hit the bloody sword glow. However, the vines were cut off in an instant. More than a dozen vines, only to shatter a knife glow, all of them were wiped out. The remaining blood-colored sword light rushed through the scattered purple energy, and slashed straight at Chu Yan. What? Venerable Ziwei's complexion changed drastically. Unexpectedly, the spiritual saber of the blood god of war has such a strong power, completely breaking his own tricks. However, even if he makes a move now, it may be too late to rescue Chu Yan. After all, the sword light of half-step martial venerable realm warriors is far faster than ordinary warriors. For a while, Venerable Ziwei could only stare wide-eyed, watching the sword light fall. Brother Chu! Brother! The seventh prince and Situ Yang, with astonished faces, shouted anxiously. They never expected that the bloody war god would directly attack Chu Yan as soon as he came to the Ziwei secret realm. Obviously, this bloody god of war is here for Chu Yan. He actually wanted to kill Chu Yan. However, with the strength of the two of them, it is impossible to be the opponent of the half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse. Even Venerable Ziwei was obviously weaker than the opponent just now. The strength of the two of them is not enough to look at in front of the blood god. Quick! Very fast! The light of the knife was like electricity, cutting a straight blood-colored knife mark in the void, like a shock, coming straight. Between the lightning and the flint, everyone only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and the blood-colored sword light fell on Chu Yan, and a large cloud burst out. Boom! Chu Yan's body was completely enveloped by the light of the knife, submerged in an instant, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. On the other side, Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations. Tens of thousands of ministers were shocked when they saw the actions of Lord Zhanzhan. Lord Blood War God wants to kill Chu Yan. I don't understand why Lord Bloody War God wants to kill Chu Yan. Or in other words, Lord Blood War God wants to kill all the 7th princes, everyone, even the 7th princes. However, when the shocking blood-colored sword light fell on Chu Yan's body, everyone held their breath, and their souls flew out of shock. That Chu Yan is dying. Oh my God, this is a peerless genius, how could he be so damaged? It's too strong, all of this is too strong, the blow of Lord Blood War God. After a short period of shock, there was a burst of exclamation in the Golden Palace, and everyone's eyes burst out with deep shock and regret. As the number one man in the military, General Han Yuxuan, known for his calmness and cold-bloodedness, stood on his head on the spot at this moment. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Everything in the light curtain happened so fast that he didn't even see clearly that Chu Yan was already damaged. Chu Yan lost. Next, could it be the 7th prince? Then, the Ziwei Empire will completely fall under the control of the Black Blood Temple, and there will be no more hope. Turning his head suddenly, Han Yuxuan stared fiercely at Grand Master Mo with his bloodshot eyes. I saw Grand Master Mo with a proud smile on his face, but his eyes were as bright as stars, and he seemed to be 10 years younger all of a sudden. At this time, Grand Master Mo also happened to look at General Han Yuxuan. In an instant, the 4 eyes met, and all kinds of complicated gazes collided fiercely in the air. Now, General Han Yuxuan finally understands why Grand Master Mo wants to trigger Lei Zhantai, all the ministers now. This is all for the purpose of smashing all my hopes to pieces in front of everyone, and trampling on them. On the other side, the Myrtle Secret Realm, Jiuxiao Peak. Whoosh! The light of the knife was like blood, cutting down the sky, and in less than half a blink of an eye, a huge explosion sounded, like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky, exploding a large wave of bloody air. The turbulent air waves, like shock waves, scattered and rushed in all directions, devouring everything. Amidst the sky-filled waves, a black figure rushed out of the air waves like a sharp arrow piercing the air, flew straight upside down, retreated 10,000 steps, fell from the top of Jiuxiao Peak, and fell directly into the area in the middle of the valley. In the small lake, there was a big splash. Chu Yan. The scene that happened between lightning and flint made Venerable Ziwei's heart sink. Of course he saw Chu Yan fall into the small lake in the valley, but now, Venerable Ziwei can no longer perceive Chu Yan's breath. Could it be that Chu Yan really lost? #C847, the two sides exploded. Chapter 847. Ha ha ha. Like Venerable Ziwei, Blood God of War naturally sensed the disappearance of Chu Yan's aura, and immediately laughed wildly and said, "Old man Hua, Chu Yan is dead, so I will not accompany you. However, today you prevent me from killing people, I will write it down. Now, the next time the deity descends in person, I will demolish this place of yours." After saying that, the god of bloody war strode out, slashing his hands into the void again and again, wanting to open the passage of the secret realm and escape. Before coming to Ziwei's secret realm, he came here for Chu Yan. Now that he has succeeded, he will naturally not stay any longer. The rest of the princes assess and fight, and believe that the strength of the 2nd prince is enough to deal with the 7th prince. Want to leave? Venerable Ziwei sensed that the void in his secret realm was being torn apart, and he woke up suddenly. The purple aura all over his body exploded in an instant. Countless purple vines and crepe myrtle flowers rushed out, quickly fused in the air, and turned into one. The purple long sword slashed down fiercely. This sword, with its incomparably majestic majesty, was so powerful that half of the sky was cut off, including the void that the blood god of war wanted to tear apart, and all of them were annihilated into nothingness. Huh? Old man Hua, you are courting death. Seeing that his void crack was destroyed, the blood god of war was furious instantly, and the opponent was only half a step martial lord, yet he dared to block him. Boom! Without a trace of hesitation, the blood god of war raised his right hand, and suddenly punched out a blood-colored fist print. Under the rumble, like a mountain rolling over the sky, with the sound of thunder, he faced the purple long sword in the air. The next moment, the two half-step Wuzuanjing powerhouses launched an earth-shattering battle in the sky. The violent battle triggered continuous explosions that shook the sky and the earth. The ripples continued to shatter, as if these two strong men were going to directly destroy this world. Brother Chu Yan. Brother. On the top of Jiuxiao Peak, Xie and the seventh prince stared straight at the small lake in the valley with dull faces, stiff bodies, and pale faces. They were completely dumbfounded, stupid. Chu Yan is dead. This is how he was killed by the blood god of war. No. Impossible. Xie raised a face. The whole body was twisted into a ball, and a beast-like growl sounded from its throat. Impossible. No way. How could the eldest brother be lost? However, if something really happened to Chu Yan, Xinjiao will definitely kill himself. Don't talk about Xinjiao, Xie can't forgive himself. If he had just been more careful, he would throw out 12 or 20 defensive spirit patterns, not to mention completely blocking the sword of the blood god of war. At least he would never let Chu Yan loss. Hateful. Hateful. Abominable blood god of war. In Xie Yang's sea of consciousness, the monstrous anger erupted instantly like a torrent and a tsunami, making his eyes instantly turn red. Ha ha ha. The second prince laughed loudly, his whole body was filled with momentum, his face was full of arrogance and complacency. He looked at the sluggish seventh prince, and said with a smirk, "Little Chu Yan is dead, hand over your Ziwei Emperor Qi. I read, for brother's sake, I can spare your life." After saying that, the second prince took out a jade bottle, poured out a drop of black-red blood, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. Call. Blood dripped into his mouth, and the second prince's body erupted with terrifying blood-colored true energy. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base exploded by a level, making his cultivation directly raised to the 4th level of the heaven-reaching realm. This drop of black blood is exactly the divine blood of the Black Blood Temple. It is extremely precious and rare, and only the Black Blood Temple in Zhongtian continent has it. Warriors who practice the secret method of the Black Blood Temple swallow it, and their cultivation will immediately skyrocket. He also competed for the title of Emperor of the Ziwei Empire this time, so he was given a drop from the Black Blood Temple. Kill. The second prince, Guoqiyun, felt the violent power in his whole body. Excited, he roared suddenly, and rushed out, killing the seventh prince and Xie. Fight with you. Seeing the second prince Guoqiyun approaching, the seventh prince's eyes turned red instantly, golden light erupted all over his body, and he roared with anger. Emperor Martial Golden Light. Great handprint. From the body of the seventh prince, 10,000 golden lights came out, rose into the air, and merged into a golden figure, which instantly rushed into the body of the seventh prince, causing his cultivation base to skyrocket, and the aura of his whole body, like a surging river, set off a wave of golden air that soared into the sky. Xie was also furious, forming seals with his hands, flying like the wind. With a wave of his hand, 20 spirit patterns were thrown out, and after exploding, one after another spirit patterns rushed out and connected with each other, forming a huge seal hand. The power is shocking. Humph. Seeing this, the second prince Guoqiyun was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the combat power of these two people was also so tyrannical, and then he laughed and said, Chu Yan is dead, you two still want to fight with me, it's a dream. Blood floods the sky. Pushing both palms together, the second prince unexpectedly shot out an endless flow of bloody air, which evolved into a vast sea of blood under the frantic gathering, and ruthlessly suppressed the two of them. I want you to pay for Chu Yan's life. The light of the spirit pattern burst out from Situ Yang's body, like a dazzling colorful sun. Pieces of spirit patterns rushed out of him continuously, the jade talisman exploded to death, and the spirit pattern flew out and merged into the huge spirit pattern handprint in front of him. The seventh prince directly activated the emperor-level alien beast secret technique, also deepening the golden body, holding a golden sword, and slashing out a shocking sword light. All of a sudden, the ultimate battle between the two princes broke out completely. On the other side, Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations. Congratulations! Congratulations! Grand Master Mo, the second prince is so majestic and powerful, and he has the support of the blood god of war. The future is really limitless. Haha, that's right, I have already said that a little Chu Yan dares to block the second prince, he deserves to die. That's right, it's simply overpowering. In the entire Golden Palace, after the destructive blood light swallowed Chu Yan, seeing that Chu Yan's aura was completely cut off, the faces of the officials trembled, and then they all surrounded Grand Master Mo, congratulating him like a tide endlessly. These shrewd ministers, seeing Chu Yan's loss, and the second prince regaining all Ziwei's imperial aura, is completely as easy as. So, the second prince is the one who finally inherits the throne, so they naturally have to hurry up and get close to Grand Master Mo. Everyone, you don't have to be polite. Waiting for the day when the second prince ascends the throne will benefit everyone. Grand Master Mo was full of vigor, his face was full of radiance, and even the creases on his face were stretched out. Immediately, he turned his head slowly, looked at Han Yuxuan, and said with a joking smile, General Han, I would like to advise you. Those who are in charge of current affairs are heroes. As soon as these words came out, the entire Golden Palace fell silent instantly, and everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Han Yuxuan, all with playful smiles on their faces. Han Yuxuan, whose face was originally ashen, when he heard Taisher Mo's words, his eyes suddenly went dark, and a whirl of heaven and earth hit him, and the only ray of hope in his heart was instantly extinguished. Blood streaks continued to burst in his eyes, and his eyes were as red as blood. All of this was clearly designed by him, and even the blood god of war whom he recommended more than 10 years ago, clearly has a great connection with the Black Blood Temple. Since then, the Black Blood Temple has been planning to devour the Ziwei Empire, and this Master Mo is the mastermind. Mo Hung, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. General Han let out a beast-like roar, and his whole body was full of murderous aura, soaring into the sky. You want to kill me? Grand Master Mo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled teasingly, I think you are courting death. When Grand Master Mo saw that Han Yuxuan couldn't rush, he couldn't help but feel happy. As long as he took the initiative to attack him, he could kill him without fear and remove the last obstacle. At that time, the entire Ziwei Empire will be under his control. However, at this moment, the officials of the Golden Palace let out one after another exclamation, and they all stared at the light curtain in the sky dumbfounded. #C848 Outbreak Stewart. Look what's going on. What? What is that? In the Golden Palace, the audience exclaimed, even Taisher Mo and General Han Yuxuan were all stunned and turned their heads to look at the same time. Condition. What is the situation? Could it be that the seventh prince was killed? With a look of surprise on his face, he stared straight at the light curtain, and when the scene in the light curtain was cleared, tens of thousands of people in the entire Golden Palace shook at the same time. In an instant, the Golden Palace of discussion, which was still full of killing noises, suddenly became dead silent. General Han Yuxuan, who was furious like a lion with red eyes, also froze on the spot when he saw some unbelievable scene. I saw, in the half-empty light curtain, the god of bloody war and venerable Ziwei, in the endless sky, fought so darkly that the earth shook and the mountains shook. And after the second prince swallowed the divine blood, his aura soared to the sky, and he fought against the seventh prince and Xie Yang with 1-2. But everyone's eyes were on that figure that suddenly appeared in the valley below Jiuxiao Peak. This figure was covered in blood, his breath was weak, and his footsteps were flimsy. Every time he took a step, he would pause for a while, but, step by step, without any stagnation, he walked towards the peak of Jiuxiao Peak. This figure looked extremely weak, but the faint aura emanating from the figure made everyone feel that he was extremely tall, like the only giant in the world. This person. It was Chu Yan. He was attacked by the blood god of war, fell into the valley and lake, but stood up again. You must know that the blood god of war god has reached the middle-level Wuzuan realm, even the avatar in front of him has a combat power beyond half a step of Wuzuan state. His blow, even if it is an 8th-level heavenly warrior in the Tongtian realm, there is no doubt that he must die. However, this Chu Yan, who was only at the heaven transformation realm, did not die. Hiss. In the golden hall, someone who didn't know who it was suddenly gasped, breaking the dead silence in the hall in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the ministers continued to recover from their astonishment, and they were stunned, and there was an uproar. What? This is impossible. That Chu Yan is not dead, he is still alive. Aren't you kidding? He is a martial artist who cultivated in the heaven transformation realm, and he was hit by the martial venerable realm, but he didn't die. Could it be that he has some powerful negatives? All kinds of discussions rang out, and everyone couldn't believe it at all. The scene they saw before them was full of exclamations, and the noise was loud. General Han Yuxuan, suddenly awakened by these exclamations, stared at the eyes like a cow, opened his mouth wide, and kept reminding himself, this is not a dream, this is real. That Chu Yan is really not dead. In any case, as long as this Chu Yan survives, the seventh prince still has hope. There is still hope for the Ziwei Empire. Very good. The color of ecstasy suddenly appeared on General Han Yuxuan's face, and the sudden surprise made him feel dizzy for the first time. On the contrary, Grand Master Mo had a smug face full of smiles just now, but at this moment, his face was completely stiff. His sword color became paler and paler, his whole person seemed to be petrified, he was dumbfounded. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could that Chu Yan not die? On the other side, Ziwei Secret Realm, Jiuxiao Peak. Die. 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 Xie Yang looked like he was going crazy, he roared up to the sky, and turned his body like a round of colorful sun. The violent power of the spirit pattern constantly attracted the power of nature, and the power that erupted unexpectedly completely suppressed the second prince after his cultivation level was raised. The seventh prince held a golden long sword and fought with 6 masters of the Black Blood Temple, completely at a disadvantage. The 6 men in black robes didn't seem to intend to kill him, but they kept making black handprints one after another. Inside the prince. At this moment, Xie Yang showed his peak combat power for the first time. As spirit pattern masters, as long as the spirit pattern jade charms on his body were not exhausted, it couldn't be easier for them to step up and fight. The second prince, who hadn't expected it at all, was suppressed by him, almost out of breath, and kept retreating. Master Blood War God, help me. The second prince glanced at the 6 men in black robes, not far away, his eyes hesitated, then he gritted his teeth, turned his head to look at the sky, and shouted loudly. At this time, in the sky, the battle between the blood god of war and venerable Ziwei was at a fever pitch. Suddenly, hearing the second prince's cry for help, the blood god of war roared again and again, trash. Chu Yan is dead, the 6 of you are still dead. Can't deal with 2 people. It's just trash. Scolding is scolding. The bloody god of war in the sky still stared at him with bloody eyes, waved his palm, and slapped Xie on the ground. In an instant, a blood-colored palm print the size of half the sky descended from the sky, and it was severely suppressed. Humph. Still trying to kill someone in front of me. Arrogant. Venerable Ziwei was furious when he saw the blood god of war. Just now, because of his own carelessness, Chu Yan was killed by the blood god of war in front of him. Now, the blood god dared to come. At that moment, Venerable Ziwei was completely angry. In an instant, the large sea of spiritual clouds in the sky rolled wildly, and quickly condensed together, turning into a huge purple fist, which crashed down, directly smashing the bloody palm print into pieces. Old man Hua, how dare you block me? The blood god of war roared, and the roar shook the heavens and the earth. Not only because Venerable Ziwei blocked his slap on Xie, but also, the sudden burst of combat power of Xie and the 7th prince made their plan blocked again. Yep, almost about to explode. According to the original plan, 6 masters of the Black Blood Temple would use the array of secret techniques to break through the sea of consciousness of the 7th prince and turn them into disciples of the Black Blood Temple, while the 2nd prince would be responsible for beheading Xie. However, these things must be completed within half an hour, otherwise, once the Ziwei Secret Realm channel is opened, it will be too late, and the Ziwei throne still belongs to the 7th prince. Forget it. Never mind. Now that I've been exposed, no matter whether the 7th prince can become a disciple of my temple, and return to the Ziwei Empire, I can abolish him. The blood god of war gradually calmed down, while dragging Venerable Ziwei, while thinking about how to leave the Ziwei Secret Realm. He doesn't want to stay here even for a moment, looking at these troublesome things in front of him. On the ground, the 2nd prince watched the handprint of the blood god of war being intercepted, and his face froze for a moment. Xie, why are you doing this? What benefits did Chu Yan give you? I will give you double. Why do you have to work so hard? You know that Chu Yan is already dead. The 2nd prince looked at Xie and persuaded him loudly. Now, even the blood god of war can't get away, so he can only rely on himself. Go to hell with me. But what the 2nd prince didn't expect was that when Xie heard his words, he became even more enraged, and his spirit pattern attacks became more violent. What? Why is it getting stronger and stronger? Forget it. As long as you hold you back, wait until Shaoqi is influenced, which is similar to the original plan. Even if he ascends to the throne of God, he will get back sooner or later. The 2nd prince, who was completely terrified by Xie spirit pattern, finally decided to save his life, so after making up his mind, without any hesitation, he turned around suddenly and ran away. Want to escape? No way. Xie's eyes spewed fire, he drank heavily, and flew after him. #C849 Come back strong. Don't chase me. Seeing Xie chasing after him, the 2nd prince was frightened out of his wits and screamed again and again. The current him regretted so much. Up to now, he had consumed more than half of his true energy after fighting Xie, but that Xie was super brave in the Vietnam War. In the world of Wuhun, when a spirit pattern master fights, he completely relies on the number and power of the spirit pattern to fight. Therefore, the consumption of his own true energy is almost negligible. Because of this, the spirit pattern master is one of the most terrifying professions in Haotian continent. If you chase me again, wait for that Chu Yan's body to be eaten up by monsters. Turning his eyeballs, the 2nd prince turned his head and shouted at Xie. As soon as a word fell to the ground, Xie's violent figure froze suddenly. Those words just now made Xie, who was in a state of anger, feel like pouring cold water on his head. Good. Chu Yan has been damaged and fell into the lake in the valley. In that lake, there are water monsters. If you don't salvage them, I'm afraid they will be gnawed into bones by the monsters. Big brother. We must not let Big Brother's body be destroyed by monsters. Xie burst into tears, turned around suddenly, and rushed down the mountain. Receive the body of Big Brother first, and then go back and kill this guy to avenge Big Brother. Seeing that Xie ran down the mountain as he said, the second prince Guqian was overjoyed. After he influenced the seventh prince, the 6 people from the Black Blood Temple freed up their hands. It is not certain who will kill who. However, as soon as Xie body rushed out 1,000 steps, he suddenly shuddered and froze on the spot. His whole face was completely frozen in astonishment. Even the second prince, who had already soared into the sky, turned his head and looked, and was shocked. Almost fell out of the sky. Second prince, I'm sorry to disappoint you. A cold voice sounded calmly. It was not loud, but it resounded throughout the entire world. Not yet. The voice swayed like a bolt from the blue. I saw, on the mountain ridge, a figure in black robe was slowly stepping up to the top of the mountain. Hunting in the wind. This person is exactly Chu Yan. At this moment, with the breath of wind and clouds, the whole world seemed to be completely frozen. The second prince was suspended in midair, and just now he had a surprised smile on his face, but he froze completely, and his eyes, which were bigger than a bull's, were full of horror. Not only the second prince, but also Xie, the seventh prince in the distance, and all the masters of the Black Blood Temple, when they heard this familiar voice, they all turned their heads and turned to petrification. Chu Yan is not dead. Everyone stared blankly at Chu Yan. The entire sea of consciousness, because of the shock, had completely stopped functioning, and it was blank. Impossible. How can that be? Under the blow of the bloody god of war just now, Chu Yan was clearly dead. How could he still be alive? Could it be bombing the corpse? Above the sky, the blood god of war and Venerable Xie, who were fighting, suddenly detected the familiar aura below. They were both startled, and turned to look at the same time. At this glance, the 2 bosses froze instantly. That young man in black robe is really Chu Yan. Moreover, although the aura on his body was weak, it was extremely strong, and it was by no means a dead body. Blood God of War, as a middle-ranked martial arts powerhouse, killed not 10,000 people, but also 8,000 people. He has experienced countless battles and killings. He has never seen anything strange, but today, the scene in front of him made him completely stupid. Although this avatar of myself is only slightly more than half a step into the martial venerable realm's strength, that blow is by no means something a heaven transformation realm warrior who is combed through a heaven and earth realm can resist. Not to mention 1, even 10 or 100 would be enough to kill them. But now, this Chu Yan stood in front of him alive again. Ha ha ha. Venerable Xie's loud laughter suddenly resounded, shaking the surrounding void and trembling continuously. Didn't expect that. You, a middle-ranked Wuzuanjing old man, attacked a junior in the Tianhua realm, and didn't even hurt him. Ha ha ha. Venerable Xie was all smiles, in a great mood. Chu Yan didn't die. It was like watching a slap on the face of the blood god of war, slapping. What else is more enjoyable than this? Die to me. Hearing this, the face under the mask of the blood god of war was flushed red, almost dripping blood, and roared angrily. He was almost going mad with anger. He was a mid-level martial venerable realm expert, and he had never met an opponent in the Xie Empire. He didn't expect that today. He couldn't even kill a heaven transformation realm warrior. If this word gets out, how can he hang around in the Xie Empire in the future? His face was full of ferociousness, his eyes were full of blood, and the blood god of war flashed, and he was about to rush towards Chu Yan and strike directly. Humph. Want to kill someone again in front of me? Dreaming. The return of Chu Yan made the venerable Ziwei, who had been depressed all the time, soar again. The endless purple breath surged out like a tide, diffused the entire sky, and attracted the purple cloud sea above the sky to gather quickly. Now that Chu Yan is back, he no longer has any scruples, and is ready to go all out. At this time, everyone on the top of the mountain woke up from the horror and rushed to Chu Yan in an instant. Ha ha ha, big brother, I knew you wouldn't die. In this world, no one can kill my big brother. Situ Yang's fat face was full of surprises, and he laughed out loud. Brother Chu Yan, just come back, just come back. The seventh prince's eyes were red and slightly moist, and he nodded repeatedly. Are you a human, or a ghost? The second prince's eyes were wide open, and he raised his finger to Chu Yan, trembling all over his body, he couldn't even speak clearly. Second prince, I've let you down. However, it seems that your Black Blood Temple already knows my identity. The news from the extreme north continent has spread to the Zhongtian continent. Find me to deal with me. What a big deal. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with rays of light, and cold rays shot out, his face was icy cold. That's right. With that move just now, Chu Yan clearly felt that it was the breath of the old monster who was revived tens of thousands of years ago on the God of War platform, the venerable Blood Soul. Although it has been covered up, when Chu Yan used the Xian Shui shield to resist that attack, he still clearly felt the breath of Blood Soul venerable. A total of 80 Ziwei Emperor fruits were devoured by the Azure Dragon Martial Soul in one gulp, refining an incomparably pure spirit of life, which firmly protected Chu Yan's sea of consciousness and heart. Quick recovery. However, it was a blessing in disguise, and the Azure Dragon Martial Soul that devoured 80 Ziwei Emperor fruits rose from 1 star to 2 stars at a critical moment. At the same time, at the moment at the bottom of the lake, without any hesitation, Chu Yan devoured the Ziwei Emperor fruit directly, operated the Raksha Wuji divine art, and hit the bottleneck of cultivation. According to rumors, a piece of purple myrtle emperor fruit can allow a warrior at the peak of the heaven transformation realm to break through to the heavenly realm, but Chu Yan swallowed 8 pieces before breaking through in one fell swoop. The current Chu Yan has finally reached the first level of the heavenly realm. The fusion of the 5 elements in the 8 inner alchemy has reached the realm of minor success, and the combat power has been increased by more than 10 times. Hashtag C850 Flying Longsword. Chapter 850. Kneel down. Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and he looked at the second prince. His figure flashed like a black startled rainbow, and he arrived at the second prince's side in the blink of an eye. The huge and incomparably colorful palm prints were photographed fiercely. The majestic power poured down like a torrent, shaking the whole package of the second prince violently. Puff. The second prince, Guoqian's body seemed to have been hit hard, and he opened his mouth wide, spraying blood mist all over the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the seventh prince, Situ Yang and others froze fiercely, and their eyes were full of shock. On the other side, Emperor Ziwei, in the Golden Palace where the affairs were discussed, was full of officials, staring at the scene in the light curtain and dumbfounded, whether it was Grand Master Mo or Han Yuxuan, all of them opened their mouths in shock, and their jaws dropped all over the floor. After being hit by Lord Blood God of War, not only did he not die, but his combat power became even more terrifying. Is this Chu Yan a monster? Chu Yan, how dare you? The corner of the second prince's mouth was bloody, his face was pale, his eyes were full of ferocity, and he roared loudly. You are looking for death. I just swallowed a drop of divine blood, don't think that you are not dead, it is amazing. I can kill you as well. After all, the golden light burst out from the second prince's body, but under everyone's gaze, the golden light behind him quickly turned into a blood-red color, almost exactly the same as the warriors of the Black Blood Temple. In the bloody aura soaring to the sky, there is an obvious violent and bloody aura, and after the second prince released the bloody true energy, his strength has obviously increased a lot. Really? The seventh prince and the others changed their expressions and looked at the second prince angrily. Judging from the aura, the second prince has indeed taken refuge in the Black Blood Temple. In this way, as long as he succeeds as the emperor of the Ziwei Empire, the entire Ziwei Empire will be completely swallowed up by the Black Blood Temple. From then on, there will be no more Ziwei in the Zhongtian Continent Empire. Heavenly strength. Chu Yan heard the words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in the flickering eyes, there was a raging killing intent, and then he didn't hold back his hand, and directly raised his hand into a fist, wrapped by the 5 elements. The Yinmong fist was raised and blasted out. Boom! The bloody palm print and the Yinmong fist collided fiercely, and exploded immediately. The Yinmong fist seal, powerful, the incomparably pure fusion power of the 5 elements, directly blasted a huge hole out of the void in front of it, and the void was completely blasted into powder. When it hit the bloody palm print, there was a trace of blockage broke through directly, and the remaining force undiminished smashed on the second prince's protective chi, and a loud noise broke out again. Boom, boom. In front of the world-shattering silver fist, the second prince's shield was not much thicker than paper, and it collapsed in an instant. With one punch, the second prince's entire chest collapsed suddenly, and a large stream of blood arrows spewed out from his mouth. You. When the second prince opened his mouth, a large amount of blood gushed out. His whole face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Under this punch, he finally understood that he was not Chu Yan's opponent at all, and the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Before Chu Yan's breakthrough, with the cultivation base of the 9th level of the transformation of the sky, he can kill the ordinary 4th level of the sky. And the second prince's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Even if he swallowed a drop of divine blood, it is only the strength of the 4th level of the heavenly realm, plus the secret method of the Black Blood Temple that he cultivated. It is even better than the same high-level warriors are weak in combat power. How could they be the opponent of Chu Yan now? The second prince's eyes showed deep shock and despair. As the second prince of the Ziwei Empire, since he was a child, he has had innumerable training resources, the best exercises and martial arts, and even the secret skills of Emperor Wu passed down by the royal family. Among the young people of his generation, he has never lost a single defeat. But today, in front of Chu Yan, he couldn't even resist a move, and even felt a sense of powerlessness and looking up. The Chu Yan in front of him is too scary. Even in the face of a blow from a middle-level Wu Zuanjing powerhouse, he will be safe and even become stronger. On him, there seemed to be endless trump cards and secrets. The more he was suppressed, the stronger his strength would become. No matter what, he couldn't be knocked down. Die. Looking at the colorful eyes of the second prince, full of killing intent, Chu Yan said softly. Immediately, with a flip of his hand, the silver Haotian sword pin, surrounded by 5 colors of light on the sword aura, was raised high, and chopped towards the second prince's head. Venerable Blood Soul was summoned by him, which means that this person knew his identity long ago, and set up a killing plan, and he was the first to attack himself. If you don't kill him today, the anger in your heart will be hard to calm. Of course, that venerable Blood Soul, don't even think about running away, he won't let anyone go. Chu Yan didn't believe that venerable Blood Soul, who recovered less than 30% of his strength when he was at the arena of war, could not recover to his peak state now. As long as he cooperates with venerable Ziwei, it is absolutely possible to kill this person. Seeing Chu Yan holding his long sword high, the face of the 7th prince changed violently. On the other side, Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations. All the officials in the hall watched Chu Yan's powerful return, with a shocking aura. With one move, he suppressed the second prince who had been cultivated at the 4th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Suddenly, a large gasp resounded throughout the hall. Chu Yan, who was almost killed by the blood god of war, was not injured at all, and his strength has skyrocketed. Moreover, according to what he said, this so-called blood god of war turned out to be the blood soul venerable of the Black Blood Temple. Could it be that everything in the Ziwei mystic realm today was a conspiracy laid by the Black Blood Temple in advance? But in front of him, Chu Yan held the long sword high in his hand, and the expressions of tens of thousands of important officials in the hall changed drastically in an instant. Is Chu Yan crazy? He actually wanted to kill the second prince in the Ziwei secret realm. Although this time, the Black Blood Temple set up a killing scheme, obviously aimed at Chu Yan and wanted to kill him, but if he killed the second prince, it would be another matter. Anyway, that is also the second prince of the Ziwei Empire, the biological son of Emperor Ziwei. In addition, the Ziwei secret realm is also the sphere of influence of the Ziwei Empire, and Chu Yan beheaded a prince in the Ziwei Empire. No matter what the reason is, it will definitely cause a shock in the whole country. Not good. General Han Yuxuan's face was full of joy just now, but it disappeared in an instant, and his mind suddenly tightened. If Chu Yan really killed the second prince, then no matter how much he helped the seventh prince and the Ziwei Empire, for the sake of the royal family's face, the Ziwei Empire will definitely not sit idly by. Ziwei Secret Realm, Jiuxiao Peak. Brother Chu, stop. The third prince shouted anxiously, with an anxious expression on his face, Brother Chu, you can't kill him. Once you kill him, the consequences will be serious. Calm down. Standing beside the third prince, Xie frowned upon hearing this, but soon understood what the third prince meant. Even the Blood Soul Venerable and Ziwei Venerable above the sky were stunned and looked at Chu Yan together. This Chu Yan actually wanted to kill the second prince. This is the Ziwei secret realm, a place where it is clearly forbidden to kill the prince. Is he crazy? Haha, Chu Yan, if you have the guts, you can do it. The second prince has always said that he wants to kill you. If you have the guts, you can kill him. If you don't have the guts, forget it, as if I didn't say it. Venerable Blood Soul laughed abusively, and sarcastically said loudly. Chu Yan, no. This is the Ziwei secret realm, you can't kill the prince. Don't be impulsive. Venerable Ziwei also had an anxious expression on his face. As one of the worshippers of the Ziwei Empire, he certainly couldn't just sit back and watch a prince be killed in front of him, so he quickly persuaded him. Hearing this, Chu Yan held Hao Yan's sword in his hand, and glanced across at Venerable Blood Soul and Venerable Ziwei. His cold eyes were full of chills. Suddenly, the second prince felt an icy cold breath, and a deep death energy rose in his heart, and he said urgently. Chu Yan, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go, and the Ziwei Empire will not let you go. Even the Venerable Ziwei can't keep you. Can't kill you. Chu Yan smiled coldly, the whole body was chilled, extremely strong. #C851, the world is the enemy. This guy is really embarrassed to say such a thing. A running dog of the Black Blood Temple even colluded with Venerable Blood Soul to kill him. If it wasn't for Shan Shui's shield and Qinglong Wuhun, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Brother Chu, absolutely not. In a panic, the seventh prince flew up and rushed towards Chu Yan, obviously wanting to stop Chu Yan from beheading the second prince. Roll! Chu Yan yelled, and a ray of light shot out of his eyes, shooting directly at the seventh prince, and Kalinshan rushed him violently, knocking him to the ground and falling into horror. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, his long sword was raised high, and his killing intent was like a tide. The day when all the five gods, beasts, and spirits are awakened begins. What Chu Yan has improved is not only his strength, but more importantly, his will to martial arts has improved by leaps and bounds. What is martial arts? Practicing skills, tempering oneself, flying into the sky, waving hands, mountains and rivers shattered. These are against the sky. Therefore, when a martial artist reaches the heaven transformation realm, he will even summon the calamity of heaven's punishment. So, what is martial arts? Fight against the sky, point your sword at the sky, change your fate against the sky, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sky. The retreat that comes, the fear that comes, with a sword in hand, kill all the people who deserve to be killed in the world. Bow. If I promise myself, I am afraid that even the 5 gods and beasts will not agree. Even if the world is an enemy, I will go to it with my sword. Then the heaven and the earth will be enemies, but one sword will kill them. Kill. The Haoyan sword exploded with a soaring sword light, and the killing intent in his chest was like a raging tide, raging and torrential. Seeing this, the second prince's eyes were tearing, and he shouted hysterically, "Chu Yan! Is Nima crazy? You dare to kill me? My father will not let you go, and the entire Ziwei Empire will not let you go. Call out." Black and white sword light. Drawing out a multicolored glow, without a trace of hesitation, it slashed down fiercely. Chu Yan possesses the martial soul of 5 gods and beasts, and he cultivates the way of killing. How can the will of martial arts be terrifying? Now that he has decided that the world is the enemy, how can he be influenced by his words? Okay. Above the sky, venerable blood soul, when he saw the sword light falling, his face was filled with joy. In his blood-red eyes, apart from surprise, there was also a trace of surprise. He never thought that this Chu Yan would really dare to attack the second prince. If he really killed the second prince, then the current unfavorable situation might be reversed again because of this matter. What? Venerable Ziwei's complexion changed drastically, and he waved his hand suddenly, and shot out a purple rattan, and pulled it out quickly, trying to stop Chu Yan. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, a sudden change occurred, and a stream of light suddenly hit Chu Yan's right shoulder. Although the strength was not strong, it forcibly knocked Chu Yan's arm to the side, causing the falling Haoyan sword to deflect. Moved, did not kill the second prince at all. A sword fell, and the second prince did not die. And the one who made the move was Situ Yang. Fatty. Chu Yan suddenly turned his head, looked at Situ Yang behind him, and shouted sharply, "What do you want?" Everyone in the audience, Chu Yan will guard against everyone, but he will not guard against Situ Yang, so Situ Yang's palm can hit Chu Yan, but this surprised Chu Yan and his face was full of doubts. He never thought that fatty Situ would attack him. Situ Yang's face was indifferent, with a pair of squinted eyes, a stern light shone, without a trace of hesitation, he waved his hand again, threw out 2 spirit patterns, and blasted at Chu Yan. Fatty, you're crazy. Chu Yan's expression froze, his eyes widened, his mind was shocked, hesitation flashed on his face, and he dodged to avoid the attack of the 2 spirit patterns. Stare straight at Situ Yang. For fatty Situ, Chu Yan didn't believe it at all. He was harming himself. Even if Situ Yang shot at him one after another now, Chu Yan didn't think of fighting back, so he subconsciously chose to avoid it. Whoosh! Just when Chu Yan was full of doubts, fatty Situ's figure flashed, he was extremely flexible, and instantly landed beside the second prince, 5 pieces of jade talismans with spiritual patterns in his hand, crushed directly. The violent power of the spiritual patterns bursted, erupted and condensed into a terrifying mountain print, bringing up a large gust of wind. Situ Yang stood facing the wind, his robe fluttering, turned his head slowly, and grinned at Chu Yan. Under this smile, there was no trace of obscenity, but instead, it made Chu Yan tremble. Great! Brother Situ. The 7th prince, who was not far away, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Today, no matter what, he must prevent Chu Yan from beheading the second prince. On Tianji, Venerable Ziwei heaved a long sigh of relief seeing this, and was terrified. However, Venerable Blood Soul has a disappointed expression on his face and cold eyes. This fat man actually prevented Chu Yan from beheading the second prince. He really deserves to die. Fatty, you want to save him? Chu Yan said coldly. Save him? Xie sneered and said, this person hurts my brother, just like hurting my siblings. Even if he dies 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it's not enough. After saying that, Xie slowly raised his arm, stretched out his hand, and the Lingguan mountain print suspended above his head quickly solidified, turning into a clear mountain peak about 10 feet in size. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Xie waved his big hand down, and the mountain fell, directly smashing the second prince's head into an explosion, red and white splashing, and blood shooting out. I wanted to kill him a long time ago. Xie stood proudly, and his words were thunderous. On the other side, Ziwei Palace, in the Golden Palace of Deliberations. The tens of thousands of ministers in the hall looked at Chu Yan with a dull face, and the long sword raised high in his hand. Just before the sword light fell, the audience boiled instantly. Is this kid crazy? You dare to behead the second prince of the Ziwei Empire, you are absolutely crazy. He is looking for death, dare to be an enemy of my entire Ziwei Empire. General Han Yuxuan's heart tensed instantly, and he directly mentioned Noise Eye. No. Don't cut it off. Chu Yan. Endure the calm for a while, take a step back and open up the sea and the sky. Beside the dragon chair, Grand Master Mo was full of astonishment, his eyes were wide open, and his chest heaved violently. Up to now, it can be said that the layout he planned for more than 10 years has completely failed, but, just as Venerable Blood Soul thought, as long as Chu Yan dares to kill the second prince, then Chu Yan will definitely die. However, before everyone could react, Xie made a sudden move, blocked Chu Yan, and blew up the second prince's head into a rotten watermelon with his backhand. His body fell from the sky like a piece of rotten meat. What? The whole hall was shocked, and everyone stood there dumbfounded. Who is this fat man? He rushed up directly, without even thinking about it, he killed the second emperor. Asshole! Grand Master Mo's expression changed drastically, and he trembled with anger, opening his mouth to curse. It's all over. This damn fat man actually prevented Chu Yan from beheading the second prince. My hopes were completely dashed. In an instant, the entire Golden Palace fell into a dead silence. This son beheaded the second prince, quickly opened the Ziwei secret realm, and took this person down. Taisher Mo jumped into a rage and roared loudly, the sound shook the entire Golden Palace. Hearing this, all the ministers in the hall finally woke up, stared at the light curtain again, and found that the second prince had indeed been bombarded and killed, and their expressions changed immediately. In the Ziwei Empire, the second prince was killed. This is no small matter. In an instant, the entire Golden Palace of Discussion burst out with soaring anger, almost blowing off the roof of the palace. Boom! 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 The next moment, in front of the Golden Palace of Discussion, the Lei Zhantai, which had been silent for 100 years, was triggered for the second time within a day, and the sound of thunder resounded throughout the sky of Ziwei Palace. #C852 Heaven and Earth Move. The news of the second prince's killing, followed by tens of thousands of ministers, spread across the entire palace in an instant like a gust of wind, and everyone in the Ziwei Empire was alarmed. The Ziwei Empire is shaking. On the other side, the Ziwei secret realm, Jiuetian Peak. The rotten flesh-like corpse of the second prince fell to the ground, splashing a large cloud of dust. Everyone looked at the corpse, dumbfounded. Especially the seventh prince and Venerable Ziwei, the entire sea of consciousness was blank. That Xie didn't stop Chu Yan, but helped him kill someone. You are also an accomplice, die for me. With a big wave of Xie Yang's hand, the mountain seal collapsed and flew out instantly, directly bombarding Mo, he who was not far away, stunned and unresponsive, and the same head exploded, shooting red and white flesh and blood. The second prince, Guichiyun, and Mo, he, the spirit master of the Black Blood Temple, were all lost. At this moment, the originally noisy Ziwei secret realm fell into a dead silence. Fatty, you. Chu Yan's eyes trembled slightly. Looking at Situ Yang, a warm current surged in his heart. Of course he knew that Situ Yang did this to help himself, without considering anything else, not even himself. This is the brother. Haha, big brother, Situ Yang laughed wildly, his face trembling with fat, but before Fang could finish speaking, he was interrupted. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. In the sky of Ziwei Mystery Realm, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, and the whole sky was trembling crazily. A void crack that was as long as 10,000 zhang suddenly spread across the sky, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The terrifying aura and coercion surged out of the black crack like a tide. At this moment, the Ziwei Secret Realm channel is fully opened. Swish. 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 The sound of sharp arrows, piercing the air, resounding through the sky like lightning bolts, suddenly sounded. Endless figures stepped out of the cracks in the void, crowding the entire sky, making people dazzled. Taisher Mo, General Han Yuxuan, ministers of the Ziwei Empire, imperial guards, all appeared together. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people. These people were all warriors, and each one was stronger than the other. Even Venerable Blood Soul, or Venerable Ziwei, when they saw this lineup, their expressions would turn cold. These people are all important ministers of the Ziwei Empire who hold real power, and their strength may surpass that of ordinary sects in the Zhongtian continent. Basically, except for the Emperor Ziwei, almost all the bigwigs in the entire Ziwei Empire were present. Even if the prince suffered a loss in the foreign calendar, it would not cause such a big battle. However, the situation is different now. This time, the second prince was killed in the Ziwei Secret Realm. That nature is completely different. This is equivalent to provoking and contempt for the entire Ziwei Empire. How can the glory of the empire be trampled on? Even a status as noble as the seventh prince seems a bit insignificant in front of the most powerful people in the Ziwei Empire. This time in the Ziwei Secret Realm, the prince was killed. Things have completely gotten out of hand. Humph. Just when everyone was full of anger and ready to go crazy, the power of 10,000 spirit patterns rose from Situ Yang, and the momentum of his whole body was like a rainbow soaring into the sky, soaring crazily. A special professional who was fused with the power of heaven. At this time, Situ Yang exploded his aura to the peak. In an instant, everyone could only feel that under the sky, between the heaven and the earth, there was a majestic coercion of heaven and earth, like a strong wind and waves, sweeping the audience. It's just a little prince, what's the big deal, the Ziwei Empire, it's really bad. Situ Yang slowly raised his figure, looking at the hundreds of bosses in front of him with disdain. His aura was like a rainbow, his domineering side was exposed, like a generation of strong men with a powerful demeanor, which made everyone stunned. Bold. Kill the prince of my empire to dare to be so arrogant. Everyone, kill this person and wash away the shame of our empire. No matter what, you must not spare him lightly. The ministers all over the sky were furious, their eyes were bloodshot in an instant, and under the roar, they almost ate Situ Yang raw. Boom. 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 Suddenly, between the heaven and the earth, the sound of rolling thunder erupted again. The void in all directions vibrated violently, and the entire sky trembled crazily, as if it would collapse immediately. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. Swallow mountains and rivers. Who are you? Dare to kill my son. In the sky, a figure as majestic as a mountain slowly emerged, and with that incomparably majestic voice, it suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, the faces of all the bosses in the audience changed. This person is unexpectedly Emperor Ziwei. Boom, boom. The mountain-like figure strode out and landed on the sky of the Ziwei secret realm. The sky was full of stars, the light of the sun and the moon, and it was instantly dimmed. Following the appearance of Emperor Ziwei, all the ministers rushed to pay respects and stood behind him. Immediately, under the protection of the stars, Emperor Ziwei's aura is like the sun. Report your name. Emperor Ziwei has no expression on his face, only a trace of anger can be seen in his star-like eyes. Humph. Old Emperor, who do you think you are? If you want to touch me, Xie La, you are not qualified. Xie La was full of contempt and arrogance. He pointed at the other person's nose and cursed directly. Immediately, everyone was stunned by Xie La's words and deeds, and they were completely dumbfounded. This kid dared to insult Emperor Ziwei in front of the strong men all over the sky. Get it for me. Emperor Ziwei frowned when he heard the words, and shouted like thunder, shaking the sky. As soon as the words fell to the ground, hundreds of ministers behind him woke up suddenly, and terrifying breaths erupted one after another, and the color of the world changed, as if stars were twinkling, and the world would be overturned. Boom. 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 Dozens of figures rushed out in unison, everyone's aura of cultivation was above the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and when they erupted at the same time, they were like thunderclouds billowing, covering the sky and covering the earth, extremely terrifying. The universe is boundless, the heaven and the earth move. Seeing this scene, Xie La looked back at Chu Yan, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and under a soft whisper, his hands formed seals, and a spirit pattern rushed out of his body, shining like a golden crescent moon, floating on the top, rippling for a while. Layers of golden ripples made the surrounding void tremble. Not good. That's a big teleportation talisman. Boss Man Tian, seeing the golden crescent moon, his face immediately changed. At the same time, he remembered that this fat man is an incomparably noble spirit pattern master. Of course, it is impossible for him not to have the big teleportation talisman called the Holy Talisman of Escape. However, in this way, they have no way to chase and kill. Emperor catch! Emperor Ziwei yelled loudly, his body as tall as a mountain shook suddenly, burst out with a terrifying aura, stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and covering the sun, towards Xie La, and ruthlessly grabbed. #C853 The main medicine is ready. In the void, Xie La saw a paw print as huge as the sky falling. Without a trace of panic, he grinned. Brother, I will withdraw first, and I will find you later. After the words fell, the golden crescent moon above Xie La's head burst into dazzling light, dazzling and dazzling, completely enveloping Xie La's body, and after flashing again, the figure in the golden light quickly blurred. Boom! The huge paw print landed on the head, but it passed directly through Xie La's phantom, and caught nothing. Xie La has disappeared on the spot. Seeing the disappearing phantom, everyone was stunned. What a spirit pattern master! Sure enough, Emperor Ziwei, who was as strong as the venerable realm, was able to leave calmly with one move. He is indeed the strongest profession in the mainland. Belongs to the Empire, pass on my order, the Imperial Guards, the 10-party legion, all dispatched, blockade the border of the Empire, regardless of life or death, this person must be brought back. Emperor Ziwei, who was full of anger, roared into the sky, and after angrily gave orders, he turned around and left. Follow the order. The officials bowed and saluted, seeing the figure of Emperor Ziwei disappear, and immediately, without the slightest hesitation, they rushed out one after another. Above the sky, figures flickered, including Venerable Blood Soul and Venerable Ziwei, who also set off one after another and joined the team that intercepted Xie La. For a moment, the entire Ziwei Empire was turned upside down. Countless imperial troops and sect forces, under the order of the Ziwei Empire, went to the border of the empire one after another, laying down a series of spirit patterns and formations, trying to intercept Situyang. At the same time, everything about what happened in the Ziwei secret realm gradually spread throughout the entire land of Zhongtian. At the same time, groups of masters from the Jinyang Dao sect and the Black Blood Temple were dispatched one after another, heading towards the Ziwei Empire. The purpose of these strong men is not for Situyang, but for Chu Yan. After finally getting news of Chu Yan, they will naturally not let him go this time. Then, in just a few days, because of an ordinary prince's trial in the Ziwei Empire, half of the sky and the earth were shaken. Have you heard? That Chu Yan has gone to the Ziwei Empire. Who? Chu Yan. Is it the Chu Yan who challenged Yi Feng? It's him. I heard that the entire Ziwei Empire has been turned upside down, and he almost killed the prince with a sword. That's right. The Ziwei Empire and the Black Blood Temple are offering rewards at the same time to catch Chu Yan and Situyang. A reward? Reward for what? A reward of 1 million yuan per person. Hiss. There are so many. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to the Ziwei Empire. The entire lower region of the Zhongtian continent, like a typhoon, set off a shocking storm. All major forces and countless strong men are heading towards the Ziwei Empire one after another. The name Chu Yan once again resounded throughout the Zhongtian continent, making countless people remember it in their hearts. However, what they didn't know was that Chu Yan and Situyang, no matter which one they were, as long as they didn't want to show up, no one could find them. On the other side, the Ziwei secret realm, Jiuxiao Peak. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in this prince's assessment. Alas, the entire Ziwei Empire is in chaos. Venerable Ziwei glanced at Chu Yan and the seventh prince, and murmured. Yes, but no matter what, it's better than letting the Black Blood Temple annex the Ziwei Empire. The seventh prince nodded, and looked at Chu Yan, who was on the side, with obvious gratitude flashing in his eyes. With the end of the Ziwei secret realm, his father's avatar will not last long. Soon, he will be able to officially succeed the Ziwei throne, and all of this is thanks to Chu Yan. Without him, I have no hope of even 10%. The Black Blood Temple actually wants to arrest me. 1 million yuan crystal, what a big deal. Chu Yan smiled indifferently. Just now he kept communicating with Situyang, and learned that he had left the upper domain and returned to Jilingshuan Tianzong. As a spiritual master, I believe that no one dared to rush to Jilingshuan Tianzong when to arrest people. Therefore, Chu Yan is not worried about Situyang. Senior, this is a 5 elements G. Chu Yan is ready to leave. Since he received the jade talisman stored by the second prince, he has been using the soul stone to refine the qi of the 5 elements. Since he promised Venerable Ziwei, Chu Yan will naturally do it. 5 elements qi. That's great. I didn't expect it to be so pure, so the king-level centipedes will go crazy. Venerable Ziwei's eyes flashed, and he stared at Chu Yan's palm with joy, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, with some things, it's not a problem at all to restore Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base, Chu Yan. This time, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Senior, you are being polite. Chu Yan bowed his hands and smiled lightly. Then let's go. The seventh prince looked at Chu Yan and said softly. Immediately, the two passed through the void channel of the Ziwei mystic realm, and returned to the Siwei in the Beixing mystic realm. In the palace where we set off, 18 soldiers in gold armor were guarding with golden guns in their hands, and several other people had already been waiting in the palace. When they saw the seventh prince appearing, they immediately greeted him and handed over a jade talisman. Come up. Brother Chu, thanks to your help this time, I am very grateful. The seventh prince stood in the small square in front of the hall, bowed to Chu Yan and said, "In the future, when I inherit the Ziwei throne, I will never disappoint Shen Shaogong and Brother Chu. The Ziwei Empire will always be Brother Chu's friend. In addition, here are the Xianchen flower and iron soul wood, but the purple heart fruit is not available on the market due to time constraints, so no problem. It's great to find too." Chu Yan nodded, took the stored jade talisman, and bowed his hands to return the gift. Immediately, without waiting for the seventh prince to answer, he jumped up and rushed into Jiuxiao. This time it took Chu Yan 3 days for the Ziwei secret realm. Not only did he obtain the Ziwei Emperor fruit, but he also broke through the heaven-reaching realm in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also harvested 2 main medicines. Purple heart fruit is the same spiritual herb, but you can start refining Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill. Therefore, he must rush to Blue Wind Ridge as soon as possible. Flying all the way, it took a full 2 hours. Chu Yan finally arrived at Blue Wind Ridge, and lowered his figure among the large ruins. This is a relic of an ancient sect built between 2 mountains. The area is so large that it almost covers the foot of the 3 nearby peaks, with 1,000 feet. Looking around, there are a large number of collapsed buildings stretching for hundreds of miles, and the edge cannot be seen at a glance. Here, there are no tests or entrances to the small world. All the treasures and spiritual herbs are stored in various dilapidated buildings. It depends on everyone's chance to get them. When Chu Yan arrived here, several days had passed since the opening of the North Star secret realm, so the entire Zhongfeng Ridge was full of warriors hunting for treasure. However, unlike other sites of the ruins, the warriors here are extremely polite, and basically there will be no battles due to scrambling for treasures and spiritual herbs. Because this place is famous for the appearance of the spirit grass used in alchemy, so the people who come here are all alchemists from all over the Zhongtian continent. They often exchange pill recipes or trade spirit herbs with each other. Conflict. Chu Yan searched for a long time and gradually became familiar with some alchemists. Moreover, with great luck, he directly used a purple myrtle emperor fruit to exchange it from an alchemist for the purple heart fruit he just found. Chu Yan, who was full of joy, put away the purple heart fruit and walked out of Zhongfeng Ridge directly, preparing to return to the Dan League directly and start refining the elixir. As long as you have the Ziyuan golden pill, believe in your own cultivation, and improve quickly, then you will be more confident in challenging Yifeng. However, when Chu Yan had just rushed out of Zhongfeng Ridge, a group of figures rushed out from the distant sky and stopped Chu Yan. #C854, the strength of the sky. There were about 14 or 5 of these figures, and their personal aura was so strong that they immediately surrounded Chu Yan. Okay? Chu Yan frowned slightly, stopped his figure, his eyes sparked, and looked around at everyone in front of him. When he saw these people clearly, he thought they were from the Black Blood Temple, but he didn't expect that they were the group of warriors he met in the Soul Tower, and even the escaped Kai Tianlei was among them. Boy, hand over everything, or die. Kai Tianlei's eyes were cold, full of greed, staring straight at Chu Yan, with murderous intent overflowing from his body. Thinking of being beaten by Chu Yan last time and fleeing in embarrassment, he couldn't help but bite Chu Yan. I thought that there would be no chance of revenge in a short time, but unexpectedly, the opportunity fell from the sky. The original warriors in front of the Soul Sky Tower found themselves and asked to join forces with them to deal with Chu Yan, and even invited a few other strong men to fight together. Among the dozen or so people here, basically all of them are at the heaven-reaching realm. Together, their strength is astonishing. Boy, hand over that soul tower, and I can let you go. The old man with a thin body and face said coldly. Yes. Hand it over, everything, everything. The extremely majestic young man of the Yaozu shouted loudly, his voice was like a lion's roar. It seems that in the future, I still have to change my face and go out again. Chu Yan shook his head and smiled wryly, not because he was timid to fight, but now, he was eager to rush back to the Dan League to refine the golden elixir, and was blocked by these people for a while, feeling extremely helpless. A group of people who don't know how to live or die have come here, looking for death. Since you want to die, I will help you all. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Yan flipped his big hand, and took out the Haotian sword directly. The sword light flashed, a chill came out, and it surged. What? Hearing the words, more than a dozen strong men were stunned for a moment, unable to react. Before they came, they guessed. Chu Yan might run away, beg for mercy, or call for help, but no one thought that he would dare to be so arrogant when he was surrounded by more than a dozen powerful men of the heaven-reaching realm. This black-robed boy is out of his mind. A martial artist who has cultivated to the heaven transformation realm, even if you have a rare treasure and can freely enter and exit the soul tower, it doesn't mean that you can compete against more than a dozen fighters from the heaven-reaching realm. The invited martial artists of the heaven-reaching realm suddenly laughed angrily and looked at Chu Yan like they were fools. Kai Tianlei also laughed when he heard the words, saying, "Boy, you have guts, you are crazy." However, in his opinion, as long as this Chu Yan doesn't escape, it's okay to let him be arrogant for a while. Humph. Kai Tianlei, you have troubled me again and again. Today, even if you are carrying a small teleportation talisman, you will never escape. Chu Yan sneered, his eyes flickering coldly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Kai Tianlei didn't show any fear. Although he was beaten by Chu Yan last time, he was powerless to fight back, but this time, more than a dozen strong men besieged at the same time. Resisted. Now, you can go to die. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and shot directly. The sword light is like electricity, the five-colored energy gushes out like a tide, and the vast and majestic fusion power, like 10,000 thunders, slashes out continuously. This time, Chu Yan exploded all the power of the first level of the heaven-reaching realm, and did not hold back at all. The 8 inner alchemy in his body were operated to the extreme. The fusion of 5 elements, wrapped in a black and white two-color sword light, pierces the world, cuts through the sky, like a heaven and earth sword, the sword swings the 9 heavens. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen sword glows shot out angrily. In an instant, there was a sudden silence between the heaven and the earth, the wind breathed, the clouds settled, and under the sky, only the bright sword slipped by. What? How can that be? When Kai Tianlei and the others saw the overwhelming sword light that seemed to be able to cut down the sky, they were all terrified and shocked. Tong. Heaven-reaching realm, first-level cultivation base. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's aura erupted, Kai Tianlei, the thin old man, and the young man from the Yaozu were stunned. They never imagined that in just a few days, this young man in black robes had actually broken through the most difficult bottleneck in martial arts cultivation, breaking through from the Huatian realm to the Tongtian realm. Under the sky, sword lights that were as bright as electricity, like 10,000 tsunamis crushing the world, landed in front of a dozen people in the blink of an eye. Break it. Liangyi divine art. Falling 9 heaven saber technique. More than a dozen people were horrified, and they didn't dare to hesitate, they made their moves one after another, all their tricks were played, and all kinds of powerful attacks were launched suddenly, facing Chu Yan's sword light. The heaven and the earth were shaken, the violent fluctuations of true energy stirred up the whole world, the void within 100 miles trembled, and all the air exploded. Boom! 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 The explosion shook the sky, devoured the sky and devoured the earth, continued to explode, and set off monstrous waves, sweeping the world like a shock wave. What? 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 In the rushing air waves, there were screams of screams, and all kinds of stumps and broken arms, blood flying into the sky. with one move, out of a dozen strong men, only 2 of them can stand. Kai Tianlei was covered in dirty blood, the blood in his mouth was mixed with broken internal organs, and his body retreated crazily. The other living person was the tall young man from the Yaozu. Relying on the defensive power of the Yaozu far surpassing that of warriors of the same level, although he was seriously injured and covered in blood, at least he saved his life. How can you be so strong? Kai Tianlei's eyes were round and protruding, his face was full of shock, and he roared like a wild beast. His heart was full of shock, no matter what, he never thought that after only 3 days, Chu Yan's combat power would be more than 5 times stronger. This combat power is completely terrifying. Even if he breaks through to the heaven transformation realm and ascends to the heaven-reaching realm, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. With this move, more than a dozen heaven-reaching realm warriors were beheaded, which made Kai Tianlei completely dumbfounded. Like Kai Tianlei, that young man from the Yaozu was also terrified. However, he turned around and fled immediately, not daring to stop for a moment. He knew very well that if he opposed this person, he would die. Want to leave? Chu Yan squinted slightly, glanced at the background of the Yaozu youth, and slashed out with a sword. Swish! The black and white sword light is shocking, the sword light passes by, the void is completely extinguished, and it cuts straight to the back of the young man of the Yaozu. Roar! Sensing the sword light coming from behind him, the Yaozu youth roared and shook the sky, his whole body swelled against the wind, and directly transformed into a majestic golden battle lion. The 70-foot-tall golden war lion is full of demonic aura, and when he raises his hand, he slaps the sword light with a claw. Turning into the main body, the combat power has been increased by at least 30%, and the monster youths use all their strength to fight with all their strength. The huge lion's paw, as big as a small house, crushed the void, and smashed hard on the colorful black and white sword lights. Boom! Scoff! With a burst of anger, hot animal blood spurted out, and the entire lion's paw was cut off by the sword light. Ho ho ho! Under the pain, the golden warrior lion let out a painful roar, and then, with a flash, he turned around and fled again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Tianlei didn't dare to hesitate, and fled in the opposite direction of the Yaozu youth. This time, he didn't use the small teleportation talisman, relying entirely on his last breath of true energy, he erupted instantly, and his figure was like electricity. Chu Yan looked at them coldly, seeing Kai Tianlei and the Yaozu youth fleeing at the same time, he couldn't help sneering, this time, he will not give them any chance at all. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. Chu Yan directly released the Suzaku martial soul, and the huge divine bird rose like a golden sun, illuminating the entire sky. #C855 One more level. The mighty power of Suzaku's martial soul poured out, sweeping the world, trembling in all directions. If it was in the past, Chu Yan's Suzaku Dihua would probably be difficult to deal with Kai Tianlei and Kai Tianlei, because the difference in cultivation base is too great. But now, the two of them were seriously injured, with blood flowing from their bodies, and they wanted to escape from Chu Yan's hands, which was simply a dream. The Suzaku martial soul hovered in the air for a week, and under the guidance of Chu Yan's divine sense, it continued to spew out 2 balls of colorful emperor fire, covering the 2 people who were fleeing separately. Swish! Swish! The 2 balls of fire, like meteors from the sky, rushed to Kai Tianlei and the Yaozu youth in an instant. Roar! The golden war lion let out a roar that shook the sky, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. No! Kai Tianlei's face was full of shock, his face was ashes. The moment Emperor Hua approached him, he already felt that he was finished. The strength of the flame power was simply not something Xiongzai could resist. Call! Call! Suzaku Dihua collided with the 2 of them respectively, and the fireball exploded immediately, completely devouring their bodies. Ah! Roar! The screams were extremely miserable, and the pain of the Emperor's fire, like 10,000 ants, was melting not only the body, but also the soul and consciousness at the same time. That feeling was like being a snowman in the sun, constantly melting. Kai Tianlei and the others in particular were already seriously injured, with countless wounds on their bodies, and their poor protective qi could not withstand the burning of the Emperor's fire at all. After only holding on for less than 3 breaths, the Suzaku Emperor's fire broke through the wound and invaded the two of them. In vivo. Chu Yan, have mercy. Kai Tianlei's face was full of horror, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a trapped animal, begging for mercy from Chu Yan. Roar. Chu Yan, spare my life, I would like to swear an oath to be loyal to you and never betray you. The gigantic golden battle lion rolled crazily on the ground cracked, sand and stones flew up, roaring desperately, begging for the only chance to survive. Allegiance to me. Heard that? Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved. This young man of the monster race has reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm, and he is of the blood of the golden warrior lion. Among the monsters and spirit beasts, he is considered a very good blood. However, after pondering for a while, Chu Yan still shook his head and gave up the idea of subduing him, because, last time in Jiuxiao Palace, he heard Elder Qing Yun say that there are not many other things in Jiuxiao Palace. The Shozong demon, there are hundreds of beasts, each of which is stronger than the monster youth in front of him, and in terms of loyalty, there is absolutely no problem. Sorry, you. I don't like it. Chu Yan shrugged and said lightly. The next moment, the whole body's true energy gushed out like a tide, and the two groups of fire wrapped around Kai Tianlei, and the Yaozu youth erupted instantly. Amidst the extremely miserable screams, one person and one beast slowly turned into ashes and disappeared completely. Immediately, 2 groups of pure qi, blood and true qi were infused into Chu Yan's body through the Suzaku martial soul. At the same time, Kai Tianlei's huge martial soul was also collected by Chu Yan in the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts. Now, as long as Chu Yan kills, he will try to collect the opponent's martial soul. Nearly 100 different spirits. Afterwards, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, slowly running the Rakshasa promise, rapidly refining 2 incomparably majestic qi, blood and true qi, which are the whole body qi and blood of 2 warriors around the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, transformed. Although both of them were seriously injured, and their qi and blood were lost, the qi hai nei dan and the physical body were basically intact, so the loss was not too great. In addition, they were burnt alive by Emperor Suzaku, so the refined qi, the blood, is extremely rich. Soon, when Chu Yan opened his eyes and got up slowly, his cultivation base improved again. From the early stage of the 1st level of the Tongtian realm to the middle stage of the 1st level of the Tongtian realm, a small realm has been raised. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to improve the cultivation level of this heaven-reaching realm. Feeling the changes in his cultivation, Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head, and murmured. He didn't expect that the blood and true energy transformed by the 2 powerhouses who were around the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm after they were burned to refine qi would only raise him by a small realm. Originally, according to his estimation, at least 2 small realms. However, Chu Yan also knows that it is absolutely impossible for other martial artists in the Tongtian realm to improve their cultivation base in a small realm without 3 to 5 years, but just now, in less than 10 breaths, he has raised a realm, already considered lightning speed. Soon, everything around returned to calm, and there was no one else except Chu Yan. Swish! Swish! With a quick call, more than a dozen stored jade talismans flew over and fell into Chu Yan's palm. After collecting more than a dozen jade talismans into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan looked at a mountain peak 10 miles away to the left. After Chu Yan left, there were only flesh and blood corpses all over the ground, and 2 inconspicuous ashes. Afterwards, on the mountain peak 10 miles away on the left, a series of figures flew over. There were 12 or 13 people in this group, all of them looked at the surrounding ground with horror on their faces. Is that Chu Yan? Monster. Absolute monster. It's too scary. With a cultivation base of the 9th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, you actually have such terrifying combat power. It's a good thing I didn't listen to those idiots. To be an enemy of this kind of evildoer, isn't it courting death? Kai Tianlei is a genius on Heoxiandabang, he is, only one move. This person is definitely a heaven-defying talent. That's right, judging from this situation, the Black Blood Temple offered a reward to him, so there probably won't be any good results. A group of people looked at the corpses all over the ground, and regretted it in their hearts. If they started to listen to the suggestions of these minced meat owners on the ground and come together to kill Chu Yan, I am afraid that now, like them, they would directly become a pile of minced meat, or ash. Everyone's pupils constricted, their hearts were filled with horror, and they kept rejoicing that they didn't make a move just now, and chose to wait and see. One decision was the difference between life and death. Chu Yan flew all the way, without any hesitation, and went directly towards the exit of Northern Star Secret Realm. Chu Yan is now very familiar with this Northern Star Secret Realm, and he can easily find the direction. After flying for 2 hours, Chu Yan arrived at the exit of the Secret Realm. The huge eye of the sky stretches between the sky and the earth, and it looks like a fierce beast with a bloody mouth, which makes people feel chilly. Up to now, there are still a large number of warriors entering and exiting the Eye of Heaven and the Secret Realm of the North Star. Chu Yan didn't stop, his figure was like lightning, and he rushed directly into the eyes of the sky. After leaving the Northern Star Secret Realm, Chu Yan used Situ Yang's secret skills, changed his appearance and aura, and rushed towards the Donming's location like lightning. Now, there is nothing more important than refining the Ziyuan Tianyang golden pill. In particular, Chu Yan burned corpses and refined qi to raise a small realm. Although the speed is very fast, it is obviously inferior to the effect of Tianyang golden pill. Up. Flying all the way without stopping, after a day, Chu Yan finally returned to Danming. C856 Open the furnace for alchemy. After returning to Danming, Chu Yan released Huang Fuxian, and the two found Xuanhuan one after the other, arranged a room, and settled Huang Fuxian. After chatting casually with Zhang Tian, Chu Yan accepted the materials of the Crossing Air Golden Pill, prepared by Zhang Tian, and prepared to refine them together. After returning to the room, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to start refining the elixir, but operated the Raksha Wuji divine art to consolidate his cultivation. After I broke through to the heaven-reaching realm, I didn't have time to consolidate my breakthrough cultivation base. If it took too long, it would be extremely detrimental to the subsequent improvement of cultivation base. Therefore, Chu Yan recorded the alchemy formula of Tianyang Ziyuan Golden Pill in the Sea of Knowledge, studied it repeatedly, and at the same time practiced the Raksha Wuji divine art to consolidate his cultivation. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. In the past 3 days, Chu Yan not only consolidated his cultivation level in the middle stage of the first layer of Tongtian realm, but also repaired the physical damage caused by using the backwater Jiu in the early stage. At present, Chu Yan's strength has recovered nearly 90%, and the essence and blood in his body have also recovered more than 80%, and there is no longer any impact. Immediately, Chu Yan took out the prescription of the Dai-Er Jin Dan given to him by Zhang Tian and checked it. This kind of golden elixir is a one-time consumption of golden elixir, and its biggest effect is to strengthen one's physical strength by 3 times within 10 breaths. However, the effect of the whole golden elixir is only 10 breaths. Once the time passed, the effect of the golden elixir would turn into nothingness. However, within this 10-breath period, the physical body will be strengthened 3 times, and the certainty of resisting God's punishment and catastrophe will be much greater. Zhan Tian hides the Zhan family's ancient skybreaking dragon martial soul. This kind of martial soul is the same as Yuer's bloodline martial soul. After the first awakening, you can't see its strength at all. After awakening for the first time, after resisting the God's punishment and heavenly tribulation, its strength can truly reflect the horror of the 10-star martial spirit. And this is exactly the reason why Padian has been staying in the Dan League. The Dewy Golden Pill, also known as the Hunmo Damaged Heaven Golden Pill, has a total of 2,700 elixir plants, of which more than 300 are celestial-level spirit herbs, all of which are spirit herbs other than the attributes of the 5 elements, and their medicinal properties are very similar. In the process of refining, it is more than 10 times more difficult than ordinary heavenly spirit grass. To refine this kind of elixir, one must have a top-grade elixir furnace, a combination of alchemy and martial arts, and an elixir fire of more than 3 colors of true fire. The 3 must be wrong, otherwise, the success rate of alchemy may not even reach 100%. Zhan Tian stayed in Danmeng for almost 5 years. He found several powerful alchemists from the Alchemy Alliance, and refined no less than 5 furnaces, but none of them succeeded. Therefore, now, he puts all his hopes on Chu Yan. This time, Zhan Tian provided Chu Yan with a total of 2 copies of the spirit grass material of Hun Mo de Tian Jin Dan. That is 4 golden pills. However, in the hands of ordinary alchemists, this Shantian golden pill does not even have a 10% success rate. Therefore, this time, even if only 1 Shantian golden pill is refined, Zhan Tian will be able to satisfied. As for the main medicine of Tianyang Ziyuan pill, the 4 materials of Tongxian stone, purple heart fruit, iron soul wood and Zakenua, plus other heaven-level spiritual herbs, Chu Yan can at least gather the materials of 4 furnaces of golden pill. The main reason is that there are too few purple heart fruits, only 4 pieces, and Chu Yan basically does not lack other materials. There are still too few materials, and there is still a lack of some heavenly spirit grass. We can only try refining a furnace first. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, pondered for a long time, and shook his head helplessly. The alchemists in Wuhun continent spend at least 80% of their lives looking for various alchemy formulas and spiritual herbs. The time for real alchemy is probably not even 20%. This is why golden alchemy is so precious. Especially for golden elixir, the materials needed are more precious and rare, and it is extremely difficult to find them. After making up his mind, Chu Yan didn't hesitate anymore, and directly took out the Tianwen 9 Remnants furnace, summoned Suzaku Emperor Fire, and fired it out of the furnace. Call. The Tianwen 9 Remnants furnace was instantly ignited by colorful flames, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. Swish. 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 More than 1,000 elixir plants were waved by Chu Yan and floated in mid-air. In the first batch, Chu Yan chose to refine the Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill. It is much more difficult to refine, and there are fewer materials. Finally, I took a quick look at the formula of Tianyang golden pill, and immediately, a faint 5-color true energy overflowed from Chu Yan's body. With a sudden rub, 1/3 of the heavenly spirit grass was turned into medicinal herbs and thrown into the Tianwen 9 residual furnace. Call. When the medicine powder was put into the furnace, Chu Yan's face immediately turned cold, and he quickly activated his true energy to raise the temperature in the furnace. The large wave of medicine powder was burned and melted instantly in the furnace, turning into a pool of medicine liquid, swimming slowly. Iron soul wood, Washington flower and purple heart fruit. Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked at the main medicine of the 3 flavors, raised his hand, and carefully put it into the furnace. These 3 main medicines cannot be directly kneaded into medicinal powder with shenqi, they must be slowly refined by furnace fire, and the control of the temperature of the fire is so accurate that it is outrageous. In just 10 breaths, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Chu Yan's forehead, his whole body was tense, and his spiritual consciousness was activated to the extreme, sensing the temperature changes in every corner of the furnace. Fortunately, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong, far surpassing martial artists and alchemists of the same level, so although it is extremely difficult, he can barely support it. Half an hour later, the main medicine of the 3 flavors was successfully refined into a liquid medicine, which will slowly merge with the initial liquid medicine. At this time, Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, his tense body instantly relaxed, and suddenly I felt dizzy for a while, and my body shook slightly. Scary. Unexpectedly, the refining of the second-rank golden elixir is more than 10 times more difficult than the first-rank golden elixir. Chu Yan looked at the medicinal liquid that was gently turned in the furnace, and muttered to himself with lingering fear. Below is the Tongxian stone. Looking up at the Tongxian fruit floating in the air, the outer skin of the whole fruit is as crystal clear as a spar. It really looks like an ordinary spar. However, Chu Yan knew very well that this Tongxian fruit was the most difficult to refine among all the spiritual grass materials because of its hard appearance. Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, took out a bottle of recovery pill, swallowed it, and quickly recovered his true energy. According to Chu Yan's estimation, it would take at least an hour for this Tongxian fruit to be completely refined. For an entire hour, maintaining a constant furnace temperature not only consumes a lot of true energy, but also consumes a huge amount of spiritual consciousness. Call. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan threw the Tongxian fruit into the furnace, sat cross-legged in front of the furnace, and began to refine the Tongxian fruit. As the main medicine, Tongxian fruit is also the foundation of the young pill. As long as the refining is smooth, it can be directly formed into a young pill. However, according to the alchemy records of the Tianyang golden pill, in the process of refining Tongxian fruit, all the remaining auxiliary spirit herbs must be refined at the same time. Therefore, the process of refining Tongxian fruit will be the key to determine whether this furnace of Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill can become a pill. #C857 Muddy Demon Heaven Damages Golden Elixir. Outside Chu Yan's room, Zhang Tian was very nervous, guarding carefully, not letting anyone disturb Chu Yan. He is very clear that Chu Yan's retreat this time is to refine elixir, and he is refining 2 second-order golden elixirs at a time. He has never seen such alchemy in the 5 years of the alchemy. However, Zhang Tian has an inexplicable trust in Chu Yan in his heart. He believes that Chu Yan can definitely do it. Time passed by little, Zhang Tian stayed outside the room, turning his head from time to time to hear if there was any movement in the room, and his mind became more and more nervous. It turns out that when there is no hope, Zhang Tian is not so nervous, because every time he collects materials and finds those alchemists of the Alchemy League to refine them, he knows that he will definitely fail in all likelihood, so he guessed the result after that. The waiting process is not so painful. But now, when Chu Yan appeared in front of him, there were not only Tianwen 9 residual furnaces and Dihua, but also a golden alchemist who cultivated both alchemy and martial arts. The only thing missing is experience. Under such circumstances, strong expectations arose in Zhang Tian's heart, and every breath of time now was like a torment to him. In the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his whole body was dripping with sweat. Up to now, all the spiritual herbs have been put into the alchemy furnace, and Tongxian fruit is suspended in the alchemy furnace, and the outer skin shows no sign of melting. An hour has passed, which is very different from Chu Yan's prediction. I don't believe it, it can't be refined. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his consciousness swept across the Tongxian fruit in the furnace, and he thought to himself. From Tianyang to Yuanzhengdan, the relationship between the success of the refining process lies in the key to the transformation of Tong Xuanhuan into the young pill. But what Chu Yan did not expect is that the fire resistance of Tong Xuanhuan far exceeds his own. Imagine. Could it be that for other alchemists, it takes about 10 days to refine a golden elixir? Chu Yan shook his head, got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart, immersed himself in the refinement of Tongxian fruit with all his concentration. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 3 hours passed. The outer skin of Tongxian fruit finally melted, and the moment the whole fruit body melted, the rich fruit fragrance permeated the whole room, which made Chu Yan, who was struggling to support, feel refreshed. Within 4 hours, Chu Yan swallowed 2 bottles of rejuvenation pill in order to maintain continuous true energy and keep the temperature of the pill furnace constant. Chu Yan couldn't imagine how many pills to restore true energy that other alchemists had to swallow when refining golden pills. Because ordinary alchemists have weak true qi, and they can't compare with Chu Yan, who is a double cultivator of alchemy and martial arts. The melted Tongxian fruit turned into a pool of transparent medicinal liquid, which quickly merged into the original medicinal liquid in the pill furnace, and soon, a completely transparent young pill continued to solidify and quickly formed. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were wide open, bloodshot eyes were constantly bursting out, and the veins on his forehead were wriggling like earthworms. The condensation of the young pill is related to the final pill. Chu Yan did not dare to be careless, and even the rapid consumption of true energy has exceeded 50%, and he did not dare to separate the divine sense to take out the recovery pill, to restore the true energy. At this time it was the time when Qian Jun was about to send out, even a slightly heavy breath could lead to the destruction of the alchemy furnace. Soon, soon, soon. Chu Yan stared at the alchemy furnace of the coffin, so he was too nervous, his fists were clenched, but he didn't dare to move his body. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise exploded from the alchemy furnace, and the lid of the coffin's alchemy furnace was directly overturned. At the same time, a cloud of black smoke rose from the furnace, and the burnt smell diffused, causing Chu Yan's heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. It's over. Standing up suddenly, and rushing out with a stride, Chu Yan poked his head and looked into the furnace. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a pool of black ash, making Chu Yan's whole body cold and disappointed. It still failed. I didn't expect that the true energy was consumed so much. Just at the moment when the young pill was formed, Chu Yan's true energy dropped to 30%, which made Chu Yan suddenly feel a sense of weakness. It was this momentary change that made his consciousness tremble slightly, which directly led to Dan abandoned furnace destroyed. In the sea of qi of ordinary warriors, there will always be a minimum of 30% of the true qi. If it is lower than 30%, the spiritual consciousness will suddenly weaken, and this phenomenon is called the bottom line of combat power by warriors. But just now, Chu Yan was lucky, but when his true energy bottomed out, he fell short. Again, I don't believe it. Gritting his teeth hard, Chu Yan waved his hand again, and a large piece of spiritual grass came out of the air. This time, Chu Yan did not refine the Tianyang golden pill, but chose Doer pill. The Shantong stone of Tianyang golden pill is too difficult to refine, not only requires a strong spiritual sense, but also requires too much true energy. Relatively speaking, Doer pill only requires pill fire, pill furnace, and spiritual consciousness. These rigid conditions, it will be much easier. Outside the room. When Zhang Tian heard a loud bang, his body trembled in fright, and he looked nervously at the door of the room. After staring for a long time, I didn't see Chu Yan coming out, which made Zhang Tian, who was full of anxiety, feel even more tormented. However, Zhang Tian didn't dare to knock on the door to ask. He knew that when alchemists were refining alchemy, they would most refrain from being disturbed by others. In desperation, Zhang Tian could only continue to wait. In the room, Chu Yan has reopened the furnace, and the fire is raging. There are more than 1,000 spiritual grasses floating in front of me, among which there are more than 300 celestial-level spiritual grasses, all of which do not have the attributes of the 5 elements. Although it is troublesome to temper, as long as you are careful, it is only a matter of time. While waving his hands, Chu Yan first put the ordinary spirit grass into the furnace, and it turned into liquid medicine very smoothly. The second step is to increase the temperature of the furnace and refine the heavenly spirit grass in batches. Time passed slowly. This time, Chu Yan was extremely careful and swallowed 3 bottles of recovery pill. His heart was thick, and the speed of recovery far exceeded the speed of consumption. As each plant of heaven-level spirit grass was refined, the volume of the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace became larger and larger. It took a very long time to temper 305 element spirit grass, because Chu Yan was extra cautious and did not dare to be careless, otherwise, he would repeat the mistakes of the previous furnace. Time flies. Chu Yan sits in front of the alchemy furnace for 3 hours. Boom! There was a bang in the Xuanhuan 9 residual furnace, and the furnace cover flipped, and a streamer of 5 colors, like colored lightning, flew out and hovered in the room. The evil magic damages the golden pill, and the pill is successful. Seeing the multicolored elixirs hovering in the air, Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of ecstasy. Unexpectedly, this doer pill was refined into Qingdan in the first furnace, which was much smoother than the Tianyang golden pill. However, the fly in the ointment is that originally one material could refine 2 alchemy pills, but now, only 1 pill is produced, and the alchemy rate is only 50%. This is also the lowest rate of alchemy since Chu Yan refined the pill once. The release of this second-rank golden alchemy dameable heaven pill also means that Chu Yan's alchemy rank has risen to the second-rank golden alchemist. #C858 Return to 9 secluded palaces. Chu Yan smiled all over his face, turned out his handprints, and led the purple demon-damaged heaven golden pill in midair, and put it into the jade bottle. Immediately, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, did not continue refining, directly put away the Tianwen 9 remnants furnace, and walked out of the room. After opening the furnace twice in a row to refine the second-order golden elixir, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was greatly consumed. Now, he is almost mentally depressed, and it is impossible to continue to open the furnace. Whether it is a warrior or an alchemist, it is impossible to use pills and other foreign objects to supplement the recovery of the consumption of spiritual consciousness. It can only rely on rest, time and recovery. Therefore, Chu Yan decided to wait for the spiritual consciousness to recover before continuing to refine. Otherwise, the next batch would have no chance of becoming a pill, and it would be a complete waste of materials. Creak. After closing the door of the room for a whole day and night, it was gently opened. Hearing the sound, Zhang Tian turned around suddenly, looked at Chu Yan nervously, clenched his fists tightly, his bloodshot eyes were as big as a bull's eye, stared at Chu Yan tightly, his lips trembling uncontrollably, asked. How is it? Seeing Zhang Tian's nervous expression, Chu Yan shook his head lightly, and said with a smile. The first furnace failed. Hearing this, Zhang Tian's body shook violently, his tense body softened instantly, and a deep look of disappointment rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that Chu Yan, who possessed the top-grade alchemy furnace and emperor fire, and the capital of both alchemy and martial arts, still failed to refine successfully. Thinking about it, it would be so difficult. From this point of view, is it really hopeless to break the seal of Wuhun? Seeing the disappointed look on Zhang Tian's face, Chu Yan raised his mouth, flipped his big hand, took out a jade bottle, handed it to Zhang Tian, and said. However, the second furnace was a success. Boom. When the voice fell to the ground, it sounded like a thunderbolt. Zhang Tian's body trembled violently, he raised his head suddenly, and stared at Chu Yan and the jade bottle in his hand, his face flushed with horror. This. Tongue-tied in battle. He couldn't speak clearly, his voice trembling. The Tianyang golden pill refined in the first furnace failed. The second furnace, the dewy pill, succeeded. But unfortunately, only one was produced in one furnace, but I am sure to produce 2 in the next furnace. Chu Yan put the jade bottle into Zhang Tian's trembling hands, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "This elixir can only guarantee 10 breaths of time. You'd better collect some more materials, and I'll help you refine a few furnaces. In that case, your chances of resisting God's punishment will be much higher. Your martial soul is a 10-star martial soul inherited from the ancient blood. Once awakened for the second time, the catastrophe will never last for only 10 breaths. Therefore, I will go out for a few days and wait for me to come back." After saying that, Chu Yan crossed the completely rigid Zhang Tian and strode out. Behind him, Zhang Tian held the jade bottle in his hand, and he was completely dumbfounded. In the sea of consciousness, the turbulent waves could not calm down for a long time. "Success, it is done. It's really refined." For nearly 5 years, Zhang Tian stayed in the Alchemy Alliance and found 5 golden alchemists including the master of the Alchemy Alliance. None of them could refine this doer pill. As a second-rank golden elixir, Doer Dan is really special. If it was an ordinary second-rank golden elixir, it might have succeeded long ago. However, because Doer pill is to resist the catastrophe, its function is single, and few people refine it. In addition, the hard conditions are too harsh, and the 3 conditions are indispensable, so Zhang Tian spent 5 years. No success either. Unexpectedly, today, Chu Yan started refining for the first time and he succeeded. Moreover, as far as he said, it seems to be very sure. Of course Zhang Tian knows that if he wants to break the seal of Wuhun, the heavenly tribulation will definitely be a big deal. The more doer pills the better, but you also need to be able to refine them. This Chu Yan not only has a perverted talent in martial arts, but also a perverted talent in alchemy. Great! Great! I can finally lift the Wuhun seal. In Nuada's Alchemy Alliance, Zhang Tian's roar shook the entire tower. After leaving Danmeng, Chu Yan and Huang Fuxian soared into the sky and flew towards the central region. Huang Fuxian practiced in the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts for several days, and broke through to the 5th heaven of Huatian realm. Chu Yan was going to take him back to the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and formally accept the inheritance of Xianshui Palace, one of the 9 palaces. In addition, in order to prepare for the battle with Yi Feng, Chu Yan wanted to go back to Jiuxiao Palace to see if he could find some spiritual treasures to improve his strength. According to the guidance of the Raksha order, Chu Yan flew all the way towards a hidden place in the central territory, which was the only entrance to the secret realm of Qianlong in the Zhongtian continent. After flying for a full day and a half, Chu Yan arrived at the border between Zhongtian continent's central region and right region, rushed into a mountain range, and rushed all the way in the endless forest. After walking for about an hour, Chu Yan came to a small black lake. This black lake is where the entrance of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is located, and the void passage is hidden on the surface of the lake. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out and spread around the black lake. In less than 10 breaths, it spread out for hundreds of miles. This is the entrance to the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, so be careful not to let any outsiders discover it. After investigation, Chu Yan determined that there were no traces of people within 100 miles, and then took out the Rakshasa order. Infused with true energy, the Raksha order suddenly lit up a ray of black light, shooting towards the surface of the black lake. Boom, boom. Under the brilliance of black light, the void on the lake suddenly vibrated, and ripples spread out layer by layer, and then, a huge void crack 10 feet high, like a black portal, slowly opened. Through this rift in the void, one can vaguely see a large area of mountains, rivers, and forests, as well as the black ocean and white palaces floating in the sky. That is Jiuxiao Palace. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was overjoyed. As long as he found the right place, he could enter and leave Jiuxiao Palace at any time in the Zhongtian continent. Swish! Chu Yan withdrew the Rakshasa order, turned his head and summoned Huang Fuxian, then jumped up and flew towards the crack in the void. With the disappearance of Chu Yan and Huang Fuxian, the cracks in the void above the Black Lake slowly closed. In Qianlong's secret realm, Chu Yan and Huang Fuxian flew for more than an hour, and finally landed on the Bayou Square in front of Jiuxiao Palace. On the Bayou Square, there is a powerful air-forbidden spirit array. Under suppression, it is no longer possible to fly in the air. Haha, finally back. Standing on the Bayou Square, Chu Yan looked at the group of white palaces on the heights and laughed out loud. Although Chu Yan had come back before, this time it was quite different. This time, according to the agreement with Elder Qing Yun, Chu Yan entered the Jiuxiao Palace from the entrance of the Zhongtian continent. Therefore, the next step is to let the Raksha Soul Tianzong officially rebuild the mountain gate. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Chu Yan landed, there were a few piercing sounds in the distance, and 9 tall incarnation spirit beasts flew over quickly and stood in front of Chu Yan. Among the 9 spirit beasts, the leaders are the Bull Demon, He Xiao and Bai Xiao. #C8594 Treasures. Sovereign, you are back. See the Sovereign. See the Sovereign. After the Bull Demon spoke, several incarnations of spirit beasts bowed one after another and saluted Chu Yan with an extremely respectful attitude. Seniors, please be polite. Chu Yan smiled and returned politely. He would not despise the other party just because he was a spirit beast. In particular, Chu Yan and Dangdang have a very deep relationship, and Chu Yan feels kind to the spirit beast. Unexpectedly, the suzerain has reached the cultivation level of the sky. Congratulations, suzerain. Niao Mo stared at Chu Yan in surprise, and after careful inspection, his face was full of smiles. Chu Yan shook his head and said with a light smile, Elder Qing Yun is here. Hearing the words, Niao Mo was startled for a moment, and then said, Sect Master, Elder Qing Yun, took all the sect's affiliations, walked through the void passage, and went to the ruins of the sects 100,000 years ago, saying that he wanted to find something. The remains of the Zoman 100,000 years ago. When the Zoman fell, didn't it become ruins? Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled and asked. That's right. There are basically no intact buildings, but Elder Qing Yun said that that thing is extremely important and must be found. The Bull Demon replied. Then there's no need for everyone to go. Chu Yan was speechless. The tribe he brought back last time, as well as everyone in the Lingtian sect, added up to no less than 50,000 people. Even if he went back to the former site of the Luocha Yuntian sect to find things, it would not take 50,000 people. The suzerain doesn't know that the site of the sect occupies a relatively large area. Even if it is the current owner of the sect, it may be more difficult. The Bull Demon replied. Bigger? How big? Chu Yan was stunned, and asked suspiciously. The largest sect he had ever seen was the Jiuling Xiantian sect, which was only within 1,000 miles. For 50,000 people, it doesn't take half a day. It takes at most half a day to search with spiritual sense. Even if you use your eyes to search a little bit, 10 days and a half months are enough. Reporting to the suzerain, the Raksha 10 heavens have a total range of 300 million miles. Bull Demon replied. Hiss. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he gasped suddenly. 300 million miles. Raksha Soul Tianzong, the former site of the sect 100,000 years ago, has a range of 300 million miles. What kind of concept is this? Even the extreme north continent is only within 1 billion miles, and the Raksha Soul Sky sect is equivalent to 1/3 of the area of the extreme north continent. This is too exaggerated. Sovereign, my Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, the Mountain Gate 100,000 years ago has 10 small worlds, called the 10 Heavens of Rakshasa. The first level is the largest, and the last level is the smallest. Altogether, It is about 300 million miles away. Area. This time Elder Qing Yun went back to the Zonman ruins, just to find and rebuild the 99 timespace altars of the 10 heavens. The bull demon explained carefully. I see. Chu Yan nodded, then shook his head again, with a slight disappointment on his face. Coming back this time, Chu Yan is going to do two things. One is to let Huang Fuxian inherit Xianshui Palace, one of the 9 palaces, and the other is to get some treasures to improve his own strength, so that he can be more confident when fighting Yifeng. Huang Fuxian can stay in Jiuxiao Palace and wait for Elder Qing Yun to come back, but if he wants to get the treasures in Jiuxiao Palace without Elder Qing Yun, there is basically no hope. He is only a preliminary suzerain right now, and he cannot fully control the Jiuxiao Palace until he has collected 2 Rakshasa tokens. Sovereign, when Elder Qing Yun left, he thought that the suzerain might return to the sect, so he made some preparations. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Niao Mo hurriedly said, "Please come with me, suzerain." Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the bull demon and other spirit beasts brought Chu Yan and Huang Fuxian into the Jiuxiao Palace, walked through the palace all the way, and arrived at a large hall. This hall, named Raksha Wuji Temple, is the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace. It is located at the core of the whole Jiuxiao Palace, supporting the entire hall. On each jade pillar, there is a faint spiritual power of the 9 attributes, which is magnificent. Here, it was the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect Master's main hall. Above the high throne, it was the golden seat of the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect Master. Sect Master, when Elder Qing Yun returns, I believe that our sect can officially rebuild the mountain gate. 9 spirit beasts stood beside the hall, and the bull demon spoke excitedly. Not bad. I will find a suitable location as soon as possible and rebuild the mountain gate. Chu Yan nodded, with a solemn expression, slowly turned his head, and looked at the golden throne not far away. His eyes flickered. Once the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is born, what will happen to him? How will the major sect forces on the Zhongtian continent react? Can you lay the foundation and stand firm? These Chu Yan are not very clear. Therefore, Chu Yan feels that he has a great responsibility and must improve his strength as soon as possible. When all his 5 gods and beasts grow up, he believes that no one in the entire Haotian continent dares to disobey him. At that time all doubts and worries will disappear in smoke. Ox Demon, what did Elder Qing Yun prepare before he left? Chu Yan turned back slowly, looked at the 9 spirit beasts in front of him, and asked softly. These 9 spirit beasts are the current town spirit beasts of the 9 palaces. Each spirit beast has 9 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, heaven, yin and yang. It can be said that it is currently the strongest fighting force in the 9 palaces. Jiugong Affairs, training the Jiugong disciples, brought back by Chu Yan. Hearing this, the bull demon moved his majestic body lightly, and with a wave of his hand, several objects suddenly burst out of the air and floated in front of Chu Yan. There are 4 pieces of these items, namely a yuan jade plate, a light gray jade bottle, a white long sword, and a black robe. The bull demon took a step forward, walked to the front of the 4 items, and introduced, Sovereign, in this primordial stone slab, there is a sword technique of the highest grade on the earth level. Elder Qing Yun said that this sword technique can match the Raksha Wuji divine art, the most suitable for the current suzerain cultivation. And in this jade bottle, there are 9 drops of Rakshasa's blood essence, which can help the suzerain temper the Rakshasa's body. This long white sword is called the 10 Absolute Sword, and it is a heaven-reaching 8-star spirit sword. This black robe, called Suatian robe, is made by merging the 9 elements of the sky. It cannot be invaded by water or fire, nor can it be hurt by swords. It has extremely powerful defense. Hearing the introduction from Niao Mo, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly, but he didn't expect that Elder Qing Yun's preparation was exactly what he needed urgently. A ground-level high-grade swordsmanship, a bottle of refined blood for tempering the body, a heaven-reaching 8-star spirit sword, and a robe to defend against terror. With these things, Chu Yan's combat power will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Chu Yan's eyes were as bright as stars, and he glanced at the 4 treasures in front of him. His face was full of joy. He strode out, and raised his hand to grab the black robe. #C8 69th House Heir. This is an ink-colored robe, soft to the touch, with a slight icy breath. Black stars are embroidered on the robe. It is difficult to find without looking closely. This locking robe, according to the rank of Lingbao, what kind of spirit treasure is it? Chu Yan looked at the Shijue robe, and asked, besides the Xianshui shield, he has no other powerful defense methods or spiritual treasures, and this thing is just what he wants. Reporting to the suzerain, this robe can be regarded as a 9-star spirit treasure of the heaven-reaching rank, the highest rank spirit treasure below the respectable state. The bull devil replied. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect the quality of this Suatian robe to be so high. With this heaven-locking robe, it shouldn't be a big problem to fight against ordinary powerhouses of the heaven-reaching realm. Immediately, Chu Yan put away the Suatian robe, glanced across, looked at the white long sword, stretched out his hand, and picked it up. Clang! Infused with Chu Yan's true energy, he drew his sword out of its sheath, and in an instant, a wave of extremely sharp sword power filled the entire hall in an instant. Good sword! Chu Yan's sword intent was surging all over his body, and his face was full of joy. This sword is not as good as the Haoyan sword with its spirit, but it is many times stronger than his other long sword of the heaven transformation realm. Carefully put away the 10 swords, Chu Yan took the jade bottle containing the blood of Rakshasa demon, and put it away together. Elder Qingyun also gave Chu Yan the blood essence of Rakshasa demon lord before. It is the best tempering thing for his Rakshasa demon body. In the end, Chu Yan took the sword manual, opened it and began to study it. The local high-grade sword art is called Wuji sword art, and it is divided into 3 volumes. The more Chu Yan read it, the more pleasantly surprised he was. According to the law records, even after finishing the first book, the power of one's swordsmanship will be more than doubled. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan quickly put the sword technique into the Rakshasa space, with a chuckle all over his face. This time, the harvest is huge. Thank you, seniors. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said with a smile. Sovereign, these spiritual treasures and martial arts are originally better. However, the current cultivation level of the suzerain is a bit low. However, Elder Qingyun has arranged for the suzerain to use martial arts and spiritual treasures for each level. As long as the suzerain's cultivation base improves, he can come to Elder Qingyun at any time to obtain stronger spiritual treasures and martial arts. The bull demon cupped his hands and reported. Chu Yan nodded when he heard the words, and his heart was full of surprises. His previous spirit treasures and martial arts were all obtained by himself in the ruins or secret realms, and he had to fight his way through 9 deaths. Now, they are so easy to obtain. Sure enough, there is still the support of the sect, and the strength improves faster. Seniors, I don't know if there are any treasures related to golden alchemists in the sect. Like pill formulas and spiritual herbs? Chu Yan pondered for a while, thinking that he was still refining the golden elixir, so he asked. Hearing the words, several spirit beasts looked at each other and shook their heads. Among the 9 spirit beasts, a spirit beast wearing a stone armor said, Sovereign, our Huda Palace is in charge of alchemy affairs, but the Dikuan Palace was the most damaged in the battle 100,000 years ago, so. Hearing this, Chu Yan sighed slightly, feeling a little disappointed. Thick Earth Palace. Chu Yan's expression froze, thinking of the North Star secret realm. At this moment, the 9 spirit beasts stepped forward at the same time and asked Chu Yan. Sovereign, I don't know, is there any progress in the matter of inheritors from the 9 palaces? These spirit beasts all had heavy responsibilities. Knowing that the Rakshasa soul Tianzong would be born soon, they were eager to find the heirs of the 9 palaces so as to revive the former prestige of the palaces as soon as possible, so they asked questions one after another. After all, Chu Yan is the reserve suzerain, and the heirs of the 9 palaces and the palace masters can only be appointed by him. Heir of the 9 palaces. I found one, and I have some clues about a few more, so I brought one here today. Chu Yan chuckled when he heard Fang, and then called Huang Fuxian in from outside the hall, and stood in front of the 9 spirit beasts. As soon as Huang Fuxian appeared, the 9 spirit beasts immediately cast their fiery gazes on him. Huang Fuxian was a quasi-disciple of the Luocha soul Tianzong before, so the 9 spirit beasts naturally had some impressions of him. In Xia Huangfu's day, I met several seniors. Under Chu Yan's signal, Huang Fuxian hurriedly bowed and said, "Haha, good, I didn't expect the suzerain to let you become the successor of Jiugong, that's great." Niao Mo smiled and nodded. He was satisfied with Huang Fuxian's talent. Then he asked Chu Yan. "I don't know the suzerain, but decided to let him accept the inheritance of that palace. Huang Fuxian has a congenital water physique, so I want him to accept the inheritance of Xianshui Palace." "I don't know, seniors, what's your opinion?" Chu Yan said lightly. "Congenital water body." When Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, the 9 spirit beasts were startled at the same time, and then their faces were full of joy. One must know that in the Wuhun world, among the 5 elements, the innate water body is the rarest one, especially for male warriors. The chance of having an innate water body is extremely low. Male warriors have innate water physiques, which are even more able to integrate with the way of water than female warriors. If they are properly cultivated, they will definitely become warriors with the highest achievements in the way of water. Haha, of course it is Xianshui Palace. Not bad. Not bad. 100,000 years ago, my Rakshasa soul Tianzong Xianshui Palace master was a male warrior with innate water physique. It seems that Xianshui Palace is going to be rejuvenated. The bull demon was extremely happy and laughed again and again. At the same time, he looked towards the spirit beast with a pair of black vertical pupils. "Jiuxiao, don't hesitate to thank the suzerain." The spirit beast with black vertical pupils suddenly woke up from the surprise when he heard the words, and quickly bowed to Chu Yan and said, "I represent Xianshui Palace, thank you suzerain." "Well, no problem. Take him to accept the inheritance of the master of Xianshui Palace." Chu Yan nodded, turned around and confessed a few words to Huang Fuxian, and then, the spirit beast with black vertical pupils and Huang Fuxian left with excitement on their faces. The descendants of Jiugong will be Chu Yan's right-hand man in the future, and they will be the key to revitalizing the Rakshasa soul Tianzong. Niao Mo did not expect that Chu Yan would find one of the suitable heirs of the 9 palaces so quickly. You must know that when Chu Yan brought tens of thousands of Lingshanzong and Chu family members back to Jiuxiao Palace, they carefully tested everyone's talent. Except for one son Jia, no one can pass the test, let alone become the descendant of Jiugong. From Chu Yan's point of view, besides this Huang Fuxian, he still has a few candidates in his mind. However, the time is not yet ripe, and more observation is needed before making a final decision. Dare to ask this senior, what's his name? Chu Yan pondered for a while, recalling the previous incident, looked at the spirit beast in the empty stone armor who answered him at the beginning, and asked. "Reporting to the suzerain, my name is Shirgantian. Temporarily manage Hutu Palace." The sturdy spirit beast in stone armor quickly bowed and replied. "Senior Shirgantian, do you know this thing?" Chu Yan looked solemnly, looked at Shirgantian, smiled lightly, turned his big hand, and a small yellow pagoda appeared on the palm of his hand. #C861 Martial Soul Seal. The small yellow pagoda appeared, not only Shirgantian, but also the other 8 powerful spirit beasts. At the same time, their bodies shook and their faces were full of astonishment. This is the Soul Tower. Bull Demon stared wide-eyed, a pair of bull's eyes were uncommonly wide open. In astonishment, he lost his voice. Sovereign, you actually found the Soul Tower. Shergantian was more excited than Yo-Mo, his whole body of stone armor kept shaking, and stone dust fell down in a rustle, his whole face was flushed, and his eyes were completely red. That's right. Senior Sure, this Heavenly Soul Pagoda seems to belong to my Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. Although Chu Yan heard a few words from that adult, he didn't fully understand it, but this thing is extraordinary. Chu Yan can naturally see that it is probably at the same level as mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts. Shuntian Pagoda is my thick earth palace, the treasure of the palace. Shergantian fixed his eyes on the small yellow pagoda in Chu Yan's palm, and muttered an explanation. Moreover, this pagoda is the handy weapon of the first palace master of my Huta Palace, and it is also the place where the disciples of Huta Palace practice and test. As Shergandang said, his expression became more and more excited, and he said in a trembling voice, "It's been 100,000 years, and this pagoda has been lost for 100,000 years. With this pagoda, my Huta Palace is the real Huta Palace. I didn't expect the suzerain. I have found it, and my thick earth palace will surely prosper." Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle. It seems that what the adult in the tower said was true, so Chu Yan can rest assured. When I was training abroad, I entered this pagoda. There was an adult in the pagoda who claimed that he was the lord of Huta Palace 100,000 years ago. However, when he was lost, he integrated his soul into the pagoda and became artifact spirit. Chu Yan explained. What? The lord of the thick earth palace. Including the bull demon, the bodies of the 9 spirit beasts shook violently, and they looked at Chu Yan in horror. One of the lords of the 9 palaces, even 100,000 years ago, when the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong dominated the Haotian continent, he was also one of the real high-level bosses in the sect, even far higher than Elder Qingyun many. Unexpectedly, 100,000 years later, the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect would still have the soul of a palace master remaining. This is definitely a big deal for the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. Senior Bull Demon, Senior Shergantian. After you wait for Elder Qingyun to come back, you will hand over this matter to Elder Qingyun. Chu Yan said. Obey, suzerain. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the 9 spirit beasts clapped their hands together and replied respectfully. Chu Yan is very clear that the adult in the Soul Sky Pagoda has a weak soul. For 100,000 years, he may not be in a better state than Elder Qingyun. Moreover, he has no intention of intervening in the revival of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. However, since he is still there, he must decide the appointment of the successor of Huta Palace. As the quasi-suzerain, Chu Yan only has the right to make suggestions. Leave this tower in the sect. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan handed the small yellow tower in his hand to Shergantian, and then said, I have taken out all the Tongxian stones on the 3rd floor of this pagoda. In the future, this pagoda will be used as a symbol of the revitalization of the Huta Palace, and it will be stored in the sect. Shergantian took the Huntian pagoda respectfully, flipped his handprints immediately, and raised his hand to point out. In an instant, a light yellow streamer shot out from the pagoda, and the center of Shergantian's eyebrows was printed, which made him look excited. It really is the palace master, that's great. Shergantian said excitedly after receiving the divine sense from the master of the Huta Palace in the pagoda. Seniors, I plan to practice in the sect for 3 days and wait for Elder Qingyun. After 3 days, if Elder Qingyun does not return, I will leave. Chu Yan thought for a while and said. At present, he lacks spiritual consciousness and must recover as soon as possible. In addition, Chu Yan is eager to refine the bottle of blood essence and practice the newly acquired Wuji sword technique, so he plans to stay in Luo Shazong for 3 days. Sect Master, I will arrange a residence hall for you right now. If I have time, I will tell you about the history of our sect. The bull demon nodded and smiled. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the bull demon took Chu Yan to a palace full of aura, and temporarily stayed there, while the other spirit beasts also returned. Chu Yan found the practice room in the residence hall, entered the practice room, sat cross-legged, and took out the Wuji sword art. This swordsmanship book is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower, and in the corner of the first page of the sword manual, there is the word printed on it. Chu Yan didn't know what it meant, so he opened the sword manual and studied it carefully. This exercise contains the Tao of killing, and it is closely related to the Raksha Wuji divine art. It seems to be specially tailored for Chu Yan, which surprised him very much. This sword manual is extremely profound. Even if Chu Yan's sword intent and sword power are perfect, it took a full day and night to comprehend it before he could barely comprehend the first book and basically understand it. In the first volume, there are 3 sword techniques, which are extremely powerful. The first type, innate infinity. The second form, Taikuwuji. The third form, the world is boundless. For the next day, Chu Yan was completely immersed in the practice of Wuji sword art. This swordsmanship is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if it is only the power of the Xiaocheng realm, it is enough to compete with the power of the same level of Desheng realm swordsmanship. The more Chu Yan practiced, the more emotional he became. A powerful martial skill does not improve combat power by a single star. On the 3rd day, Chu Yan recovered most of his consciousness and walked out of the palace. I found Niu Mo and asked, but Elder Qingyun didn't come back, so Chu Yan didn't wait any longer, and left the Raksha Soul Tianzong directly, heading towards the Danmeng. After exiting the void channel of the Qianlong secret realm, Chu Yan returned to the small black lake, and then flew all the way, leaving the central region and heading straight for the right region. After another day, Chu Yan finally returned to Danmeng. This time, after leaving Danmeng for almost 5 days, Chu Yan's consciousness finally fully recovered. As soon as he stepped into the Dan League, Chu Yan found that Zhang Tian had been waiting for him, and he seemed extremely excited. Chu Yan, here are 3 materials, please refine 3 more crossover pills for me. I am going to unlock the seal of Wuhun. Zhang Tian looked at Chu Yan and said solemnly. Unlock the seal of Wuhun. Chu Yan was stunned and asked suspiciously. It stands to reason that Zhang Tian's martial soul is sealed and must undergo a second awakening to restore the power of the 10-star martial soul. However, when the seal is released, it will attract divine punishment and catastrophe. If this is not possible, it will be fatal. Not bad. I can't wait any longer, I've waited for so long. This time, I'll fight. Zhang Tian's expression was determined, without any hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly, his eyes flickered, and he was thoughtful. This battle day, Chu Yan has already taken a fancy to him. His Tianchelong Wuhun is an extremely rare Insha attribute Wuhun, and it is also the most difficult talent for descendants of Yin Luo Palace among the 9 palaces of Raksha Soul Tianzong. Therefore, Chu Yan intends to take this opportunity to help him refine the golden elixir, to persuade him to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Since you have decided, I will immediately open the furnace. Chu Yan nodded, and directly pulled Zhang Tian into the alchemy room. #C862 Jindan released. After entering the alchemy room, Chu Yan swallowed a rejuvenation pill to restore the true energy consumed all the way. While looking at Zhang Tian, after a moment of pondering, he opened his mouth and said, Zhang Tian, how many people are there in your Zhang family? Hearing this, Zhang Tian's face was startled, he sighed quietly, and said, 9-character Mantra Palace, my Zhang family is the leader, tens of thousands of people have come down, and it has completely declined. The real direct clan members have no more than 1,000 people, and other collaterals have left the Zhan family one after another. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the 9-character mantra palace in Zhongtian continent was only slightly stronger than Raksha Soul Tianzong in the end. Zhan Tian, I want to invite you to join the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Chu Yan looked at Zhan Tian and said very sincerely. The heavenly sect of the Rakshasa Soul. 100,000 years ago, the overlord sect of the continent. Zhan Tian's expression froze for a moment, and he exclaimed. The overlord of the continent. The Rakshasa Soul Tianzong still has such a name. Chu Yan laughed. Of course, many historical materials from the ancient times were gradually lost, but our Zhan family is also an ancient inheritance family. Of course we know these lucky secrets from the ancient times. Moreover, the Raksha Soul Tianzong was in the ancient times. The leader-level sect of the sect and our 9-character mantra palace are all alliances. Zhan Tian's eyes flickered, as if thinking of the glory of the Zhan family and the 9-character mantra palace in ancient times. He immediately sighed. Since it's an alliance, it's even better. I'm going to rebuild the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong mountain gate, and formally invite brother Zhan Tian to join my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and you, will become my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in Luo Palace, the successor of the palace lord. Chu Yan's face was solemn, and he said seriously. Hiss. The successor of the palace lord. At this moment, Zhan Tian trembled in shock, and looked at Chu Yan in horror. In ancient times, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was the leader of the continent, the lord of the 9 palaces, and even the pinnacle of the continent. If, as Chu Yan said, he made himself one of the descendants of the 9 palaces, then his martial arts achievements would surely reach the 9 heavens. I have a request. After pondering for a long time, Zhan Tian looked up at Chu Yan. Muttered. Say. Chu Yan nodded and said. Like you, I also want to revive the 9-character mantra palace. However, years of hard work have consumed a lot of family heritage, but in the end there is little hope. However, as a descendant of the Zhan family, if the Raksha Soul Tianzong ascends to the palace again in the future when the continent is at its peak, I want to rebuild the Zhan family. When Zhan Tian said this, he paused for a moment, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and then said. As long as you agree to this condition, I will join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect and treat you as the suzerain. Never betray. Zhan Tian replied decisively. Okay. It's a deal. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help being overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Regarding Zhan Tian's character, after getting along with him during this period of time, Chu Yan recognized him very much. Not only was he born with a sinister body, but he also had a personality that was quite congenial to him. Chu Yan believed in his own vision and would never look at him wrong. However, how do you know that I am the sect master of the Rakshasa soul? Chu Yan calmed down a little, and asked with a puzzled expression. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Zhan Tian raised the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly, and said. You have forgotten that I was born with a body of evil spirits, and my martial soul and the Rakshasa real body of the Rakshasa soul, the lord of the Tianzong, have the same root. There is such a thing. That's great. Chu Yan's eyes brightened when he heard the words. If this is the case, then Zhan Tian can also practice Raksha Wuji divine art at the same time. Maybe, after a while, there will be another one who cultivated Raksha's real body in the Raksha Soul Tianzong strong. Immediately, without hesitation, Chu Yan directly rubbed a copy of Raksha Wujiju and handed it to Zhan Tian for him to comprehend it himself. And Chu Yan took out the materials that Zhan Tian gave him, and began to refine the purple demon damage having golden pill. In addition, there was still one material left before, and Chu Yan now has 4 materials in his hand, which is completely enough. Tom. Summoning the 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions, Chu Yan began to refine the golden elixir. A day later, when Zhang Tian walked out of Chu Yan's alchemy room, 4 jade bottles were held in his hands. Except for the first jade bottle, there was only 1 doer pill, and each of the other jade bottles contained 4 jade bottles. Both have 2 golden pills. In addition to the one that Chu Yan gave him at the beginning, Zhang Tian now has a total of 8 Hun Mo de Tian Jin Dan in his hand. With these 8 golden elixirs, Zhang Tian has 90% certainty in dealing with heavenly tribulation. Finally able to break the seal. Holding the jade bottle in Zhang Tian's hand, his whole body was trembling with excitement. In his eyes, there was a faint evil spirit, like dark thunder and lightning, exhaling and shining. The soul of the dragon that breaks the sky, after 100,000 years, it will finally reappear. After saying that, Zhang Tian turned his head, glanced at the door of the room, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, and then, he strode out and walked towards the outside of the Dan League. In the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, refining the medicinal power of the 9 profound golden pill in his body. Originally, to restore true energy, one just needs to take the ordinary recovery pill, but Chu Yan is going to start refining the Tianyang golden pill later, so this time, he directly swallowed the Jiuxiao golden pill, hoping to make the true qi return to its peak state. After all, the last time the pill was abolished was due to lack of true energy. In Chu Yan's hands, there are still some main medicines for refining the Tianyang golden pill, but the ordinary heavenly grade spirit grass is not enough, especially the purple heart fruit. There are only 2 left, and at most 2 can be refined Tianyang Jindan. Originally, Chu Yan planned to go to the Xuanhuan city to buy a large number of spiritual grasses for refining Tianyang golden pill after the alchemy was over. The last time I snatched the jade charms of Kai Tianlei and the second prince, Yuan Jing, is definitely enough. After a while, Chu Yan's true energy was fully recovered, and he immediately began to refine the Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill. Start the furnace, ignite the fire, rub the medicine, all in one go. The fire was blazing vigorously, and the liquid medicines of various colors were slowly fused together. Before throwing in the Tongxian fruit, Chu Yan found the right opportunity and swallowed a 9 profound golden pill again. The true energy in his body was surging like the Yangtze River, which made Chu Yan full of confidence. In addition, I have just refined a few batches of Wuer golden pill, which is also a second-grade golden elixir, and I am much more familiar with the refining of golden elixir than last time. Boom! 3 hours later, the lid of the Tianwen Jiuxiao furnace was opened, and a golden elixir, with 2 silver spirit patterns, rushed out of the furnace, like a round of golden stars, flying continuously in the room. Circling. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was filled with ecstasy, and he stood up abruptly. Great, it's finally done. Swish. With the next move, Chu Yan took out the jade bottle that he had prepared a long time ago, and put the first Tianyang golden pill he refined into the bottle. His eyes brightened, and he was extremely excited. Next, it depends on the effect of the medicine. I hope you won't let me down. Although the elixir was successfully refined, the first Tianyang golden elixir had to be tried to know how effective it was. After all, the one I saw at the auction last time was an ancient golden elixir, and the person who took it was a warrior of the heaven transformation realm. With 8 inner elixirs in his sea of qi, and 5 martial spirits, how much this Tianyang golden elixir can improve his cultivation at once can only be known after he has tried it. Chu Yan took a deep breath, calmed down, and was about to swallow this Tianyang golden pill. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. #C863 Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tribulation. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Chu Yan heard the sound of muffled thunder, as if the thunder in the sky exploded and roared like a sky-shattering roar. This is... Chu Yan's face turned serious, and he walked out of the room full of doubts, directly out of the Dan Tower, stood outside, and looked up at the sky. I saw that the silence of the sky had become extremely dark. In the large black clouds, the endless power of thunder and lightning continued to gather, and in the tumbling sea of clouds, a large river of lightning formed, which was astonishingly powerful. This is God's punishment. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he clearly sensed that this endless sea of thunder is filled with mighty majesty of heaven and earth, which is clearly a catastrophe. But, who caused the catastrophe? Could it be? Chu Yan's expression froze, and a figure flashed in the sea of consciousness. Guessing, there should be no one else except him. Just as Chu Yan was thinking, suddenly, the sky full of sky-turbulation clouds and endless thunder sea rushed towards the mountains in the north, like a large black ocean, sweeping the sky. Mighty! What's the situation? Chu Yan was wondering, when he saw figures rushing out of various buildings in Danmang, flying towards the mountains, and all of them were screaming loudly. Oh my God, there is a strong catastrophe. I didn't expect that Zhang Tian would actually dare to break the seal. Didn't he come to ask for the golden elixir? Did someone refine it for him? Who knows? Hurry up and have a look. I think this catastrophe is not small. Yes, go and have a look. It's just over the mountains. Zhang Tian is leading heavenly tribulation, avoiding the range of the Dan League, probably because he is afraid of destroying the buildings of the Dan League. Oh my God, there are so many people, it's so lively now. In all directions. Alchemists and warriors continued to fly towards the distant mountains, and there were all kinds of exclamations. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan heard that it was the catastrophe caused by Zhang Tian, so he immediately jumped up and flew towards the distant mountains. To the north of Danmang, 300 miles away. Zhang Tian stood on the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain, his body was like a pine tree, and he looked up at the sky. At this time endless thunderclouds gathered in the sky, forming a sea of thunder nearly 30 kilometers away. The sound of thousands of thunder and lightning rumbled in the sea of clouds, sweeping the entire sky. A large number of alchemist warriors gathered in the south of that mountain, about 50 miles away, all looking at the sky excitedly, talking a lot. Look, the heavenly tribulation thunder sea has reached 30 miles. Oh my God, Zhang Tian's martial spirit is so terrifying, attracting such a powerful catastrophe? I just don't know if he has obtained the eternal crossing golden pill. With the cultivation base of the heaven transformation realm, his physical body will definitely not be able to resist it. It's too scary, this catastrophe doesn't seem to be the first level. When Chu Yan arrived at the mountain full of crowds, discussions from all directions flooded into Chu Yan's ears like a tide. Ordinary catastrophe, there are about 20 miles, which is already extremely terrifying, but the catastrophe caused by Zhang Tian not only exceeds 20 miles, but also increases wildly. Generally speaking, only the broken seal is terrifying, and the more heaven defying the sealed thing, the stronger the catastrophe will be. At this time, the heavenly tribulation caused by Zhang Tian had already reached nearly 35 miles, which showed that his martial spirit was extremely terrifying to the point of defying the sky. Boom! 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 Above the 9 heavens, thunderbolts continued to explode, and thousands of electric snakes pierced and swam, continuously emerging from the sea of clouds, showing the terrifying power of thunder and lightning to everyone. The thundercloud swelled, and in less than 100 breaths, it grew to 40 miles. It's already 40 miles, this is too exaggerated. What a huge sea of clouds, oh my God, what kind of martial spirit is that Zhang Tian, so strong? This is troublesome, I'm afraid Zhang Tian can't stand it, this heavenly tribulation is too strong. I'm sure I can't stand it. With such a strong thundercloud sea, even if he got an eternal crossing golden pill, 10 breaths of time might not be enough. Really, this seems to have been upgraded to the triple thunder tribulation. In the surrounding crowd, all kinds of astonished voices contained incomparable worries. Zhang Tian was in the Alchemy Alliance and had a deep relationship with many alchemists, so the majority of people were worried about him. In the face of Jiuyun, which has risen to 40 miles, even the fifth-layer powerhouse of the Tongtian realm may not be able to withstand it. Zhang Tian only has the cultivation base of Huatian realm, and it is very likely that he will be lost under this thundercloud. 40 miles. Chu Yan looked at the endless thunderclouds in the sky, his eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, the 40 miles of thunderclouds are nothing more than that, and he believes that Zhang Tian will definitely be able to resist it. Immediately, Chu Yan quietly looked at Zhang Tian on the top of the mountain, waiting. At this time, in the mighty thundercloud, the power of thunder was accumulating, and the thunder gradually died down, but it made everyone's faces continue to become serious. Especially Zhang Tian, looking up at the sky with a deep expression on his face. Boom! At this moment, a huge bolt of lightning crashed down from the sea of thunder, the void was shattered as the lightning passed by, and the thunder and lightning slashed fiercely towards Zhang Tian like a sword. This thunder and lightning, which had been simmering for a long time, pierced through the entire sky and was thousands of feet long. It was like a sky-shattering gun, and its power was invincible. The lightning speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it fell on the top of Zhang Tian's head. Break it! Zhang Tian faced the thunder, without dodging or evading, he punched out with a bang, hitting the falling thunder directly. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering, and the huge thunderbolt was shattered by a punch, scattered and annihilated, and turned into nothingness. In Zhang Tian's hand, a black spear suddenly flashed out, and the sharp spear intent shot out like sharp arrows. This black gun is about 2 feet long, with a thick wrist. Above the tip of the gun, bursts of gloomy air turn the surrounding air into frosty air, flying in all directions. Next, in the thundercloud, he gathered his momentum again, and continuously chopped down thick lightning bolts. Zhang Tian held a black spear and slashed continuously, piercing through all the falling thunder and lightning, twisting them into nothingness. Look, the ninefold thunder tribulation has broken 7, so powerful. What do you know? These few thunder tribulations are the weakest, and the last 2 are the real heavenly tribulation punishment thunder, which are more than 10 times stronger than before. However, being able to resist the first 7 attacks is already very powerful. That's right, it's already very powerful. After all, Zhang Genius Cultivation has reached the heaven realm, and the robbery cloud has reached 40 miles. There were bursts of exclamation in the crowd, and none of them expected that Zhang Tian would block the 7 thunders of the God of Tribulation so easily. Boom, boom. At this moment, in the vast sea of clouds, the 8th thunder tribulation ended its momentum and crashed down. The endless sea of clouds suddenly rolled over, setting off monstrous cloud waves, and a huge thunder pillar as thick as several tens of feet rushed out of the sea of clouds, slashing fiercely at Zhang Tian with an overwhelming power. #C864 Cultivation to rise again. The terrifying thunderbolt crashed down, and the electric snake lingered. The power was earth-shattering, extremely terrifying. As Lei Zhu passed along the way, everything was turned into dust, and the might of the vast world made everyone feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Break! Zhang Tian's eyes were red, his body rose into the sky, directly facing the thunder pillar, and went up against the sky. The black dragon spear in his hand burst out a black gun light soaring into the sky, hitting the vast Lei Wei directly. Boom! Boom, boom! The sound of thunder exploded, shaking the sky and the earth. The thick thunder pillar and the black dragon gun collided fiercely, the thunder light poured out, 10,000 electric snakes exploded, and the terrifying thunder and lightning swept the world. Boom! With another loud noise, Zhang Tian's body was directly blasted, fell from the air, and fell deeply into the top of the mountain. The rocky ground on the top of the mountain burst instantly, and a bottomless black hole appeared. Huh? So powerful. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face sank. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tian was smashed into the rocks by lightning after taking the dire golden pill. Unfortunately, I can't help him. Chu Yan's face darkened, he shook his head helplessly, and sighed. Chu Yan has also experienced the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, and naturally knows that if other warriors rush over, the thunder disaster in the sky will skyrocket again, multiplying. Even if there are more people, it is impossible to resist. Swish! Just when Chu Yan was in a hurry, a gray-robed figure rushed out of the big black hole on the top of the mountain. At this moment, Zhang Tian's gray robe was torn, his long hair was loose, his mouth was bloodshot, and his figure was extremely miserable. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scanned and found that Zhang Tian was only slightly injured on the outside, with a strong breath, and there was no major problem at all. After all, Zhang Tian has 8 Dai Jing Dan on his body. I believe it should be enough to deal with the 9 heavenly thunders. Hey! It seems that Zhang Tian doesn't seem to be a big problem. That's right, I see that his breath is not disturbed, and his true energy is strong. It seems that there is no major problem. That's right, it's good now, maybe, he can really resist. It's hard to say, this 9th thunderbolt, it is the 8 thunderbolts in front, and the power will be doubled. God, is it so strong? That's troublesome. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more solemn. After all, everyone knew that most of the warriors were lost in the last lightning calamity. At this moment, the last thunderbolt crashed down in the thousands of miles of thunderclouds above the sky. Boom! The sea of thunder surged wildly, and the sea of clouds sank violently, releasing a terrifying column of thunder and lightning. This lightning column was twice as thick as all the previous lightning bolts combined. It was so powerful that everyone trembled and were stunned. The terrifying coercion of the heavens and the earth enveloped the tilting thunder pillar, causing the surrounding void to explode crazily. Facing the last thunder tribulation, Zhang Tian's face was solemn, and after taking the last Dai Jing Dan, he pointed the black dragon spear in his hand towards the sky, and his momentum skyrocketed. Roar! A thick black shadow rose up from Zhang Tian's back. Its roar was earth-shattering, twisting its 1,000-foot-long body, causing the surrounding void to freeze suddenly. This is a black battle dragon, with a pair of bright red dragon eyes, like 2 blood-colored beams of light. Wherever the eyes pass, it will be dyed into a blood-red world. The black war dragon, with its 4 claws open, collapsed in an instant as it stepped through the void. The terrifying power of the dragon, like water pouring from the 9 heavens, diffused from the sky and swept across the entire world. Roar! 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 The sound of the dragon's poison was earth-shattering. Zhanlong roared, and his blood-colored eyes swept towards the huge thunder pillar in the air, and rushed towards it suddenly while churning. Boom! 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 Every time the black battle dragon tosses, it will bring out a large amount of evil aura, like black ripples, rippling on the sky. The evil spirit and the thunder of heaven's punishment are incompatible with each other, and because of this, Zhang Tian's catastrophe is twice as powerful as that of ordinary warriors. Boom, boom. The black battle dragon collided with the lightning beam and exploded continuously. The body of the black battle dragon also continued to shrink, and the remaining lightning from the explosion scattered in all directions. An earth-shattering air wave swept across a radius of hundreds of miles, and endless thunder and lightning filled the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan and everyone around him, with one heart, all mentioned Noi's eyes, and they were extremely worried. Boom! The last thunder and lightning force exploded, and the black war dragon trembled violently, dissipating between the sky and the earth. A pillar of lightning that had shrunk 10 times in size crashed on the top of the mountain, engulfing Zhang Tian's figure and blasting away a large cloud of dust and mist. Swish! Chu Yan's aura erupted, his figure was like lightning, and he flashed to the opposite Qianzhong mountain in an instant. When Chu Yan rushed to the top of the mountain, he glanced over, and suddenly his face sank severely, his face full of dignity. I saw that Zhang Tian was lying in a huge deep pit, his whole body was scorched black, and his breath was weaker than that of Yusi. Sweeping through his consciousness, he carefully inspected Zhang Tian's whole body, inside and out. Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Tian is now seriously injured, his life is not in danger. I finally succeeded, I broke the blood seal. With a pale face, Zhang Tian looked at Chu Yan and grinned, his eyes were full of excitement. How many years? The Zhang family has been immersed in this continent for too long. The prestige of the 9-character mantra palace has gradually been forgotten by the world. However, from today, the Zhantian dragon soul reappears in the world, the 9-character mantra palace, the #1 combat power, will shake the entire Haotian continent. Well. Congratulations. Chu Yan nodded, chuckled, and then, with a flip of his hand, took out a large amount of elixir and poured it into Zhang Tian's mouth. The elixir was put into his mouth, and in an instant, whether it was Zhang Tian's injuries or the consumed true energy, he recovered quickly. Go back and heal. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian smiled at each other, then lifted Zhang Tian up and brought him back to the Dan League. On the mountain peak in the distance, countless alchemists and warriors saw the two figures leaving, but they all stood there sluggishly, motionless. These people were stunned by the Black War Dragon martial spirit released by Zhang Tian just now. Their sea of consciousness was blank, and they were completely dumbfounded. The soul of the Sky Battle Dragon, it turned out to be the soul of a Sky Battle Dragon. Tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect Zhantian Dragon's soul to reappear. This 9-character mantra palace, the word war is respected. Now that Zhang Tianlong's soul is born, is it possible that the mainland is going to experience calamity again? That's right, in recent decades, more and more geniuses and visions have appeared in Haotian continent. This conscious thoughts flashed through the sea of consciousness of these distinguished alchemists in the mainland, causing waves in their minds. As an alchemist, he knows more about the history of the mainland than ordinary warriors. Even some powerful alchemists are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. They have seen the world far beyond others. Gradually, as Zhang Tian and Chu Yan practiced in the Dan League, the news of Zhang Tian's dragon soul began to spread slowly in Haotian continent. In the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, practicing Raksha Wuji divine art. It has been a full 10 days since Zhang Tian released the seal of the blood martial soul. During this period, Chu Yan has refined 4 Tianyang golden pills, purple heartfruit and some heavenly spirit grasses, which are no longer enough and cannot be used anymore. Open the furnace for refining. However, Chu Yan swallowed a Tianyang golden pill, and his current cultivation base has reached the early stage of the second heaven of the Tongtian realm. A Tianyang golden pill abruptly raised his cultivation level to a higher level. This kind of cultivation effect made Chu Yan's heart flutter, and he finally realized why Yifeng's cultivation base skyrocketed like a shooting star in a short period of time. When Zhang Tian fully recovers, set off to find alchemy materials. Chu Yan has made up his mind, no matter how much it costs, he must refine as many Tianyang golden pills as possible. #C865 World Sword Sect. Only with more Tianyang golden pills would it be possible for Chu Yan to quickly improve his cultivation and strength in a short period of time, so that he would not be at a disadvantage in the battle with Yifeng. Although the golden pill is the same as ordinary pills, the more you swallow, the effect of the pills will gradually decay, but even so, it is much faster than Chu Yan absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth with his martial soul. A day later, Zhang Tian walked into Chu Yan's room. His face was full of excitement, his whole body was like a rainbow, and his whole feeling changed completely. As soon as he saw Chu Yan, Zhang Tian didn't hesitate at all, and bowed on his back, with a solemn face, and said loudly, "Sovereign, from today onwards, Zhang Tian will join the Raksha Soul Sky sect and will never rebel." Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was full of ecstasy. He quickly helped Zhang Tian up, and said with a smile, "Okay. That's great. Junior brother, don't worry, I will never forget what I promised you. Wait until the day when the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong revives, that is, when the Zhang family will revive." "Okay. Thank you, suzerain," Zhang Tian said with a smile. Immediately, the two looked at each other, their eyes met, and they laughed out loud at the same time. After accepting Zhang Tian, there was another descendant of Raksha Soul Tianzong 9 palaces, and he was the most difficult to find descendant of Yin Luo Palace, which of course surprised Chu Yan. "Junior brother Zhang, I'm going to go to Xuanhuan City. Purchase a batch of spiritual herbs for refining golden elixirs. Let's go together. Refining more of these Tianyang elixirs, the cultivation of both of you can quickly improve. After all, our current cultivation base is a little lower." Chu Yan said lightly. "Okay. Just right, I'm Danmang, I've been bored for a long time." Zhang Tian smiled. Immediately, the two left the Dan League one after the other, and headed towards Xuanhuan City. However, when he left the Dan League, Zhang Tian packed all his things in the Dan League and took them away, because according to Chu Tian, he might not return to the Dan League in a short time. Danmang is very close to Xuanhuan City, and the distance between the two is only a few tens of miles. The two walked, chatting while walking, and within an hour, they entered the gate of Xuanhuan City and stepped onto the main street. Xuanhuan City is worthy of being one of the big cities in the right domain. The streets are crowded with people. A lively scene. Chu Yan set foot on North Street and walked for a short time. Suddenly, the jade talisman of communication on his body vibrated. "Okay." Chu Yan took out the communication jade talisman, and at a glance, it turned out to be Situ Yang's contact jade talisman. Chu Yan was taken aback. Situ Yang killed the second prince last time, didn't he hide back to Zhouling Zuantianzong? What are you looking for yourself at this time? Spiritual consciousness poured into it, and a consciousness quickly poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. "Brother, I'm in the Extreme Treasure Pavilion of Xuanhuan City, come and find me. I have big business." Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned, full of doubts. Big business? But soon, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, forming an arc. "Situ Yang, the first time I met him, he was doing business in Tianya City." Hearing what he said, it seems that he should not be bad. Moreover, Situ Yang has the secret technique of changing his appearance and aura, and Chu Yan is also using it. Even if he leaves the 9 spirits Shantian sect, it is almost impossible for those from the Ziwei Empire to find him. "Junior brother Zhang, there is something good. Let's go." Chu Yan smiled at Zhang Tian beside him, then looked in the direction, and strode towards the south of the city. Xuanhuan City, Extreme Treasure Pavilion. The 100-foot-tall Extreme Treasure Pavilion is the tallest building in Xuanhuan City, and it is also one of the symbols of Xuanhuan City. The power behind the Extreme Treasure Pavilion is an extremely powerful sect. According to gossip, it is the Emperor's sect, one of the 8 ancient sects. Huangzong, also known as Huangshenlong Jiazong, is a sect in the nature of alliance formed by all-powerful empires in Haotian continent. The Ziwei Empire is also one of the members of the Huangtian Dragon sect. The major empires in the Zhongtian continent have basically joined this sect, so they have the strength to compete with the ancient 8 sects. Since the Extreme Treasure Pavilion belongs to the Chamber of Commerce under the Emperor Tianlong Extreme Sect, one can imagine how rich it is. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian walked along the North Street. On both sides of the street, there were countless vendors, all kinds of goods, and there were many things used by some warriors. There were also many warriors in the crowd. Chu Yan casually looked at the vendors on both sides to see if there were any necessary heavenly and ordinary spiritual herbs, and walked slowly all the way towards the extreme treasure pavilion. What? Suddenly, a figure came into Chu Yan's eyes, causing him to pause. The figure was very familiar. Chu Yan looked up and down for a long time, and finally confirmed that this person was Tianlang. During the Jiuxiao assessment, Tianlang was among the qualified ones. However, after leaving Jiuxiao Palace, Chu Yan never saw him again. Unexpectedly, he also came to Zhongtian continent. Chu Yan admired Tianlang very much and had a good impression of him. Tianlang. A smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. He stepped forward and said hello. Meet old acquaintances in a foreign land. This made Chu Yan's heart warm, and he shouted without any hesitation. Tianlang heard the words, turned around slowly, looked at Chu Yan, but his face was full of doubts, and said lightly, "Your Excellency." Hearing Tianlang's voice, Chu Yan was startled, and then remembered that he had used the secret technique of changing his appearance, so Tianlang naturally didn't recognize him now. "I'm Chu Yan." Chu Yan laughed. "Ah. Chu Yan, why are you in the Zhongtian continent?" Tianlang was startled when he heard this, and then smiled with great joy. "I've come to find someone, a friend is here, I've come to find her." Chu Yan smiled. "Haha, that's great, I must have a few drinks with you later, just wait for me." Tianlang's face was full of joy, and he said immediately. Chu Yan smiled and nodded. This Tianlang is still the same. He is bold, righteous, and chivalrous, and has a warm heart. After saying that, Tianlang turned around hastily, looked at an old man in green robe who was setting up a stall next to him, bowed and saluted. "Master, this disciple met a good friend. I hope that the master will allow the disciple to have a small gathering with the friend. After a while, I will come back and help the master look after the booth." The old man in the green robe, with a thin body, long beard and white eyebrows, and a pair of extremely cloudy eyes, glanced lazily at Tianlang, waved his hands casually, and said, "Go. Remember to bring back wine for the teacher." When Tianlang heard the words, a gleam of joy flashed across his face, and he quickly said respectfully, "Yes, master." After saying that, Tianlang turned around, and together with Chu Yan and Zhang Tian, got into a big restaurant not far away, asked for a private room on the second floor, and the three of them sat around each other. Soon, Tianlang ordered a few bottles of wine and some delicious dishes, and the three of them chatted while drinking. "Tianlang, your master." Chu Yan pondered for a moment, looked at Tianlang, and asked. Although the old man in green robe just now looked like an ordinary person, he gave Chu Yan an unfathomable feeling, so Chu Yan asked directly. "Hee, I made you laugh. My master has a weird personality. He travels all the way. Whenever he encounters a big city, he will definitely set up a stall for 10 days and sell his broken sword. However, I followed him and sold it for almost 2 months. Now, a broken sword, no one even asked, how could it be sold?" Tianlang blushed slightly and explained softly. "Tianlang, why did you defeat him as a teacher?" Chu Yan then asked. "Brother Chu, you don't know. My master looks ordinary in appearance, but he is extremely skilled in the way of swordsmanship. When he first met me, he said he wanted to take me as an apprentice. I was skeptical at the time, but master, even the real, you don't need any energy, just relying on your sword skills and sword moves, you beat me so hard that I have no power to fight back." When Tianlang said this, his face was full of excitement, and he said repeatedly, "What? No real energy, just sword moves." When Fang, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian looked at each other, their eyes were full of horror. The difference in strength between warriors is mostly due to the cultivation of true qi. Martial skills are just an auxiliary way. Although they can improve the combat power of warriors, they can never have the power that Tianling said. This is like, an ordinary person who is not a martial artist can defeat a martial artist who is cultivated in the sky realm with only sword moves. This is simply impossible. Brother Chu, have you heard of the Tianxia Jianzhou? Tianling smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice, and said. #C866 Broken Sword 1 foot and a half. In the restaurant, 3 people were sitting around, and the soft sound of Tianling sounded. Chu Yan was taken aback. Under Heaven Sword Sect. Never heard of it. Chu Yan shook his head. Although he had never heard of the sect Tianxia Jianzhou, he clearly remembered that on the front page of the Wuji sword art he just got from Jiuxiao Palace, it was written, the word world. Could it be that the word world refers to the world sword sect? However, what kind of sect is the sword sect in this world? How could the swordsmanship of their sect spread to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong? Then, you should have heard of the 8 ancient schools. Tianling chuckled and said. Of course, the 8 ancient sects are the 8 most powerful sects in Haotian continent from the ancient times to the present. They almost control the entire Haotian continent. They are the 8 dominant sects in the mainland. Chu Yan nodded and replied. That's right, back then our 9-character mantra palace was also a sect force as famous as the 8 ancient sects, but it's a pity that it has declined. Zhang Tian said in a gloomy tone. Yes. The 8 ancient sects include Heaven and Earth Sword Emperor, Elixir, and Demon Soul, and the sword in it refers to the World Sword Sect. And my master belongs to the Sword Sect. When Tianling said this, there was a hint of arrogance in his expression, and his face was full of pride. It turns out that the sword sect of the 8 ancient sects is the World Sword Sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian nodded at the same time, with expressions of surprise on their faces. If, as Tianling said, his master belonged to the sword sect, and he could defeat Tianling only with sword moves, without using true energy, then it would be very possible. The sword sect is a legendary existence in the 8 ancient sects, and even in the entire Haotian continent. In the entire Haotian continent, there are rumors about the sword sect everywhere. According to legend, the sword sect is the one with the fewest number of people and the loosest rules among the 8 ancient sections. According to various sources, even if this sword sect has been around for tens of thousands of years, the number of people will not exceed 100. All the disciples in this sect are all masters of swordsmanship, and follow the sect rules of the ancient times, using the most ancient inheritance method of one master leading one disciple. Although therefore, the sect's development is slow, but no one dares to doubt the strength of the disciples of Jianzong. The most recent rumor about the deeds of Jianzong's disciples was a large sect with nearly 200 million disciples in Zhongtian continent. Because they massacred a village, they were met by passing Jianzong disciples, so the 2 of them killed that sect with 2 swords. Door. In one night, from the elders of the sect to the masters of the halls, nearly 200,000 senior members of the entire sect were beheaded. What's even more strange is that during the entire killing process, none of the other ordinary disciples who were alive saw the disciple of Jianzong make a move. They only knew that at dawn, the entire sect was full of blood and corpses were everywhere. Killing a person in 10 steps, never staying behind for thousands of miles, brushing off your clothes afterward, hiding the matter and name deeply. Zhang Tian's face was solemn, and he sang softly, attracting Chu Yan and Tianling to look at him together. Yes. This swordsman's walk belongs to our sword sect. Tianling had an excited look on his face, as if his blood would boil when he heard this law. Good. What a world sword master, a real swordsman. Chu Yan applauded with high fives, and when he heard Zhang Tianling's words, his eyes were also red hot, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. Also specializing in swordsmanship, Chu Yan can instantly understand the meaning of the sect of the sword sect in the world. The swordsman is the soldier of the king. The two-edged sword, even slashing the enemy, will also injure yourself. Anyone who has righteousness in his heart will be invincible when the sword comes out. If there is evil in the heart, the sword will injure himself. The one who uses the sword, the great righteousness of the chivalry, and the heart of the world, can achieve the supreme way of swordsmanship. Chu Yan picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and said happily, "Okay. What a world sword sect." Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the street, causing the entire restaurant to tremble violently. What's the situation? Chu Yan, Zhang Tian and Tian Lang walked to the window at the same time and looked out. At this time, 100 steps away from downstairs, a lot of people had gathered to watch at a vendor's location. In the center, 2 figures and an old man in green robe stood in danger. "Master!" Tian Lang yelled loudly, his eyes widened, he jumped directly from the window, and swept away. Chu Yan shook out a piece of yuan jing, threw it on the table, and nodded to Zhang Tian. Immediately, the two of them followed Tian Lang and flew away from the crowd. Among the crowd, a tall, middle-aged man was dressed gorgeously. On the lavender robe, there were gold edging and silver patterns. With his hands on his back, his burly figure faintly revealed the aura of a superior person, making the surrounding air, there was a faint coercion. Beside him is a young man in a yellow robe, about 30 years old, with a face like a crowned jade, a clear figure, and a strong expression of arrogance on his face. His eyes are full of contempt when he looks at the old man in the green robe. This person is exactly the young master Kanglin whom Chu Yan met at the entrance of Beijing's secret realm, Hong Tianpeng. And the middle-aged man beside him is Hong Yu Empire, the current emperor, Hong Qiu. This time, the two came to the Extreme Treasure Pavilion of Xuanhuan City to participate in the emperor's meeting convened by the emperor of the Ziwei Empire. They just passed by here and saw the broken sword sold by the old man in green robe. Their eyes lit up and they wanted to buy it, but the green-robed old man was unwilling to sell it, which immediately caused a conflict. "I will offer you 1,000 yuan crystals to buy your broken sword." Hong Qiu looked at the old man in green robe, his gaze was like a torch, and there was a trace of irresistible majesty in his tone. "Not for sale." In front of the booth, the green-robed old man fell backwards, his body softened, and he leaned back and sat back. This move fell into the eyes of Hong Qiu and Hong Tianpeng, and their complexions immediately sank, full of gloom. This old guy doesn't know how to flatter him. Moreover, his behavior obviously meant to belittle the two of them, which made them, who were prominent in status, completely unbearable. 10,000 crystals. Sell or die. Hong Tianpeng strode out and stood in front of the green-robed old man, his eyes fixed on him, and the aura in his body surged slowly. "If you don't sell it, you won't sell it. You two are not worthy of owning this sword. Go away." The green-robed old man waved his hand, as if chasing flies away. As he waved his hand, all the aura gushing out of Hong Tianpeng's body was scattered away. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out, directly shaking Hong Tianpeng's body, kicking Ting Ting retreated 3 steps. "What? How can that be?" This old man, who looked like an ordinary person, actually waved his hand and knocked Hong Tianpeng back 3 steps. Moreover, with just a simple movement, none of the people around, including Hong Qiu, felt that the old man had used his true energy just now. This is how strong. "Master, who dares to provoke our sword sect under heaven, I will kill him." At this moment, with a loud shout, Tianlong's figure rushed over like lightning, and stood beside the green-robed old man. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the surrounding crowd changed drastically. In astonishment, everyone looked at the green-robed old man in horror. Heaven, the sword sect in the world. Including Hong Qiu and Hong Tianpeng, everyone's hearts suddenly rose up, and their faces turned pale. Hashtag C867 Normal Bullying. World Sword Sect. The four big characters, like a thunderbolt, blasted the entire crowd. This Xuanhuan city is one of the big cities in the right domain, and it is also owned by the headquarters of the Emperor sect and the Dan League. Therefore, most of the warriors gathered in this city. Naturally, they knew the meaning of the words Tianxia Jianzong. Snapped. Just when everyone was horrified and lost their senses, a loud applause sounded, which lifted everyone's minds and woke them up one after another. Damn boy, how many times have I told you? Don't mention our clan name. The green-robed old man withdrew his hand, stared at Tianlang fiercely, the corners of his mouth twitched in anger, his white eyebrows flew up, and he hummed and said, "Where's my wine?" When Tianlang was stunned for a moment, then, with embarrassment on his face, he whispered, "Master, just came here in a hurry, so. Good boy, hurry up, what's the big deal, is it bigger than me not drinking? Find a beating." The old man in green robe raised his right hand again, just as he was about to slap Tianlang. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Senior, here is the wine." While talking, the figures of Chu Yan and Zhang Tian walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the old man in green robe and Tianlang. Chu Yan held a black wine bottle in his hand. "Hey, thank you little friend." Seeing the wine bottle in Chu Yan's hand, the green-robed old man withdrew his hand, took Chu Yan's wine bottle, and said with a smile on his face, "Senior, you're being polite. I'm good friends with Tianlang. He left in a hurry just now and forgot to take it. I'll bring it with me." Chu Yan had a very good impression of the old man in green robe, and explained politely, "Well, good wine." The green-robed old man nodded, then opened the wine bottle, raised his head and drank a couple of sips. His hazy eyes instantly brightened, and he looked at Chu Yan and said, "In that case, Tianlang, let's go, change places to set up a stall." The green-robed old man turned his head and waved at Tianlang. Then, holding the wine bottle, he swayed all the way through the crowd and walked out of the city. They completely turned a blind eye to Hong Qiyu and Hong Tianpeng, who were staring like a bullseye in front of them, and the other party did not dare to stop them in the slightest and let them leave. Frightened by the prestige of the sword sect in the world, he dare not make any mistakes at all. "Brother Chu, I'm in a hurry today, I must have a few drinks with you next time. There will be a date later." Hearing what the master said, Tianlang quickly cleaned up. Then, he bowed his hands to Chu Yan, passed through the crowd, and chased after the old man in green robe. Call. 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 When the green-robed old man left, the surrounding crowd heard a long sigh of relief at the same time, and everyone felt their minds relax and their pressure suddenly relieved. "Boy, I think you look a little familiar, report your name." Hong Tianpeng, who was slightly relieved, glanced at Chu Yan, regained his arrogant expression, and asked in a domineering tone. "Hong Tianpeng. Top 800 in Heotiandi ranking." Chu Yan looked at the other party, his eyes lit up, and then he sneered and said, "Chu Yan, it's insignificant." Chu Yan. This guy is Chu Yan, who swept through the Ziwei secret realm, killed all king-level monsters with one sentence, and almost killed the second prince. Still say insignificant. It is simply famous in Zhongtian continent, okay? You are Chu Yan. Hong Tianping's face changed, and he looked at Chu Yan with disbelief. He never expected that Chu Yan, who was offered a reward by the Black Blood Temple all over the continent, would dare to show his face openly, and even appeared in Xuanhuan City. The faces of the warriors watching all around showed a look of shock, full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, here today, I can meet the emperor of the Hongyu Empire, Hong Qiyu, and Hong Tianpeng, one of the top 800 in the Heotiandi ranking. Chu Yan said calmly, he didn't have the slightest affection for this so-called emperor. Hong Qiyu's eyes flickered, looking at Chu Yan thoughtfully. In the past few days, Because of the assessment of the Ziwei Empire's prince, the entire emperor's sect has been mobilized, especially after the Ziwei Empire issued a reward for capturing Situ Yang. All members of the emperor's sect were angry. Regarding Situ Yang's behavior, they agreed that it was an act of blatant provocation and contempt for the dignity of the emperor, and it was absolutely unforgivable. However, after knowing the details of the incident, all member states of the emperor's sect believed that the matter had a lot to do with that Chu Yan. Yang is still his good friend, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that Situ Yang is just trying to help this Chu Yan. Hong Tianpeng looked at Chu Yan, and said with a playful smile on his face. Chu Yan, I heard that you killed Kai Tianlei? Now you are on Hao Yan's list, and instead of him, you are ranked 6,000 on the list. Unexpectedly, there will be such a talented person like you on Zhongtian continent. Hearing this, in Chu Yan's eyes, colorful rays of light shone, and he looked at each other. This Hong Tianpeng, a 10-star martial spirit, has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and has several extraordinary spirit treasures of the heaven-reaching rank, releasing a strong breath of spirit treasures. This level of strength is worthy of being one of the top 800 in the land list, and the strength is extremely strong. Hong Qiyu, who stood proudly, glanced at Hong Tianpeng, and the two communicated with each other, their eyes flickering. Chu Yan, you and I are both arrogants. If we meet by chance today, why not go to the central square of South Street and have a fair fight between you and me? How about it? I believe that with your arrogance, you will never fail. Hong Tianpeng's eyes were full of teasing. As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding crowd were all stunned. Hong Tianpeng actually wants to challenge Chu Yan. No time, I have an appointment. Chu Yan frowned, his expression calm. Situ Yang made an appointment with himself to do a big business, so of course he had to go and have a look. He had already wasted a lot of time when he met Tianlang and his master. This Hong Tianpeng made an appointment to fight. No time. Hong Tianpeng was startled when he heard the words, and then he laughed loudly. Chu Yan, who is famous in the mainland, since he is a courageless person, if he doesn't dare, then he dare not. What are he doing with so many excuses? After saying that, the corners of Duan Tianpeng's mouth curled up, and a sinister smile flashed on his face. If you don't fight with me today, you and your friend next to you will be unable to move an inch in this Xuanhuan city in the future. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Chu Yan and Zhang Tian changed at the same time. How dare you threaten me with that onion? Zhang Tian himself has a cold personality, and he only warms up with people he knows and trusts. Hearing this, he said coldly. Hong Tianpeng was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect the guy next to Chu Yan to be so strong that he didn't take him seriously at all. Even Hong Qiyu, beside him, frowned and his face became gloomy. Are you threatening me? Chu Yan's face is getting colder and colder. What he hates the most is this kind of villain who plots openly and secretly. No. Hong Tianpeng shook his head hastily when he heard the words, without looking around the audience. With a smirk on the corner of his mouth, he said, I am not threatening you. I am the emperor's son. You are just an ant, bullying you. Nothing could be more normal. #C868 Sword of Emperor Fire. Hong Tianpeng is very clear about Chu Yan's deeds in the right domain of the Zhongtian continent. He even came to Xuanhuan City with his father, Hong Qiyu, today, to discuss the matter between him and Situ Yang, but so what? With his status, he doesn't care about Chu Yan at all. The top 800 in the Heotiandi ranking, the prince of the Hongyu Empire, his identity is extremely noble. Of course, if you win against me, you and your friends will not be subject to any restrictions in Xuanhuan City, but if you lose, hand over the Soul Tower. After saying that, Hong Tianpeng's whole body was full of momentum, and he moved towards Chu Yan to oppress him. The warriors around, when they heard Hong Tianpeng's words, were stunned and all looked at Hong Tianpeng. Soul Tower. It turned out that this Hong Tianpeng made a big circle, just focusing on his treasure. From this point of view, this Hong Tianpeng deliberately provoked Chu Yan, and even threatened him, but it was all calculated, hoping that Chu Yan would fall into his trap in a fit of anger and try to seize his treasure. It turned out that they were eyeing the Soul Tower. Chu Yan glanced at Hong Tianpeng with ice-like eyes. From the beginning to the end, he never looked directly at Hong Tianpeng, let alone fell into his trap. Okay. Since you insist, then do as you wish. Boom. As soon as a word fell to the ground, the aura of the second level of heaven-reaching realm exploded, rushing like a shock wave. Hong Tianpeng's aura just now was collided by this berserk aura, and it was smashed into pieces and disappeared in smoke. What? How is this possible? Heaven-reaching realm, second level cultivation base. Just a few days ago, they got the news that Chu Yan was only at the 9th level of the heaven transformation realm, and after only a few days, he actually reached the second level of the heavenly reaching realm. In an instant, the expressions of Hong Tianpeng and Hong Qiyu changed drastically, and they stared at Chu Yan in amazement. Breaking through the Xuanhuan heaven realm to reach the heaven-reaching realm, it's like ascending to the sky. A martial artist with a cultivation level of the sky-reaching realm. It is even more difficult to raise one level of cultivation. However, after a few days, this Chu Yan not only broke through the bottleneck of the heaven transformation realm, but also improved his cultivation by one level. How is this possible? Second heavenly realm, even if you are a proud martial artist, are you qualified to fight me? Hong Tianpeng saw the eyes of the warriors around him, and immediately suppressed his fluctuating emotions, and shouted loudly. You are a proud martial artist, if you can fight at higher levels, so can I. The next moment, Hong Tianpeng's whole body erupted, and a dazzling colorful light rose from his body, turning into a piece of Gangyuan armor, covering his whole body with colorful lights, dazzling and extraordinary momentum. Clang! The sound of the sword piercing through the sky and the earth, the silver longsword appeared, the sharp sword energy stirred the void, and the might of the Haoyan sword swept all directions. With the Haoyan sword in hand, Chu Yan stepped forward without a trace of hesitation. In the void behind him, the phantom of Rakshasa loomed. The roar was earth-shattering. With this move, 90% of the strength is gathered, and the power is shocking. All the crowds watching the warriors in the street were stunned. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan would shoot directly after finishing a sentence. With a wave of Zhang Tian's big hand, the black dragon gun was held in his hand, and the evil spirit was blowing out from his eyes. His eyes moved sideways, and he slowly looked at Hong Qiyu, who was standing aside. His whole body was full of murderous aura, without any concealment. Humph. Spirit soldiers who are not advanced are such a joke. A trace of contempt flashed in Hong Tianpeng's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a small golden flag soared into the sky. With a sudden shock, it turned into 18 small flags of various colors. Each small flag of color was a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Connected to form a large formation, like a dazzling sun of various colors. Thousands of flags lead to the formation of soldiers. Hong Tianpeng shouted loudly, and dozens of flags were huddled together and turned into a group of colorful light, which directly smashed Chu Yan's sword glow, without any hindrance, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Within the emperor's sect, the wealth of the various empires was astonishing, and there were countless pills and spirit treasures. Royal disciples like Hong Tianpeng had more spirit treasures, and they were the best at manipulating spirit treasures. Under the control of Hong Tianpeng, the banners of Lingbao, like colorful meteors, draw various trajectories, surrounding Chu Yan from all directions. Looking up, there is no dead angle at all. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his body unfolded, and he shuttled between these colorful flags, waving sword lights from time to time, beheading one after another of the flags, and under the guerrilla attack, he was unscathed. What? Can't hurt him. Hong Tianping's face sank, and a cold feeling rose in his heart. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness surged, and all the colorful flags spread out, shooting out streamers of various colors, turning into a huge golden spear, and stabbing down at Chu Yan. Boom! Chu Yan's figure was like lightning. He slashed the Haotian sword in his hand, and struck the golden spear, making a loud noise that shook the sky. In an instant, ear-piercing explosions sounded like popping beans, and soon, all 18 colorful flags collapsed. With one strike, the 18 heavenly-reaching spirit treasures were swept away. Competing with Lingbao, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand can be said to be an invincible existence under the Lingbao of the exalted realm. Competing with myself as a spiritual soldier, my brain is broken. Chu Yan, die. Hong Tianping saw that his 18 Tong Tian Lingbao were destroyed, and he was furious immediately. His whole body was full of true energy, surging like a stormy sea. With a wave of his big hand, a big blue axe appeared in his hand. The axe burst out with dazzling light, and slammed down towards Chu Yan. Idiot! See if I live or you die. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he shot coldly. If nothing happened, Chu Yan would be very interested in fighting this 800-strong Tianjiao in the Haotiandi ranking, but now, Chu Yan has no interest in him at all, and Situ Yang is still waiting. Take care of him when you have time. Boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying coercion rose into the sky. Chu Yan held the Haotian sword, and the Suzaku martial soul was born like a golden sun, dragging its colorful tail feathers, and the Suzaku Emperor fire spewed out and gathered towards the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand. In an instant, the infusion of all the power of the Suzaku martial soul turned the Haotian sword into a fiery red long sword, and the flaming sword light that was hundreds of feet long pierced the entire void like a flaming rainbow. At this moment, the faces of the people watching around changed drastically, their eyes widened, and their breaths were all concentrated. Seeing this sword attack, Hong Tianping's whole face was flushed, and his eyes were constantly trembling. The power of this sword is far beyond his imagination. He never thought that Chu Yan's 10-star martial spirit possessed such a terrifying power of fire, and it could even blend with the power of the sword. If I try my best, I am afraid that with this move, I will only be defeated. This Chu Yan's combat power is so terrifying. Stop. Just as the sword of Emperor Fire was slashing down, a yell sounded, and the person who uttered the sound was the Emperor Hong Qiyu, who was standing by the side. The voice swayed, and a majestic force swept in, like a rushing river, directly enveloping the sword of the Emperor Fire, and shattered it together with the void it covered, and dissipated it into nothing. The cultivation base of the venerable realm, the strength is monstrous. Humph! What a Hongyu empire! Standing with a sword in hand, Chu Yan glanced at Hong Qiyu and Hong Tianping, and said loudly, Everyone has seen that this Hong Tianping himself said that he would fight me fairly. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment of the battle, Hong Qiyu, the Emperor of Hongyu, would personally intervene in the competition between warriors. I am surprised, you guys an emperor and a prince belong to the 8 ancient imperial sects, do you still want face? Your emperor sect, do you still want face? The call list sounded like rolling thunder, resounding through the entire sky. #C869, the honor of Dan Alliance. A fair fight between Chu Yan and Hong Tianping was not originally proposed by Hong Tianping. Now that Hong Qiyu is a strong martial artist, he suddenly intervened when the two were fighting. This is a taboo among martial artists in the martial arts world. Immediately, the surrounding crowd looked at Hong Qiyu and Hong Tianping with a look of disdain. There is a fair competition between warriors, and senior strongmen intervene. What kind of shit is this? If this spreads in the Zhongtian continent, each of them, the emperor and the prince, will definitely become the object of ridicule by all warriors. Chu Yan, don't talk nonsense. My father, is only afraid that we will fight on this street and hurt innocent people, so we will stop it. Otherwise, as long as I used my unique skills just now, including you are included, everyone here will be hurt. Hong Tianpeng explained loudly without blushing or heartbeat. Yes. Hearing this, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled, making a loud and clear sound of sword prickling. Suddenly, Hong Tianpeng's face changed, and he took a half-step back involuntarily. It was obvious that the move of the Emperor Fire Sword just now made his heart tremble. Otherwise, how could Chu Yan's small movement make him so vigilant? In an instant, Hong Tianpeng's face turned reddish, and he quickly realized that he stood up. I accidentally took a small half-step back just now. This action will never escape the eyes of all the warriors present, so it is really embarrassing and embarrassing. Hee, Hong Tianpeng, the top 800 in the Haotiandi ranking, but that's all. Chu Yan sneered, then sheathed his long sword, turned around, and was about to leave. Stop. At this moment, Hong Qiyu, the emperor of the Hongyu Empire, suddenly shouted. Chu Yan's footsteps faltered, and he turned his head to look at Hong Qiyu. Under the eyes of everyone, you are a strong martial artist, you don't want to take action yourself. Are you really so shameless? Chu Yan, hand over the Soul Tower, otherwise, I promise, you and your friends will not be able to leave Xuanhuan City. Hong Qiyu's face was livid, and he said every word, the threat in his tone couldn't be more obvious. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's expressions changed suddenly, and they looked at Hong Qiyu in disbelief. What's the situation? Didn't the battle between Chu Yan and Hong Tianpeng mean that only after Chu Yan lost? Just when Hong Tianpeng was about to lose, you suddenly intervened and broke the contract, and now you are still asking for treasures. Hong Qiyu glanced across, seeing the suspicious eyes looking around, he suddenly chuckled and said. The appointment just now doesn't count. It has nothing to do with my emperor's sect. What I'm saying now is that I am a member of the emperor's sect, and at the same time, I am speaking on behalf of the owner of Xuanhuan City. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed suddenly, including Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. In Chu Yan's heart, a surge of rage exploded instantly. These two guys, just before Hong Tianpeng spoke provocatively, had obviously met their eyes and communicated with each other, dare to say that Hong Qiyu didn't instigate them? Moreover, who is Hong Tianpeng? He is his own son. He is the prince of the Hongyu Empire, and he is also a member of the emperor's clan. Could it be that just speaking can be regarded as fart? If he had a problem with the two of them, why didn't he say it before the fight? After all, these two shameless guys are clearly determined to win Chu Yan's Soul Tower, completely disregarding face. You're playing tricks, aren't you? Or do you use power to overwhelm others? Chu Yan said coldly. So what? Hong Qiyu chuckled with disdain, and said. I don't care how tyrannical you are in the Ziwei Empire, but in Xuanhuan City, the core of our emperor's headquarters, don't think about being arrogant, and don't even think about being an enemy of our emperor. You'd better be more sensible and hand over Soul Heaven Ta, hello everyone, otherwise, Between words, Hong Qiyu's tone became more and more tough, extremely domineering. What a emperor, he's playing horizontally, isn't he? Chu Yan's face sank slightly, and he turned his back, and directly took out the jade talisman of the second-grade golden alchemist's alchemy identity, and said coldly. Others are afraid of your emperor sect, so I'll treat you like shit. If you want to play, I don't mind. Please move the elders and hall masters of the Dan League to have fun with your emperor sect. Dan Meng, a second-rank golden alchemist. As soon as this jade talisman came out, everyone's eyes lit up and their faces were shocked. In the Haotian continent, the 8 ancient sects are respected, but there are some special cases, and among these special cases, the most terrifying existence is the Dan League. This non-zone faction that controls all alchemists in Haotian continent is more powerful than any other sect. Just think about it, even if it is the 8 ancient sects, all the alchemists left the sect overnight. No matter how powerful your sect is, how many years can you last without alchemists providing pills? Even if you have a few extremely loyal alchemists, but without the resources of the Alchemy Alliance, the alchemy formula and the spirit grass are traded, you can refine a few high-end pills, and those big shots in your sect are still practicing. What's more, the members of the Alchemy Alliance are very protective of their weaknesses. These alchemists, who are weak in combat power, are the most reluctant to see those warriors bullying alchemists. Never stop. Don't underestimate these alchemy servants. When you reach the level of a golden alchemist, the alchemist accepts alchemy servants. The lowest level is the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and you have to find a relationship to go through the back door to have hope, otherwise, the golden alchemist will not bird you. Hong Qiyu and Hong Tianpeng stared blankly at the golden alchemist's jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand. The corners of their eyes twitched fiercely, and the sea of consciousness was filled with turbulent waves. Dan Wu double cultivation. This Chu Yan is actually a golden alchemist. Joke. This Xuanhuan city is not only the core of the headquarters of the Emperor's sect, but also the headquarters of the Dan League, and theoretically speaking, the real boss is definitely the Dan League. Without the Elixir Alliance, I am afraid that the Emperor opened the Jibao Pavilion in Xuanhuan City to rob the elixir business, and at least half of his income will be cut. At that time, not to mention the pressure from the Dan League, even within the Emperor's sect, their Hongyu Empire would have to be strangled to death by other empires. Misunderstanding. It's a trivial matter, why alarm Dan Meng? There was a big smile on Hong Qiyu's face, and he quickly said, "It's just that I see Chu Yan's amazing talent, and I love him." "I'm joking with Chu Yan, don't take it seriously, Tianpeng, let's go." After saying that, the Emperor of Hongyu Empire, Hong Qiyu, turned around and left. His face was ashen, and he didn't want to stay here for a while. Hong Tianpeng gave Chu Yan a hard look, then raised his heels, and the two figures quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Immediately afterwards, all the warriors around looked sideways at the same time, looking at Chu Yan together. Their eyes were full of awe. Monster! This Chu Yan is not only amazing in combat power, but also a golden alchemist. Even a powerful emperor of the Emperor's sect was forced to retreat by him. This strength can be said to be extremely shocking. #C870 Shocking Plan. Call. Among the surrounding crowd, many martial artists could not help but breathe a long sigh of relief when they felt the tense atmosphere on the scene dissipate. Call. But what is surprising is that Chu Yan also breathed a long sigh of relief at this time. Seeing Zhang Tian's puzzled eyes, Chu Yan smiled awkwardly and said, "Others don't know, don't you know? Although I am a second-rank golden alchemist and a member of the Dan League, I don't know any of the big shots in the Dan League. I have been in the Dan League for so long. I just know you." Hearing this, Zhang Tian raised the corners of his mouth lightly, and said with a smile, "So what? You don't know me, I know you. Don't mention your identity as a second-rank golden alchemist. Even me, the original Hall Master alchemist, can also attract the alchemy boss." That's right, Zhang Tian's deep connections in the Alchemy Alliance are far beyond the comparison of ordinary alchemists. When the Zhang family was prosperous, there were countless alchemists in the family, which have been passed down for thousands of years. Although many of them have been weak, there are also many. The alchemist still values the descendant of the Zhang family, and supports him unconditionally. Otherwise, with Zhang Tian's resources, it would be almost impossible to ask a golden alchemist to help him refine a second-grade golden pill if he wanted to stay in the Alchemy Alliance for 5 years. So that's it. I didn't expect that the identity of the alchemist of the Alchemy League would be so easy to use. Chu Yan nodded, glanced at the jade amulet of alchemist identity in his hand, put it away immediately, and said with a smile, "Nonsense. Do you know how many golden alchemists there are in Haotian continent? Let me tell you, according to the records of the Alchemy Alliance, there are no more than 500. Do you know how many powerful sects there are in Haotian continent? No less than 10,000. Of these powerful sects, only 1 out of 100 sects can invite a golden alchemist. Do you think the identity of a golden alchemist is strong? Zhang Tian looked at Chu Yan and explained speechlessly. From this point of view, my second-rank golden alchemist has a chance to be promoted to third rank. Chu Yan chuckled, then greeted Zhang Tian, and the two headed towards North Street. It has been almost 2 hours since Situ Yang sent the message to Chu Yan, and it is estimated that the fat man will be scolded for waiting. So, something happened here. Chu Yan took Zhang Tian and hurried to the place agreed with Situ Yang. The entire North Street. Many powerful chambers of commerce have gathered here, including Emperor Zong's Extreme Treasure Pavilion. Dizong's Tianbao building also has a branch here. The entire street is full of magnificent palaces, all of which are resplendent and majestic. Auction halls, trading halls, all kinds of shops, pills and herbs, and exotic treasures, all of which are complete. Hey! What's that? Walking on the North Street, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian looked around, inadvertently raised their heads, and saw a huge spirit pattern with a radius of hundreds of feet above a huge palace not far away, suspended in the void, overflowing with spiritual power. This is the Forbidden Sky Spirit pattern. It can not only restrain the sky, but also monitor the range of 100 miles. No matter what means, you can't escape his peeping. Zhang Tian took a look and explained. What a strong spirit pattern. Chu Yan sighed secretly. Afterwards, the two walked side by side, and according to the location that Situ Yang sent, they got into an alley, turned 7 times and 8 times, and arrived in front of a private house. Stepping into the private house, a round figure like a mountain of meat immediately rolled over and yelled at Chu Yan. Brother, why are you so slow? I'm starving to death. Don't talk yet, let's talk after entering the room. Situ Yang looked nervous, pulled Chu Yan and Zhang Tian into the room, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian stood aside and looked at Situ Yang's appearance, and they all frowned. They didn't expect Situ Yang to be cautious, which didn't suit his personality and style. What is he going to do? Huh? This is... Situ Yang turned around and came back, his eyes swept to Zhang Tian, his face was full of vigilance. He looked at Chu Yan and asked suspiciously. His name is Zhang Tian, brother. Chu Yan's answer was simple and direct, and then he pointed to Situ Yang and introduced to Zhang Tian. Situ Yang, you can be considered a brother. Under Chu Yan's chuckle, Situ Yang immediately jumped up. Brother, what does it mean to be a brother, little brother? Whenever I have something good, I will think of you. Where in the world can I find a brother as good as me? Seeing Situ Yang's appearance, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian looked at each other and smiled, saying, What's the matter? Let's hear it. If it's really a good business, it just so happens that you need Yuan Jing to buy spirit grass for refining golden elixir recently. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he looked at Situ Yang and waited for him to speak. Brother, do you know the Extreme Treasure Pavilion? Situ Yang grinned and frowned. I know. The Emperor's Chamber of Commerce. Chu Yan nodded and replied casually. What did Situ Yang ask Jibao Pavilion? Is it doing business with Extreme Treasure Pavilion? If you really want to do business with Jibao Pavilion, you will be in trouble. I just had a fight with Huangzong, and it is almost impossible to do business with them again. Wrong. Chu Yan swept his eyes away, and seeing Situ Yang's obscene smile, his eyes trembled. This guy doesn't want to. Brother. Today, together with Zhang Tian and the 3 of us, we will do something that will disturb Xuanhuan City. The underground treasure house of the Extreme Treasure Pavilion, As expected, Situ Yang smiled evilly, his eyes sparkled, and he spoke softly. What? What? When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian were stunned at the same time, and then exclaimed, their eyes widened, staring straight at Situyang. I'm afraid of a fart, so I'll do it when I have to. I figured out that extreme treasure pavilion a long time ago. This time, he must be emptied. Situyang waved his hand, and said it very easily. Hiss. Hiss. Hearing Situyang's words, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian gasped, their faces full of astonishment. This fat man actually calls stealing other people's treasure house doing business. What's more, what was stolen was the treasure house of the Huanzong Extreme Treasure Pavilion, which was one of the 8 ancient sects, and there were tens of thousands of members of the Guanqiang Empire, all over the entire Haotian continent. Among other things, this Extreme Treasure Pavilion has the background of Emperor Zong, all kinds of powerful warriors, including spirit lines and arrays, and traps. If Wu Zuanjing enters, I am afraid that there will be no return. Fatty man, you are crazy, don't drag us if you want to die. Chu Yan was speechless, and shouted directly at Situyang. In history, it is not that no one has ever thought about the treasure house of these chambers of commerce. After all, the huge wealth is still very attractive. Of course, many people are thinking about it, and some people have attracted some people to start with it after careful planning. However, you don't need to guess, most of these people's final fate will be directly blasted to pieces. If you are lucky, your cultivation base will be abolished, and you will be hung on the square in front of the Chamber of Commerce for 10 days and 10 nights. If you don't die, you may still survive. However, for warriors, being abolished is better than dying. Therefore, not to mention the treasure house of a powerful chamber of commerce such as the Extreme Treasure Pavilion, even if it is a treasure house of an ordinary chamber of commerce, there are definitely powerful warriors sitting in it, and it is definitely not something that can be obtained casually. #C871, Stealing the Heavens. Just when Chu Yan and Zhang Tian looked at Situyang with disgust on their faces, and the expressions of "you are crazy, we will not accompany you to court death" were written all over their faces, Situyang's expression changed, and he became angry instantly. Swish! A black spirit pattern suddenly appeared in his hand, with a flash of black light, it instantly melted into the void and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. However, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian locked their spiritual senses, and they naturally sensed clearly that the spirit pattern was still on Situyang's palm. This spirit pattern is only the size of a little finger, and its aura is extremely weak. If Chu Yan and Zhang Tian hadn't seen Situyang releasing it at the beginning, they would hardly be able to perceive its existence now. Could this be the invisible spirit pattern? Zhang Tian's eyes trembled, and he looked at Situyang in astonishment, and said in surprise. Invisible spirit pattern. It can make people disappear completely and merge directly with the void. No matter how powerful an existence is, it cannot be seen by using the unicorn pupil secret technique like Chu Yan. The only way is to destroy the void. As long as the void is completely destroyed, it will be destroyed. Like a fish hiding in water, without a place to hide, it is naturally impossible to hide. However, even if you want to destroy the void, you must first know that to destroy that void, you can't bombard the sky all the time. In that case, it will cause turbulence in the void, and I am afraid that even your treasure house will be swallowed by you. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian stared at Situyang, watching the complacency on his face grow stronger, their eyes burst bright. Originally, according to Situyang's plan, it was completely impossible, but now with this invisible spirit pattern, the situation is completely different. Moreover, Chu Yan knew without guessing that this Situyang actually had an invisible spirit pattern, so with his character, he probably had already stolen the treasure houses of countless chambers of commerce, but this time, he was eyeing the Emperor Zongji treasure pavilion. The big chamber of commerce, that's why they are looking for Chu Yan to cooperate. No. Even if there is an invisible spirit pattern, there is still aura overflowing, which cannot be concealed from the consciousness of those who are strong in the martial venerable realm. Chu Tian's face suddenly turned cold, he sank instantly, and said. When Situ Yang heard Chu Yan's words, he was completely unmoved, and his face was still full of complacency. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand, and another spirit pattern flashed on his left hand. Hidden spirit pattern. Chu Yan is very familiar with this kind of spirit pattern. Most warriors usually use it when they are practicing outside. When they are resting, they are arranged to isolate their own breath and prevent monsters or other warriors from discovering and causing danger. However, the invisible spirit pattern in Situ Yang's hand is obviously of a higher grade. Invisible spirit pattern, plus hidden spirit pattern. It seems that it is really possible to enter the well-defended treasure house. Say it. To do it or not to do it. Situ Yang looked at Chu Yan and Zhang Tian, his face frightened, his eyes glowing, and he asked word by word. It's stealing something. Chu Yan looked a little embarrassed. This stealing is not an upright thing. However, after thinking about it, I need a lot of heavenly spirit grass to refine the golden elixir, and I don't have many yuan crystals on me. Moreover, on the street today, Hong Qiyu and Hong Tianpeng, two despicable villains, were offended by me. In addition to the Ziwei Empire, after this emperor, they are basically enemies. Since it is the enemy, sooner or later there will be a war, and it is a good thing to take advantage of the opportunity to greatly weaken the enemy's strength. Okay. I'll do it. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. When the words fell to the ground, Situ Yang's eyes lit up, and he and Chu Yan turned to look at Zhang Tian at the same time. You guys. Zhang Tian was stunned, his eyes twitched, and he stared at Chu Yan and Situ Yang like he was staring at two lunatics. This is the treasure house of the Chamber of Commerce of Huangzhong, one of the 8 ancient sections. Regardless of whether it can be obtained or not, if they find out that tens of thousands of members of the empire are wanted, it can be said that by then, the entire continent will be the enemy. Could it be that they couldn't have imagined this result? Zhang Tian, think about it, piles of treasures, countless spiritual grasses and immortal medicines. How many golden pills can be refined as a golden alchemist of Chu Yan? At that time, the speed of cultivation will increase. Situ Yang's voice was extremely hesitant, and between every word and sentence, it seemed that there was some kind of magical power, which made Zhang Tian's pupils gradually dilate. Damn. Since you dare, I have nothing to fear, just do it. Zhang Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter, he yelled, and finally made up his mind, but even if he didn't want to, he couldn't watch Chu Yan take risks, and in the end, he would definitely follow to help. That's good. I'll start preparing now. With a big wave of Situ Yang's hand, dozens of spirit patterns and treasures soared into the sky, floating in midair. Brother, Zhang Tian, these are defensive spirit patterns and treasures, put them on. With a cautious expression on his face, Situ Yang pointed to the armor, skin, helmet and other spiritual treasures in the air, and said. At the same time, the handprints fluttered, leading high-grade spirit patterns in the air, and they kept falling on Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Under the agitation of spiritual power, defensive spiritual power shields continued to rise on Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Layer upon layer, no less than a dozen layers. Coupled with those Lingbao armors and so on, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian's defense power soared. Don't you have invisibility and invisible spirit patterns? What are you doing with so many defensive things? Chu Yan looked at Situ Yang's serious face, and asked softly in doubt. Brother, just in case. Situ Yang explained casually, and then, turning his hands together, he took out 6 spirit patterns, namely 3 invisibility and 3 invisible spirit patterns, and with a sudden lift, the fingerprints were activated, and they submerged into the bodies of the 3 separately. The next moment, the figures of Chu Yan, Zhang Tian, and Situ Yang disappeared in the room instantly, and they couldn't feel it at all, including the breath. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan immediately mobilized his true energy and used the unicorn pupils to the extreme. At the same time, he also let go of his spiritual consciousness, condensed into one strand, and moved towards the position where Xie La Jiao was standing just now. Under the double inspection of Qilan's pupil and divine consciousness, Chu Yan couldn't find any trace of Xie La Jiao at all. You know, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils and divine consciousness are not ordinary, and they can even be compared to some ordinary Wuzuanjing experts. The plan is really possible to succeed. Let's go. But remember, don't make direct contact with people. If there is physical contact, the other party can still find us. Xie La Jiao's spiritual sense transmitted sound, and told Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Immediately, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian also answered through sound transmission with their spiritual consciousness. Needless to say, they know this kind of thing. The three of them walked out of the private house, burrowed into the alley, and walked cautiously all the way towards the Extreme Treasure Pavilion. The entire street was still filled with traffic and horses and carts, and no one noticed the bustling scene. At this time, there were three silent figures passing through the crowd and slowly approaching the tall and huge palace of Extreme Treasure Pavilion. #C872 Act with Reality. The Extreme Treasure Pavilion has 7 floors in total, hundreds of feet high, tall and majestic. As a chamber of commerce, most of them will store all kinds of treasures underground. Therefore, the Extreme Treasure Pavilion is no exception. Its treasure trove is located underground in the main hall of the Extreme Treasure Pavilion. Since Jibao Pavilion belongs to the Emperor's sect, the defense is more stringent. There are a large number of silver-armored soldiers on the outermost layer, armed with long soldiers, 1 guard at 3 steps, 1 sentry at 5 steps, and the patrol team is patrolling the entire Extreme Treasure Pavilion range. These silver-armored soldiers, the first cultivation level is around the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation realm. They are considered to be the lowest end combat power of the Extreme Treasure Pavilion, and they are only stationed at the outermost periphery and the ground. For example, the treasure house of the underground palace of the Extreme Treasure Pavilion is guarded by real martial arts experts and a large number of elders and deacons. Even if the owner of the Extreme Treasure Pavilion wants to enter it, he must go through at least 15 checkpoints. The three of Chu Yan, who were like a piece of nothingness, passed through the ground palace very smoothly and found the entrance of the underground palace. This is a small palace. Entering the palace, there is a huge iron gate. Behind the iron gate, there is a wide staircase that leads obliquely to the ground, with thousands of steps. This section of stairs looks empty and unguarded, but in fact, on each level of the stairs, there are terrifying dark cloths of spirit patterns. If you don't know it, stepping in without authorization will trigger the spirit patterns and attract siege. At this time, Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao, and Zhang Tian had sneaked into the entrance hall of the underground palace. The three of them were lurking in a corner of the hall, observing the middle of the hall, the huge iron gate, and the guards like iron barrels around them. The guards are too tight. The iron gate doesn't open at all. How can we enter? Zhang Tian stared at the iron gate, and saw no less than 100 guards guarding the iron gate, and the iron gate was tightly closed, not to mention people. I'm afraid not even a mosquito could fly in. The strength of these guards is around the 7th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, and their positions imply some kind of formation. Chu Yan nodded, and said to the two through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Don't worry, I've checked it out a long time ago. This iron gate will open every hour, and there will be deacons coming in and out. Let's follow in later, that's good. Xie La Jiao said with a calm expression on his face. Judging from his tone, and the fact that the three of them sneaked into the underground palace smoothly, I am afraid that Xie La Jiao has been here several times, and he is absolutely familiar with the road. Really? In less than half an hour, a team of deacons entered the hall and walked to the iron gate. After being inspected by the guards, the iron gate slowly opened. Go, it's now. Xie Yang let out a soft drink, his figure flashed, his completely transparent body caused ripples in the void, and he stood at the back of the team of deacons in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian hurriedly followed the team of deacons, and entered the 1,000-story staircase, behind the iron gate. Perhaps because of the deacons' access, the spirit pattern on the 1,000-story staircase temporarily lost its effect. After walking for half an hour, the deacon team finally entered the underground palace. Looking around, this is a huge underground space, densely packed with small buildings, with courtyards and gardens in between, covering an area of 50 miles, with no end in sight. A clear spring flowed into the pool, and in the small square, the team of deacons spread out and walked to different buildings in the distance. Look, it's over there, the third of the 9 palaces. Xie Yang raised his hand and pointed. It was the center of the underground palace, one of the 9 largest buildings, and all the other small houses and buildings were built around these 9 palaces. The 3 of them sneaked carefully along a stone road, and came to the 3rd palace that Xie Yang pointed out. Hidden in the canopy of a big tree, Chu Yan cast the pupil of the unicorn, raised his eyes and swept across. Fuck. This is too scary. As far as the eye can see, in this palace, various organs, spirit formations, traps, and sweeping spirits are all over almost all corners of the entire palace. Lost share. Moreover, the surveillance spirit patterns seen in Xuanhuan City, all of these 9 palaces are suspended in the air, exuding a faint brilliance, like a crescent moon, shedding endless brilliance. These brilliance, in conjunction with some restrictions on the ground, will be touched if you are not careful, causing the experts guarding here to notice. Everyone is doomed. Why did you choose palace number 3? Isn't there 9 in total? Zhang Tian looked around, and asked through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. Hey, among the 9 palaces, only 3 are real, and the other 6 are all fake. Xie Yang laughed. What? Fake? Chu Yan and Zhang Tianqi were stunned and asked suspiciously. That's right, the treasure house of this extreme treasure pavilion is divided into upper, middle and lower classes, distributed in 3 of the 9 palaces, and, every once in a while, they will be exchanged with each other. Among the other 6, there are basically Jedi, whoever enters will die. Xie Yang explained. What a great treasure pavilion, this trick is really good. Chu Yan nodded, and the unicorn pupils surrounded by colorful lights swept towards the other 8 palaces. Sure enough, there were far fewer restrictions. Generally speaking, people who infiltrate see that other palaces are much less restricted, so of course they will choose those palaces that are relatively easy to attack. In this way, they just fell into the trap of Jibao Pavilion. Brother, I remember that you have a very powerful spirit pattern, and it's up to you to break those restrictions later. As Xie Yang said, he jumped down from the tree, looked around, waved to Chu Yan and Zhang Tian, and dived towards the number 3 palace garden. The 3 of them sneaked silently, broke through the restriction on the gate of palace number 3, and dodged past. Xie Yang stepped in, his figure flashed again and again, his handprints fluttered like flying, and one after another spirit patterns were printed, breaking the obvious and hidden restrictions and mechanisms one by one, without making a sound, all kinds of restrictions, and the trap quickly disintegrates. Fatty Situ, no matter how you look at him, he looks like a habitual thief. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian followed closely behind, proceeding carefully. Soon, the figures of the 3 of them had already reached the center of the courtyard, and they were almost able to pass through the courtyard in front of the palace garden and escape from the place where the most restrictive agencies were. Brother! Xie Yang's hands were shining faintly, his handprints were flipping like flying, and he gave a soft drink. Chu Yan's eyes are like thunder, with colored light gushing out, and the pupils of the unicorn turned into substance, shooting out a large area of brilliance, and the area swept by the colored light, one after another hidden prohibition and triggering spirit patterns, constantly showing the body. Xie shot out his handprints like a cannonball, chasing the brilliance area of Chu Yan's unicorn pupil, constantly cracking these restrictions and triggering spirit patterns. Every time one was broken, the figures of the three flickered and fell into the blank area. Their expressions were solemn, their whole bodies tensed up, and even their breathing seemed to have stopped. You must know that these prohibitions and spirit patterns in the center of the courtyard have formed a powerful array of spirit patterns. Even those who are strong in the martial arts state, once triggered, they will be smashed into scum. #C873 Piles of Treasures. The powerful prohibition array was continuously broken, and the three of Chu Yan did not leave a trace, and they moved forward smoothly all the way. Fatty, you have broken all these restrictions and spirit patterns, so the Extreme Treasure Pavilion won't notice it? Chu Yan asked via sound transmission. Hey, big brother, my martial arts cultivation is not as good as yours, but I am also the bloodline of the #1 spirit pattern master in ancient times. If you want to talk about the secret skills of the spirit pattern, in the entire right domain, I am the second, who dares to say first. Xie Yan kept his hands on his hands, but turned his head to look at Chu Yan, with a smile on his face, and said incomparably frightened. Hearing Xie Yang's words, Chu Yan's face turned serious, and he followed Xie Yang's gaze and looked behind him. I saw that where they had just walked, every spirit pattern restriction that had been cracked had all been restored as before, as if there had never been a vision. Now, even if someone patrols here, it is impossible to see anything unusual. Hurry up, Fatty Situ, we're only a few steps away from the gate of the palace. Zhang Tian was also full of excitement, and hurriedly urged. While speaking, Xie Yang's handprints fell down, and the last few forbidden spirit patterns in front of the main hall were all broken. The three of them jumped and fell in front of the hall gate. Behind that tall palace gate, there are countless treasures piled up like a mountain. However, when Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept across the gate of the palace, the three of them were full of excitement, and suddenly froze. This door is completely different from the prohibition they encountered before. It not only has a prohibition lock, but also requires a specific aura to be poured into it before it can be opened. If there is no corresponding aura, as long as there is a slight touch, even situ, the touch of Yang's handprint will also directly trigger the defensive spirit array on the gate. Behind this gate, there are 3 altars connected to this gate. Above the gate, there are at least 81 spirit patterns. Xie Yang looked at Chu Yan with a solemn expression on his face. Brother! Can you please? Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and then, at the position of the brow, a golden spirit pattern imprint shone brightly. Call out. The power of the golden Holy Spirit pattern. Wrapped in 9-colored strange light, it shot directly at the gate of the palace, condensed like a beam of light as thick as a finger, and under the illumination of the unicorn's pupils, strangled the 81 spirit patterns that appeared one by one. Huh? This is Zhang Tian's expression was startled. Such a strong spirit pattern, even I can't see the origin of this spirit pattern. Xie Yang's eyes flickered, looking at the imprint of the Holy Spirit pattern on the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, he exclaimed. Soon, on the door of the hall in front of him, the last spirit pattern of the altar was broken. Xie Yang flipped his hand, took out a jade talisman, drew out the milky white spirit pattern, and pressed it on the door of the hall. Walk through. With a soft drink, Xie Yang directly lifted his feet and stepped forward. His fleshy body passed through the ripple-like palace gate and entered the palace. There was no sound during the whole process. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian glanced at each other, and quickly chased after them. Haha came in. Xie Yang laughed out loud. The moment Chu Yan's feet landed in the hall, without any hesitation, the unicorn's pupils swept across the entire hall. At this glance, his face sank severely. A strong martial artist. I saw an old man sitting cross-legged in a corner of the hall, his eyes closed tightly, and the air in the entire hall flowed slowly between breaths, containing an extremely powerful force. Skynet Spirit Array. As Chu Yan's unicorn pupils retracted, Xie Yang seemed to have expected that, unlike Chu Yan and Zhang Tian's dignified expressions, he threw 100 pieces of jade talisman from his hands with a soft drink, and the spirit pattern appeared. Hundreds of spirit patterns flew towards the hall, turning into a huge net of spirit patterns, covering the cultivating Wu Zuanjing expert. In an instant, the entire hall was divided into two, and the slowly moving air in the space outside the spirit net stopped instantly. As a result, the old man who was concentrating on cultivation could no longer perceive the situation in the hall. Hurry up, there is only half a stick of incense left for the Tianwang spirit formation. Xie Yang's voice roared in Chu Tian and Zhangtian's sea of consciousness. This spirit array, is it okay? Zhang Tian stared at the old man of martial venerable realm, his voice trembled slightly. After all, there was a strong martial venerable realm sitting in the hall. Although he was in a state of closed-door cultivation, he could detect abnormalities just by opening his eyes. Haven't you closed the door? Did you open your eyes during the closed door? Chu Yan gave a soft drink, stopped paying attention to the old man of Wu Zuanjing, and looked across the hall to other places in the hall. This hall covers an area of nearly 20 miles. Countless wooden boxes with jade racks and spirit treasure jade bottles are stored on them. They are neatly arranged in rows, extending along the four directions of the hall in an extremely neat manner. All kinds of spiritual power overflowed from these treasures, converging into a huge spiritual power, spreading throughout the entire hall, filled with spiritual treasures, elixirs, spiritual grasses and fairy medicines, exercise secret books, etc., which dazzled people. At a glance, there are no fewer than 10,000 treasures of all kinds in the hall. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan only felt his blood swell, panting like a cow, and his eyes were instantly red. The extremely treasure pavilion under the Emperor's sect is really rich. If it weren't for the fear of the Wu Zuanjing powerhouse in the palace waking up, Chu Yan and the others couldn't help it, and wanted to yell a few times. Quickly collect. Quickly collect. Be careful that some treasures have restrictions on them. Don't touch them, just collect them, and crack them later. Also, try to collect small ones. Xie Yang said. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian were startled, and then immediately understood. Ordinary storage jade talismans, with the size of 100 steps in the storage space method, if you take a large one, I'm afraid it won't hold much at all. Although the Extreme Treasure Pavilion divides the treasury into upper, middle and lower ranks, the precious treasures are still hidden in the 9 halls, because these treasures are owned by the entire Emperor's sect, not by individuals. To be stored separately. After all, no one will feel at ease if one person is guarded by an expert. Xie Yang chose the third palace because he considered that this treasure house had the most pills and spirit grasses and immortal medicines, so he could charge more and have a higher value if he installed them in this way. Swish. Xie Yang didn't waste any time. As soon as the voice fell, his body like a meatball rushed out with incomparable agility. His pair of big hands turned into afterimages, and he kept grabbing at those treasures, and quickly put them into his storage jade. In the character. According to his speed, he can dare to take 3 or 5 treasures in one breath. However, Chu Yan looked at Xie Yang's figure rushing out, but the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I never need to store jade talismans, because I have Rakshasa space. With the continuous improvement of Chu Yan's practice of Raksha Wujiju, the current Raksha space has reached a range of nearly 5 miles, which is more than 10,000 times larger than ordinary storage jade charms. #C874 Black Dragon Bodyguard. Chu Yan swept his eyes and saw that Chu Yan and Zhang Tian went to the treasure area in the east and south directions respectively, so with a big wave of his hand, endless black streamers shrouded in all directions like a large sea of clouds. Swish! 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 Countless treasures flew up from the rows of jade racks, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, flocking to Chu Yan, and were collected in the Rakshasa space in an instant. This kind of collection speed is more than 100 times faster than Situ Yang and Zhang Tian taking one by one. Wokao! Brother, you! Seeing this scene, Situ Yang's face was filled with astonishment, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. According to Chu Yan's way of closing, he and Zhang Tian probably didn't even drink the soup. Blast me! Situ Yang opened his mouth wide, and a large wave of green air surged out instantly, covering all the treasures on the jade rack within 100 steps in front of him. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large number of treasures with their own restrictions exploded instantly, turning into terrifying attacks one after another, forming an overwhelming wave of attacks, and blasting towards Situ Yang viciously. Depend on. Although Situ Yang was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the torrent of attacks in front of him. He didn't dare to stay where he was, and rushed out in a flash, rushing behind Zhang Tian, who was collecting treasures in the southern area. Moreover, while rushing into the southern area of the treasure house, Situ Yang also opened his mouth wide and spewed out a large piece of green air, covering the large jade racks in the southern area as well. Immediately, another burst of crazy explosions sounded, and in the southern district, treasures with restrictions also launched a series of attacks, forming a large wave of attacks, blasting at Situ Yang who was running fast. At this time, in the entire main hall, two large waves of attack like shooting stars surged towards Situ Yang and the sluggish Zhang Tian, suppressing them fiercely like the sky falling. At this time, Situ Yang had already rushed behind Zhang Tian, his body shrank extremely quickly, completely shrinking his entire body behind Zhang Tian. Fatty man, uncle. Zhang Tian sensed the terrifying power coming, and woke up instantly, watching the large attack flood in the sky, his whole face instantly turned green. He finally understands now. Why did that fat man let himself and Chu Yan wear so many defensive spirit treasures and defensive spirit patterns before he set off, just to serve as shields for him? Boom! The tide of attacks fell all over the sky, and the defensive spirit patterns on Zhang Tian's body continued to explode. In less than half a blink of an eye, all the spirit patterns were broken, and the defensive spirit treasures such as tight armor and inner armor were also blown to pieces. Body protector. Zhang Tian's eyes were completely red, and the violent dragon power rushed out from all over his body, and instantly turned into a black flood dragon, entwined around Zhang Tian's body, and the protective energy was stretched to a full 10 feet thick. Body, resist these forbidden attacks. Boom! 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 Groups of gas explosions exploded on Zhang Tian's body. In order not to disturb the old man over there, Zhang Tian didn't dare to fight back at all, otherwise, the collision of the attack and the attack would shake the hall. During his practice, he woke up with a start. Therefore, Zhang Tian could only choose to resist head-on, and use his Black Dragon Martial Soul to use the Black Dragon Body Protection Martial Soul skill to face the stormy attack. After all the bursts of anger dissipated, Zhang Tian's whole body was blasted into darkness, the gray robes on his body turned into cloth strips, and around his feet, there were a large piece of fragments of various spirit treasures. Fortunately, Zhang Tian has already completed the second awakening of his martial soul, and he blocked it with the martial soul skill of the Black Dragon Bodyguard, otherwise, he might not die, but his skin would also peel off. Fatty fat man, your uncle. Zhang Tian gasped violently, staring at Situ Yang with red eyes. However, Situ Yang didn't show a trace of apology on his face. Seeing that all the attacks disappeared, he came out from behind Zhang Tian, and rushed towards the treasures that had been broken. With no restrictions in the way, Situ Yang's speed of collecting treasures has doubled. Not far away, Chu Yan stretched out his right hand, and in the direction of the palm, rows of treasures on the jade racks drew tracks and were collected into the Rakshasa space. Seeing what Xie La Jiao did just now, Chu Yan's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, these restrictions are only for triggering and alarming. Have to come down. Hey, don't blame me, half of the half-stick of incense has passed, and we only received less than 1/10 of it. Hurry up. Hurry up. The moment Xie La Jiao flashed to another jade frame, he took the time to turn his head to look at Zhang Tian, and laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Tian was stunned, and immediately realized that he didn't bother to pay attention to Xie La Jiao, and quickly started collecting treasures. The next moment, the hall returned to calm. Except for Chu Yan and the other three, they ran wildly like hungry wolves, without even looking at them. They grabbed pieces of treasures and put them into the stored jade charms, desperately loading them. Compared with Xie La Jiao and Zhang Tian's method of collecting treasures, Chu Yan is much more relaxed, and can also separate his consciousness to constantly observe the treasures collected in the Rakshasa space. After a quick sweep, Chu Yan found that he had collected nearly 30 Wuzuanjing spirit treasures in just half a stick of incense. Hiss. This emperor's sect is indeed rich. It is worthy of being the imperial sect. It is rich, so damn rich. Chu Yan couldn't help it, and cursed secretly. His eyes stared at the treasures that kept flying, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. According to Chu Yan's estimation, there are at least several hundred pieces of Wuzuanjing treasures in this treasure house. If several other treasure house palaces are added, there may be at least 1,000 Wuzuanjing treasures. It's still the most profitable robbery. Chu Yan let out a deep emotion, and then, his eyes moved lightly, looking at the old man in the Wuzuanjing, who was covered by the big array of Skynet spirit pattern in the corner of the hall. Up to now, that master still has his eyes closed and is meditating deeply. It should be impossible for him to imagine that just under his eyelids, 3 warriors are frantically collecting the treasure house he guards. However, even if the old man has not noticed it, the old man in Wuzuanjing still makes Chu Yan a little flustered. If he finds out, let alone whether he can escape from a strong Wuzuanjing, I am afraid that this Xuanhuan city will never be able to get out, and all the treasures in hand may not be kept. Hurry up. Time is running out. Chu Yan glanced at the big cover of the net spirit pattern that day, and said to Xie La Jiao and Zhang Tian through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. What? The moment Chu Yan turned his head, he saw a few black jade talismans flying towards him, and was instantly taken into the Rakshasa space. However, there was an extremely terrifying power in these black jade talismans. Even Chu Yan felt a little startled. Swish! With a flip of his hand, he took out a black jade talisman, and Chu Yan scanned it with his spiritual sense, carefully examining it. Brother! That's the crazy thunder spirit pattern. A burst of spirit patterns can knock back half a step of the Wuzuanjing powerhouse. If 10 yuan is used together, even the Wuzuanjing powerhouse will be blown back. Then but good stuff. When Xie La Jiao saw Chu Yan's strange behavior, he knew that he had found something good, so he immediately turned his head to look this way, and shouted loudly. Not bad. It's really a good thing. I took it all. Chu Yan swept his eyes and found some of the same black jade talismans. He was not polite at the moment, and all of them were collected in the Rakshasa space. #C875 Mad Sweep. If, as Xie La Jiao introduced, he could knock back a half-step venerable realm expert, then the attack power of this crazy thunder spirit pattern is really strong. Therefore, Chu Yan collected all the crazy thunder spirit patterns he discovered into the Rakshasa space, and they might be able to use them in times of crisis. All of a sudden, the 3 lawless guys quickly ransacked all kinds of treasures in the treasury, and even encountered some special treasures, and even quarreled, and finally decided the ownership by drawing fists. Of course, they didn't find any of the top-level treasures, and the emperor's treasure pavilion would not store priceless treasures in this kind of mainland warehouse. In the corner of the main hall, the master Wu Zun, who was covered by the Skynet spirit pattern, was not practicing smoothly at this time, and the brows on his face were slightly frowned. For some reason, today's kung fu is running, it is not as smooth as before, and he always gets stuck at critical moments, so he has to keep deepening his comprehension in order to gain a little. On the other side, Huangzhong headquarters, Huangtian Longji Hall. This 3-story building with a pure gold exterior is carved with more than a dozen 5-clawed golden dragons, coiled outside the 3-story building. From a distance, it looks like a group of dragons soaring into the clouds, majestic and powerful. The main hall of the emperor's headquarters is separated from the extreme treasure pavilion by a wall. Powerful warriors guard all directions, and ordinary people can't even get close to it, unless they are members of the emperor's sect, or those who are strong in Wu Zuanjing, or even those on the Haotian list. It is possible to go to the front door. At this time, in the Huangtian Longji Hall, beside a huge Yuanjing table, it was full of strong men with extraordinary momentum and coercive faces. If Chu Yan were here, he would see 2 acquaintances. Including the Ziwei Empire and the Hongyu Empire, the emperors or princes of the powerful empires in the Zhongtian continent sat around the square. These bigwigs were all in charge of one side, and even stomping their feet would shake the continent. In addition, the emperors enshrined, the 7 martial venerables, and the hall masters also gathered here. The emperor's sect is different from other sections. Except for some permanent hall masters, their alliance-like sect adopts a rotating suzerain voting system, and today's deacon suzerain is Hong Qiu. Everyone, according to reports from all over the world, Xie Yang is hiding in the 9 spirits Shantian sect and has never shown up. According to the latest Haotian ranking, that Chu Yan has already ranked in the 5,000th place. As soon as this remark came out, all the bosses in the audience changed their expressions. There are more than 5,000 people on the Haotiandi ranking. In just a few days, this son not only broke through the cultivation base of the Tongtian realm, but also promoted to the 2nd heaven of the Tongtian realm. This Chu Yan shocked all the bosses. The emperor's sect's discussion today is mainly about dealing with this son. If he grows up, it will definitely not be a good thing for my emperor's sect. Hong Qiu said coldly. The emperor's discussion has officially begun. Everyone in the audience, Qi Jingshin, before coming, they have received a summons, knowing that this time the emperor's discussion is to discuss how to deal with Chu Yan and Xie Yang, because the killing of the 2nd prince of the Ziwei Empire shocked the emperor, seriously desecrating the dignity of the emperor. They naturally couldn't sit idly by. However, how could they have never imagined that the 2 people they were going to discuss and deal with at this time, with their helpers, were already in the emperor's treasure pavilion, and because they had swept away a large number of treasures, they were all excited. Extreme Treasure Pavilion Underground Palace, inside number 3 treasure house. Haha, spiritual energy liquid, what a big bottle. Xie Yang was full of excitement, holding a white jade bottle in his hand, and ran to Chu Yan like offering treasures, very excited. Spiritual energy liquid is a relatively precious treasure of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been condensed for countless years and turned into spiritual liquid. It is of great benefit to the cultivation of warriors. As a master of spirit pattern, Xie Yang doesn't really need it, so, dedicated directly to Chu Yan. Chu Yan was equally excited when he took the jade bottle, and immediately took out an empty jade bottle again, poured out half of the colorful spirit liquid, and distributed it to Zhang Tian. Consuming this aura liquid is of great benefit to the basic cultivation of warriors. Especially for warriors with special physiques, they can cleanse their bodies and make their special physiques more pure. This kind of thing is already a priceless treasure. Zhang Tian took the jade bottle, also with a happy expression on his face. Even if he had to suffer another flood attack, he would be willing to harvest this thing. Immediately, the three of them split up again and quickly swept the entire treasure house hall. Faced with a huge amount of treasures, all you have to do is reach out and pick them up. This feeling is really cool. There are so many treasures of the heaven-reaching realm, plus the spirit treasure of the martial venerable realm, and the thunder spirit pattern. It's really a big harvest, but it seems that it's not enough for Xuanhu to swallow it up. Chu Yan muttered to himself, thinking that Xuanhu who needed the heaven-reaching realm spirit treasure to raise the level of Wuhun. In the past, Chu Yan's strength was too weak. Even if he occasionally collected 1 or 2 Tong Tian Lingbao, it was not enough for Xuanhu to stuff his teeth. This time, after looting the treasure house of Jibao Pavilion, he can finally upgrade Xuanhu's soul. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's speed of harvesting treasures increased by 1 point again. Bloodshot eyes burst out. Soon, half a stick of incense time passed, and the three of them harvested thousands of treasures of different types. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian stared at Situyang in a daze, their eyes burst into dazzling light. Situyang was so frightened by the strangely shining eyes of the two men that he quickly opened his mouth and said, "You can't stay here anymore. As you have seen, there are strong Wu Zuanjing guards in the temple. Apart from their spiritual sense, their 6 senses are also much stronger than ours. If they stay in the same treasure house for too long, they may also sensitive. Then, let's just give up." Zhang Tian glanced at the end of the hall, where there were many jade racks full of treasures. His eyes twitched, and his heart ached. Of course not. It's hard to come in. I'm planning to go around several treasure houses. Hey, let's go to the next one. Situyang grinned grimly, and walked out of the hall. Then go, don't waste time. Chu Yan said in a voice transmission that his consciousness has been hanging on the Skynet spirit pattern. At this time, the Skynet spirit spinning has begun to dissipate. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave later. The figures of the three of them flickered, and they quietly exited the treasure house hall. When they stepped out of the hall, Situyang waved his hands and retracted the Skynet spirit pattern array, leaving a large empty jade frame. Soon, the three of them walked through several palaces carefully, and arrived at the 7th palace. There was no abnormality. The three of them followed the same pattern, passed through the palace courtyard and entered the hall. Situyang has been eyeing the 7th palace for a long time, because most of the treasures stored in this treasure house are jade charms with spiritual patterns, crystal stones, and other treasures. Although the total value is not as good as the previous one, it is extremely suitable for Situyang. Inside the main hall of the 7th treasure house, there is also a strong man of Wu Zuanjing guarding him. This man is thin and has no flesh in his face. He looks sullen and is by no means a good person. Skynet spirit pattern array. Situyang took out a new set of jade talismans. His handprints fluttered, and he covered the skinny master at the corner of the hall. #C876 Fire Phoenix Dance. On the other side, Emperor Zong, the meeting hall. Hong Chiyu's face was gloomy, and his eyes scanned the audience, scanning the faces of the big guys present one by one, and slowly said, "Judging from his performance in the Ziwei secret realm last time, this son of Chu Yan killed hundreds of king-level monsters with just one sentence, which shows that this son has a lot of cards, so if you want to capture him, in my opinion, it is necessary to send a strong Wu Zuanjing." As soon as this party came out, all the bosses nodded in unison. There is one more thing that Hong Qiyu didn't say, that is the conflict with Chu Yan in Xuanhuan City today, because it was a bit embarrassing. Of course he would not make it public. However, even a martial artist like Hong Tianpeng, who is in the 9th level of heaven, is not an opponent of Chu Yan. Except for those who are strong in Wu Zuanjing, it is basically impossible to deal with Chu Yan. Although Hong Tianpeng, who cultivated the treasure-controlling technique, was better at group battles compared to warriors of the same level, and was much weaker in single combat, but he was still a heavenly warrior of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. There is also Situyang. This son killed the second prince of the Ziwei Empire and must be captured. However, he is hiding in the Nine Spirits Shantian sect, so it is difficult to do so. Moreover, his identity as an ancient bloodline spirit pattern master is extremely protected by the Nine Spirits Shantian sect. As for him, it is best to subdue this son. After all, an ancient bloodline spirit pattern master is still very valuable. Hearing that, all the bigwigs present, except for the prince representative of the Ziwei Empire, the other bigwigs nodded one after another, and after voting, the proposal to subdue Xie was passed. However, is there any good way to lure him out of the Nine Spirits Shantian sect? Everyone think about it. Hong Qiyu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the bosses in the audience frowned, staring and thinking. Everyone, next month, the spiritual realm of blood will be opened. Why don't we make a treasure map of the ruins of a certain ancient spirit pattern master, and then send people to infiltrate the Nine Spirits Shantian sect, and let Xie get it? I believe he must be tempted. A big man sneered and said. Spiritual realm of blood? Hong Qiyu asked suspiciously. That's right, the sea of blood in the spiritual field is opened, and all the masters of our emperor's sect are gathered together, so I'm afraid we won't be able to catch him, a little spirit pattern master. The cold voice sounded, and the eyes of everyone in the audience immediately lit up. Correct. When the sea of blood in the spiritual domain opens, how many powerful people from the emperor's sect will enter it? It's not easy to deal with a little Xie. Moreover, even with the protection of the Nine Spirits Shantian sect, there are too many methods that can be used in the sea of blood in the spiritual realm. Okay, this plan is very good. Yes, this method is the safest. I agree. Without any surprise, everyone voted unanimously. Also, I have an idea about Chu Yan. The cold voice sounded again, causing everyone to look sideways at the same time, looking over. If you send out a strong martial artist to deal with Chu Yan, with his second-level cultivation of the heaven-reaching realm, if it spreads on the mainland, our emperor's prestige will inevitably be a little bit of an apology for bullying the little. So, I suggest, let Yu Qing take action. As soon as this remark came out, all the big bosses of the Huangzong present were all startled. A little Chu Yan actually wants to dispatch Yu Qing. On the other side, the extreme treasure pavilion, in the treasure house of the underground palace. Ha ha ha, the spirit pattern of Qianli Xinyan, the spirit pattern of Guangsha covering the sky, and the spirit pattern of Xinzu General, it is developed now. Xie laughed again and again, his eyes were red, and he looked at these jade charms with excitement. To him, these are real treasures. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian were stunned, and when they looked back, they were speechless. This guy, with so many spirit patterns, is afraid that he is going to fly into the sky, and his strength must be multiplied at least several times. Shaking his head and chuckling, Chu Yan glanced at the rows of jade racks in the hall. In this hall, at least half of the jade talismans with spiritual patterns are preserved, and the number is astonishing. You should know that most of the jade talismans with spiritual patterns are one-time consumables, and some advanced jade talismans with spiritual patterns can't be driven by ordinary warriors who don't know the handprint method, but spiritual pattern masters can. However, the jade talismans that ordinary warriors can use are not valuable things, and the valuable ones are only useful to Xie here. Therefore, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian cannot collect them with closed eyes like the previous treasure house, can only be collected while selecting, and the sweeping speed is much slower. However, among the ordinary jade talismans, there are also some top-level existences. Okay? Chu Yan's eyes paused suddenly, and he looked at the 3 cyan jade talismans, his face froze instantly. The material grade of these 3 jade talismans was obviously higher than other jade talismans, and, among the jade talismans, there was a powerful force. This feeling made Chu Yan's heart tremble. Even the Suzaku martial soul in the sea of consciousness sent out a thought. Because, in the Jade Talisman, there is an incomparably majestic flame power, and if you get a little closer, you can feel a burning sensation. This is the Flame Attack Spirit Pattern. Damn. This is the legendary Fire Phoenix Sky Dance Spirit Pattern. It has the strongest Fire Attribute Attack Spirit Pattern. It has been missing for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to be in the treasure house of Jiuxiao Pavilion. Big brother, this is suitable for you, very suitable, even more violently attacking the spirit spinning than that thunder spirit pattern. Put it away. Xie Yang screamed again and again, pointing to a few pieces of jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, and shouted. Huang Tianwu. Chu Yan said in a daze, it looks good, I want it all. With a wave of his hand, several pieces of jade talismans with majestic flame power were collected by Chu Yan into the Rakshasa space. Afterwards, Chu Yan continued to search and found a few more Fire Phoenix Sky Dance spirit patterns. Surprised, he packed them all up and left none behind. For a whole stick of incense, the three of Chu Yan, like three whirlwinds, swept away as long as there were no forbidden spirit patterns. Afterwards, the three of them left the treasure house and rushed towards the last target palace. Brother, this treasury was just exchanged by the emperor. It is said that it is for the purpose of trading with Danmang. It contains all kinds of spiritual herbs and immortal medicines. Xie Yang shook his eyebrows. He knew that for Chu Yan, nothing excited him more than this. What? A whole storehouse of spirit grasses and fairy medicines. Chu Yan was stunned and said dumbfounded. That's right, it's worth the old man's money. Big brother, this time you're going to raid the front, and Zhang Tian and I will pick up what you don't want. Anyway, you want to make alchemy, we just exchange it for money. Xie Yang said as he walked. Entering the hall, Chu Yan swept his eyes away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The rich spiritual power of heaven and earth and the aroma of herbs permeated the entire hall, and even gave him the illusion that he was in a valley of elixir. In the distance, countless jade racks are filled with jade bottles of various colors. As long as Chu Yan sweeps his consciousness, he will find that these are all low-grade pills, but they are based on Chu Yan's second-grade golden alchemist. In terms of status, although it is only a 5th-rank to 9th-rank pill, it is also very valuable. These elixirs have various effects, healing, restoring qi, increasing physical fitness, and poisonous, all of which are dazzling. Swish! Almost instantly, Chu Yan turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed directly to the south and east areas where the spirit grass and fairy medicine were stored. As for the west and north areas where the elixir was stored, he didn't even look at it. Seeing this scene, Xie Yang slapped the sluggish Zhang Tian, and the two rushed to the pill area, sweeping wildly. #C877 Thunder Roar. Huangzong, the Chamber of Deliberations. Seeing everyone's eyes, they all stared at them. The big man with a gloomy voice had a smug look on his face, cleared his throat, and continued. For Chu Yan, our emperor's sect must not only defeat him, but also win the beauty. Only in this way can the forces in the whole continent know the strength of our emperor's sect. So, I suggest sending Yu Qing along with the top 10 young talents on the Emperor Dragon ranking. They are the pride of our emperor's sect. With Yu Qing here, we can use this to make their names even more resounding. The entire Haotian continent. Royal Dragon List. Within the emperor's sect, the ranking list of all the prince's strength is ranked with the Haotian Qianlong list. Basically, the top 10 on the Huanglong list can also be ranked in the top 100 of the Haotian Qianlong list, which is equivalent to 1,000 in the ground list. The strength of the name. And Yu Qing's ranking is the 390th in the land list, and the second in the Qianlong list. A genius of this level is the top young genius of the entire emperor's sect, and he would never make a move at all. However, today, in order to get rid of Chu Yan and at the same time build momentum for the princes of the major empires, the Emperor Zong has paid a lot of money. Also, I heard that the Black Blood Temple has already offered a reward for this Chu Yan, so this time, we can consider cooperating with them once. I believe that the representative of the Ziwei Empire will not be difficult to operate this matter. And the most important thing is, when we catch Situ Yang and imprison him in the Sea of Blood and the spiritual domain, that Chu Yan will definitely go. At that time. After the owner of the cold voice finished speaking, he closed his eyes gently, and stopped talking. The indifferent smile on his face showed that he was not worried at all, his proposal would be rejected. At this moment, the entire meeting hall was silent. Yu Qing, in the top 10 of the Emperor Dragon ranking, plus the Black Blood Temple, to deal with Chu Yan, is completely killing chickens. It is conceivable that when the Sea of Blood and the spiritual realm opens, this Chu Yan will have absolutely no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. On the other side, the Extreme Treasure Pavilion, in the treasure house of the underground palace. Heavenly Tooth Grass Blood-burning fruit, hey. This is purple heart fruit, haha. Chu Yan crazily collected a bunch of spiritual grasses and fairy grasses. Of course, he started with the heavenly ranked spiritual grasses first. Soon, Chu Yan found the purple heart fruit he urgently needed, and suddenly laughed wildly in surprise. The other spirit grasses and fairy medicines are okay to say. At present, the main medicine for refining the Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill is exactly what I am in urgent need of, and such things as purple heart fruit, Shichen flower and iron soul would rarely appear in the market outside, and sometimes even if you have Yuan Jing, you may not be able to buy it. Unexpectedly, this time the trading of spiritual grass between Huangzong and Danmeng was first looted by himself. The variety and quantity of spiritual grass made Chu Yan's heartbeat more than 10 times faster. Moreover, in less than 10 breaths, Chu Yan also discovered Zikenua and Taihunmu. As for other necessary heaven-level spirit grass auxiliary medicines, they are all in piles. In this regard, Chu Yan did not hesitate, just one word, receive. In less than half a stick of incense, Chu Yan swept away everyone's spirit grass and fairy medicine, not even a single spirit grass, even a leaf of spirit grass. Cool, so cool. Now, I don't need to buy spirit grass for a year. Chu Yan couldn't help it, and yelled loudly. This feeling of frantically looting the enemy's treasure house and finding a lot of things you need urgently at the same time is really cool. At this time, Chu Yan couldn't help thinking, if those high-ranking dogs of the Emperor's Zone, the Fard Emperor and the princes, found that their treasure inventory was looted, what expression would they have? Not good. Let's go, the time is coming. With a wave of his hand, Situ Yang put a row of pills on the jade rack in front of him into the jade talisman, looked back at the Skynet spirit pattern formation at the corner of the hall, and shouted in panic. In this treasury, the three of them frantically raided, feeling that time passed too fast, but in the blink of an eye, the time for a stick of incense passed. Moreover, in the distance, there is still a large piece of jade frame, which has not been swept away, which is really heartbreaking. Walk. Chu Yan nodded, the corners of his mouth raised lightly, and he rushed out. However, when Zhang Tian and Situ Yang rushed out of the palace gate, Chu Yan was just about to step out of the palace gate, and stopped suddenly, and then, a chuckle emerged from the corner of his mouth. Turning around quickly, Chu Yan drew out the Haotian sword, and the sword light swayed, leaving a row of sword marks on the big pillars in the hall, forming a row of characters, and then turned and left under Situ Yang's urging. 3 figures, invisible and intangible, like 3 heirs, passed through the underground palace, returned to the ground of Jibao Pavilion, and returned to the streets of Xuanhuan City. Just when the 3 of them rushed back to the private house in the alley where they set off, in the treasure house of the underground palace, the thin martial arts master suddenly opened his eyes, and suddenly, there was a terrifying breath, like a wind blade, it swept out. Damn, what's going on? I almost lost my mind. The thin old man cursed in a low voice, then shook his head, clearing away some remaining consciousness in the sea of consciousness. As the powerhouse of the emperor's enshrining house, Hong Ketian is not low in status, but is ranked 18th. However, because he raped a princess some time ago, he did not expect that the empire that the princess was in was still a small member of the emperor's clan, therefore, went to the emperor's council and was fined to guard the treasury here for 10 years. To Hong Ketian, this is a shame at all. She's just a princess of a small country, raped, so what? When I break through the peak of the lower Wuzuanjing and achieve the middle Wuzuanjing in one fell swoop, I must make them look good. When the time comes, I must rape that goddess-like princess again, to see who dares to punish me. So, when I just practiced, the picture of the princess stepping down on me, panting, almost made me go crazy. Huh. It seems that we should concentrate more. Hong Ketian casually scanned the surroundings, and found that there was no one around the treasure house. As usual, it was dead silent. Immediately, Hong Ketian slowly collected his mind, ready to sink into cultivation again, but at the moment when his eyes were about to close, his face darkened fiercely, his eyes widened instantly, he stood up abruptly, and looked into the depths of the hall. At this glance, the hairs all over his body exploded, and his whole face instantly turned green. Nest grass. Lying in a hurry. His uncle, damn it, the treasury was stolen. In the entire 4 districts of the treasure house, half of the treasures were swept away on countless jade racks. Boom. The violent breath and spiritual consciousness instantly swept across the entire underground palace, like a thunderstorm. Roar. Roar. The moment his consciousness was released, 2 terrifying roars exploded in the 2 treasure houses far from the underground palace, and the entire underground palace trembled crazily. I'm stupid, damn it, who did it? Damn. My God, don't leave a piece, who? Who the hell? Hearing the roar of thunder that exploded in the other 2 treasure houses, far away from the underground palace, Hong Ku's sea of consciousness exploded, and he was instantly dumbfounded. #C878 sensation in the city. Hearing these 2 roars of thunder, Hong Ketian was stunned. Could it be that it wasn't just my inventory that was stolen? Those guys looted the entire treasure house of the emperor's underground palace? Chow. It's over. Hong Ketian suddenly woke up from his sluggishness, his whole body, and his lower peak martial venerable realm cultivation, burst out in an instant. If the person who steals the treasure cannot be caught, they, the strong guards guarding the inventory, will probably not be punished and the matter will be over. The consciousness was like thunder, rolling and rushing. Hong Ketian instantly discovered something abnormal on the pillar of the number 9 treasure house. It was a row of flying and phoenix characters. Hong Ketian, who was full of doubts, tore apart the space and appeared in the number 9 treasure house. He raised his eyes to look at the writing on the pillar. Fuck. This is so fucking fake. After seeing the writing on the pillar clearly, Hong Ketian's body froze, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly, and his whole face became more and more miserable green. At this moment, in the Emperor Tianlongji Hall, in the Great Hall of Discussion. Okay. It's really good. This idea is absolutely perfect, that Chu Yan, there is no way to escape, and even his whole cards and secrets can't escape the palm of our emperor, ha ha ha. Hong Qiyu laughed wildly, feeling very refreshed, as if all of a sudden, he was humiliated in front of Chu Yan today, and instantly disappeared. Also, for this action, I suggest rewarding the 10 Emperor Dragon List disciples. As long as Chu Yan is successfully captured, each of them will be rewarded with the qualification to hold the first 3 treasures in the treasury. What do you think? Hong Qiyu said with a smile. Among the top 10 talents in the Imperial Dragon List, there is his own son, Hong Tianpeng. Agree. Agree. The big bosses of the Emperor sect present all nodded their heads and expressed their agreement. After all, for the Emperor sect with astonishing wealth, such an appropriate reward is still necessary. Okay, I declare. Hong Qiyu smiled loudly and shouted loudly. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, an extremely loud and sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded. In an instant, Hong Qiyu and all the bosses in the audience trembled violently, and their entire faces froze instantly. This sharp whistling sound is so familiar. Not good. The treasure house was stolen. After a full 10 breaths, the big brother woke up suddenly, remembering that the extremely familiar sound, but it hadn't sounded for decades, was the siren sound of the underground palace warehouse of the Jiuxiao pavilion. What? Someone stole the emperor's treasure. The next moment, dozens of bosses stood up suddenly, their faces changed drastically, and they were stunned. Not only in the Huangtianlongji Palace and the Jiuxiao Pavilion, the sharp and long howling sound resounded through the entire Xuanhuan city. Throughout the city, countless warriors froze their faces suddenly, and turned their heads in unison, looking at the extremely tall and magnificent building in the north of the city. No way. Someone has robbed the emperor's treasure house. Wow. The entire Xuanhuan city, countless streets and alleys, all kinds of exclamations and discussions, caused an uproar. Oh my God, it's impossible. Someone dared to rob the emperor's sect. Damn it. It's amazing, this is that expert, good method, admiration. It's fake. No one has dared to attack the emperor's treasure house for decades. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Ha ha ha, it's a big game now, and the emperor is going to go crazy. Oh, it's exciting to watch. On the street, everyone's faces had a hint of excitement, and everyone was extremely excited. The treasury of the Huangzong Extreme Treasure Pavilion stores all the treasures of the tens of thousands of members of the Huangzong Empire. These treasures are the wealth accumulation of all the members of the Emperor's Zone for tens of thousands of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are rich against the mainland. Just like this, the defense methods of the treasure house have been continuously improved and perfected for tens of thousands of years. Even some famous thieves on the mainland have lost countless in this treasure house. There are fewer and fewer people. Unexpectedly, someone would steal it now. How can such a shocking thief not make people excited? In contrast to the enthusiasm that filled the city, all the bosses, priests, elders, hall masters, deacons, etc. in the Huangtianlongji Hall, all exploded, scurrying around like headless ants, and a horrible breath kept exploding, making the entire Xuanhuan city look like a violent storm was coming, and it was in a precarious state. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Emperor's Zone, in the meeting hall, a deacon, with a face full of panic, rushed into the meeting room, and said in a trembling voice, "Executive Suzerain, it's not bad. Of the 9 treasure houses, 3 were stolen." Hiss. The deacon's voice fell, and there was a sound of air conditioning in the entire meeting hall. Even if these people are all the emperors or princes of the great empires, all of them are high-ranking emperors who are imposing and unchanging in front of the collapse of Mount Tai, but after hearing the news, they couldn't help shaking their bodies. All collapsed. 3 treasure houses were stolen. You must know that among the 9 treasure houses, 6 are imaginary, they only store some top-level treasures, and a large number of other treasures are stored in the 3 treasure houses. Could it be that the 3 treasure houses that were stolen were those 3? The ones that were stolen were the 3 seats containing the treasures. Without waiting for those high-ranking emperors to have a little hope, the deacon quickly reported, smashing the only extravagant hope in their hearts. Boom! 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 The bosses in the audience, the moment the deacon's voice fell to the ground, they could only feel that in the sea of consciousness, there were thunderbolts like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and the continuous bombardment made them feel as if their souls had left their bodies in an instant, and the sea of consciousness was blank. Who? How courageous! Dare to steal my emperor's treasure house. Pass the order of my suzerain, the whole sect is dispatched. seal the whole city and arrest the robbers, but if you apologize, they will all be captured, and none of them will be allowed to go away. Hong Qiyu's roar resounded throughout the Huangtianlongji palace. Follow the order. In the sound of his roar, everyone in the audience suddenly woke up, burst out of breath, and rushed out. In less than 10 breaths, the entire Xuanhuan city, east, west, north, south, and the 4 main streets have all been blocked. 30 breaths later, in the midair of the incomparably tall Jiuxiao pavilion, the huge monitoring spirit patterns erupted with dazzling brilliance, covering the entire city and everyone on the street, comparing their auras. Immediately afterwards, the gates of the Huangtianlongji Palace and the Jiuxiao Pavilion opened wide, and groups of strong-breathing warriors rushed to the streets, occupying every intersection and key place, and began to set up checkpoints. 1 street, 1 small lane's investigation begins. At this moment, the power of the 8 ancient sects and the terrifying power of the Emperor's sect were on full display. Even on the street, some powerful Wu Zuanjing experts, faced with this kind of battle, accepted the inspection obediently. After all, in such a tense atmosphere, even the slightest resistance or change would become the target of the Emperor's own, causing conflicts at any time, and not everyone dared to offend the Emperor's own. However, when the pot exploded in Xuanhuan City, in a valley 300 miles outside Xuanhuan City, a crack in the void suddenly tore open, and 3 figures rushed out. These 3 people are exactly Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao, and Zhang Tian. #C879 Xie La Jiao joins. After looting Huangzhong Jiuxiao Pavilion, Chu Yan and the 3 returned to the private house before departure. Without a single stop, they directly used the void teleportation channel that Xie La Jiao had left there ahead of time, and left Xuanhuan City to 300 kilometers outside the city. Location. At this time, the troop of Huangzhong and Jiuxiao Pavilion in Xuanhuan City had just rushed to the street and began to investigate. Therefore, it is impossible for them to capture Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao, and Zhang Tian. At this time, in the small valley. Fatty, I didn't expect that. You are well prepared, and you even left the void passage in front of you. Zhang Tian looked at Xie La Jiao and smiled. Now, after an event with Xie La Jiao, they are completely familiar with each other, and Zhang Tian can also see that this fatty Situ has a very good relationship with Chu Tian, and Chu Tian himself understands it. People who God trusts will have no problems at all. Nonsense. The 4 walls of Xuanhuan City have a large formation of forbidden voids. It is estimated that it has been activated now. The void passages that do not prepare to escape in advance will be made dumplings by them now. Xie La Jiao is extremely proud now. His face is full of fat and trembling, and he is excited when he thinks of those beautiful little sisters in the sect who were pushed down by himself with countless treasures. Fatty, are you going there? Chu Yan looked around, glanced in the direction of Xuanhuan City, turned to look at Xie La Jiao, and asked. Of course I'm going back to the 9 spirits profound heaven sect. I've done a lot of spirit patterns this time. I have to go back and study it, and then make a batch of high-level spirit patterns. Of course, I have to contact my junior sisters. After a moment's realization, if I can find a few people who are willing to help me inherit the blood of our Situ family, it will be even better. Xie La Jiao smiled and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian were immediately speechless. However, they had just looted the Emperor's treasure house, and the Emperor's side must be crazy, and then the whole continent grabbed themselves. At this time, it is still relatively low-key for a while. Safe. That's it, I'm going to travel around the Zhongtian continent and find a suitable place to build a mountain gate. Chu Yan smiled. What? Build a mountain gate? Big brother, you have a sect, how come I don't know? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xie La Jiao's eyes widened immediately. He looked at Chu Yandao with astonishment on his face. It was there when I was in Jibei continent. At that time, I didn't know you, and I never had the chance to tell you. By the way, my sect is called Raksha Soul Heaven Sect, and I am the suzerain. Do you want to join in? Chu Yan asked with a smile. As for Xie Yang, of course Chu Yan wants to be included in the Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect. You must know that in Haotian continent, a spirit pattern master is as precious as 3 ordinary alchemists, not to mention Fatty Situ, who is still an ancient spirit pattern. The spiritual master of the bloodline inheritance. Compared with ordinary spirit pattern masters, there is a world of difference between the two. Just like the robbery of the Emperor's treasure house this time, if it is an ordinary spirit pattern master, if he is given 100 courage, he will not dare to do so. However, the ancient inheritance spirit pattern masters with defying means, with endless spirit patterns of various functions and a great formation, composed of spirit patterns, of course dared to go. This is like an alchemist with only a few pill recipes, and an alchemist with tens of thousands of pill recipes. The value between the two is also very different. And here is the benefit of the ancient bloodline inheritance spirit pattern masters. As long as they awaken the spirit pattern master martial arts of the ancient bloodline inheritance, the bloodline martial arts will hide the inheritance memory in the bloodline. As the level of the spiritual pattern masters increases, constantly unlocking the seal, the production methods of various spirit patterns emerge in an endless stream, and the further back, the more terrifying. Yes, of course, it's too much. Big Brother sect, how can I not join? I must join, just give it to any hall master, that's all. He, if there are a few more beautiful female disciples, then better. Xie Yang suddenly became excited and nodded in agreement. As an ancient inheritance spirit tattoo artist, it is actually even more difficult than ordinary spirit tattoo artists to survive. Just like Xie Yang, before he met Chu Yan, his bloodline martial spirit could not be awakened at all. With his own ability, I am afraid that even after more than 10 years, he may not be able to get the 8th grade spirit pattern that awakened his bloodline. Therefore, for Xie Yang, in the entire Haotian continent, it can be said that he only trusts Chu Tian. Okay. This is the identity jade symbol of our Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. When we meet next time, I will take you to the rebuilt sect. I believe that during this time, we should be able to find a suitable place to build the mountain gate. Chu Yan smiled and took out a black Rakshasa Soul Tianzong identity jade talisman. This is an elder identity jade talisman. So far, it is also the first elder identity jade talisman issued by Chu Yan. Okay, everything listens to Big Brother. Xie Yang took the jade talisman and kept it with him. With this jade talisman, it would be more convenient for him to connect with Chu Yan in the future. Because of the profound relationship between Chu Yan and Xie Yang, the first elder of Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect was born so simply. In this regard, Zhang Tian, who was standing on the side, showed a strange color in his eyes. Okay, eldest brother, I'll go back first, and send me a message if I have something. Xie Yang smiled, took out a piece of spiritual pattern, and began to establish a void channel, and he kept talking about it. This time it's a trivial matter. Next time, I must empty all the Emperor's treasure house. After speaking, a phantom light flashed, and his figure disappeared immediately. On the other side, in Xuanhuan city, the streets are full of powerful people from the Emperor sect. The interrogation has been going on all the time, and time is passing fast. With the news from all directions, the faces of the Emperor's powerhouses are getting darker and darker. Can't find it. Not even a trace was left. From what they have found so far, the treasures in the Emperor's treasure house simply disappeared out of thin air. Of course, the treasure cannot disappear by itself. Someone must have robbed it. However, they dispatched all the strong men and turned the Xuanhuan city upside down, but they couldn't find any clues, which made them completely stunned. It can't be that it was stolen by the legendary Martial Emperor realm. Pooh! Martial Emperor realm powerhouse, can take a fancy to these ordinary treasures? Even if it is a treasure level, people may not look straight at it. An hour later, the investigation of the entire Xuanhuan city was completed, including all the houses and buildings, and they were also carefully searched, and the final result was nothing. The news was sent back to the emperor's headquarters, and all the bigwigs were stupid. On the contrary, when the news spread, the entire profound fire city was instantly boiling, and everyone in the city was in an uproar. Oh my God! It's so powerful that it has robbed the emperor's treasury, and can come and go freely. Haha, I heard that the emperor's treasury was almost moved, but there are some things that you can't look down on. It's really a master. Master, absolutely master. If I meet him, I will definitely take him as my teacher and learn this craft. The emperor has lost his face this time, just wait and watch the fun. All the warriors in the city secretly praised the thief who admired the thief who saw the head but not the tail. #C880 and 8 Promise. Huangtianlongji Hall, inside the council hall. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura, like a monstrous wave, swept through the entire conference hall, causing the air in the hall to be turbulent, and countless wind blades cut through the void, causing the sky to continuously flash through the void. Make everyone in the hall feel cold. Hong Qiyu is about to explode. As the current rotating sect master of the Emperor sect, during his tenure, he lost all the treasures that belonged to the entire Emperor sect. For such a huge loss, his responsibility is naturally no small thing. If it doesn't work, he has to make compensation. Of course, for the powerful Hongyu Empire, it is possible to pay, but Hong Qiyu's heart is bleeding for such a large amount of wealth. Isn't it shameful enough to let everyone go back? Hong Qiyu swept his cold eyes towards the deacon and the elders beside him, and his eyes swept across, making their whole bodies feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they were completely cold. Follow. Sect Master. Hearing this, all the deacons and elders felt relieved as if they had been granted amnesty, turned their heads and left. The atmosphere in this discussion hall was so terrifying that they didn't even want to stay longer. Seeing all the elders and deacons leave, Hong Qiyu's eyes swept across like an ice blade, looking at the three in front of him. These three people are the powerhouses who guard the three stolen treasure houses. Seeing that Hong Qiyu was full of bloodshots and sprayed with ice slag, the three people only felt the hairs on their bodies exploded, and their bodies trembled fiercely, especially Hong Ketian, and even his calves, all trembling. What do you guys have to say? Hong Qiyu's voice was not warm. Like a magical sound from the abyss, he continued. The three masters of the Venerable Realm are really masters. They were evacuated in front of the entire treasure house, and they didn't even let go of a fart. The three of them heard the words, but their faces turned red, and they lowered their heads even lower. Now, what can they say? It's just that the person who steals the treasure house is so cruel that his teeth itch, but he can't do anything. Seeing that the three of them did not speak, Hong Qiyu laughed angrily and sneered. Good, very good, excellent. Hong Qiyu was really about to explode. At this time, in his sea of consciousness, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. For so many treasures, if they rely on their own empire to compensate, it will definitely affect the foundation of the Hongyu Empire. That. Hong Ketian was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Hong Qiyu's body. It didn't mean that Hong Qiyu was much higher than his cultivation, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only resist forcefully. That feeling was like standing in the ice and snow with a heavy weight of 10,000 pounds on his back. It is sour and refreshing. Huh? Hearing Hong Ketian's voice, Hong Qiyu slowly raised his head and stared at each other. That, in the treasure house, the robber left a few words. What? Leave a word. This darn guy, after moving the treasure house, dares to leave a word. Speak. What word? Say it quickly. Hong Qiyu's face was instantly ashen, and he roared with his mouth open. The text on the pillar is that Chu Yan is here for a visit. Hong Ketian quickly replied. Just 6 words, but like 6 thunders, echoing in the entire council hall. In the next breath, Hong Chiyu's entire face turned from red to green, and bloodshots in his eyes kept exploding. Chu Yan, it's that Chu Yan again, ah. The roar was earth-shattering, and the entire Emperor Dragon Palace trembled suddenly. Chu Yan. It was Chu Yan who did it. Just now, the Emperor was still holding a meeting to discuss how to deal with Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, when they had a secret meeting, Chu Yan was moving his treasure house. More than a dozen emperors who came to hear the news, after learning the 6 words, all turned green and the corners of their eyes twitched. What is this called? This is completely a face slap, or in front of everyone on the continent, slap slap. No, if Chu Yan really did it, he would be stupid enough to leave his name. Is it someone or something? A big boss of the imperial clan, the prince who was good at calculating, frowned and said slowly. As soon as he said that, everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. Yup. This thing doesn't seem to be quite right. Logically speaking, if someone really stole the emperor's treasury and it was too late to hide, how could they still leave their name? Could it be that someone knew that the newspaper emperor wanted to deal with Chu Yan and Situ Yang, so he was going to put the blame on the blame and turn his attention away? So, Hong Chiyu, who had some clues just now, was stunned again. No matter what the big bosses of the emperor sect thought, but in less than a day, the 6 words left on the emperor sect's treasury quickly spread, and all kinds of news were scattered throughout the entire Xuanhuan city. A storm blew up in Xuanhuan city again. Some people thought it was Chu Yan, some people thought it was not, so the 2 voices had a fierce dispute in the city, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while, and the 2 sides who held different views kept arguing. Provide various views and opinions to prove that their views are correct. However, these seemingly justifiable viewpoints kept the big bosses of the emperor's sect in a fog. One time they thought it was Chu Yan, and another time they thought it wasn't. In the end, Hong Chiyu was about to go crazy because of these. After more than 10 days, the shocking event that caused a sensation in the Haotian continent began to cool down slowly, and the big bosses of the emperor sect held several council meetings in a row before finally making a decision. Whether it is Chu Yan or not, after more than a month, when the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm opens, we will capture Chu Yan, and then everything will be clear. Zhongtian Continent, Lower Domain, Sirius Mountains. Call out. A shining 5-colored sword light, like a 5-colored lightning bolt, cut across the void, opened a gap in the void that was 100 feet long, and slashed fiercely on a tall rock 100 feet in the distance. Laugh. The sound of the sword light rubbing against the stone body sounded, and the sword light was instantly annihilated, submerged into the huge rock, and disappeared without a trace, as if the sword light just now was just dazzling and never appeared at all. Buzz. In the next breath, the sound of the sword ringing that made the entire void tremble unceasingly resounded through the entire mountain range, causing a sense of horror in the heart. And with the sound of the sword roaring, the huge rock in the distance suddenly exploded, and the blue granite with a height of hundreds of feet turned into fine stone powder, flying in all directions, bringing the dust and fog all over the sky. The mountain wind whistled softly, blowing away the dense dust and mist. At this time, the place where the mountains and rocks stood was empty, and there were still shadows of giant rocks. Not bad. This move is inherently infinite and extremely powerful. Chu Yan took his sword and stood up, looking at the ground covered in stone powder in front of him. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his face was full of joy. The innate Wuji swordsmanship is extremely mysterious. Chu Yan practiced in this valley for 7 days and 7 nights before he evolved the first move of the Wuji swordsmanship. However, it was only an evolution. According to records, he has not even reached the entry level. Such a mysterious swordsmanship, even Chu Yan was secretly amazed, and he became more and more attentively comprehending and practicing, and finally performed the first move today. This swordsmanship is very strong. Zhang Tian stood on the side and nodded, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He just looked at it and knew that he would never be able to stop this sword. If Chu Yan was trained to the realm of Xiaocheng, he would probably be in the realm of Tongtian. No longer invincible. The sword sect of the world is well-deserved. Chu Yan said with a smile. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website. #C881 Tianzong Overlord. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Zhang Tian nodded and said softly. Among the 8 ancient sects, in terms of the personal combat power of the warriors, the Tianxia Jianzong can be said to be invincible. However, the disciples of the Tianxia Jianzong have always followed the ancient rituals, strictly abide by the iron law of the sect, and will not participate in the continental hegemony at all. Otherwise, the real overlord of the Haotian continent cannot be the Tianzong either. Tianzong? Chu Yan was startled, looking at Zhang Tian. Haven't you heard of Tianzong? The number 1 sect in the world, the current overlord of the Haotian continent, the leader of the sects in the world. Haven't you heard of it? Seeing Chu Yan's puzzled expression, Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Yan as if looking at a monster. I haven't heard of it. I just came to Zhongtian continent not long ago from extreme north continent. I have been staring at the 9 spirits Shantian sect. I rarely inquire about other things. Chu Yan shrugged, smiled brightly, and explained. Tianzong is Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. Zhang Tian said. What? Divine Martial Howling Heaven sect. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face froze suddenly, and his whole body trembled violently. In the sea of consciousness, one lay slammed together, and the 5 gods and beasts roared, and the violent breath rushed out of his body in an instant, making him the surrounding void trembled crazily. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, Zhang Tian's face froze for a moment, his eyes widened, and he looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, his face full of doubts. It was fine just now, but when Chu Yan heard the words Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't even control his breath. This was the first time Zhang Tian saw Chu Yan lose his composure. Of course Zhang Tian would not know how deeply the words Shenwu Xiao Shenzong are to Chu Yan. My father once said to himself that his mother was imprisoned in the Shenwu Xiaotian sect. This time, he came to Zhongtian continent for Yuer, and the other purpose was this Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. This is what I promised my father. Of course, no matter what, my own mother couldn't make her a prisoner. However, Chu Yan did not expect that the Shenwu Xiao Shenzong turned out to be one of the 8 ancient sects, the Tianzong. Moreover, Tianzong is currently the most powerful sect in the Haotian continent, even reaching the height of the leader of the world's sects and the overlord of the mainland. But so what? This matter, no matter what, must be done. So. People block, kill. Heaven resists, kills heaven. Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the overlord of the mainland. On the day when my Rakshasa soul, Tianzong, is revived, I want you to be completely annihilated. After a long time, Chu Yan slowly restrained his breath, calmed down, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. Slowly turned around, looked at Zhang Tian, and said softly, "This Tianzong is my enemy." In a word, Zhang Tian was stunned. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction just now, he also guessed that there is a great connection between Chu Yan and this Tianzong, but he really heard what Chu Yan said. But still shocked. In Haotian continent, the only person who dares to say this is the one in front of me. Even if the other 7 sects of the 8 ancient sects merged into one, they would not dare to say Tianzong is the enemy. One must know that the strength of Tianzong has already imprinted the influence of Tianzong is invincible in the hearts of all warriors in Haotian continent. Tianzong is really too strong. powerful, far beyond everyone's imagination. Chu Yan, what are your plans next? After a long silence, Zhang Tian finally asked. Now, the swordsmanship is almost perfected. I want to continue to look for a suitable place to rebuild the Rakshasa Sol Tianzong mountain gate. It needs to be rich in yin and yang qi, and at the same time, it needs to be a place where the spiritual energy of the five elements is integrated, otherwise Jiuhai cannot produce innate qi. This place is really hard to find. Chu Yan sighed quietly. 7 days ago, before Chu Yan started to practice Wuji sword art, he had been paying attention to whether there were such favorable geographical conditions in the places he passed. However, after looking at a few places, he realized that these attributes of the five elements, plus the two poles of yin and yang, are completely incompatible. It is really difficult to find a place like this. I see. If this is the case, there may be a place that should be suitable. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Zhang Tian chuckled and said softly. Oh? You know. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. According to the historical records of our 9-character mantra palace, there is a place called the Vault of God Valley. Not only is the yin evil energy and pure yang energy rich in that place, but the other five elements are also generated at the same time. It should meet your requirements. Zhang Tian explained. The Vault of Heaven. Chu Yan wondered, he had never heard of this place. Yes, you also know that the bloodline martial souls of our Zhan family are all Yin Sha martial souls, so for tens of thousands of years, the Zhan family has been looking for such a place as a place for their disciples to practice, and this Vault of Heaven Valley is very famous, so I naturally know. But when he said this, his face became serious. Looking at Chu Yan, he hesitated, pondered for a moment, and then explained again. However, it is not so difficult to occupy this Vault of Heaven Valley. Could it be that this Vault of God Valley has already been occupied by people? Chu Yan wondered. Chu Yan was not too worried about this. Now that he is very rich, it would be a big deal to spend more yuan crystals. Ordinary sects should be able to discuss it. No one occupies it, but this Vault of God Valley is a very famous entrance to a secret realm. If it is used to establish a sect, I am afraid that this secret realm will disappear on the mainland. Zhang Tian said. What secret realm? Chu Yan asked. From the ancient times to the present, it has gone through tens of thousands of years. During this period, there are countless strong men who are powerful. Before they die, they will find a suitable place and leave their own inheritance, hoping that future generations will be able to carry it forward. And this Vault of God Valley is the entrance to the inheritance secret realm established by a powerful man who does not know the age, and this secret realm is called Spiritual Blood Sea. Zhang Tian explained. Spiritual Blood Sea. How often does it open? Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned, pondered for a while, and asked. According to the time calculation, there should be about 1 month. If there is no accident, all the major sects in the Zhongtian continent have sent strong experts to go towards this spiritual blood sea. Among them, the ancient 8 someone from Zhong should also go. Zhang Tian said. Okay. Since that's the case, let's go and have a look. I just hope that this Vault of Heaven will not disappoint me. Chu Yan said. However, if you want to occupy the Vault of God Valley at the entrance of this secret realm, I am afraid that even the sects in the world will not agree. Zhang Tian said with some worry. You have to know that for any secret realm of this kind of inheritance, once the inheritance is inherited, then this secret realm will disappear with it. Chu Yan smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Tian was taken aback for a moment, and immediately stared at Chu Yan in disbelief. Accept the inheritance. It's too simple to say. You know, this spiritual domain of blood has been open for tens of thousands of years, and countless powerful warriors have entered it, and no one can get the inheritance. This is simply impossible. Hashtag C882 Battle Sky Breakthrough. Boom. A burst of colorful brilliance exploded, and the huge fist mark, like a colored steel gun, slammed into the mountain not far away, making a loud noise. In an instant, a huge cave with a height of nearly 100 feet suddenly took shape as the dust and mist filled. Chu Yan glanced at the size of the mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Zhan Tian, I am going to refine the Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill here, and when I complete the pill, let's go. Chu Yan said to Zhan Tian. Okay. I'll protect the law for you. Zhan Tian nodded heavily and agreed. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, and strode into the cave. Zhan Tian's eyes swept across, looking at the surrounding Tianlang mountains, his consciousness spread slowly like water ripples. The majestic mountains, like the dormant endless ocean, are silent. Looking back at the cave lit up with fire, when Zhan Tian turned his head again, he only felt the silence in front of him, as if it was just a sign of an approaching storm. In the Sky Continent, another bloodbath is about to break out. 10 days later, the fire in the cave burned for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally went out. When Chu Yan walked out of the cave, Zhan Tian immediately woke up from his practice. Here are 10 Tianyang Ziyuan pills and 3 Ziwei empires. Break through to the heaven-reaching realm first. Seeing Zhan Tian, Chu Yan took out a few jade bottles and 3 small purple fruits, and handed them over. This? Zhan Jian looked at Chu Yan with hesitation on his face. He had been in Danming for 5 full years in order to ask for a golden pill. But now, when Chu Yan made a move, it was 10 golden pills. Of course he knew the value of these 10 golden pills. You and I are already in the same sect, these are nothing. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and stuffed the jade bottle and Ziwei Digua into Zhan Tian's hands, and then, looking far away, he stretched long. For 10 days and 10 nights, Chu Yan consumed all the main medicines such as Tongxian fruit and purple heart fruit, and refined a total of 30 Tianyang Ziyuan golden pills. Although Chu Yan is already very familiar with refining golden elixirs, no matter how careful Chu Yan is, the success rate of alchemy cannot be increased to 50%. Therefore, only 30% of the nearly 100 golden elixirs were refined. Qingdan rate. However, this result has already made Chu Yan very satisfied. Chu Yan is going to raise the Tai Ju to a higher level of practice, and raise the 8 inner alchemy in Qihai to 16. At that time, he will swallow these Tianyang golden alchemy to quickly improve his cultivation. Thank you, suzerain. Zhan Tian nodded heavily, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of gratitude, and then strode into the cave. 10 Tianyang golden pills, plus 3 Ziwei empire. Chu Yan believes that Zhan Tian's cultivation base can definitely break through to the first level of the heavenly realm. 3 hours later, an extremely violent aura rushed out of the cave, and the 1,000-foot-high mountain trembled violently. Accompanied by billowing dust and mist, Zhan Tian's figure walked out of the cave. His aura was like a mighty river, but also like a sea of ghosts. The faint dragon power made the void around his body tremble continuously. Heaven-reaching realm, second layer sky stage cultivation base. Not bad. The first time I swallowed the Tianyang golden pill, the effect was the best. I didn't expect that it would directly rise to the second level of the heaven-reaching realm. Seeing the deep aura of cultivation under Zhan Tian's body, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, he nodded with a light smile, and said, "Up to 5 ranks in a row." And broke through the bottleneck of the peak of the heaven transformation realm in one fell swoop. Zhan Tian smiled. The effect of the medicine I expected is even better. No wonder that Yifeng's cultivation has improved so quickly. Chu Yan thought that Yifeng's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds in a few months, and when he thought that he was the same as himself, he was a dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, and suddenly came to a sudden. That's right. I've been in the Alchemy League for a long time. I've heard that the second-grade golden elixir is most suitable for fighters of the heaven transformation realm and the heaven-reaching realm, while the third-grade golden elixir is as difficult to refine as it is to reach the sky. Zhang Tian nodded, rode. It doesn't matter, this Tianyang golden pill is enough for now. Chu Yan shook his head, Dingdanfang, you can meet but not ask for, the current Tianyang Dingdan is definitely enough for your own use, and, with these Dingdan, Chu Yan is absolutely sure to defeat Yifeng in a year. Let's go, let's go. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Yan said to Zhang Tian. Okay. The Vault of Heaven is about 10 days away from here. Let's go. After Zhang Tian said, he jumped up, and his figure went straight to the sky. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and quickly unfolded his movements, also soaring into the sky. The two headed all the way to the spiritual blood sea. At the same time, not only Chu Yan set off, but also powerful sects from all over the Haotian continent sent elite disciples to the Valley of the Vault of Heaven, preparing to participate in the trial of the Bloody Sea in the spiritual domain. Xuanhuan City, the head of the Emperor's sect, the Emperor's Sky Dragon Palace. This time, the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain is opened, and the search for inheritance and treasures is secondary. In any case, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao must be captured. Hong Qiyu shouted sharply with a hideous face. In front of him, lined up, were 11 youths, all of whom were imposing and profound. They were the second greatest genius of the Emperor's sect, Yu Qing, and the top 10 talents of the Emperor's dragon ranking. These people can be said to be the young disciples of the Emperor's sect, the most elite group of Tianjiao, each of them is a human dragon, the existence of a peerless Tianjiao. Don't worry, the suzerain, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao are mere ants, if I take action, there will be no problem. Yu Qing, who was standing at the top, snorted coldly, and when he heard Hong Qiyu's words, his face was full of disdain, and there was an unparalleled arrogance between his brows. Regarding that Chu Yan, he had also heard some information about him before. A native of the extreme north continent dared to challenge Yifeng, the holy son of the 9 spirits Shantian sect. For this matter alone, Yu Qing concluded that this son was arrogant, but he didn't know how to restrain himself in the sky continent where there were as many arrogances as ants, and he openly opposed the ancient 8 sects, and he was looking for death. Such a genius, I don't know how many I have to kill every year. Okay. Let's go. When Hong Qiyu heard Yu Qing's words, his eyes sparkled, and a gleam of joy appeared on his face, he nodded and said. Immediately, 11 Tianjiao bowed their hands and saluted at the same time, turned around and stepped into a void crack beside them. After all the figures of the 11 people disappeared into the void passage, a thin old man also stepped into the void passage. It's just that when the old man walked into the void passage, all the big bosses of the Emperor's sect, including Hong Qiyu, unexpectedly bowed their hands and saluted at the same time. They seemed extremely polite and disrespectful to this man. This old man is one of the 3 major enshrinements of the Emperor's sect, Venerable Longji. As one of the 3 elders of the Emperor's sect, this person has a terrifying cultivation and has reached the peak of the Venerable realm. The Emperor dispatched Venerable Longji, one of the 3 elders, to escort Yu Qing and the other 11 geniuses, which is enough to show that they are extremely important to them. It also shows that the Emperor attaches great importance to this spiritual blood sea. #C883 Blood Mist Forest. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian flew all the way to the edge of the Zhongtian continent where the spiritual blood sea is located. The left domain of Zhongtian continent is the largest area among the 5 domains of Zhongtian continent, and it is also located in the direction of extreme north continent. Chu Yan appeared from the extreme north continent at that time, and when he came to the Zhongtian continent, he was the Zuiyu who had been there first. In the left domain of the Zhongtian continent, the most famous is the Tunshan mountain range. There are countless sky-level monsters in this mountain range, and it is even rumored that there are emperor-level monsters guarding the mountain range. And if you want to reach the spiritual blood sea located in the depths of the left domain, you must pass through the very famous origin of the Tian Tian mountain range, the Blood Mist Forest. This Blood Mist Forest is the starting point of the Tunchen mountain range across the left domain, and its area is so large that it exceeds a range of hundreds of millions of miles. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian arrived at this Blood Mist Forest after flying for 2 days. The thick blood-colored mist not only covered the entire forest, but even the sky was completely covered. At a glance, it seemed to turn around in the sea of red clouds, and everything was blurred in all directions. Okay? When Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the blood mist forest, he couldn't penetrate it at all, as if sweeping through a void. This moment immediately aroused Chu Yan's interest, and he directly lowered his figure and landed at the entrance of the blood mist forest. Chu Yan, this blood mist forest is extremely strange. It is said that people who enter and exit have a narrow escape, which is extremely dangerous. Zhang Tian saw that Chu Yan had the heart to practice, so he hurriedly persuaded him. Near death. Chu Yan was startled. Nodded. It is less than a month before the opening of the spiritual realm of Blood Sea. He originally planned to arrive earlier to check the situation of the Valley of the Vault of Heaven and see if it is really suitable as a place for the Raksha Soul Tianzong to rebuild the mountain gate. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Chu Yan really wanted to go in and experience it. However, of course, the Valley of the Sky is still the most important thing now, and Chu Yan can still tell the difference. Therefore, Chu Yan just pondered for a while, and was about to leave, but at this moment, in the sea of consciousness, an incomparably vicissitudes of voice suddenly exploded. Go in. The voice of the Qilin Wuhun only uttered 2 words, and then there was no sound. The moment the voice sounded in the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he stopped raising his steps immediately. You must know that if it is not an extremely important matter, the Qilin Wuhun seldom communicates with him, and every time the Qilin Wuhun makes a sound to remind himself, there must be an extremely important thing happening. In this way, this blood fog forest is very important to me. Zhang Tian, you go to the Sky God Valley and wait for me. I plan to go in and investigate. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan made a decision. Don't say that the blood mist forest in front of him is close to death, even if it is 10 deaths, as long as it is a reminder from the Qilin Wuhun, Chu Yan will never let it go. You know, only one of the unicorn horns, which is extremely important to the unicorn spirit, was found, and the other one is not known to be hidden there. How could Chu Yan miss this opportunity? You. Zhang Tian was startled, and looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on his face. However, since he got along with Chu Yan for this period of time, he knew very well that Chu Yan had the same personality as himself. As long as he believed in something, he would definitely go. Do. Therefore, Zhang Tian knows that Chu Yan has made up his mind now, and it is impossible to stop it. Okay. I'll wait for you in the Sky City outside the Valley of the Sky God, so be careful. After saying that, Zhang Tian jumped up, and his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, then strode out and entered the blood mist forest. The endless red mist almost reached the point where you can't see your fingers. Moreover, the consciousness is less than 100 meters away from the body, so it has no effect at all. In the blood mist forest, after walking for a short time, Chu Yan completely lost his way. Wherever you go, there is silence everywhere, and you don't see anything but the same trees. I can't walk around like this, I might just keep turning in circles. Chu Yan knows that it is extremely difficult to move forward in the fog, and it is easy to get lost, so he is going to make some marks to determine the direction. Immediately, Chu Yan cast the Kirin's pupil and looked around. Compared with the divine consciousness, in such an environment, the role of the Kirin's pupil is obviously much greater. After sweeping around, he couldn't help but face a chill. In all directions, what Chu Yan saw was almost exactly the same, and even the thickness of the trees was not the same. It's really weird, Chu Yan muttered, frowning slightly. Genuine energy was stimulated again, and even the fusion of the 5 elements was used, and the pupil of the unicorn was raised again. This time, Chu Yan finally discovered that the void in the misty forest actually produced ripples with the rhythm of these red mist. Distortion. Space distortion. No wonder so. Chu Yan suddenly realized that as long as there is a space distortion, even the southeast and northwest do not exist, and it is impossible to walk in a straight line. Okay. We can only use the most primitive method. Chu Yan sighed, then pointed to the big tree beside him, broke a huge tree hole in it, made a mark, and then stepped forward. According to this method, Chu Yan could barely keep moving forward without going back to the original path. In the blood mist forest, except for the trees, there are trees. The terrain is flat without any fluctuations, as if this forest will never end. Suddenly, a trace of vigilance rose in Chu Yan's heart, and suddenly he felt a murderous intent covering him, which made his whole body tense up instantly. What? Chu Yan stopped, let go of his consciousness for 100 meters, and the pupil of the unicorn turned around, vigilantly sweeping around. However, Chu Yan could only see a distance of 500 meters at most in this red fog that isolated his consciousness. Clang! As the vigilance in his heart became more and more serious, Chu Yan directly pulled out the Haotian sword, fully on guard. In such a quiet and eerie fog, this unknown feeling could not help but make his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. Holding the Haotian sword, his true energy slowly moved. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his consciousness was tense, and he was always ready to meet the danger. In the dead silence, time slowly passed. Suddenly, an illusory movie rushed into Chu Yan's colorful eyes. This lightning-like figure was extremely fast, bringing out an afterimage like a ghost, flying towards Chu Yan, so fast that he could hardly see the shape. Die to me. Without hesitation, Chu Yan decided to preemptively strike. He waved his sword and slashed out. The bright 5-colored sword light drew a black void crack and slashed straight out. This sword, Chu Yan was prepared, and he had been accumulating for a long time. The power of the sword is so strong that even a 6th-layer powerhouse of the Tongtian realm is enough to kill with a single sword. #C884 Jedi. Where the sword light passed, green blood splashed out. The afterimage that came like lightning was cut into 2 in an instant, separated left and right, and rolled to the ground. Chu Yan frowned, and looked down. It turned out to be a green spider with black stripes. Its thighs were thick and thin, and its 8 spider legs were extremely long. The toes were like hooks shining with a faint green light, which was extremely miserable. Zizizi. From the tips of the 8 spider legs, traces of green liquid flowed out and dripped on the ground. Immediately, a faint red mist emerged and merged into the dense fog in the surrounding space. Soon, the spider's body disappeared, leaving only the body on the ground. Leaves a green residue. So it blends with the red mist. Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that the monster in the red mist forest had such characteristics. For a moment, Chu Yan put the sword back into its sheath, raised his eyes, and looked around, his eyes flickering. In this red mist forest, not only is it difficult to distinguish the direction, but there are even sneak attacks by monsters. It seems that I should be more careful. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan held the long sword, looked at the rows of big trees behind him, and each eye-catching tree hole, simply identified the direction, and walked forward. Not long after walking, a black bear wearing scales rushed out of the hazy fog and appeared in Chu Yan's sight. This is a giant bear with a height of 10 feet, and its eyes are blood red. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, the pupils of the monster bear are completely enlarged, as if they have lost their sanity, roaring again and again. The upper-level monsters at the Earth level are equivalent to the strength of the seventh heaven of the Heaven Transformation realm, and the monster aura rushing out of the body is as light red as blood, which is almost exactly the same as the surrounding fog. Ow! The demon bear roared. The ground where the bear's feet stepped will leave deep pits. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to within 100 steps of Chu Yan. He raised the bear's paw and slammed it at Chu Yan. Court death. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung the Haotian sword. When the five-color sword light pierced the air, it instantly slashed on the monster's body. Scoff. As the sword light passed by, the 10-foot-tall monster was cut into two pieces by a single sword, blood spattered, the corpse fell down, and slowly dissipated. Earth-level monsters are not the enemy of Chu Yan at all. Immediately, Chu Yan walked with the sword and continued to move forward. The more you go forward, there are monsters rushing out, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan, but they are basically some low-level monsters, and there is no threat at all. Occasionally, one or two celestial monsters would pop out, but they were all like the monster bears I met before, with dilated pupils, no sense of mind, and weak combat power. Now, Chu Yan felt slightly that he should have reached the inner area of the blood mist forest and was approaching the core, so he was constantly being attacked by monsters. Thinking of this, Chu Yan strengthened his judgment, speeded up, and continued to move forward in the thick fog. After walking for about a stick of incense, a steep mountain appeared in front of Chu Yan. The mountain was steep, like a mountain wall, cut by a knife and an axe. Ordinary people could not climb it at all, even if they were warriors. I am afraid there is a danger of falling. Swish! Chu Yan's true energy circulated, he jumped up, and flew towards the top of the mountain along the almost vertical cliff. Whoosh! 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 Just when Chu Yan was about to fly to the top of the mountain, there was a sound of strong wind breaking through the air, and at the same time, long black shadows as thick as bowls shot down from the top of the mountain like whips, and drew towards him. Chu Yan looked up, and saw a large number of towering trees growing on the top of the cliff, with aura lingering in the canopy, and even traces of demonic energy gushing out from the trees. On the thick branches, hanging black, the vines fluttered one after another, shooting out like lightning, entwining towards Chu Yan. Hundreds of vines, as if they had eyes, came from all directions, enveloping Chu Yan, leaving no way out. Break it! Chu Yan's face was calm, and he rushed straight up, the sword light in his hand swayed, and the silver sword shadow drew the sword light all over the sky. Wherever it passed, countless trees and vines were chopped off and scattered in all directions. However, those demon trees did not flinch, but trembled violently, throwing out more vines, as if they had eaten Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the sword energy surged all over his body. When he waved his hand, 100-foot sword light shot out from the Haotian sword, and directly chopped out towards the dozen or so monster trees on the top of the mountain. Boom! The sword light cut down, and a dozen demon trees fell instantly, making a rumbling sound, leaving only rows of tree stumps in place, and those tree vines that attacked Chu Yan fell limply to the ground instantly. When he reached the top of the mountain, Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked around, and found that there was nothing but these demon trees, and there was no danger. On the top of the mountain, there was no mountain breeze, and the red fog became thicker. Chu Yan could see a distance of 300 meters, but now, he could only see less than 100 meters. Now, trouble. The range of sight narrows again, and the chance of getting lost will be greatly increased. Moreover, Chu Yan looked at the mountain peaks under his feet and felt that this should be a rolling mountain range with complex terrain. Chu Yan didn't dare to fly at all. There were no marks in the air, and it was easier to get lost. Therefore, Chu Yan could only walk along the mountain, or leave tree-hole road signs along the way to ensure that the basic direction is good. After walking for more than an hour, Chu Yan was still in the mountains, and his face became more and more dignified. In this mountain range, the void distortion is more serious, and there are fewer and fewer trees, making it impossible for Chu Yan to leave enough road signs. Soon, Chu Yan was completely lost. Big trouble. Based on feeling, after running for dozens of miles, Chu Yan looked at the almost identical scenery in front of him, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This blood mist forest, as Zhang Tian said, is extremely dangerous, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is close to death. Hum. 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 The surrounding space was distorted, so strong that there was a buzzing tremor. Chu Yan stood tall, running the unicorn pupil, holding his breath, carefully watching the surrounding void fluctuations, looking for patterns. I see. After a long time, a chuckle emerged, and Chu Yan calmed down. Using the unicorn's pupil, he soon discovered that these fluctuations in the void change every 10 feet. That is to say, Chu Yan needs to change the direction once every 10 feet. Keep going straight. Whoosh. After finding the pattern, Chu Yan dodged away, increased his speed again, and galloped all the way forward. Without a big tree, Chu Yan left a deep sword mark on the ground with the Haoyan sword, and the direction pointed by the sword mark was the direction he was heading. In this way, Chu Yan can finally stop circling, and the speed is getting faster and faster. This time, if he hadn't possessed the unicorn pupil martial soul skill, he might really get lost in this red mist forest. The unicorn martial soul is indeed a martial soul that exists against the sky. Although this martial soul skill has no combat power, it has infinite magical effects. I just don't know if the unicorn martial soul will be even more powerful if it rises to the stars. Wuhun skills appear. Chu Yan kept moving forward, and the black figure left an afterimage in the mountains. When encountering a monster that suddenly rushed out to attack, he slashed out with a sword. Going forward like this, after a whole day, when Chu Yan passed a mountain range, his face suddenly turned cold. Hey! The fog in front has become thinner. Chu Yan, who was running, gasped softly, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face, because in the thinned mist, there was almost no space distortion, and the detection range of Chu Yan's spiritual sense instantly expanded to 1,000. Step. It seems that we will be able to get out of this thick fog soon. Surprised by Chu Yan's surprise, he increased his speed by 1 more point, moved forward, and jumped out. #C885 and Huanqing. As Chu Yan continued to fly, the scope of his spiritual consciousness continued to expand. Half an hour later, Chu Yan jumped out of the mist, and his eyes suddenly brightened. I saw that there was still a blue mountain range in front of me. Under the continuous ups and downs, there was no end in sight. However, at the end of the line of sight, the mountains and the sea disappeared, and a vast plain could be seen faintly. Behind him, there was still a large piece of red mist. Looking along the red mist, the sky on both sides was also a reddish area. Color. This is actually the middle of the red mist forest. It seems that I didn't pass through the red mist forest, but arrived at the center of the red mist forest. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the end of the distant mountain range. Without the fog, Chu Yan can fly directly, and the speed is more than 100 times faster. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan flew over the endless mountains and entered the plain area. Okay. Flying into the plains, less than a stick of incense, a huge city appeared in front of Chu Yan's eyes. This city is really terrifyingly big. Chu Yan estimated casually that the length and width of this city may have exceeded 1,000 miles, and it was even 10 times larger than the Xuanhuan city that Chu Yan saw. However, when Chu Yan flew close to the city, he glanced at the buildings in the city, but found that the buildings in the city here are relatively simple. There are no tall buildings, and the entire city occupies a huge valley. Behind it, there is another endless mountains in sight. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and flew directly towards the city. However, when Chu Yan was less than 10 miles away from the city, a sudden change occurred. Swish! 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 A few figures in white robes. Flying over from the distant city, he blocked Chu Yan in a menacing manner. Okay. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned, and immediately stopped, suspended in the air, staring at the white-robed men in front of him. These people wore uniform ancestral robes, held snow-white sabers, and embroidered the word Yin Yang on their chests, and stared at Chu Yan with vigilance. There were 8 people in total, and their cultivation bases were all around the 7th level of the Heaven Transformation realm. The leader, wearing a black headband, had brilliant eyes, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Transformation realm. Show the Jade Talisman of the Yin Yang sect. While the leader shouted, the other 7 people moved towards Chu Yan in all directions and surrounded him. Shen Yin Yang sect. Chu Yan was stunned, as if he had never heard of this sect. As for the Identity Jade Talisman, he was not a disciple of the Yin Yang sect, so how could it be their Identity Jade Talisman? Seeing Chu Yan shaking his head slightly, the head of the person's eyes immediately brightened, his eyes were full of strange colors, and then he shouted. You came from outside the realm. The outside world. What world? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Yan was even more puzzled, and suddenly frowned. Did he mean outside the Red Mist Forest? I came from outside the Red Mist Forest. I don't know if it's the outside world you mentioned. Chu Yan pointed to the large area of reddish color behind him, and replied softly. Very good. It really is a foreign race. The leader suddenly sneered and said. We are disciples of the Yin Yang sect. You have already entered the scope of the Yin Yang sect. From now on, you must not violate the laws and regulations of our Yin Yang sect, and you must go to our sect to receive the Jade Talisman. Get the status, Jade Talisman. Chu Yan was stunned, his heart was full of doubts, and he never said that that sect would let outsiders who entered their sect to receive the status Jade Talisman. What are they doing? Yes. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot. After saying that, the 8 white-robed disciples shook their sabers in unison, surging with true energy. The place you occupy now has a vast territory, with a total area of hundreds of millions of miles, all of which belong to our Yin Yang sect. If you enter the territory of our sect, you must follow the rules of our sect, lest you aliens do things that harm our sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless for a moment, and then nodded. I have just arrived here, so I am not familiar with this situation. Moreover, what people say may be reasonable, after all, it is their territory, but it is just a jade talisman, so there is no need to conflict with them. Seeing Chu Yan nod his head, the leading disciple raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile. Ishan, take him to the outer hall. The voice sounded, and one of the 8 disciples walked out, bowed his hands, and said. Yes, third senior brother. Turning around, he said to Chu Yan, come with me. Then, the young disciple turned around and flew towards the distant city. Seeing this, Chu Yan didn't think too much, followed this person and flew forward. Seeing Chu Yan's figure moving away, the remaining 7 white-robed disciples gathered together and whispered. Third senior brother, this person is of a foreign race, and he came from outside the world, and no one knows, why did he just kill people to seize the treasure? An ordinary white-robed disciple, with a fierce look in his eyes, asked the leader of the third brother. As a patrol team, they would meet outsiders from time to time, most of them were killed by them, and the money and treasures were divided equally. The Yin Yang Divine Sect is located inside the Red Mist Forest. Because the red mist is isolated, it has almost no contact with the outside world. After countless years, this place is self-sufficient. However, compared with the Zhongtian continent, it is much barren. Therefore, every time the patrol team encounters a foreign race outside the boundary, they will kill and seize treasures. The leader shook his head when he heard the words, and said, "This person has a strong cultivation base, and his expression is not disturbed when he sees us. It can be seen that this person is not afraid of us. It is very likely that he is a genius fighter from the Zhongtian continent. When we join forces, we may not necessarily be his opponent." "No way. So powerful." "I can't see it, it feels very ordinary." A group of white-robed disciples were all astonished, and they all opened their mouths. "Humph. People from outside the realm, their skills, martial arts, elixirs, and spiritual weapons are all several times better than ours. This person's cultivation is probably above the heaven-reaching realm. You are not afraid of death, you can try it." The leader snorted coldly and said. Their patrol team encountered a lot of people from outside the realm, and most of them would conflict with them. After a long time, they could clearly know that the strength of these people from outside the realm was much stronger than their disciples from the Yin Yang sect. "Okay. Keep patrolling. It's right to make the most money, but you also have to spend your life." After the leader spoke, he turned around and flew towards the distance with the rest of the people. Chu Yan followed the white-robed disciple named Yishan, and soon arrived in front of the city gate. This city, named Anhuang City, although the city wall is low, it has a huge area. On the tower, there were almost all guards in black armor, all of them looked good. However, these people are obviously worse than the patrols they met before, and their status is very different. Before reaching the city gate, Chu Yan saw that at the gate of the city, many people were queuing up for inspection, and they would be put into the city only after showing their identity jade charms. And the jade talismans held by these people are all different in size and color. #C886 handed over. Chu Yan followed behind Yishan, and soon arrived at the city gate. The city guards obviously knew Yishan, and when they saw him pass by the city gate, they all bowed their hands and saluted, saying, "See Master Zhongjiang. Sir General Zhongzong." The city guard opened his mouth with a respectful attitude. "Master Zhongjiang, do you need me to wait for something?" The captain of the city guard took a step forward and bowed in salute. All around, many warriors and civilians who entered the city were full of awe when they reached Yishan, especially when they saw the word Yin Yang on your chest. They bowed their heads sideways. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't help being slightly shocked. He didn't expect that an ordinary sect disciple in the patrol team would be so admired by others. From this point of view, the Yin Yang divine sect has an extremely high status in this place. "Friend, may I ask how many cities the Yin Yang sect manages?" Chu Yan took a few steps, caught up with Yishan, and asked. "You don't need to ask more about this matter. When you get to the outer hall, you will naturally have time to ask questions." Yishan's face was cold and his tone was indifferent. Obviously he didn't want to pay attention to Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unexpectedly, the other party was so arrogant. While walking, Chu Yan thought deeply. After all, he is not a local. It is better to be more careful within the scope of this Yin Yang sect. Looking at this Yin Yang sect, no matter the disciples of the sect or the people within the sphere of influence, it is a bit weird. It's better to follow their rules yourself. However, along the way, Chu Yan didn't find many powerful warriors. Basically all of them were below the heavenly realm, and there was no threat to him. Stepping into the streets of the city, Yishan took Chu Yan and walked for about half an hour before arriving in front of a large mansion. This mansion covers an area of 1,000 mu, and the buildings inside are magnificent. Above the gate, there is a golden plaque with 3 large characters of Yin Yang Shenzong Foreign Affairs Hall. "See the envoy. See the envoy." At the gate of the house. When several guards saw Yishan, they hurriedly saluted. "Notify Hall Master Wu that a foreign race has been found," Yishan said. "Foreigners? Several guards were stunned, but they quickly realized that one of them ran quickly into the mansion. Soon, the guard returned, bowed his hands to Yishan and said, "My lord, please." "Well, lead the way." With a wave of his hand, Yishan led Chu Yan into the mansion. It didn't take long for Yishan and Chu Yan to follow the guards to a lobby in the city lord's mansion. "Master Zhongsher, wait a moment, the hall master will come soon," said the guard. "Okay, let's go." Yishan waved his hand and said. After the guards left, there were only Yishan and Chu Yan in the lobby. Chu Yan glanced at Yishan, and found that the arrogance on the other side's face just now had subsided. It seems that the hall master who has not appeared yet is not an ordinary person. Sweeping his eyes, Chu Yan looked at the situation in the lobby. The layout of the lobby is not luxurious, on the contrary, it looks extremely simple. It looks more like the green hall and red pillars of an ordinary government. Fairly high-end. Soon, from the back of the hall, a figure came striding forward, walked into the hall, and sat directly on the main seat. This person is empty in a silver robe, with a black jade talisman hanging around his waist. He has a majestic aura, his eyes are like thunder, and he is not angry, from the three powers. A pair of shining eyes swept towards Chu Yan. The 8th level of heaven-reaching realm. When Chu Yan saw this person, the unicorn's pupils swept over him, and he immediately saw that the other party's cultivation base was 6 levels higher than his own, which can be said to be powerful. However, with this level of strength, as long as they are not Tianjiao-level warriors, they will not pose any threat to themselves. Moreover, this person should be the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall. With such an identity, he should be regarded as the #1 person in this city. From this, it can be judged that there is no strong person in the venerable state in this city. "I've met Hall Master Wu." When Yishan saw this person, he quickly bowed and saluted. His identity was an inner sect disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Compared with the elder of the outer sect, he was naturally much lower, so his attitude was extremely respectful. "Excuse me," said the silver-robed man, waving his hand. "This person is a foreign race." "Not bad," Yishan nodded. "Well, it's hard work, leave it to me, you go back." Hall Master Wu nodded slightly, and said to Yishan. "Yes." Yishan heard Fang, didn't say much, bowed his hands, then exited the lobby, and walked away. After Yishan's figure disappeared, Hall Master Wu looked at Chu Yan with a majestic expression, saying, "Foreigners. My Yin-Yang sect is in charge of this area of hundreds of millions of miles. All aliens who enter this area will be under the jurisdiction of my sect. Do not go beyond the rules, do you understand?" "Understood." Chu Yan nodded and said. From Chu Yan's point of view, no matter what rules the Yin-Yang sect has, let's listen to their arrangements for now. Anyway, I won't stay here for long, and I will leave. My Yin-Yang sect has strict laws and regulations. If you violate any of them, you will be killed. Hall Master Wu said slowly. Chu Yan didn't take it seriously, and nodded casually. "Okay, since you understand everything, it's easy to handle, hand it over." Hall Master Wu said with a smile on his face, and said softly. "Hand it over." "Hand over what?" Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled, and looked at Hall Master Wu suspiciously. "Of course it is to hand over all the things you brought from the outside world." Hall Master Wu said. "Hand over everything?" Chu Yan's expression froze, and his expression sank instantly. Unexpectedly, the Hall Master of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect has a big appetite, so the lion opened his mouth, and he had to hand over everything by himself. You know, Chu Yan just looted the treasure house of the emperor, because he has the Rakshasa space, and he got at least 60% of all the things looted by the three of them. This batch of wealth can definitely be said to be as rich as an enemy. Humph. If you don't hand over everything, how will you survive in my land of the Yinyang sect, and how will you exchange for the identity jade talisman of the Yinyang sect? Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Hall Master Wu immediately stopped smiling and shouted with a gloomy expression. Master Wu, a status jade talisman wants all my wealth. You are joking. Chu Yan sneered. A piece of identity-destroying jade talisman, not to mention a piece of yuan jing, is probably worth a few yuancher. To actually want him to hand over all his wealth is really a dream. Why, you won't hand it in? Hall Master Wu said coldly. So what if you don't hand it in? Chu Yan said. Okay. Our Yinyang sect is the #1 sect in the world, and it's not unreasonable. Since you don't pay, you can leave. Hall Master Wu said with a sneer. What? Let yourself go. This Hall Master Wu was so generous, the lion couldn't speak, and he didn't make things difficult for him, and let him go directly. At this time, the words of that Hall Master Wu made Chu Yan feel puzzled. #C887 burning with anger. Chu Yan glanced at Hall Master Wu, with the same puzzled look on his face. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Hall Master Wu seemed to have expected it, chuckled, and said. If you don't hand it in, you won't be able to exchange for the identity jade talisman of our Yinyang sect, but the Hall Master reminds you, don't say in Anhuang City, even in all the cities under the jurisdiction of the Yinyang sect, you don't have an identity jade talisman, it's your origin. Unknown person, when the time comes, you will naturally come to beg me. Hall Master Wu spoke with a playful tone and a very smug smile, appearing extremely confident. The meaning of these words is very clear. Without the identity jade talisman, it is impossible for you to hang around in the territory of Yinyang Shenzong. You will still come to beg me when the time comes. Therefore, letting you go now will make you more honest. But who is Chu Yan? Not to mention an Huangqing, a Hall Master Wu, even if it is a dog, the suzerain of the farting Yinyang Shenzong, standing in front of him, he is not afraid at all. Really? You don't have to worry about this matter, so leave. After saying that, Chu Yan turned around, took big strides, and left directly. Without an identity jade talisman, you can't get along. Joke. Although the Yinyang sect is isolated from the world, it is still in the Zhongtian continent, and it is also the world of Wuhun. As long as it is the world of martial arts, warriors are respected. Chu Yan doesn't believe it at all. With his own strength, there will be no problems here. Big deal, kill him all the way, kill him until the sky is dark, the sun is dark, Chu Yan wants to see, who dares to stop me. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, Hall Master Wu's mouth curled up, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He believed that this alien race, like other outsiders, would come back obediently and hand over all his wealth. These alien races from the outside world are all extremely rich compared to the people of the Yinyang sect, especially Yuan Jing and Yibao, which are all rankless treasures in the territory of the Yinyang sect. Moreover, for the first time, using this method, in the end, the aliens could be subdued. I believe this time, there will be no exception. Hall Master Wu's cultivation is at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm, so he can naturally see that Chu Yan's cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Tongtian realm. Although this kind of cultivation is not low, it cannot be lifted in Anhuang City. No big waves, nothing to worry about. Even if Chu Yan were to leave now, at that time, he will also come back and hand over all the yuan jing and treasures on his body. In that way, an Huangqing will get a lot of wealth. According to Hall Master Wu's previous experience, with the 2nd level of Chu Yan Tongtian realm, he has at least 20,000 to 30,000 crystals. Such a large amount of wealth is equivalent to an Huangqing's annual income. However, if the city lord Wu knew that 20,000 yuan in crystals was only 1/10,000th of Chu Yan's wealth, I don't know if he would let him go so calmly. Chu Yan strode forward, left the Foreign Affairs Hall directly, and returned to the street in the city. The Qilin Wuhun brought him here. He must have something to point to, but he hasn't found anything yet, so Chu Yan is going to settle down first, and then find a way to learn more about the details of this Xingyang sect. Maybe he will find something. Moreover, I have been in a state of high tension after walking for a full day in the red mist forest. Now, I urgently need to rest and recover my true energy. In addition, the blood essence of Venerable Rakshasa obtained from Jiuxiao Palace, as well as the Tai Ijue are also urgently cultivated and improved. After Qi Hai Nei Dan reaches 80/16th, he can start to swallow the Tianyang golden pill, quickly improve cultivation. Soon, Chu Yan, who was walking casually on the street, found a restaurant, and decided to have dinner first, and then open a guest room, so that he could practice in peace for a night. Stepping into the restaurant, Chu Yan looked around the lively lobby on the first floor, found an empty seat, and sat down. Xiao, serve some of your signature dishes, and a pot of good wine. Chu Yan took out a piece of yuan jing, threw it on the table, and said to Xiao, who came over. Okay, sir, don't worry, the wine in our shop is the most famous in Anhuang City. Seeing Chu Yan's extravagant hands, the Xiao couldn't help but smile all over his face. He grabbed the yuan jing in his hand, nodded and smiled, but, to Chu Yan's surprise, the Xiao, still looking at himself with a charming smile, he didn't have the slightest intention of arranging food and drinks. What's the situation? Ask for a tip. 1 yuan jing is not enough. You know, in the Zhongtian continent, in an ordinary restaurant, 1 yuan jing, let alone a table of wine and food, even 100 tables, is enough. You still don't go. Chu Yan frowned and shouted. Grandpa, your identity jade talisman. Seeing Chu Yan's unkind expression, Xiao quickly nodded and bowed with a smile. They haven't seen such a big client in the restaurant for a long time. Xiao naturally dare not offend Chu Yan, but seeing Chu Yan's face change slightly, he still spoke hesitantly. Status jade talisman. You need a status jade talisman for dinner. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he suddenly looked astonished. Huh? You don't know? Don't you? Hearing Chu Yan's doubts, the second child immediately withdrew his smile and said suspiciously. That's right, can't we eat here without a jade talisman? Chu Yan asked coldly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xiao immediately put a piece of yuan jing in his hand back in front of Chu Yan, and said. In our Anhuang city, in any restaurant, those who don't have a status jade talisman will not be entertained. When Xiao spoke, his tone was certain, without any hesitation. Obviously he was very sure about this matter, and there was no room for negotiation. Okay. Chu Yan made a bitter face, shook his head helplessly, then got up, left the restaurant, and returned to the street. Damn. So that's the case. Even food and lodging cost money. No wonder Hallmaster Wu had a confident expression on his face when he left. However, for these ordinary people who are not warriors, Chu Yan will not overwhelm them with power, and of course he will not care about them. Moreover, Chu Yan didn't have much time to waste. He had to start practicing as soon as possible, and then he had to investigate the details of the Xingyang sect, so he should find a place to practice as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chu Yan is going to leave Anhuang City directly. The world outside the city is vast, so there will be no constraints. Immediately, Chu Yan walked along the street and returned directly to the city gate where he came, ready to leave the city. However, those few city guards stopped Chu Yan directly. This time, Chu Yan was instantly angry. Without an identity jade talisman, you can't leave the city. The guards guarding the city gate all pointed their spears at Chu Yan and shouted with a sneer. Damn it, you need a jade talisman to go out of the city, not to enter the city. Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold, and his heart was full of anger. Get out. Chu Yan yelled, his eyes were like ice. What? Let us go. We are the guards of Anhuang City, how dare you force your way through the city gate? The leader of the city guards felt the powerful aura of Chu Yan, but he was not afraid at all, and shouted in a low voice. #C888 Hong Gongzi. Faced with making things difficult for the city gate guards, Chu Yan was completely angry this time. In the city, it's fine if they don't allow them to eat or stay in the hotel, but they still don't allow them to leave the city. This is obviously calculated by that hall master Wu. Around the city gate, warriors and people coming and going, seeing the tense atmosphere, immediately surrounded them. Huh? Isn't this the alien from just now? No way. Aliens dare to be so arrogant and openly confront the guards. In my opinion, this person is looking for death, and he won't survive today. That's right, a foreign race dares to be arrogant in our Anhuang City. Of those foreign races in the past, which one was cleaned up honestly? There are 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of people in Anhuang City. In less than a while, a large number of people gathered in front of the city gate, and various discussions arose. However, they have seen many such situations. Many foreign races in Anhuang City were all executed by the Foreign Affairs Hall Master in the city because of their rebelliousness. There may not be even a single part of the alien race that can survive. Court death. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 5 elements of Gangyuan surged out, and he raised his hand to punch out. However, at this moment, a figure flew over and landed in front of the city gate. As soon as this person stood upright, on the street in the distance, there was a group of guards, armed with long guns and wearing silver armor, followed him imposingly, firmly guarding the person in the middle, and looked at Chu with vigilance. Inflammation. As for the young man surrounded by the guards, he had a proud expression on his face, a faint evil smile on his face, and a jade fan in his hand, looking suave and elegant. Okay? Seeing this person appear, Chu Yan's face turned serious. It is easy to see that this young man has a high status in Anhuang City. See Mr. Hong. See Mr. Hong. Everyone everywhere. Including the city gate guard team, when they saw this young man, they all bowed and saluted with a very respectful attitude. Mr. Hong. Chu Yan looked at the silver-robed youth, frowning slightly, and couldn't help guessing his identity. That Mr. Hong, with a sunny smile on his face, looked handsome and delicate, looked at Chu Yan, and said softly. You are what my father said, the alien who has no status, Jade Amulet. Looking Chu Yan up and down, Mr. Hong smiled lightly, his eyes were light, and his face was full of arrogance. Chu Yan looked at the other party, frowned slightly, and didn't answer the other party immediately. He looked at this person's demeanor, and he guessed that the visitor was not kind. Seeing that Chu Yan ignored him completely, the silver-robed youth immediately put away his jade fan, his face darkened. Humph. Alien races, without identity jade charms, are not allowed to leave the city. This is the law of our Yin-Yang sect, and no one is allowed to violate it. But what? Having said that, Mr. Hong's eyes flashed a strange color, and he continued. However, I can help you and teach you a way. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned, and said lightly, what way? You can swear the oath of heaven and pledge allegiance to this young master. From now on, no one in Anhuang City will dare to embarrass you except my father. Mr. Yin Pao Hong opened his mouth and said. What? Allegiance to you. What kind of a dog with a cultivation level as high as the 3rd level of the sky, Master Fart, dares to ask himself to be loyal? Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help chuckling, and gave a few wry smiles all over his face. Everyone in the Yin-Yang sect, Chu Yan felt very strange, and each one was more arrogant than the other, which was completely different from other places in Zhongtian continent. It really feels like an alien culture. Impossible. Chu Yan turned coldly, then turned around and walked out of the city. Humph. Sure enough, I don't know how to flatter you. Seeing this, the silver-robed young man's face darkened immediately. He turned his right hand, took out a golden hand halberd, and slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. Swish! The golden halberd light pierced through the void, making an ear-piercing scream. The heavenly martial artist of the third level of the sky-reaching realm is extremely powerful, and the halberd light that he cut out was as fast as lightning, and it hit Chu Yan's back in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mr. Hong's lips twitched slightly. He heard from his father, Hall Master Wu, that this alien's cultivation is only at the second level of the heaven-reaching realm, and his strength is lower than his own. With this halberd, Mr. Hong is sure. Let him get hurt and learn a lesson. Mr. Hong is the only son of Hall Master Wu of an Huangqing, named Wu Hong. He is handsome in appearance, but has an extremely vicious heart. Originally, when he heard that a foreign race was coming, he directly rejected his father's request, so he immediately chased after him. Of course, he is not just looking for trouble, he came to chase Chu Yan. Naturally he has his own purpose. The Yinyang Divine Sect is located in the Red Mist Forest, isolated from the outside world for tens of thousands of years. Various cultivation resources, such as relics and treasures in this place, are extremely scarce. And those alien races from the outside world often have powerful exercises and martial arts, which are much stronger than those in the Yinyang sect. Therefore, Wu Hong plans to force Chu Yan to hand over his martial arts to improve his own strength after subduing Chu Yan. Originally, if Chu Yan handed over all his wealth with his father, he would naturally not come to Chu Yan. But Chu Yan directly rejected his father and wanted to go out of the city. In this way, Wu Hong worried that Chu Yan would go to other cities, and the martial arts on his body would be obtained by other cities, which would be a big loss. Therefore, Wu Hong shot without hesitation. As long as this alien was severely injured, it was still up to him. Anyway, this alien race has no status jade talisman, and he has to forcibly leave the city, which violates the ancestral rules of the Yinyang sect, so he is not afraid to deal with it no matter what. The halberd light pierced through the void all the way, with astonishing power. The warriors and people watching around were stunned when they saw this move. They didn't expect Mr. Hong to make it himself, and his strength is so powerful that alien race might be doomed. Mr. Wu Hong, because he is the only son of Hall Master Wu, has amazing talent since he was young. With the accumulation of various cultivation resources, he is now the young generation in Anhuang City, the #1 master, dealing with a foreigner whose cultivation level is lower than his, that's still within reach. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yan would be cut in half by a halberd, Chu Yan turned around suddenly, and slowly raised his right fist with colorful gangsters. I saw Chu Yan's face was indifferent, without a trace of fear. Anyway, he opened his right fist, bent his palm into a claw, and grabbed at the coming halberd light. What? How can that be? Does this alien race not want to live? Not only did he not hurry to dodge, but he also wanted to grab Mr. Wu Hong's halberd light with his hands. This is all courting death. Mr. Wu Hong is the #1 master of the young generation in Anhuang City, and his cultivation has reached the third level of the heaven-reaching realm. Even warriors of the same level would not dare to take this move head-on, but this foreigner dared to be so bold. It's absolutely fatal. However, the next moment, everyone's face suddenly froze, dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. Boom! The golden halberd light slashed straight down and hit Chu Yan's palm, making a loud bang, but the halberd light was firmly held in the hand by the hand surrounded by colorful energy. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were round and their mouths were wide open. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. That alien race actually blocked it. A martial soul, whose cultivation is only at the second level of the heavenly realm, can easily block the blow of a third-level heavenly warrior without any effort, without even taking half a step back. Isn't this just a dream? How is this possible? Not to mention in Anhuang City, even in all the cities of the Yin-Yang sect, it has never been heard that that warrior can fight by leapfrogging. Could it be that this person is a monster? #C889 Get me off. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by the opponent, Wuhang's face, which was still full of smiles just now, froze in an instant. Even if he was killed, he would never have thought that such a result would be the result of his surefire move. With strength like an ant, how dare you be so arrogant? Chu Yan pinched his right hand fiercely, and the golden halberd light in his palm exploded in an instant, turning into remaining energy of true energy, which dissipated invisible. This is impossible. When Wuhang heard this, his face turned red instantly, and he stared at Chu Yan fiercely, his eyes full of shock. When he heard Chu Yan's words, he was the #1 genius in Anhuang City, but he was called an ant by a foreign race. How could he bear it, and the anger in his heart instantly ignited. You wanna die? Anger exploded, Wuhang rushed out, and rushed to Chu Yan in an instant, raised the golden halberd in his hand, and slashed at Chu Yan's head. However, another palm lingering with multicolored aura stretched out, and with a single lift, he held his golden halberd in his hand. No matter how Wuhang burst out with true energy, the golden halberd seemed to have taken root in the opponent's hand, not moving at all. Suddenly Wuhang's heart was full of shocking waves, and he stared at Chu Yan with round eyes. He couldn't believe that he was under the hands of a warrior whose cultivation base was lower than his own, and he didn't even have the slightest power to resist. What exactly is going on? Could it be that this alien race in front of him is what the outside world calls a Tianjia-level warrior? Don't bother me again, or you will die. Chu Yan said in a cold voice, and then with a big hand, he threw away the golden halberd and strode towards the outside of the city. At the gate of the city, the team of guards who originally blocked Chu Yan were all stunned, and no one dared to stop Chu Yan. However, before Chu Yan could take a few steps, a stern voice sounded. Bold! City gate guards, stop this person for me. The thunder-like sound woke up all the guards at the gate of the city, and they all flickered, holding long soldiers in their hands, and stood in front of Chu Yan. Get out! Chu Yan's eyes brightened. With a wave of his hand, a majestic multicolored energy surged out, sweeping across like a flood, and immediately swept away the dozen or so guards in front of him who had cultivated the heavenly realm. Bold, dare to attack the city guards. Court deaf. There was another stern voice, and then, at the end of the street in the distance, a tall silver-armored figure flew towards him, dodged his body, and landed in front of Chu Yan. Moreover, with his appearance on the street in the distance, a group of soldiers, armed with long soldiers, rushed like a tide, and surrounded Chu Yan in just 5 breaths. The cultivation bases of these soldiers are almost at the 7th or 8th level of the heaven transformation realm, except for some generals whose cultivation bases are slightly higher, and they are completely out of Chu Yan's eyes. Only the tall and burly middle-aged silver-armored general in front of him, who has reached the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, still has some strength. Great, General Lei, quickly take down this alien race, he dared to openly violate the law, take him down. Not far away, Mr. Wuhang saw the appearance of this silver-armored general. His face turned blue in an instant, his expression became excited, and he shouted again and again. The appearance of General Lei, like a savior, made Wuhang excited again. Don't worry, son, it's as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. After saying that, General Lei glanced at Chu Yan, his face sank in an instant, and he said coldly. Foreigners, immediately kneel down and bind. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he shook his head lightly, but he opened his mouth and said. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the audience was stunned suddenly, and they all looked at Chu Yan with a dull expression. Even General Jiuxiao was also stunned. This alien race actually let General Lei go. Is he crazy? General Lei is a strong man whose cultivation has reached the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Even in Anhuang City, his strength is also a master who can be counted with a slap. Even if this alien race is strong in battle and can beat Mr. Wuhun, who is 1 level higher than him, he has no chance at all against General Lei, who is 3 levels higher than him. But how dare he be so arrogant? Is he looking for death? Moreover, didn't you see that General Lei was carrying thousands of city guards behind him? With so many people, even if it is one person with one move, he can be smashed into scum. How dare he talk to General Lei like this? Ha ha ha. The next moment, General Lei, who reacted from the astonishment, suddenly twitched the corners of his eyes, laughed out loud, and said, "What did you say? I heard right just now. How dare you disrespect this general? This is a capital offense." General Lei, as the general of the city guard of Anhuang City, is known to everyone in Anhuang City, but now, a foreign race of the 2nd level of the heaven-reaching realm dares to talk to him like this. At this time, he seems to have heard the world. The funniest joke in the world met the most ignorant person. Is this alien race crazy? Dare to let General Lei go? I don't think he's crazy, or he's mentally ill. If he falls short of the 3rd level of cultivation, he's courting death. It's ridiculous. Are all the alien races in the outside world like this? Who knows? Anyway, this alien race is doomed. The warriors and civilians who were watching from all directions also woke up at this time, and all kinds of discussions sounded like a tide. Whether it was warriors, civilians, or city guard soldiers around, they all laughed, looking at Chu Yan as if they were looking at a monster. Ha ha ha, let's see how you die. Not far away, Wuhun also laughed out loud when he saw this, with a look of disdain on his face. He is very happy to see Chu Yan's life and death. As long as General Lei takes this person down, he will definitely make him regret it. In any case, if General Lei made a move, this alien race would have no chance, and it would be impossible for him to leave in Huanqing. At that time, everything on him would still fall into his own hands. For this alien race, Wuhong's interest is also getting bigger and bigger. To be able to surpass him so easily at the 2nd level of the heaven-reaching realm, this shows that this person definitely has extremely high-level exercises and martial arts. It is even higher level than my own mysterious martial arts. Wuhong was extremely excited when he thought that he was about to obtain a powerful exercise. Therefore, Wuhong has already made up his mind. After General Xie La captures this person and brings him back to the Foreign Affairs Hall, he must make him hand over all his exercises and martial arts. Even if it is printed in the Sea of Consciousness, he will never let it go. In front of the city gate, General Lei looked at Chu Yan with a contemptuous and playful smile, and said softly, "I don't know how you plan to let me go." Now, a bit of teasing has arisen in General Lei's heart. After all, it has been a long time since such an interesting thing happened. How many people dare to talk to him like this in the territory of Yinyang Shenzong? If you don't get out, you will die. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and 2 cold lights shot out like electricity, and the true energy all over his body exploded in an instant, and he punched out when he raised his hand. #C891 Punch and 3 views. Rumble. The 5-color Gangyuan, like a galloping river, blasted out a huge colorful fist light in an instant, and hit General Lei head-on. When a martial artist reaches the heaven-reaching realm, the comparison is the power of true energy. Chu Yan's colorful fist blasted out. Even if it was the air wave that was rushed away by the remaining force of the fist, it was like a gust of wind in an instant, centered on the city gate, sweeping towards the inside and outside of the city. the terrifying fluctuation of Gang Yuan made everyone he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder trembled. What? How can that be? Facing Chu Yan's five-colored fist light, General Lei only felt his scalp go numb for a while, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and his whole body felt as if he had fallen into a cellar of ice. The colorful fist light in front of him was like a prehistoric mountain. The terrifying power made General Lei feel powerless to resist, and he froze on the spot for an instant. You know, even Kai Tianlei, a genius on the Heotiandi list in the Zhongtian continent, who has reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm and has the ability to fight at a super level, has no power to resist under Chu Yan's punch, let alone this General Lei is not even as good as ordinary warriors. However, after all, he was at the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and with his experience in many battles, General Lei quickly woke up from the shock. Ah! When the five-colored fist glowed in front of his eyes, the hairs on General Lei's whole body exploded, and with a loud roar, his whole body burst out with true energy, and he swung his knife and slashed out fiercely. The sword light exploded into the sky, bright as thunder, and the fierce sword energy instantly broke through the void, and it slashed straight out, facing the five-color fist light with a bang. Boom! The sword light collided with the fist print, and a massive shock burst out, and the large void instantly shattered and turned into countless fragments. However, when the fist light passed by, the bright sword light exploded in an instant, and it could not stop the fist at all. Prestige. Boom. The power of the fist is invincible. After smashing the knife light, the colorful fist light, like a beast, slams heavily on General Lei's protective body, smashing it upside down like a meteor, hitting on the city wall behind him. He fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a large cloud of dust. In an instant, the whole scene was dead silent. Whether it was General Lei who was struggling on the ground, or the warriors and people watching around, they all looked at Chu Yan with a look of horror, and in their trembling eyes. It's all horror. What were you laughing at just now? Chu Yan swept his cold eyes, looked at General Lei on the ground, and said, You. General Lei was so frightened at this time that his face was full of horror, and he was speechless at all. The whole person is completely dumbfounded. And still terrified. Even a minute ago, he thought that this alien race couldn't even hold up a single move in his hands, but in the blink of an eye, the one who couldn't stop a single move turned out to be himself. The combat power of this foreign race is so terrifying. Isn't it the second heaven of the Tongtian realm? There was silence all around, everyone looked at General Lei on the ground, their faces were pale and their eyes were wide open, as if a person's soul had left his body, leaving only his body standing on the spot. Incredible. This is simply impossible. A martial artist from the 2nd level of the sky-reaching realm punched General Lei, who was at the 5th level of the sky-reaching level, to the ground. The point is, this shit is still real. That General Lei was lying there, struggling and unable to get up at all. Not far away, the smug smile on Wu Hong's face just now froze completely, his mouth opened so wide that it could almost stuff a cow. In his heart, thunder and lightning flashed like 10,000 beasts galloping. For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Except for the twitching at the corner of his eyes, his whole body seemed to have been petrified. Who else is not convinced? Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, and his cold eyes swept across. Every one of his eyes was so frightened that his whole body suddenly trembled. Hiss! 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 The people who woke up all gasped, trembling all over. Not convinced. It's all like this, who dares to refuse? At least, in Anhuang City, there seems to be not many people who can defeat General Lei, and I'm afraid there are almost none who can defeat General Lei with one move. Who among them would dare to stand up? Chu Yan glanced at Wu Hong not far away, and snorted softly. Chu Yan doesn't believe it anymore. In the territory of this dog, Far Din Yang Shinzong, he can still ignore the strongest rules of the Wuhun world. Fighters are respected, fists are king. Whether it's in extreme North Continent or Zhongtian Continent, as long as your fist is big enough, you can ignore all rules. A little in Huangqing, let's see, who can stop me? Oh my god, why is this alien race so strong? General Lei, that General Lei, can't even block a move. It's terrible. How can it be possible to fight even more steps? Conscious thoughts flashed through everyone's hearts, their faces were as white as paper, and their souls trembled crazily. In the tens of thousands of years of the Yin-Yang sect, they have never seen, or even heard of, any fighters who can fight by leapfrogging. Relying on powerful skills, surpassing a small realm, and becoming evenly matched, in the Yin-Yang sect, he is already regarded as an extreme genius, but that is just a contest between the early and middle stages of cultivation at the same level. As in front of you, the second-level sky-reaching realm beat the fifth-level heaven-reaching realm, simply ignoring the level of cultivation. This kind of thing has never been heard of for tens of thousands of years. Chu Yan's punch not only knocked General Lei down, but also completely subverted the worldview of everyone around him. I said, die if you don't roll. Now, you can die. Chu Yan looked at General Lei on the ground, raised his finger to condense the sword, put his fingers together, and pointed out. In an instant, a colored finger sword shot out like a startling rainbow, piercing into the center of General Lei's eyebrows. General Lei, who was so badly injured that he couldn't even move his protective energy, immediately burst into tiny bloody flowers between his eyebrows, his body softened, and he died instantly on the spot. What? Seeing this scene, Wuhong's body trembled violently, his whole body trembled with fright, feeling that both feet could not support his body. He actually killed General Lei, so what about himself? Wuhong raised his head, just in time to see Chu Yan's cold eyes sweeping past him. He suddenly felt a gust of cold air rise from the soles of his feet, and instantly hit his whole body. All the hairs stood on end, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. Humph. Remember, don't mess with me again, or you will die. As for this Wuhong, Chu Yan didn't want to kill him for the time being. After all, killing a General Lei had already played a deterrent effect. This Wuhong was the only son of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Yin-Yang Shenzong, who was in charge of Anhuang City, the only son of Hall Master Wu. If you kill him, that Hall Master Wu will go completely crazy and hunt and kill him everywhere. Although Chu Yan is not afraid, but he has no time to waste with them anymore, so he hastened to find a place to start practicing. That's the right thing to do. Thinking of this, Chu Yan immediately turned around, jumped up, and was about to leave Anhuang City and find a place outside the city. Wuhong looked at the figure of Chu Yan rising from the ground, and found that the other party had no intention of killing him. Suddenly, the mind that was full of fear just now recovered quickly. This alien race is so powerful, it's no wonder that the exercises on his body are Earth-level middle-grade exercises. If he could obtain his low-level middle-grade exercises, he would also be able to soar into the sky like him and become the #1 expert in Anhuang City. However, when Wuhong saw Chu Yan's soaring figure, he couldn't help feeling anxious when he thought that he was leaving Anhuangcheng. At this moment, a roar exploded in the air. Alien, still want to leave? #C891, kill me. In the stern voice, with strong true energy, it swept across the audience like a hurricane, causing the guarding soldiers and onlookers on the ground to stumble. Immediately afterwards, a figure struck like lightning from the direction of the city, and stood in front of Wuhong in the blink of an eye. Father! When Wuhong saw the person coming, his face was filled with ecstasy, and he exclaimed. The figure flying over from the city was none other than the Yin-Yang Divine Sect Anhuang City Foreign Affairs Hall, the Hall Master, Wu Guai. Yin-Yang Shenzong set up a Foreign Affairs Hall in each city under its jurisdiction, which is equivalent to the City Lord's Mansion in the Zhongtian Continent, to manage these cities. Moreover, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall is equivalent to the identity and status of an ordinary elder in the Yin-Yang sect. However, even ordinary elders are the most powerful people in the city. Therefore, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Wu Gui, is also the #1 strongest in Anhuang City. Boy, you want to leave after killing me, General City Guard. Wu Gui glanced at General Lei, who was dying in front of the city gate, and his anger suddenly ignited, and then he looked at Chu Yan, full of anger. Looking at Wuhang from the corner of his eyes, and seeing that he was not injured, Hall Master Wu Gui heaved a sigh of relief. Then, when he looked at Chu Yan again, his whole body exploded like a tide. With a flash of his figure, he raised his hand and punched him. Blast out. Boom. The fist was so strong that it blasted the air, broke through a black hole in the void, and made a dull explosion. The golden fist couldn't be spent, like a roaring golden war lion, blasting towards Chu Yan with monstrous anger and killing intent. An extremely powerful punch had just been blasted out, and the mighty power of the punch surged like a sea wave, sweeping in all directions. This punch contained all the anger of Hall Master Wu Gui and all the strength of the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Kill with one punch. Regarding Chu Yan's rejection of himself at first, and now killing his own city guard general, of course Master Wu Gui will not be merciful. If he doesn't kill this alien race in the most cruel way, in the future in Anhuang City, these alien races will not turn over. God. Rumble. The shock wave of fist power shaking the void finally swept away, and the surrounding city guards, warriors, and civilians. Under the terrifying waves of fist power, they were rushed back violently, and the entire area in the middle of the battle was instantly pushed away. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people who were still ashen gray just now were all flushed and excited. Hall Master shot. This alien must die. Not far away, when Wuhang saw his father make a move, his whole body trembled with the same excitement, his eyes widened, and he watched this scene with great excitement. But soon, Wuhang's expression suddenly froze, and his face was startled. Father won't blow this alien into scum with one punch. You have to know that I haven't got my skills and martial soul yet. If this foreigner didn't bring it with me, but rubbed it in the sea of consciousness, then I won't get anything. In addition, for this alien race, Wuhang hopes to capture him and force him to swear the oath of heaven and let him become his subordinate. In this way, taking out such a monstrous warrior will definitely attract attention. Under the attention of all the people and the horror of everyone, Chu Yan turned around slowly, the Haoyan sword in his hand trembled rapidly, the colorful gangster lingered on the snow-white sword body, lightly raised his right hand, and a gorgeous sword light suddenly cut out. Call out. The sword's light is like water, and it's like a multicolored sword light, like a long rainbow, piercing the sky and the earth, splitting the void, and the sharpness of the sword even surpassed the power of the punching fist, which shocked people's minds. Boom! The terrifying explosion sound shook the heavens and the earth, the 5-colored sword glow collided with the golden fist print, and a blast of shocking air blasted, soaring into the sky and hitting the earth and shaking the mountains. Rumble! The city wall that was close at hand was shocked by this terrifying air wave, and then large areas collapsed, like thick smoke and dust, flying all over the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Swish! Swish! The silhouettes of Chu Yan and Hall Master Wu Gui rushed out of the dust and mist, retreated 1,000 steps behind them, and chose to avoid the central explosion area at the same time, facing each other far away. What? How can that be? Everyone looked up at the midair, and the two figures floating in the void were stunned. This alien race actually blocked Hall Master Wu's punch. This is absolutely impossible. Hall Master Wu Gui is a powerhouse in the 8th level of heaven-reaching realm. And he's still the #1 expert in Anhuangqing. And that alien race is only at the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, and there is a full 6-level difference in the strength of the relatives. Looking at it, many people in the crowd just feel that the sea of consciousness is blank, and they are completely stupid, while many people have begun to suspect that all this is just a dream. Just now, the foreign race defeated General Lei with one punch, and everyone has refreshed their worldview. They realized that there are still geniuses who can leapfrog battles, peerless geniuses. But now, this alien race is actually fighting against Hall Master Wu Guo. Moreover, he really blocked the attack of Hall Master Wu Guo, and stood there completely unharmed, without any sign of defeat. So now, everyone is not only concerned with refreshing the worldview, they feel that the world is going crazy. Not far away, Wuhong's face was completely frozen, except for the regular twitching of the corners of his eyes. The whole person was dumbfounded. He knows his father's strength better than anyone else. Not to mention in Anhuang City, even within 1,000,000 miles, he can be regarded as a strong person. Therefore, when his father made a move, he was worried that Chu Yan would be blown to pieces by his father's punch, but now, that Chu Yan easily blocked his father's terrifying punch. What a joke! Could it be that there is a genius in this world who is more talented than himself? Wuhong's sea of consciousness was in chaos. Under the continuous blows, he was already on the verge of collapse. In midair, Wu Guo's shock far surpassed that of everyone present. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In astonishment, Hall Master Wu Guo murmured uncontrollably. His heart was like a turbulent sea, and the sky was shaking. He couldn't even imagine that the alien race in front of him had such a powerful combat power. His spiritual consciousness kept checking back and forth on Chu Yan. Even if he confirmed it 100 times, Chu Yan's cultivation was still only the 2nd level of the heaven-reaching realm, not the 8th level of the Tongtian realm of the same level as himself. Seeing General Lei being bombarded and killed by Chu Yan earlier, although he was shocked in his heart, he never imagined that this alien race had strength comparable to his own. Swish! Standing in mid-air, Chu Yan, the body protecting qi in his body, was immediately caught by the surging explosion, and looked at Hall Master Wu in the distance with a cold face. Master Wu, I'm just going out of the city. If you mess with me again, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. Chu Yan's voice was ice-like, and killing intent loomed in his eyes. This Wu Ganai is a head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Yinyang sect. Killing him will definitely lead to the investigation of the Yinyang sect. However, Chu Yan is very angry now. Chu Yan will never let him go. Foreign race, what's your name? Hall Master Wu Guo asked, desperately suppressing the horror in his heart. Chu Yan. Chu Yan replied. Seeing that the aura on Hall Master Wu's body was constantly restraining, Chu Yan turned around, turned his back to Hall Master Wu and said, whoever dares to chase after him will be killed without mercy. Leaving a trail of ice-like words, Chu Yan flew out, ready to fly out of the city. Wait. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, Hall Master Wu Guo's eyes flashed with strangeness. He spoke suddenly and shouted loudly. Court death. Chu Yan let out a low cry, and the light of the Haotian sword in his hand rushed out violently, with a length of 1,000 feet, and turned around suddenly. #C892 totally confused. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, and the 5-colored sword of Haotian's sword in his hand shot straight at Jiuxiao. The mighty sword was as mighty as a heavenly sword, and the sword's power was earth-shattering. Sword spirit. When Hall Master Wu Guo saw the sword glow above, there was a roar of tigers and dragons, a strong wind blew up in the sky, and spiritual clouds rolled over. He was stunned and gasped for air. Seeing that Chu Yan was furious and wanted to kill with a sword, Wu Guo only felt a strong death in his heart, which frightened him so much that he was so frightened that he hurriedly said, Little friend Chu Yan, wait, I have something to say. Others don't know, but Wu Guo knows better than everyone else that in the counterattack just now, he shot with all his strength, while the opponent just threw a sword, and whoever is superior and who is inferior will be judged. Therefore, He knows that he is not this Chu Yan's opponent at all, and of course he will not seek death by himself. Now, Chu Yan is urging the sword spirit on the Haoyan sword, and the sword intent and sword power are integrated with the power of heaven and earth. How can he resist such power, or he can kill himself in a single move? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed in Wu Gui's mind, especially the deepest thoughts in his heart, suddenly flashed out, making Wu Gui seem to see a glimmer of hope. Is there anything to say? Chu Yan sneered upon hearing Feng, and said, You still want me to beg you? After killing his city guard general by himself, Chu Yan didn't believe that the other party would stop fighting so easily, and looked at Wu Gui with a vigilant expression on his face. Don't dare not, General Lei's death is his own fault, it has nothing to do with little friend Chu Yan. Wu Gui heard the words, glanced at General Lei's body in front of the city gate, and answered. Hearing Wu Gui's words, Chu Yan was immediately speechless. This hall master Wu Gui was furious as soon as he appeared, but now seeing that he is stronger than him, his attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. Too fast. Little friend Chu Yan, as the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Anhuang City, I have not fulfilled the friendship of the landlord, which caused some misunderstandings and caused these conflicts. I would like to invite you to return to the residence for a while, so that I can make up for it. Opportunity. Wu Gui smiled all over his face, appearing extremely polite. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was indifferent, his eyes flickered, looking at Wu Gui's charming smile, he somewhat guessed some of his inner thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan nodded and did not refuse. After all, of course it is more comfortable inside the city than outside the city. Since this Wu Gui has recognized his own strength, it is best to be honest. If he has any crooked thoughts, Chu Yan doesn't mind killing him. Moreover, the most important thing is that Chu Yan came here to look for opportunities according to the guidance of the Qilin Wuhun, but if he went outside the city, there was no trace of people, and he wanted to investigate and control. I am afraid there is little hope. If it is in the city, all kinds of news and information concentration, relatively speaking, is much easier. Okay, thank you little friend, please follow me back home. Seeing Chu Yan nodding, Wu Gui showed joy on his face, and quickly stretched out his hand, as if to respectfully invite him. Chu Yan put away the Haoyan sword, let go of his consciousness, and followed Wu Gui towards the Foreign Affairs Hall. In front of the city gate, Wu Hong watched this scene with a dull face, then his face darkened, and he hurriedly started to follow. In the whole scene, a large group of warriors and civilians were shocked, their eyes twitched. They didn't expect that they were earth-shattering and murderous just now, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into this. When the thousands of soldiers of the city guard woke up and followed the officers with astonishment on their faces, and returned to the camp, there was an uproar among the idle warriors and civilians at the scene. Damn! What's going on? Did that foreign race even fight with the Hall Master? It's terrible, that alien race is too strong. From my point of view, the Hall Master doesn't seem to be sure about taking this person down, so inviting him back is probably planning to invite experts from the headquarters of the Yinyang sect to come over. That's right, this alien race is so strong. Could it be that the warriors from the outside world are so terrifying? The discussion in front of the city gate lasted for a long time, everyone was excited, and at the same time, complex emotions arose in their hearts. Foreign Affairs Hall. After Chu Yan returned to the Foreign Affairs Hall with Hall Master Wu Gui, he sat down separately in this hall. Little friend Chu Yan, it was all a misunderstanding before, so I am ashamed. Hall Master Wu Gui smiled charmingly. It's okay. Chu Yan shook his head, not paying attention. Before, I was also in a hurry. After all, General Lei was the general guarding Huangqing City, so the accident happened rashly. It was all my fault. Hall Master Wu Gui explained repeatedly, with an extremely humble attitude. Hearing this, Chu Yan sneered and didn't answer. If it wasn't for the amazing fighting power he showed in front of the city gate, how could the current hall master Wu Gui talk to him so politely? It's a joke to say something impatient for a while. Master Wu, it happened suddenly, so you don't need to explain any more, let's just let this matter go. Chu Yan didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, although he didn't like this hall master Wu, he still answered. Okay. That's great. My little friend has a big heart, I admire you. Hearing Chu Yan's words, hall master Wu Gui breathed a sigh of relief, and flattered him. In fact, although there are not many warriors like General Lei who have cultivated at the 5th level of the heavenly realm, there are not many. For him, can only be regarded as insignificant. After pondering for a while, hall master Wu Gui glanced at Chu Yan carefully, and asked tentatively. I don't know, little friend Chu Yan, but what's the matter with my Yin-Yang sect this time? If I can help you, feel free to ask. Hearing hall master Wu Gui's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly, and said, I just entered the red mist forest to practice before I got here. After a few days, stay for a few days, I'm going to leave. Leave? Hearing this, hall master Wu's expression suddenly changed, and he said in surprise. What? You still want to stop me? Chu Yan said coldly. No, no, no. Hearing Chu Yan's words, hall master Wu shook his hands and said quickly. Little friend Chu Yan wants to leave, I and Huangqing will never stop it, but... Speaking of this, hall master Wu Gui stopped for a while, hesitated to speak, and pondered for a long time, seeing Chu Yan's suspicious expression, he still opened his mouth and said. Little friend, I don't know that this red mist forest is a barrier between our Yin-Yang sect and the outside world. Although I dare not say it is completely isolated, in the past 100 years, only 1,000 people have been able to break through the red mist forest and reach the range of my Yin-Yang sect. There are no people. So few. Chu Yan was startled when he heard this. You know, in the Zhongtian continent, this red mist forest is still very famous. I believe that many warriors will come here to practice, but I didn't expect that less than 10 people can pass through this red mist forest every year. It's really low. More importantly, most people want to go back after foreign races come to our Yin-Yang sect, but very few people succeed. In the end, they can only give up and continue to stay in our Yin-Yang sect. Hallmaster Wu explained. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly and didn't care at all. He had found an effective way in the red mist forest. He dared not say that he could come and go freely, but it was not difficult to wear it back. Hallmaster Wu doesn't have to worry about this matter, if I can come in, I can get out. Chu Yan laughed. Okay. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hallmaster Wu was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were full of strange colors. #C893 Dragon Spirit. Seeing Chu Yan's confident expression, Hallmaster Wu's heart suddenly became hot. Could it be that this child can really pass through the red mist forest? Looking at his terrifying combat power, this boy is very different from those alien races who came before. Maybe it is really possible. If he really traveled through the red mist forest, then... Thinking of this, Hallmaster Wu's face instantly turned red, and his expression became agitated. Seeing Hallmaster Wu's expression, a strange color flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he had a panoramic view. After a long time, Hallmaster Wu suppressed the emotions in his heart, flipped his hands over, took out a black and white jade talisman, and handed it to Chu Yan, saying, Little friend Chu Yan, this is my identity jade talisman of the Yin-Yang sect. Here it is for you. Chu Yan nodded, took the jade talisman directly, and did not refuse. The jade talisman civilians need a drop of blood, and we warriors only need to infuse our true energy. It contains laws and information about the Yin-Yang sect. With some jade talismans, it is considered a member of the Yin-Yang sect. It is more convenient to go there. Hallmaster Wu laughed. Thank you. Chu Yan thanked him after hearing the words, and put away the jade talisman. Little friend Chu Yan, you are not familiar with my Yin-Yang sect, so don't live outside. It is better to live in my mansion. I will order someone to arrange it immediately. After saying that, Hall Master Wu summoned a servant and ordered him to arrange everything for Chu Yan. Seeing this, Chu Yan did not refuse, and it was convenient for Chu Yan to live in the city lord's mansion. Temple Master Wu, since you are the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the Yin-Yang sect, you must be very familiar with matters within the scope of the Yin-Yang sect. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and asked. Of course, this old man has been the head of an Huangqing Foreign Affairs Hall for 20 years. There is no old man who doesn't know about the Yin-Yang sect. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Hall Master Wu smiled. Immediately, under Chu Yan's signal, he pondered for a while and introduced. The Yin-Yang divine sect covers an area of hundreds of millions of miles. There are 9 large cities and 100 small and medium-sized cities. The total population is nearly 1 billion. The headquarters is in the sacred capital of Yin-Yang. In the next hour, Hall Master Wu talked eloquently, introducing the situation in the Yin-Yang sect in detail, so that Chu Yan had a great understanding of the Yin-Yang sect. What is the cultivation level of the current strongmen in the Yin-Yang sect? Chu Yan asked after listening to Hall Master Wu's introduction. In the Yin-Yang sect, the most powerful person is of course the lord of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang God Emperor, whose cultivation has reached the half-step martial venerable realm. Hall Master Wu raised his eyes and looked around, and said in a low voice. Banshang Wu Zun. Chu Yan nodded upon hearing the words, which was basically consistent with his guess. However, little friend Chu Yan, although the Lord God Emperor is only half a step into the martial venerable realm, his combat power is very strong. According to legend, he is already invincible below the martial venerable realm. Hall Master Wu said. He is the only one in the Yin-Yang sect who is half-step Wu Zuanjing. And of course he is invincible below Wu Zuanjing. Chu Yan laughed. This Yin-Yang divine sect is isolated from the world and lacks high-level martial arts and martial arts. Therefore, most of the warriors here are lower than Zhongtian mainland warriors. It is already a miracle that there is a half-step martial artist. So, of course, this God Emperor Yin-Yang has no opponents, so he dares to boast that he is invincible under Wu Zuanjing. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hall Master Wu looked around again, and then waved his big hand, laying down a chi mask, covering the 2 people's bodies with a step down. Seeing Hall Master Wu's actions, Chu Yan frowned slightly. He didn't expect this Hall Master Wu to be so cautious. Could there be any secrets? Little friend Chu Yan, you don't know that the Yin-Yang sect only appeared in the last 100 years. Our place was originally called the Red Snow Kingdom. At that time, the lord of the country was half-step Wu Zuanjing. Unexpectedly, within 10 moves, he would be defeated. Under the hands of this Yin-Yang God Emperor, the Red Snow God Kingdom has been changed into the Yin-Yang God sect. Oh. Could it be that this Yin-Yang God Emperor is not a local? Chu Yan asked in amazement. The reason why this red mist forest is famous in Zhongtian continent is not because of any natural treasures produced in it. It's because of its difficulty, so most of them are curious people who will come to have a foray. The real strong like Wu Zuanjing probably won't waste this time. Therefore, Chu Yan suddenly wondered, could there be a strong man from Zhongtian continent who entered here 100 years ago? That's not true. Lord Yin-Yang God Emperor is not an ordinary person, he is. Speaking of this, Hall Master Wu looked around again, lowered his voice very low, and said softly. He is the spirit of a 10,000-year-old dragon, and he will occupy our place if he succeeds in incarnating and crossing the catastrophe. What? The spirit of the dragon vein. Chu Yan's face was shocked, and he jumped up from his seat suddenly, exclaiming. Little friend, keep your voice down, and be careful. Hall Master Wu heard Chu Yan's exclamation, His expression changed drastically in fright, and he hurriedly stopped him. Hearing Hall Master Wu's words, Chu Yan calmed down and sat down slowly, but in his eyes, there was a sparkle. The spirit of the dragon veins. It turned out to be the same existence as the Azure Dragon Lord. Originally, the guidance given to him by the Qilin Wuhun turned out to point to the spirit of the dragon vein. For others, this spirit of dragon veins may not be a big deal, at most it can only assist in cultivation, but for Chu Yan, it is a real treasure, and it is a treasure that is unique in a million. You must know that I have 5 god-defying beast spirits. At present, Suzaku has 10 stars and has completed the second awakening. The white tiger is also 10 stars and has not yet awakened again, but the Xuanhuan and Qinglong spirits are both less than 5 stars. Especially the Qinglong Wuhun, even the natal Wuhun, hasn't awakened yet. And to make the Qinglong martial soul ascend to the star and awaken the natal martial soul, firstly, it needs a natural material and earthly treasure similar to Ziwei Digua, and then the spirit of the dragon vein. At the beginning, the reason why the Qinglong Wuhun could be awakened was the body of the Qinglong Holy Lord, so only the spirit of the dragon veins was the most suitable for Qinglong warriors to improve. Little friend Chu Yan, after the Yinyang God Emperor defeated the king, the world surrendered. He proclaimed himself the Yinyang God Emperor. Since then, his birth and origin have become taboos. If anyone talks about it, it will all end in a very miserable way. Hall Master Wu sighed and sighed endlessly. Hearing this, Chu Yan reacted from his thoughts and nodded. No matter what the origin of the Yinyang God Emperor is, this time, Chu Yan will never let him go. In addition, under the Yinyang God Emperor, there are a total of 18 dragon guards, each of whom is at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and these 18 dragon guards have also practiced the combined attack formation, which is extremely powerful. There are a total of 30,000 dragon guards above Chong Tian, all of whom are stationed within the Yinyang Divine Palace. No one is allowed to approach, otherwise they will be shot to death. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Hall Master Wu whispered a reminder. 30,000 dragon guards. Or the 5th level of heaven-reaching realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and his brows frowned instantly. Originally, for Chu Yan, a 5th-level heavenly warrior of the Tongtian realm was no threat, and he could basically do it with one punch. However, if there are 30,000 people, it will be completely different. If 30,000 fighters above the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm attack at the same time, the overwhelming attack will be equivalent to 30,000 times the attack, and I have no chance at all. That's right. Within the scope of the entire Yinyang Divine Sect, as long as the cultivation level exceeds the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, except for a few people in the Foreign Affairs Hall, the others are basically in the Yinyang Divine Palace to protect the safety of the Divine Emperor. Wu Tang Main Road. Hearing Hall Master Wu's words, Chu Yan nodded, pondering in his heart. It seems that this time it can only be outsmarted, not forced, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. #C894 Yinyang Empress. In an hour's time, Chu Yan completely inquired about the information he needed. With this opportunity, I don't have to ask around hard. The most important thing is that Chu Yan is currently eager to practice, and there is not much time, so there is no time to waste. Dare to ask Hall Master Wu, is there any way for me to enter the Yinyang Palace? Chu Yan thought for a moment and asked. This? Hall Master Wu frowned suddenly, with a look of embarrassment on his face, said lightly. Little friend Chu Yan, the Yinyang God Emperor is very concerned about his own safety. Therefore, the entire Yinyang God Palace is extremely strictly checked. Basically, no one from outside the palace enters or leaves the palace. Even the heads of the Foreign Affairs Hall like us can only come in every 3 years. Meet the Yinyang God Emperor once. Care about safety. I think he is afraid of death. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face darkened, and he said directly, if this is the case, it will be really troublesome to enter the Yinyang temple. Then besides the people from the Yinyang God's palace and the Foreign Affairs Hall, who else can enter and leave the Yinyang God's palace? Chu Yan asked. Well, yes, there is, but Hall Master Wu glanced at Chu Yan, his face full of embarrassment. But it's okay to say. Chu Yan said. This Emperor Yinyang chooses 100 young and beautiful men from various cities every year to fill his harem, so Hall Master Wu said with a slightly red face. What? Beauty pageants. Does this Yinyang God Emperor like masculinity? Chu Yan was shocked and lost his voice. No, no, no. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hall Master Wu hurriedly shook his head and said, this Yinyang God Emperor is a female emperor. Huh. That's it. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Hall Master Wu's embarrassing expression, Chu Yan probably guessed what he was going to say. When will this year's selection start? Chu Yan asked. There are still 5 days left. Hall Master Wu replied. Okay, I understand, but Chu Yan nodded, then his eyes flashed, he stared at Hall Master Wu, and asked in a deep voice, have Hall Master Wu helped you so much, should you ask for something? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hall Master Wu's expression tightened, he nodded slightly, and said, that's right, I do have something to ask, but after a few days, if my little friend's affairs go well, I'll be so bold as to ask you. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, and stopped thinking about it, and said, then I will take my leave and go to rest first. Chu Yan said. Well, if that's the case, you can do whatever you want, little friend. Hall Master Wu hurriedly got up, removed the chi mask, called out the door, called a servant, and led Chu Yan away. After Chu Yan left, Hall Master Wu's face darkened suddenly, and he shouted, get out. Following Hall Master Wu's shout, a figure walked out from the living room, it was Wuhong. Father. Being discovered by Hall Master Wu, Wuhong didn't panic at all, and walked directly to Hall Master Wu's side, and sat casually. What is so mysterious, and you still use the chi mask, and don't let me hear it? Hall Master Wu's expression darkened when he heard Wuhong's words, and said, this kid's strength is against the sky, I'm afraid he's going to cause a catastrophe, do you know what he's doing? Big calamity. Wuhong said in shock, his face terrified. That's right, this Chu Yan is by no means simple. From his tone, he should be here for the Yinyang God Emperor. This matter must not be made public. You can arrange it later. Everyone who has met this son today, all of them. Hall Master Wu said, murderous intent flickered in his eyes, he raised his right hand, and lightly sliced across the void, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Don't worry, Dad, I'll take care of it. But seeing his father's serious face, Wuhong nodded quickly and said, knowing that the matter was important. However, even if he wants to cause a big incident, what does it have to do with me? Why didn't Dad directly report the matter? Wuhong asked. Report? Hall Master Wu shook his head when he heard the words, looked at Wuhong and said, you are still young, you still don't know the character of this Yinyang God Emperor, maybe this son is the only chance for us. What chance? Wuhong asked with a slightly startled face. It's not time to talk about this matter, you just have to listen to me. Hall Master Wu shook his head, but stopped talking, and instead reminded Wuhong, this son's cultivation is extraordinary. When you see him in the future, you must be respectful to him, if you can serve him as master, that is the best. What? Lord him. Hearing his father's words, Wuhong jumped up from his chair in an instant, and looked at Hall Master Wu in astonishment, as if he didn't know him. In this Xuanhuan city, I am basically under one person and above 10,000 people. I usually look at people with their chins. When I suddenly heard that my father asked me to serve others as masters, my eyes popped out of shock. Come out. Moreover, when he met Chu Yan for the first time today, he still wanted to make this man his servant, but now he suddenly heard his father's words, and for a while, he was completely stupid. You know what a fart? Seeing Wu Hong's expression, Hall Master Wu couldn't help cursing in a low voice, saying, 5 days later, you are going to participate in the general election, and that is a dead end. How can it be a dead end? If you can be favored by the Empress, you will sacrifice the dignity of a man at most, but you can eat delicious food and have a worry-free life, so why not? Hearing his father's words, Wu Hong didn't care at all, and sneered Road. What did he think? It turned out that it was just this matter. My father was stubborn and couldn't accept that women are superior to men. However, in Wu Hong's view, that was a shortcut to reach the sky in one step. Besides, don't you want to say that your wife is more manly? It doesn't matter too much, after all, my wife is an empress, can she compare with ordinary women? Fart. If that's the case, I can't wait for it. But alas. Hall Master Wu sighed and stopped talking. That's all, you shouldn't know about these things. My father made arrangements for himself, you listen to me right. My father won't harm you. Seeing his father's serious face, Wu Hong suddenly felt a chill go down his back, and a chill rose in his heart. Father is not worried about this, is there something else hidden? Before Wu Hong came back to his senses, Hall Master Wu's face was already serious, and he walked away slowly, hiding in the back hall, and his figure disappeared. Wu Hong stayed in the hall, the more he thought about it, the more nervous he felt. My father loved me a lot since I was a child, and he always thought of himself. If the general election matter really reached the sky in one step and became rich and worry-free, my father would never be so worried, and even took a big risk to get close to this alien Chu Yan. It appears that this election. Among the clients, Chu Yan sat cross-legged while taking a 9 profound golden pill to restore his true energy, concentrating on his cultivation. In front of him, there is a jade bottle, which is exactly the bottle of blood essence of Rakshasa that he got in Jiuxiao Palace that day. Very happy, Chu Yan recovered all his true energy, slowly opened his eyes, picked up the jade bottle, and held it in his hand. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan opened the jade bottle and poured all 10 drops of Rakshasa's blood into his mouth. Roar! In an instant, a violent force swept across the entire room, and Chu Yan's body instantly turned into a black color. Behind him, the tall Rakshasa phantom broke through the void, holding a golden fork, and roaring in the air. #C895 Beautiful Twins. As Rakshasa's blood essence melted, Chu Yan's physical strength began to skyrocket. Drop after drop of Rakshasa's blood essence traveled through the meridians of Chu Yan's body, constantly merging into his physical body. The phantom of Rakshasa behind him is constantly blurring and solidifying, absorbing it like breathing. Chu Yan has already cultivated to the 20th floor of Rakshasa Promise, which is only a short distance away from the 21st floor. According to the Luosha Wuji divine art, there will be an earth-shaking change on the 7th floor, and now, with these 10 drops of blood essence, it is enough for Chu Yan to break through the bottleneck directly and break through to the 21st floor in one fell swoop. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was immersed, and he urged Rakshasa's true energy with all his strength to refine the 10 drops of Rakshasa's blood. At this moment, his body, which was sitting cross-legged, was trembling constantly, the bones all over his body were rattling, and the muscles all over his body were as tense as a stone, extremely stiff. On his forehead, large drops of sweat kept rolling down. Chu Yan frowned, his face full of pain. Looking inside with his spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan could clearly see that in the meridians in his body, small golden streamers and black streamers blended with each other and kept wandering. The bones exploded, the flesh and blood shook, and the blood boiled all over the body, making Chu Yan endure extremely painful torment. Gritting his teeth tightly, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness spread all over his body, carefully observing the changes of every trace of flesh and blood, constantly showing the slightest carelessness. Because he knew that now was the time when the essence of Rakshasa was tempering his body, and it was at an extremely critical time. If this tempering was successful, it would bring huge benefits to his body. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, the blood in Chu Yan's body gradually calmed down. Chu Yan was surprised to find that every drop of his blood contained a little bit of gold and black light, which looked extremely strange. Immediately afterwards, the golden light and black light in the blood slowly overflowed the blood, turned into hair-like filaments, and swam into his flesh and blood. I don't know how long it took. Chu Yan found that the bones of his whole body began to slowly turn golden, like a golden body. The golden hair in the blood is becoming more and more intense, and has completely integrated into Chu Yan's body, without missing a single place. Swish! After a long time, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and two bright golden lights shot out of them. Dazzling like golden lightning. Slowly raising his right hand, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, and then he gave it a firm grip. Boom! With a bang, the space was squeezed and exploded, turning into a black void the size of a human head. Great, the current physical strength is invincible below Wu Zuanjing. Chu Yan was full of joy and muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan urged the Rakshasa true qi, arousing the golden power in the flesh and blood, slowly overflowing. Every trace of these golden air currents represents an incomparably powerful force. If it is integrated into martial arts, it will be extremely powerful. When he is not using martial skills, these golden energy injections will swim through the flesh and blood of his whole body, and as long as his spiritual consciousness is activated, they will appear immediately. It can be said that after breaking through to the 21st floor of the Rakshasa promise, the power of the Rakshasa demon body really began to show. Roar! Behind him, the huge phantom of Rakshasa became a little more solid compared to the previous blur, and the whole figure became clearer. On the golden fork, thousands of golden lights shot out, roaring and shaking the sky. Land! Call! Chu Yan opened his mouth, spit out a mouthful of turbid air, and put away the phantom of Rakshasa behind him. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body was drenched, his face was pale, and he felt as if he had collapsed. This fusion of Rakshasa essence and blood is really not ordinary pain. Chu Yan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and then stood up, ready to take a bath. Tom! 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 At this moment, outside the small courtyard, there was a knock on the door. Chu Yan paused for a moment, and immediately his consciousness gushed out, sweeping towards the gate of the courtyard outside the room. Huh? What is he doing here? Chu Yan's consciousness swept over and found that the person standing outside the courtyard was none other than Wuhun. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan shook his head. After pondering for a while, he still walked out of the courtyard and opened the courtyard door. Looking up, I saw Wuhun standing at the door with a coquettish smile on his face, followed by two women. These two girls are only wearing thin gauze clothes. Under the clothes, the snow-white skin is faintly visible, making people daydream. Moreover, these two women are pure and beautiful, with a hint of shyness hanging on their oval faces. Their big eyes are misty like spring, and their breathing is like the fragrance of orchids. They are absolutely top-grade looks. Coupled with two round and elastic snow-white long legs, protruding forward and backward, the figure is extremely perfect. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that the two women had the same appearance. They were obviously identical twin sisters, and they were really rare beauties in the world. Brother Chu Yan, my servant, Wuhun, has offended me a lot in what happened today, so I'm sending you a small gift as a token of apology. Wuhun smiled and bowed in salute. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and stared at Wuhun closely, but he didn't even look at the two women, and shouted in a cold voice. I accept it, these two girls are not blessed to accept it, you can take it back. Ah. This. Wuhun was stunned when he heard the words, and was sluggish on the spot. Unexpectedly, and Huangqing, the first and second most beautiful person I had found with great difficulty, hit a nail directly, and my heart immediately hung. Just now he thought carefully about his father Wu Gui's words, and decided to follow his father's words. That's why he came up with this policy. But he never expected that such a stunning double flower would not be able to enter Chu Yan's eyes, which made him suddenly embarrassed. Do you have anything else to do? Seeing Wuhang standing there in a daze, Chu Yan asked. It's gone. Wuhang was startled, and replied subconsciously. Then I won't give it away. Chu Yan nodded, said lightly, and with a bang, he directly closed the courtyard door and turned back to the room. At the gate of the courtyard, staring at the two gates in front of him, Wuhang was completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. It never occurred to him that in front of such two beauties, he would actually be ashamed. He didn't even invite him in, completely ignoring the existence of the two beauties and himself. In the room, Chu Yan was speechless. He didn't expect Wuhang to give him a beautiful woman, and she was a pair of beautiful twins. However, his martial arts was far superior to that of ordinary warriors. Except for Yue, there is no woman in the world who can seduce him. It seems that this matter should be related to Hall Master Wu. Chu Yan shook his head, muttered to himself, and stopped thinking about it. Immediately, Chu Yan sat quietly and focused, and began to run the Tai Ju, preparing to break through the 816 realm. There are still dozens of Tianyang golden pills on him, as long as he divides the inner alchemy in Qi Si from 8 to 16, and swallows Tianyang Jinyang to improve his cultivation, his strength will skyrocket again. At that time, even if that Empress Yin Yang was really invincible in the half-step venerable realm, I would not be afraid of him. #C896 Spirit Tide Riot. In the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, carefully running the Tai Ju exercise. The spiritual consciousness is divided into two parts, most of which are gathered in the Sea of Qi, and one part is divided into 8 and poured on the 8 inner pills, and the remaining part of the spiritual consciousness pays attention to the movement around. In the past, when Chu Yan's cultivation base was a little low, the Sea of Qi contained cyclones instead of inner alchemy. At that time, Chu Yan had cultivated the Tai Ju to the 8 to 16 realm. With previous experience, although the differentiation of the inner alchemy is much more difficult, Chu Yan has a certain degree of certainty. This time, we must succeed. Chu Yan took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, and began to differentiate the inner alchemy. Although the secret method of Tai Ju is powerful, it also has great risks. If you are not careful, it may lead to the death of the alchemy at any time, and the destruction of the cultivation base. Therefore, Chu Yan is very careful this time, knowing that the difficulty of manipulating 8 inner alchemy at the same time is more than 10 times more difficult than the previous 4281. Fortunately, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong, coupled with his Raksha Wuji divine art, he has just broken through the 21st floor, and his physical body is strong again, which is of great benefit to the differentiation of inner alchemy. 10 hours later, Chu Yan successfully completed the 8 to 16 inner alchemy division. In the Sea of Qi, 16 inner pills as small as a finger are slowly rotating. At this time, the most dangerous time has passed, but it is necessary to replenish the true energy as soon as possible to let the 16 inner alchemy grow quickly. Otherwise, if the inner alchemy is not in time, if the inner alchemy is finalized, it will never grow. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan waved his hand, and 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. This is the last time Chu Yan consumed all the main medicines and refined all the Tianyang Ziyuan golden pills. He gave 10 pieces to Zhantian, and there are more than 90 pieces here. Picking up a bottle of Tianyang golden pill, Chu Yan poured it directly into his mouth. Rumble. The majestic pill power instantly turned into the sky, turned into a violent tide, and rushed towards the Sea of Qi. The Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill is overbearing, and Chu Yan already understood it when he swallowed it last time, so this time he didn't swallow it all at once, but planned to take it 3 times. Majestic potency. It poured into the sea of qi along the meridians of the whole body, and in an instant, it was divided into 16 strands, and gathered towards the 18-week inner alchemy. With the infusion of powerful spiritual power transformed by the medicinal power, the 16 inner alchemy were running crazily, quickly devouring the spiritual power, and at the same time slowly growing in size. The Tianyang Ziyuan golden pill is indeed a second-order golden pill. Under the power of the terrifying pill, the 18 inner pills grew up quickly, and it didn't take long for them all to reach the level of perfection. Seeing this scene, a gleam of joy appeared on Chu Yan's face. He did not expect it to be so smooth. Immediately, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and poured all the remaining golden pills in front of him into his mouth, preparing to complete the final shape of the inner alchemy, and at the same time break through the current bottleneck of cultivation in one fell swoop. At the entrance of the elixir, it instantly turned into violent spiritual power like the Yangtze River, rushing all the way, rushing into Chu Yan's sea of energy like a river turning upside down. What? So powerful? Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across his body. Feeling the horror of this powerful spiritual wave, he couldn't help but froze. At this time, in Chu Yan's sea of qi, 16 inner alchemy touched the violent spiritual tide, and instantly surged again, and the 16 inner alchemy moved together, making the spiritual tide that was still pouring into the sea of qi even more turbulent and violent stand up. Inspired by the 16 inner elixirs, these spiritual tides turned into roaring furious waves, setting off spiritual waves soaring to the sky, extremely violent. The 16 inner alchemy were all functioning to the extreme, but they still couldn't quickly swallow up these raging seas of spiritual tides. Terrifying spiritual power began to flow into the sea of qi, and flesh and blood rushed all over his body. Puff. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt the qi and blood in his body churning wildly. He opened his mouth wide and spewed out a bloody arrow, and he was injured. Not good. Chu Yan's face was pale, and his heart was trembling. He didn't expect that the Gangyuan Jinqi in the 16 pills would be so powerful. Give me town. Chu Yan didn't dare to stop. His face was full of determination, and the consciousness in the sea of consciousness was like a tide, bursting out instantly. At this time, Chu Yan must not back down. He must burst out his spiritual consciousness, and suppress these terrifying spiritual waves as soon as possible. If they all rush into his internal organs, they will not be injured, but will definitely cause serious damage. Fortunately, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is already stronger than ordinary people, and because of the alchemist, it is basically about 5 times that of martial artists of the same level. The powerful spiritual consciousness, like a soldier suppressing a riot, burst out in the sea of consciousness, rushed out instantly, rushed to all parts of the body, and drove all the rioting spiritual energy to the sea of qi. This time, Chu Yan pushed the sea of consciousness to the extreme, drawing out a large amount of spiritual power to protect his sea of qi and inner organs of the meridians. Inside the body, unlike outside the body, there is a body protected by stellar qi and a body protected by spirit treasures. The sea of qi and flesh and blood in the body are extremely fragile, and it is also the most important place for a warrior, and absolute safety must be guaranteed. The crazy movement of the 16 pills, and the spiritual tide in the sea of qi, arouse each other, producing a superimposed effect. The sea of qi surges around, setting off monstrous spiritual waves, which are completely out of Chu Yan's control. This powerful force is constantly trembling, causing more resonance. The power of terror is enough to destroy everything. Nourish! 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 On Chu Yan's body, tiny blood vessels burst open, spilling traces of blood with golden brilliance, gushing out continuously. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yan's whole body was covered in blood, but it was shining like gold, as if turning into a golden body. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, mobilized all his consciousness, turned into a huge tide of consciousness, rushed to the sea of qi, and crazily suppressed the rioting inner alchemy and spiritual tide. At this time, Chu Yan has no retreat. As long as he suppresses these spiritual tides and breaks through the bottleneck of his cultivation, he will be able to soar into the sky. If he fails, his sea of energy will be exhausted, and his flesh and blood will be broken. At this point, the moment of life and death has arrived. Chu Yan's face was full of ferocity, and his eyes were full of madness. He didn't have any regrets. Since he chose this road against the sky, he will go against the sky all the way to the end. Give me a breakthrough. Chu Yan shouted angrily in his heart, and his spiritual consciousness surged again, like the suppression of the sky, and he pressed hard on the spirit tide and 16 inner alchemy in the sea of qi. Boom! 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 The spiritual tide collided with the divine consciousness, and there was a loud bang. Nourish! 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 Chu Yan's body shook violently, his flesh and blood rushed to the impact, and blood shot out. Feeling the blood flow faster and faster, Chu Yan's face became paler and paler. Time passed slowly, and at this time Chu Yan was enduring great pain and great risks, like a solitary boat in the raging sea, and would fall into a catastrophe at any time. Chu Yan's whole body was tense, blood and sweat flowed, but he clenched his teeth and held on tightly. On the other side, the Foreign Affairs Hall, the place of the inner government. In Hall Master Wu Gui's study, Wu Hong was full of anger and slapped the desk in front of Hall Master Wu Gui loudly. Damn it! It's too embarrassing for me. With a roar, Wu Hong's whole body trembled with anger, his face flushed red, like an angry beast. What's so great about it, isn't it that you have higher talent and stronger strength? Wu Hong yelled at his father, I personally sent the big gift, it's fine if I don't accept it, but I didn't even say thank you, and shut me out of the door. This time I'm ashamed and embarrassing. After a long time, Wu Hong seemed to be tired from yelling, but his father, Wu Gui, didn't respond at all, which immediately made him bored, and he fell on the chair. Crazy enough? Not enough successes, more failures. Humph. Wu Gui snorted. #C897 Cultivation for Breakthrough. Hearing Wu Gui's words, Wu Hong was stunned and didn't react. It wasn't because his father scolded him, but because he heard some overtones in Wu Gui's words. I approached Chu Yan according to my father's wishes, so this point cannot be wrong. Then what my father said, it is only possible that he knew why and failed to give gifts. This moment immediately caught Wu Hong's attention. Father, what's wrong with me doing this? Wu Hong asked directly. Hearing Wu Hong's words, Wu Gui shook his head, with a look of disappointment on his face, and said softly. How can a real warrior be moved by these vulgar things? If you send these things, you might as well send Yuan Jing, which will make that Chu Yan like it even more. Do you understand? What? How is this possible? I gave you a big gift, but money can't buy it. That man will like it. Wu Hong roared unconvinced, but after hearing what his father said, he understood a little bit in his heart. He is not an ordinary man, he is a peerless genius-level martial artist with extraordinary talent. People like them will only continue to surpass the limit of martial arts until they reach the peak of martial arts. How could they like the sex of men and women? Wu Gui shook his head, then said. The more powerful warriors are, they are indifferent to the love between men and women, and they value spiritual support more. Think about it, the lifespan of warriors is at least 1,000 years when they reach the sky-reaching realm, and their family members, at most 200 years. Life is exhausted, you should understand the truth in this. Remember, the more powerful a warrior is, the less he should make friends with vulgar objects. Be careful. Wu Gui said. Hearing his father's words, Wu Gui was full of displeasure, and said. That's not right. Look at Empress Yang, she just likes things between men and women, and recruits men every year to fill her harem. Wuhun stared at his father with twinkling eyes, waiting expectantly for his answer. Wuhun has always been brooding about the matter his father mentioned last time. This sentence has an obvious tentative meaning. However, how could Hall Master Wu Gui, who is old and mature, not be able to tell that he knows his son best? There are some things that you cannot know now, but I can tell you clearly. The Yinyang Empress recruited young men to enter the Yinyang Palace, not for the sake of sex. Later, I will tell you. As Wu Gui said, he raised his hand to signal for Wu Hong to leave. Seeing this, Wu Hong was disappointed, got up and walked out of the study. When he was about to step out of the study door, a voice sounded from behind. There are still 4 days, and you don't bother him anymore. Remember what I said, making friends with him will be of great benefit to you, but you must be careful. Wu Hong's whole body trembled slightly, his eyes flickered, then he nodded slightly and walked out of the study. After Wu Hong left, Hall Master Wu Gui let out a long sigh and said quietly, "It seems that I am not mistaken, everything is on this sun." In the small courtyard, in Chu Yan's room. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body was covered with faint golden blood, and the originally small scars had expanded to the extent of flesh and blood, which at first glance was extremely terrifying. Even the internal organs in his body were all traumatized to varying degrees, which was horrible. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yan refined the Rakshas's blood essence before, raising the strength of his physical body to the peak level, he might not be able to hold it at all at this time. Breakthrough! 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 Chu Yan roared again and again in his heart, completely ignoring the trauma he had suffered. His consciousness was surging, his will was like iron, and he completed the impact on the bottleneck of his cultivation with all his strength. Just now, the explosion of spiritual tide and inner alchemy in Qihai has been suppressed. Although a lot of power of spiritual tide was consumed, all 16 inner alchemy have been condensed. Now, it's a breakthrough. Inspired by the spiritual consciousness, all the true energy generated by the inner alchemy and the remaining spiritual tide were fused together, and they launched a turbulent powwowing collision towards the impregnable cultivation bottleneck. It wasn't long before Chu Yan broke through to the heavenly realm. A breakthrough in the cultivation base of the heaven and earth realm requires a long period of cultivation to be consolidated, which will help the subsequent improvement of the cultivation base. However, Chu Yan has no time, so he can only keep breaking through. Therefore, the bottleneck of cultivation that Chu Yan is facing now is extremely strong. However, Chu Yan didn't flinch at all, and never thought of giving up. This time, he must break through successfully. The 16 inner alchemy are 16 times more difficult for a warrior of the same level to break through the bottleneck of cultivation, and at the same time, 16 times more spiritual power is required. If there is no Tianyang golden pill, Chu Yan thinks that it is almost impossible to break through the cultivation base now. In the Sea of Qi, the 16 inner alchemy slowly rotated, accumulating the last strength, and constantly increasing the strength to hit the bottleneck of cultivation. After a while, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes were like blood, and the golden pupils were shining. The bloody eyes and golden pupils are exactly the expression of Chu Yan's urging physical strength to the extreme. At the same time, the violent power hits the bottleneck of cultivation. Boom! A silent explosion exploded in Chu Yan's body, and the air wave that rushed out of his body swept the entire room like a hurricane, turning everything into powder in an instant. Call! At the same time, Chu Yan's face relaxed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of turbid air, which actually contained a cloud of blood mist. Successful! Finally successful! A relieved smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he felt the majestic sense of power in his body, which lifted people's spirits. Third layer late stage of Tongtian realm. At the moment just now, Chu Yan's cultivation base directly broke through 7 small realms in succession from the early stage of the 2nd level of the Tongtian realm, and was promoted to the late stage of the 3rd heaven of the Tongtian realm in one fell swoop. Although the cultivation base has only increased by 1.5 realms, at this time, Chu Yan's actual strength has increased by more than 3 times. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan flipped his hands, took out the healing elixir, and began to recover from physical injuries. After swallowing 2 bottles of rejuvenation pill and 1 bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill, the continuous power of the medicine dissipated quickly, and Chu Yan's external and internal injuries began to recover slowly. 3 hours later, under the power of the elixir, all the injuries on Chu Yan's body recovered, and his true energy returned to its peak state. Except for the injuries to the internal organs and some meridians, which will take some time to recover, Chu Yan has recovered 80% of his combat strength. Slowly opening his eyes, Chu Yan stopped healing and began to prepare for the Yin-Yang temple. Chu Yan doesn't have much time, and he must hurry up, otherwise he will not be able to catch up with the opening of the blood sea in the spiritual realm. For the rest of the internal injuries, we can only wait for it to recover slowly. Chu Yan got up slowly, walked to the practice room, and after taking a bath, changed into a black robe for the next time, and returned to the room again. This time, he wants to raise the Haoyan sword to the 5th level. Originally, it was much more difficult to upgrade a spirit weapon than an ordinary spirit weapon, and the materials needed were also much more complicated. Chu Yan never had the opportunity to find all the materials. However, after looting Min Huangzong's treasury last time, Chu Yan can now be said to be incomparably rich, with all kinds of materials. #C898 Everything is ready. The upgrade of the spirit weapon is different from the refining of the elixir. It does not need to be controlled by Chu Yan at all. It is all done by the Xuanhuan 9 residual furnace. Chu Yan is only responsible for upgrading enough materials. Therefore, in order to ensure the success of the refining, Chu Yan fully doubled the required yuanjing and materials, threw them all into the Xuanhuan 9 residual furnace, lit the Emperor fire, threw the Haoyan sword, and waited quietly. 3 hours later, the furnace cover flew up, and at the same time as a silver light flashed across, the multicolored stream of light filled the sky, dyeing the entire room in brilliant colors. Clang! The sound of Jianling screamed and shook the sky, shaking the sky. In the sky within a radius of 100 miles, the loud and clear sound of Jianling echoed for a long time, piercing through the world and lasting for a long time. The 5th order Haoyan sword, the sharpness of the sword, far exceeds Chu Yan's imagination. Just the sharpness overflowing from the blade makes the void near the sword ninja constantly be cut and torn. Holding the 5th order Haoyan sword in his hand, Chu Yan's whole body is up and down, and the sword intent and sword power are soaring. The whole person seems to be transformed into a sword of the gods between heaven and earth. With his own momentum, he can break the sky with a sword and cut down the sky. Haoyan sword, it really is a good sword. Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and he couldn't stop nodding in praise. Immediately after putting away the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan took out the 10 absolute sword that he had obtained in Jiuxiao Palace last time, threw it into the Tianwen Gyurement furnace, and began to refine it. The current Haoyan sword has a sword spirit, can travel through the void, fly thousands of miles, and kill people invisible. Therefore, after the Haoyan sword leaves his hand, Chu Yan still needs a good sword to fight and kill the enemy. In order to exert a strong combat power. It didn't take long. After 4 hours, Chu Yan refined the 10 absolute sword to the 4th level, and he didn't dare to refine it anymore. This 8-star spiritual treasure of the Tongtian realm can only be refined to the 4th level at the highest. Although refining has a certain success rate, it is more likely to be scrapped. With an 8-star Lingbao of the heaven-reaching realm, Chu Yan dare not mess around. You know, a 4th level 8-star Lingbao of the heaven-reaching realm can kill almost all heaven-reaching Lingbao in an instant. No one in the world has such a terrifying spirit weapon. Afterwards, Chu Yan put away the 10 absolute swords and the 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions, and began to count the harvest in the emperor's treasure house, mainly to take out part of the heaven-reaching realm spirit treasures and use them to upgrade the Xuanhu soul. Among the thousands of spirit treasures, there are about 100 spirit treasures above the heaven-reaching realm. Chu Yan did not hesitate, and handed them all over to Xuanhu Wuhun to devour them. Anyway, these spirit treasures are useless by themselves, at most they can be exchanged for yuanjing. After the Xuanhu Wuhun devoured hundreds of heaven-reaching spiritual treasures, he immediately fell into a deep sleep, and began to refine these spiritual treasures, tempering the innate aura within them. Immediately, Chu Yan packed up everything and left the room directly. Now, 3 days and 3 nights have passed since Chu Yan began to practice, and everything is ready. Chu Yan is ready to set off to the Yin-Yang shrine. After leaving the room, Chu Yan went directly to Hall Master Wu Gui and explained to him the purpose of his visit. "Little friend Chu Yan, have you really decided?" Hall Master Wu Gui asked in a deep voice. "That's right. Yin-Yang Temple, I have to go." Chu Yan nodded and replied. Hearing the words, Hall Master Wu pondered for a while and said, "Little friend Chu Yan, if that's the case, you can go with my son Wu Hong. I will make proper preparations, but—" Hall Master Wu hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and reminded softly, "Empress Yin Yang is extremely powerful. Be careful. Don't worry, Master Wu. Since I dare to go, I'm sure of it. Also, now, you can make your request," Chu Yan said. As for Wu Gui, Chu Yan naturally knew that there was a reason why he helped him so much, so it is better to ask in advance. "Okay. Little friend Chu Yan, I have 2 requests." "It shouldn't be a request." Hall Master Wu Gui pondered for a moment, and said, "First, if possible, please save the child's life. Second, after the matter is completed, Chu, when little friend Yan leaves, you can take me with you. Save Wu Hong's life. Take you with me when you leave." Chu Yan was stunned when he heard Fong, and asked suspiciously. According to Hall Master Wu Gui, this empress just chose some beautiful men, how could her life be in danger? Hearing Chu Yan's doubts, Hall Master Wu Gui once again waved an infuriating mask to isolate the 2 surrounding areas, and said in a low voice. "This old man has been in the Yin-Yang sect for more than 20 years. As far as I know, the female emperor of Yin-Yang selected young men as fakes to devour their intelligence and spiritual consciousness. Most of the selected young men range from lifelong dementia to life die. Alas. What? Devour spiritual wisdom and consciousness." Hearing this, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, his eyes widened. He never imagined that this Empress Yin Yang would do such a heinous thing. You must know that the spiritual intelligence and spiritual consciousness of a warrior are connected with the sea of consciousness. Once damaged, the sea of consciousness collapses, and the soul of the whole person will also be severely injured. Basically, it is close to death. That's right. The body of the Empress Yin Yang is the spirit of the earth veins. They are different from our human warriors. If you want to improve your cultivation, you need to constantly improve your own intelligence. Although you can slowly improve over time, but the speed of devouring other people's spiritual intelligence and consciousness is more than 1,000 times faster. Hall Master Wu Gui explained. Okay. I see, this matter and my matter are exactly the same, I will be with Wu Hong. As for his safety, I will do my best. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Thank you little friend Chu Yan. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hall Master Wu Gui was overjoyed, got up quickly, bowed to Chu Yan's long body, and bowed heavily. I'll go and arrange it immediately. After saying that, Hall Master Wu Gui removed his chi mask and strode away. Chu Yan sat in the hall, closed his eyes and meditated, waiting patiently. Soon, when Wu Gui returned, he personally took Chu Yan to the gate of the Foreign Affairs Hall. At this time, in front of the Foreign Affairs Hall, there were a sea of people, and it was extremely lively. 20 handsome young men gathered together, laughing lightly at the sound of the wind, appearing extremely excited, surrounded by a brigade of black armored soldiers guarding them. All of them were warriors and soldiers with good aura. Not far away, there are a total of 21 luxury carriages lined up. On the body of the gold and silver horses, there are 2 big yin-yang tattooed on it, which looks extraordinary. In addition, there are a large number of more powerful warriors and followers waiting on the side. Little friend Chu Yan, I have already arranged for you to be a warrior guard. If there is no accident, you should have the opportunity to meet the Yin-Yang Empress. Hall Master Wu said softly to Chu Yan. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, determined in his heart, as long as he can enter the Yin-Yang Palace, it will be easy. At this moment, a silver-robed young man strode over from the 20 youths, walked directly in front of Chu Yan, bowed and said, Wu Hong, I have met brother Chu Yan. This time, thank you very much. Chu Yan glanced at Wu Hong, waved his hand casually and said, It's okay, just do it. Okay, let's go. Hall Master Wu gave an order, and the bustling city suddenly became quiet. Soon, everyone got their hands on their seats, 20 young men got into the carriage, and the whole team set off immediately, heading towards the Yin-Yang Shrine. #C899 3-foot Qing Feng. Chu Yan bowed his hands to Master Wu, then walked to the back of a carriage, and then the carriage drove away. The speed of the convoy was very fast, pulled by a few monsters, and their feet were amazing. After leaving Anhuang City, they bypassed the small road between the mountains and got on a main road, and the speed continued to increase. Walking with the convoy, including the entourage, they are all trained warriors, and there is no problem with their speed. After passing the mountains, the area of the plain in front of me is larger than imagined. The endless grassland makes the space between the sky and the earth empty. Walking in the front is a group of black-armored soldiers. The cultivation of these people has reached about the 3rd heaven of the Tongtian realm. All of them have a deep breath and good strength. According to Wu Hong and Chu Yan, this team, the hundreds of soldiers were the dragon guards sent by the Yin-Yang Shrine, who were in charge of escorting the Anhuang City team. These people are the weakest in the Dragon Guard army, that's why they are assigned these escort and other tasks. The other high-strength people are basically guarding the Yin-Yang temple and will not come out at all. Seeing them, Chu Yan couldn't help but think of Li Yuantian and the others from Jiuxiao Palace. After being sent back to Jiuxiao Palace, they don't know how their strength is now. However, they returned to Jiuxiao Sea and completed the blood baptism. They should improve a lot. As the convoy traveled, Chu Yan would take out pills from time to time, swallow them, and slowly recover from the injuries in his body. When the convoy stopped to rest, he would practice cross-legged to consolidate his newly improved cultivation. Along the way, Wu Hong appeared beside Chu Yan from time to time, delivering food and wine, and even standing on one side to protect the law when Chu Yan was practicing. In this case, the team members were very curious. Because, on the surface, Chu Yan is Wu Hong's close bodyguard, but now it seems that no one knows who is whose bodyguard. However, for these strange eyes, Wu Hong showed a completely different character from before, and he didn't pay attention to them at all, just followed Chu Yan as always. Regarding Wu Hong's transformation, Chu Yan naturally discovered something. After listening to Hall Master Wu's introduction about the Yin-Yang Empress, Chu Yan also knew that this Wu Hong must have heard something. As Chu Yan expected, after being scolded by his father last time, Wu Hong went back and thought about it for a long time, and then began to secretly inquire about the news about the Yin-Yang Empress. In the end, he really got some useful clues. Wu Hong is very smart. From these clues, although he didn't get complete information from his father, He calculated all the information and came to a conclusion that was not much different from what Wu Gui and Chu Yan said. So, Wuhang knew very well that going to the Yinyang shrine this time was not about getting rich and worry-free, reaching the sky in one step, but about dying. And his father's method, don't guess, is the Chu Yan in front of him. Looking not far away, those 20 handsome youths gathered together, all of them were full of excitement. Wuhang now finally understands how stupid he was in the past. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to wake up from his practice, and Wuhang immediately sent towels and food with a very respectful attitude. Wuhang, how old are you? Chu Yan took the food, put it aside, looked at Wuhang, and asked softly. Brother Chu, I'm 16. Wuhang replied. 16. Good age. I remember when I was 16, I was still in Ling Tianzong, and I still had a nickname at that time, haha. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Ling Tianzong? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Wuhang's eyes lit up immediately. Seeing that Chu Yan was in a good mood, he said cautiously. Brother Chu, can you tell me about the outside world? Okay. Chu Yan nodded, pondered for a while, and said slowly. The outside world is called the Haotian continent. The entire continent is divided into 5 continents and hundreds of small continents. The area of each continent is boundless. However, your Yinyang sect is wrapped in the red mist forest in central continent. It is estimated that it occupies the entire continent. 1/millionth of the area of. In the following time, Chu Yan introduced the external affairs to Wuhang in detail and briefly. The more Wuhang listened, the brighter his eyes became, especially when he heard some deeds of Tianjiao. His face was full of longing. Chu Yan finally introduced. At this time, Wuhang and Chu Yan walked side by side, and sighed quietly. I really envy those arrogances from the outside world. They are unrestrained, the sky is high and the sea is wide, and they compete with the world. It's really a happy life. Hearing Fang, Chu Yan couldn't help turning his head to look at Wuhang, and found that this child had grown up inadvertently, and most of the original arrogance had settled down. It's not difficult to get out. Chu Yan said softly. Before setting off, Chu Yan made an agreement with Hall Master Wu Gui that if things come to fruition, he will take them out of this place. For passing through the red mist forest, compared to other warriors who escaped death, I still have a relatively high degree of confidence. That's so easy. In the past, there were many foreign races in Anhuang City, and even local warriors, who went to the red mist forest. As a result, there was no news. It's just that every year, the patrol team can find a lot of people on the edge of the red mist forest. The unrecognizable corpse eaten by monsters. Alas. Wuhang sighed softly and said. Of course, there are also some people who really left the red mist forest and never came back after reaching the Zhongtian continent. It is unknown for these people. I will leave and walk out of the red mist forest when the matter with the Yinyang shrine is over. Chu Yan pondered for a while, before telling Wuhang. Hearing this, Wuhang was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. You want to leave? Wuhang didn't expect Chu Yan to leave after only a few days, which is too fast. Moreover, in his opinion, with Chu Yan's strength, he will get a very high status in Yinyang Shenzong, even far surpassing his father. Such a good condition, he still has to leave. That's right. I won't stay here. I will find a way to go back to Zhongtian continent no matter what. Chu Yan nodded, not saying anything else, just saying that a few months later, he must fight with Yi Feng. To go. But the red mist forest is too dangerous. Many good people died there. Wuhang's face changed slightly, and he reminded urgently. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly, and said softly, a man of honor will stand up for the world, raise a 3-foot green front, and establish a reputation for eternal fame. He is not afraid of even the world, so why be afraid of this? What? Heaven and earth are not afraid. A word, like rolling thunder, exploded in Wuhang's mind, making his body stiff for an instant, and the entire sea of consciousness was emptied. These words, like lightning and flint, greatly touched Wuhang. After a long time, Wuhang's eyes sparkled, he looked at Chu Yan with a calm face, and said softly, "I see. Thank you." Afterwards, the two stopped talking and hurried on their way quietly. The convoy drove all the way, and after walking for half a day, they finally arrived in front of a magnificent giant city. #C900 Seductive Empress. This grand and majestic ancient-style city is the headquarters of the Yinyang sect and the capital of the Yinyang Emperor. These cities in the Yinyang sect all have a distinctive feature, that is, although the cities are not luxurious or very large, they are huge in size. Compared with the cities of Zhongtian continent, the Yinyang imperial capital, in front of me, is far behind in every aspect, but its area is also enough to crush all the cities of Zhongtian continent. The Yinyang imperial capital, in front of me, covers an area of 100,000 mu. At a glance, there is no end in sight. When Chu Yan and his team came to the city gate, because of the presence of the dragon guards, the defenders did not check at all and let them go. The city wall of Yinyang Shenzong is not tall, not even 100 feet long. Among the buildings in the city, the tallest palace is only a few hundred feet long. The other buildings and dwellings are simple and small. When Chu Yan and the others arrived in front of the palace along the main road in the city, a group of soldiers in white armor appeared and began to investigate. These white-armored officers and soldiers who had reached the 5th level of the Tongtian realm checked extremely carefully. After checking everyone's identity jade charm, they also carefully checked every carriage before letting Chu Yan and the others enter the palace. Obviously, just like what Chu Yan joked before, this Yinyang Empress is really not afraid of death in general. This huge imperial palace, covering an area of nearly 10,000 mu, is divided into the outer palace and the inner palace, and even includes the Forbidden Palace. Chu Yan and his party went through 5 checks and successfully arrived at a square in front of the palace. Superior. This palace is the largest and most imposing palace in the whole group of palaces. There are already many people waiting in the square in front of the palace. Come on, young talents participating in the general election. Around the square, teams of dragon guards, armed with spiritual soldiers, surrounded the entire square, and the guards were extremely strict. All the cities belong to, and all stay here. The God Emperor will receive everyone soon. No one is allowed to act recklessly, and those who violate it will be killed without mercy. A middle-aged general who looked like the leader of the dragon guards stood on the steps of the square in the distance with his spiritual knife in his hand, and shouted in a deep voice. Because Anhuang City is located at the border of the Red Mist Forest, it is the farthest from the Yinyang Emperor capital among the 9 cities, so when Chu Yan and the others arrived, all the people from the other 8 cities had already arrived. Immediately afterwards, the general in charge of the dragon guards began to order people to take the entourage and guard soldiers in the ranks of each city away from the square in front of the hall. Every young talent is only allowed to stay with one person. Brother Chu, are you all right? After entering the palace, Wuhang's expression became tense, and his heart was always trembling. At this time, his voice trembled, and he looked at Chu Yan and asked. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I promised Hall Master Wu that I will try my best to protect you. Chu Yan replied casually that he was using his consciousness and the pupil of the unicorn to scan the commander of the dragon guards in the distance to check the strength of the opponent. The leader of the dragon guards has reached the late stage of the 8th layer of heaven-reaching realm. The strength is extremely extraordinary, but Chu Yan melted into the void with his sword power, released a power of heaven and earth, and secretly attacked the opponent. After that force touched the other party's protective chi, it went straight into 3 inches, before being strangled by his shinchi. With a small temptation, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, and he smiled lightly. Sure enough, the situation was the same as that of an Huanqing. These members of the Yin-Yang sect were very similar to those of the Black Blood Temple. Their cultivation was good, but their actual combat power was far lower than that of their fellow warriors in the Zhongtian continent. It seems that this has a lot to do with the isolation of this place from the world for tens of thousands of years and the lack of cultivation resources. As time went by, most of the people waiting in the square sat cross-legged and rested while adjusting their breath. Chu Yan, like them, sat cross-legged on the ground, spreading out all his consciousness and sweeping towards the entire palace. Soon, Chu Yan found more than a dozen powerful auras in the palace, all of which were above the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. Presumably, it should be what Hall Master Wu said, the personal guard of the Empress Yin Yang, the 18 dragon guards. Chu Yan didn't deliberately investigate these people, so as not to be locked by their consciousness and track him down. As time passed, there was silence in the square, and everyone was waiting patiently. This process didn't last long. About an hour later, the gate of the palace opened slowly, and 18 figures in black and white battle armor shot out separately and stood in front of the crowd. These 18 figures, all of them with strong auras, just appeared in the square. The powerful auras dispersed and merged into one, instantly blowing a strong wind in the square, sweeping the audience. Sure enough, I have practiced the combined strike formation. Chu Yan looked at the 18 figures, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the unicorn's pupils swept across. It was easy to find that the aura of these 18 people obviously practiced the same kung fu. Immediately afterwards, in the main hall, a figure in a red gown slowly approached. Chu Yan's gaze was like a torch, and he looked up at the figure in front of the palace, looking away. This is a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, with a pretty face and a graceful figure, a pair of golden vertical pupils, and a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth. The whole person looks very charming and charming. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and his spiritual consciousness swept across in an instant to check the other party's cultivation. After checking, Chu Yan's face suddenly sank and his eyes flickered. Half-step to martial venerable realm. Sure enough, her cultivation was extremely strong, but more importantly, Chu Yan felt a sense of danger from this woman. Swish! The seductive woman twisted her waist and slowly moved to the steps in front of the hall. Suddenly, the void in front of her trembled suddenly, a ball of golden light flashed, and a huge and mighty golden dragon chair appeared. The girl took a few steps forward, and slowly sat on the dragon chair, her eyes implying Chunshui swept across the audience. See God Emperor! See God Emperor! Seeing Empress Yin Yang seated, everyone stood up at the same time and saluted the seductive woman, including the surrounding dragon guards and 18 dragon guards, without exception. Chu Yan mixed in the crowd, not wanting to attract the other party's attention, so he saluted in the same way. Flat body. Empress Yin Yang sat on the dragon chair and shouted softly. Thank you, God Emperor. Everyone responded in unison, standing up one after another. Report to the God Emperor, all the talents from 9 cities have arrived. Is the general election starting? An old man came to the square and bowed to the Yin-Yang Empress. Allow. The Yin-Yang Empress nodded, but her eyes kept wandering on the hundreds of young talents in the square. Yes. The old man replied, immediately turned around, and looked at all the young talents in front of him. Baitongqing talented man, step forward 10 steps and raise your head, the old man announced loudly. Hearing the old man's words, the youths in the first row on the square hurried forward a few steps and looked up at Empress Yin Yang. God Emperor, please choose. The old man turned to Empress Yin Yang and said. Empress Yin Yang, a pair of golden vertical pupils emitted faint rays of light, sweeping towards the 20 or so young talents in front of her, The fluctuation of her spiritual consciousness was extremely obvious. Okay? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes froze and his face changed slightly. Just when Empress Yinyang glanced over the 20 or so youths, his consciousness clearly felt that Empress Yinyang's consciousness had completely invaded the sea of consciousness of these youths. This is obviously probing the strength of the sea of consciousness of all young people. #C901 Spaceling Bow. The golden vertical pupils of the Empress Yinyang kept shrinking, and after a while, her red lips parted slightly, saying, "Ninth." After the voice of Empress Yinyang fell, the 9th young man in this row suddenly trembled, his face was pale, showing a look of great disappointment. The ones that were selected by the God Emperor did not meet the requirements. When the general election is over, they will be sent out of the palace directly. In the entire square, except perhaps Wuhun, among the hundreds of people, there was not a single person who did not want to be chosen by the Yinyang Empress. Therefore, at this moment, when they suddenly heard that they were eliminated, their faces were filled with disappointment. "You, step back and stand aside." The old man looked at the young man and shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, 2 soldiers of the Dragon Guard walked up to the young man. Without giving him any chance at all, they just set up and left, dragged them to a corner of the square, and threw them aside. But the other youths in this row were all full of joy and excitement, and at the same time bowed and said, "Thank you God Emperor for your favor." The corners of the Empress Yinyang's lips were raised slightly, and she pulled a wicked smile, which immediately attracted more than 20 young people. All of them trembled, their pupils dilated, and their faces were full of absent-mindedness. Then, these 20 people, at the respectful request of the Dragon Guards, walked to one side, and it can be seen from this that the treatment of selection and elimination is very different. The next row, talented person from Songluo City, step forward 10 steps and raise your head. The old man's voice fell, and another young man in his 20s strode forward full of excitement. Number 10, number 13. The voice of Empress Yinyang sounded. Because of the row-by-row elimination and selection, the entire election process was very fast. In almost every row of young talents, Empress Yinyang just glanced at each other to check the strength of the other party's sea of consciousness, and picked out those who were too weak to devour, so within half an hour, it was the turn of the last row. And Huangqing, talented man, step forward 10 steps and raise your head. The old man casually swept the last row of youths and announced loudly. More than 20 young talents, including Wuhang, took a deep breath and strode forward. God Emperor, please select, the old man respectfully said. Empress Yinyang swept her gaze. Sweeping the light one by one from left to right, the golden vertical pupil exudes a faint brilliance. His move is similar to Chu Yan's unicorn pupil, but in terms of level and effect, it is very different. Soon, Empress Yinyang's eyes fell on the last person, but she waved her hand without saying a word. In this row, it was rare that no one was eliminated, all passed. Congratulations to all the talented people, please step aside. The old man also announced with a beam of joy in his eyes. Thinking in his heart, the talents sent by Huangqing this year turned out to be the best among the 9 cities. It seems that the next God Emperor will give him a reward. Congratulations to God Emperor, congratulations to all the talents. Congratulations to God Emperor, congratulations to all the talents. Seeing that all the young talents had been selected completely, the Yinyang God Emperor showed a satisfied smile on his seductive face, and all the strong men on the steps expressed their congratulations to the Yinyang God Emperor. It is good. Empress Yinyang stood up, looked around the audience, her straightened slightly, and said softly. In the palace tonight, set up a banquet for all the ministers, and clean up the dust for all the talents who have just entered the palace. Hearing the words of Empress Yinyang, everyone saluted and said loudly. Thank you God Emperor. What a celebration. The God Emperor is overjoyed, and we are also overjoyed. What a blessing in the world. Blessed are you all talented people, you really reached the sky in one step. The surrounding strongmen and 18 dragon guards responded loudly with smiles all over their faces. And the hundreds of young talents standing on one side were also beaming with joy, looking forward to a good performance at night. If the Empress could get a few more glances, maybe it would be a good thing that night. After all, the Empress not only has a stunning appearance, but is also sexy and charming. Almost every man will fall in love with her, wishing to push her down, step down, and gallop hard. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly resounded. No. I don't want it, even if I die, I will never agree. This sound, like a thunderbolt, instantly made the audience smile and stopped suddenly, so some people were stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. Clang. As long as Wuhong's face is full of anger, holding a short sword, his face is pale, and he glares at the yin-yang Empress, the true energy in his body will surge like a tide. Bold. Dare to be disrespectful to the God Emperor. Put down your weapon. Where is the dragon guard? Hurry up and protect the frame. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically, they were full of astonishment, and they looked at Wuhong with expressions of disbelief. Not good. Standing among the guards, Chu Yan's heart sank when he saw Wuhong's appearance. He didn't expect that Wuhong would launch an attack at this time. Now, with the presence of the 18 dragon guards and the fact that there are at least 1,000 dragon guards around, it can be said that it is the most unfavorable time to strike at this time. However, since he had promised Hall Master Wu to protect Wuhong comprehensively, Chu Yan would naturally do his best. At that moment, without any hesitation, he jumped out and walked to Wuhong's side. Bold, where is the weapon from this person? How did you check it, you idiots? Empress Yin-yang was full of anger, glanced at Wuhong and Chu Yan, turned her head and cursed at the 18 dragon guards beside her. God Emperor, calm down. This must be this person's guard, doing it in secret. The old man was full of panic, and quickly knelt down on the ground. In a hurry, he turned his head and saw Chu Yan flashing out, and immediately raised his hand and said, Humph. Someone, hack this person to death, throw him out and feed him to the dogs. Empress Yin-yang looked at Chu Yan, her voice was cold, her vertical pupils were full of killing intent, and she shouted softly. Swish. 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 As soon as the voice of Empress Yin-yang fell, thousands of dragon guards and 18 dragon guards in the surrounding squares flew over immediately, and surrounded Chu Yan in an instant. Not far away, a group of young talents all looked pale and looked at Chu Yan and Wuhong in shock. They didn't expect that this Wuhong would suddenly attack and refuse the opportunity given by God. How could this be possible? Boy, if you kneel down and abolish your cultivation, you can die a happy death. 18 dragon guards surrounded Chu Yan, and the leader shouted in a deep voice. This person is a tall, middle-aged man, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the heaven-reaching realm, and he is probably only one step away from the half-step martial venerable. He only glanced at it, and found that Chu Yan's cultivation was no more than the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm, and he immediately ignored Chu Yan at all. Chu Yan didn't pay attention to his words at all, but he flipped his hands, took out a golden scroll, looked at Wuhong, took out his handprint, and shouted. Receive. A ray of sunlight shot out from the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture, directly involving Wuhong in the picture scroll, and disappeared. What? This is a space spirit treasure. Including the Empress Yin-yang, everyone around was stunned at the same time, looking at the golden scroll in Chu Yan's hand, their faces were full of shock. #C902 God Emperor 1 Furious Corpse 100,000. Chu Yan used the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts to collect Wuhong, put it into the Rakshasa space, and then took out the Haoyan sword, standing with the sword in his hand, completely ignoring the shocked eyes around him. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he swept across the audience, looking at the Yin-Yang Empress on the dragon chair in front of the hall, and said softly, "You! Damn it!" The voice fell to the ground, as if thunder exploded. In an instant, everyone at the scene trembled fiercely, and looked at Chu Yan with horror. One of the guards actually said that the Yin-Yang God Emperor deserved to die. Is this guy crazy? This is courting death at all. Everyone stared at Chu Yan, shaking wildly in the sea of consciousness, as if the sky collapsed and the earth died. Who is the Yin-Yang God Emperor? He is the ruler of this world, with a territory of 1 billion miles and hundreds of millions of people. He has a supreme status and exists like a god. But now, what Chu Yan said is simply outrageous. I am afraid that, because of this sentence, at least 1 million corpses will be implicated by it. Cluck cluck. Suddenly, the tension was extremely tense, and the air was full of oppressive atmosphere, and a series of silver bell-like laughter sounded. Empress Yin-Yang looked at Chu Yan, with a charming smile on her stunning face, and said, "Interesting, I haven't met such an interesting person for many years." Speaking of this, the Empress Yin-Yang's eyes shone like stars. She looked at Chu Yan and said, "Now, I won't kill you, I want you to be my concubine. Let you experience what is the bliss in the world. When the time comes, you will be so infatuated with me that you will never die without me, then you will know how ridiculous what you said today." Pooh. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched. Looking at the Yin-Yang Empress, who had flirtatious eyes like silk, her heart was completely speechless. This lewd, slutty Long Ling actually wants to make himself his dog, his fart concubine. He is courting death. A piece of ground veins has become a spirit, and you dare to call yourself a god emperor in vain, domineering here, and make an uproar for favor. If you want to be in the Zhongtian continent, a trash like you has long been turned into a dragon. For this Yin and Yang Empress who devours human spirituality and consciousness. Chu Yan had always wanted to kill, so seeing her nature now, he couldn't help but look disdainful and contemptuous. It's only half a step to the martial venerable realm. In the Zhongtian continent, even the Tianjiao-level warriors who connected to the seventh heaven of the heavenly realm can fight her evenly, but they hide in this isolated world, defying the sky and claiming respect. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that this young talent in the general election is devoured by people every year, turning into idiots, and walking corpses. Now, he still dared to speak wild words to himself, which made Chu Yan's heart full of killing intent. Chu Yan's words shocked everyone present, and their whole body trembled crazily. The mystery about the Yin-Yang Empress is an absolute taboo in the Yin-Yang sect, and no one dares to mention even a single word, but now Chu Yan not only said it, but also said that the God Emperor is a trash dragon. This is going to lead to disaster. Even if this person is killed, the God Emperor will definitely anger everyone present afterwards, and at that time, I am afraid that none of them will survive. It's over. It's over now. Everyone's face was pale, their liver and gallbladder trembled, and they froze completely in fright. Their eyes glared at Chu Yan, full of horror, and even some soldiers of the Dragon Guards were thinking in their hearts, should they kill themselves now? Otherwise, being held accountable by the God Emperor afterwards would be a result worse than death. Thinking of this, everyone was so frightened that their whole bodies were cold, and they looked at Chu Yan dully, but they found that this Chu Yan was so indifferent, with a calm and clear look. He had no idea how terrible he had done things are normal. However, Chu Yan's words were absolutely no different from a bolt from the blue to the other people present, scaring everyone into chaos and ignorance. Who would dare to say such a thing about the hundreds of millions of miles of land and hundreds of millions of people under the jurisdiction of the Yin-Yang sect? When everyone turned their heads to look at the Yin-Yang Empress on the dragon throne with trembling eyes, sure enough, her face turned from sunny to cloudy, turning livid. It's over. Absolutely over. When the God Emperor got angry, he laid down millions of corpses, and blood flowed like rivers. Can't live, absolutely can't live. The God Emperor was really angry, and he was still on the verge of rage. Boom. At this moment, Empress Yin Yang stood up suddenly, her delicate body trembled angrily, and a surge of aura rushed out. In an instant, everything including the dragon chair under her, within 100 steps within a radius of 100 steps, was hit by the aura. All turned into powder. You are courting death. The Empress Yin Yang's face twisted, her towering chest heaved violently, and the anger in her heart was burning. She has been in charge of the Yin Yang sect for nearly 1,000 years. In this land, she is an invincible existence, a master who surpasses everything. Today, a little guard scolded him severely in front of countless people. How can she bear it? Insulting the God Emperor, treason. Court death. Before the Empress Yin Yang became furious, a group of dragon guards had already mobilized, and quickly surrounded Chu Yan, pointing at the soldiers, and making moves one after another. The strength of these dragon guards is mostly around the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and even the commander of the dragon guards is only at the 6th level of the heaven-reaching realm. He held a battle knife in his hand, and the breath of his whole body exploded to the extreme, and the big knife in his hand slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely. If this knife can kill Chu Yan, maybe they still have a glimmer of hope of surviving. Therefore, once the commander of the dragon guards made a move, he did not hold back at all, and did his best, only hoping to kill Chu Yan quickly, so that the Yin Yang Empress calmed down a little. Or, if you're lucky, you might be able to be appreciated by the Yin Yang Empress and bestow 1 or 2 high-grade Xian level exercises or martial arts. With your own strength, you can't hope to join the 18 dragon guards within 100 years. After all, some time ago, there was a dragon guard who was executed by the Yin Yang Empress and was just replaced. When everyone saw the sword commanded by the dragon guards, they were all relieved. As long as Chu Yan died, everyone present might have a chance of surviving. The icy sword energy was as fast as lightning, and powerful, while splitting the void, it fell straight down towards the top of Chu Yan's head. When the knife light fell, Chu Yan glanced at it casually, and couldn't help but sneer. He, the 6th layer heavenly martial soul of the heaven-reaching realm actually uses profound level exercises and martial arts. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan shook his head, casually raised 2 fingers, and faced Dao Guang. Forget about fantasy skills, but they are still middle-grade mysterious skills. I didn't use this level of skills and martial arts when I was in the Xiantian realm. I didn't expect that the warriors in the Yin Yang sect had so little cultivation resources. Kind of degree. Everyone in the audience was shocked when they saw Chu Yan's actions. What is this for? What's the use of stretching 2 fingers? That was the full blow of the leader of the Dragon Guard army, the 6th layer powerhouse of the heaven-reaching realm. Could it be that this person knew he couldn't survive, so he just gave up? #C9031 Sword Dismemberment. Seeing Chu Yan's actions, everyone in the audience, even the Empress Yin Yang, trembled, her face was dull, and she was stunned on the spot. Faced with such a terrifying knife, this guard with a 3rd-level cultivation base of the heaven-reaching realm just stretched out 2 fingers? It really made everyone say that they were right. This guy is looking for death. However, looking at that, Chu Yan's face is full of indifference and calmness, and his momentum is amazing, holding a long sword, standing proudly. At first glance, it seems that he completely ignores this knife. Could it be that he was planning to use these 2 fingers to block the knife? How is this possible? Seeing Chu Yan's actions, the commander of the Dragon Guard army was completely furious. He felt that he was underestimated by the little entourage guard in front of him. This kind of underestimation made him feel as if he was about to explode, and suddenly his whole body burst out again. With the sword energy in his hand, his power has increased by another point. Boom! With a crisp explosion, the terrifying vigor, centered on Chu Yan, shot out in an instant, sweeping all directions. A flood-like air wave swept the entire venue, raising it to a height of nearly 50 feet, spreading out. However, when the air wave dissipated and everyone looked at the center, their expressions suddenly changed, and their jaws dropped from shock. I saw that Chu Yan pointed to the sky with both hands, and firmly clamped the saber commanded by the Dragon Guard army between his fingers, just like clamping a fly, easily and casually. What? How can that be? Everyone is in a frenzy. His eyes were round and protruding, and he stared at the scene in front of him in horror, completely unbelievable. This is too scary. A martial artist of the 3rd level of the sky, facing the full blow of the 6th level of the sky, even used only 2 fingers to clamp its saber together with the body, so that the opponent could not move an inch. This is too weird, bar? This is possible. In mid-air, the commander of the Dragon Guards stared wide-eyed, and his mind was shocked. In the sea of consciousness, it seemed that tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded, making his whole soul tremble. His bloodshot eyes looked at Chu Yan in front of him, as if seeing it's like a ghost. He couldn't believe it at all, everything in front of him was real. Just when he was terrified, the person in the blink of an eye slowly turned his head and looked at him. This glance once again made his whole body tremble, and his whole soul instantly froze. What kind of eyes are these, cold without any warmth, and those eyes seem to be looking at a dead person. Die. The same cold words sounded from Chu Yan's mouth, and at the same time, he swung the Haotian sword in his right hand, and slashed straight to the neck of the commander of the Dragon Guard army. The light of the sword was like water, and its momentum was like a shocking rainbow. After a few steps away, before the sword reached his body, he already felt a bone-chilling sharpness. Not good. Seeing this, the commander of the Dragon Guards immediately turned pale with shock. His whole body was filled with qi, and wanted to block with his saber, but even if he tried his best, his saber caught by the opponent's fingers, but as if it had taken root, it didn't move. Call out. The light of the sword was like lightning, cutting across without a trace of hindrance, like cutting tofu. It broke through the protective qi of the commander of the Dragon Guards, and across his neck, a column of blood spurted out, and the head of the good man was thrown away. With one sword, the head and body are separated. The leader of the Dragon Guard army, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly realm, died in an instant. Receive. Chu Yan waved his hand and put the corpse into the Rakshasa space. Although this person's combat power is low, his cultivation base is actually the 6th level of the heavenly realm, and his blood cannot be wasted. Now, 16 inner elixirs have been differentiated in Chu Yan's sea of qi. It is 16 times more difficult to improve the cultivation base than that of warriors of the same level. Any resources that can improve one's cultivation should not be wasted at all. Although now, his cultivation base has been promoted to the late stage of the 3rd heaven, and his combat power has soared, but after a few months, he is still not very sure about facing Yi Feng. After putting away the corpses led by the Dragon Guards, Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he swept across the audience. At this time, thousands of Dragon Guard soldiers surrounding Chu Yan in all directions were full of horror, and their legs were shaking. Especially seeing Chu Yan's extremely terrifying eyes sweeping across, a faint red light shot out, and wherever the eyes looked, the Dragon Guards all around retreated one after another. No one in the audience would have thought that such a small guard would be such a terrifying existence. Clamp the knife with 2 fingers and behead with 1 sword. As if eating and drinking was as easy as eating and drinking, he beheaded the commander of the Dragon Guard army who was 3 levels higher than him. This kind of terrifying combat power made them feel so scared that their hearts were chilled and their scalps were numb. Now they are so terrified that they can't even hold the long soldiers in their hands, and they feel powerless to resist. This is too scary. That's right, he killed the commander of the Dragon Guard army with a single sword. This man's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Fighting by leaps and bounds, this person is the legendary peerless arrogance, the kind who can kill enemies by leaps and bounds? Oh my god, it hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years, the legendary supreme pride. All kinds of consciousness constantly exploded in the sea of consciousness of everyone around them, like a thunderbolt, which shocked them all. However, the Yin-Yang Empress standing on the steps of the main hall stared at Chu Yan, and a strange light flickered in her vertical pupils. Bao Jian Lingbao. Empress Yin-Yang is still immersed in the shock of Chu Yan's mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts. Just now, Chu Yan took out a golden scroll, and then the young man named Wuhun was included in the scroll by Xiao Guang in an instant. From this point of view, that painting scroll is by no means an ordinary storage spirit treasure, it must be a space spirit treasure that can allow living people to survive. At this moment, Empress Yin-Yang recalled that when Chu Yan started scolding herself, she mentioned Zhongtian continent. Therefore, Empress Yin-Yang has judged that this person is by no means an ordinary entourage guard, but a foreign race from the Zhongtian continent. More importantly, he is a foreign race with a space spirit treasure. Empress Yin-Yang is different from other people here, as the spirit of the earth veins, plus a large number of alien races she has come into contact with for thousands of years, she is very clear about the preciousness of a space spirit treasure. Not to mention the local area, even in the Zhongtian continent, this space spirit treasure is a unique treasure. Heck, it looks like I have a big harvest today. The evil smile on Empress Yin-Yang's face became more and more intense. Regarding the killing of the commander of the Dragon Guard just now, she directly ignored it, as if she hadn't seen it at all. Die to me. The next moment, when Empress Yin-Yang saw the Dragon Guards around her, they all backed away in fright, her face froze, her whole body surged with true energy, and she directly shot herself, raised her hand, and slapped Chu Yan. Suddenly, a green palm print shattered the void, like a huge city wall, and came straight to Chu Yan with overwhelming terror. #C904 Empress Shot. The power of this palm is astonishing, the terrifying power of Gangyuan passes all the way, like a mountain crossing the border, crashing all the way, the endless void is all smashed, and even the ground where the palm print passes is also shattered. It was broken layer by layer, and the great square in front of the hall became fragmented in an instant. Run away, the God Emperor is attacking. The surrounding dragon guards and 18 dragon guards, when they saw the terrifying palm prints rushing out, their faces turned pale with fright, their figures flickered, and they fled in all directions. They are well aware of the terrifying power of the Yin-Yang Empress, so at the moment the Yin-Yang Empress made a move, they immediately chose to disperse and stay away from the battle location, otherwise, once the remaining energy of the battle is affected, they may not be able to escape even if they want to escape. After Chu Yan sensed the terrifying force behind him, he turned around suddenly and looked up to see. This palm is shockingly powerful. Compared with the previous attack led by the dragon guards, it can be described as a world of difference. After all, Empress Yin-Yang's cultivation has already reached the half-step martial venerable realm, which is not far from the venerable realm. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he retreated violently, avoiding the palm print temporarily. Hum. In the sea of Chu Yan's chi, 16 inner alchemy were running at the same time, and the endless tidal energy was poured into the Haoyan sword, especially the 15 inner alchemy were transformed by Chu Yan into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each of the 5 elements. Yuan Sanzuo. Now Chu Yan, the fusion power of the 5 elements has tripled. Call out. The resplendent sword glow shoots out 5 color sword glows that are thousands of feet long, emitting dazzling light like the sword of the god of extinguishing heaven, illuminating the entire world. The green palm prints coming directly. The speed was extremely fast, chasing towards Chu Yan, who was retreating like a green thunderbolt, less than 10,000 steps away, and in an instant, he fell in front of Chu Yan. Break it! Chu Yan's eyes flashed violently, he slashed the Haoyan sword in his hand, his whole body was billowing with energy, and the five-colored sword light swung fiercely with the power of cutting the sky and destroying the earth. Scoff. The five-colored sword light invaded the sky and the earth suddenly lit up. The five-colored rays brought out a large area of colorful light, reflecting and dyed the entire sky. The power of the divine sword changed the color of the sky and the earth. Boom! The explosion was shocking, and the mountain-like green palm prints were cut to explode in an instant, and the multicolored sword light burst, turning into terrifying powerful energy, rushing out, sweeping like a tide, rolling past. Rumble! The monstrous air wave swept across the entire square in front of the palace. Earth and rocks were flying, and dust filled the sky, but in the blink of an eye, wherever the air wave passed, even the surrounding palace walls and the main hall collapsed and turned into ruins. That's all. Chu Yan's figure flashed back and stopped, a look of contempt appeared on his face. With that counterattack just now, he found that the combat power of the Yin-Yang Empress in front of him was far less powerful than he expected. Compared with the spirit of the earth veins and the Qinglong Holy Master, the Yin-Yang Empress in front of me is several times worse. Moreover, depending on this situation, her skills and martial arts are the same as the other warriors here. The rank is extremely low. I am afraid that it is the lowest rank of the earth rank, and the martial skill is not even rank, at most the top rank of the mysterious rank. With such weak skills and martial arts, no matter how high the cultivation level is, 100% of the strength will not be able to exert 30% of it. These situations are very similar to those of the people in the Black Blood Temple. However, the people in the Black Blood Temple used secret techniques to forcibly improve their cultivation bases. As a result, although their cultivation bases were strong, the power of their true qi and gang yuan was greatly reduced. Anyway, according to Chu Yan's estimate, if the Yin-Yang Empress's combat power is in the Zhongtian continent, it may be around the 8th level of the Tongtian realm. With such combat power, how could it be possible to compete with Chu Yan, whose strength has just skyrocketed? In all directions, all the dragon guards and the experts of the Yin-Yang sect were stunned when they saw the scene of the attack just now. That Chu Yan actually blocked the blow of the God Emperor. And unscathed. How can that be? This is too bad. Simply incredible. You must know that the Empress Yin-Yang is a half-step martial arts powerhouse, and the #1 powerhouse in the entire Yin-Yang sect. Even if the 18 dragon guards with a 9-level cultivation base in the heaven-reaching realm, she is not the only one who uses the joint attack formation, recruit the enemy. But now, the Chu Yan in front of them actually blocked the blow of the God Emperor, which made them stupid instantly. This is impossible. How could he be fine? He wasn't shot to death by the God Emperor. Third heavenly heaven realm, the God Emperor is half-step martial venerable realm. This is absolutely impossible. No, it must be that the God Emperor didn't go all out and wanted to play him. Yes, definitely. From all directions, small voices of discussion sounded. Those who escaped from the battle center just now gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, in amazement. What? The Yin-Yang God Emperor was stunned, his pupils trembling. He didn't expect that his palm would be blocked by that Chu Yan. However, just as other people guessed and commented, she really didn't use all her strength in that palm just now. She didn't want to let Chu Yan go, but she was afraid that too much force would smash the space spirit treasure. What a pity. So, for that palm just now, the strength she used was less than 30%. Originally, according to her speculation, even a palm with 20% strength would be enough to kill a kid at the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm, but unexpectedly, the opponent was unscathed. It actually merged the 5 elements. Seeing the colorful brilliance lingering on Chu Yan's long sword, the Yin-Yang God Emperor was slightly startled. The next moment, Empress Yin-Yang flashed, flew out of the sky, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Empress Yang doesn't intend to let Chu Yan live for too long, because, in all directions, in various palaces, a large number of figures are flying towards here. Obviously, the battle just now attracted the attention of everyone in the Yin-Yang Shrine, so they rushed at full speed. More dragon guards, elders, hall masters, and other strong men of the Yin-Yang sect fell around. Looking at the situation in the field, they all showed astonishment at a glance. They didn't expect that the Yin-Yang Empress would do it herself. However, even though they were full of doubts, they didn't dare to make a mistake. They just gathered around and watched the situation here from afar. Whoosh! The figure of the Yin-Yang Empress is like electricity, bringing out an afterimage and rushing towards Chu Yan. She naturally saw a large number of powerful people in the sect gathering, which is why she was eager to make a move. If her subordinates saw that it would take a waste of effort to clean up a third-level opening talent of the Tongtian realm, in the future, if she deters the entire sect. Chu Yan raised his eyes and saw Empress Yin-Yang rushing towards Jiuxiao in a fierce manner. Her legs stomped heavily, and her figure rose from the ground, heading straight for Jiuxiao. It's not because Chu Yan is afraid of her, but because it's not conducive to performing on the ground, and it's more refreshing to fight in the air, with open surroundings. Chu Yan's figure, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the air, heading straight to the 9 heavens. #C905 Invincible Position. Seeing Chu Yan flying to the sky, the corners of the Empress Yin-Yang raised her mouth slightly, and with a wicked smile, she shouted softly. You still want to escape? Chasing after Chu Yan, Empress Yin-Yang rushed into the sky at the same time, flipped her white and tender jade hand, and slapped out again. Die. This palm is more than twice as strong as the one just now. A large expanse of turbulent green energy, like a large ocean of green waves, rushes out, and instantly gathers into a green palm print with a height of 100 feet. 2. The green palm prints covering the sky and the sun, like the blue waves in the sky, the terrifying breath caused a large area of the void to tremble, filled the sky with spiritual clouds, churned and lifted the sky. Boom! 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 Lu Gang's palm print blasted out, and the large void between the Yin-Yang Empress and Chu Yan was constantly pushed open by Lu Gang's palm print, making continuous loud noises. At the same time, that terrifying palm print also hit Chu Yan's back at a short distance. Break! Chu Yan yelled violently, turned around suddenly, and slashed down with the Haoyan sword in his hand. Call out! Bringing up a large swath of multicolored rays of light, the Haoyan sword glows, falling from the rainbow in the sky, and falling from the sky, with terrifying sword power, as if the sword pierced the sky, slashing fiercely at the palm print of Lu Gang. In an instant, the sharp sword glow collided with the monstrous palm print. Boom! Sky! A huge explosion exploded, and the palm print of the Green Gang collided with the colorful sword light, and the offensive stopped at the same time. Then, the colorful sword light burst, and the palm print of the Green Gang smashed it away, and it was printed on Chu Yan's body. Boom! Chu Yan's body trembled violently, and a dazzling black light emitted from his black robe, which washed away all the palm prints of Lu Gang. The Suotian robe is worthy of being a 9-star spiritual treasure of the Tongtian realm. Facing such a terrifying palm, it only made Chu Yan take 3 steps back without suffering any damage. What? Defensive spirit treasure. Seeing that a palm with 70% of her strength was dispelled by Chu Yan's black robe, Empress Yin-Yang's face changed drastically, and she was stunned. The space spirit treasure just now is already priceless, and now he is still wearing such a powerful defensive spirit treasure. How many high-level spirit treasures are on this Chu Yan? Not only the Yin-Yang Empress, but on the ground, the tens of thousands of experts from the Yin-Yang sect were all stunned, their faces full of horror. He resisted the God Emperor's palm head-on, but nothing happened. Who the hell is this person? This is too scary. Compared to the shock of the Yin-Yang Empress and everyone else, Chu Yan was also full of astonishment at this time. He did not expect that the strength of the Yin-Yang Empress was still much stronger than he expected. The key is that her body is strong and terrifying. Originally, Chu Yan thought that her martial arts skills would be too poor, and her strength would be greatly affected, but she did not expect that the true energy of this Yin-Yang Empress was far superior to that of an ordinary half-step martial artist. Up to now, Chu Yan finally believed a little bit what Hall Master Wu Gui said, that this Yin-Yang Empress is indeed much stronger than ordinary half-step martial venerable realm warriors. It is no wonder that Chu Yan was surprised. You must know that the body of Empress Yin-Yang is the spirit of a 10,000-foot-long earth vein. Under the ground, she has absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth for hundreds of millions of years. It can be said that her entire body is composed of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The composition, the purity of the essence, can be imagined. Moreover, for nearly 1,000 years, Empress Yin-Yang has devoured the cultivation of spiritual wisdom and spiritual consciousness of warriors, and her strength has improved much faster than before. Now she is only a thin line away from Wu Zuanjing. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the Yin-Yang Empress, and turned around the sea of consciousness, thinking quickly. Today, his main purpose is not to kill the Yin-Yang Empress, but to blow up her incarnation technique, force out her body, and let the Qinglong Wuhun devour her. Clang! Thinking of this, Chu Yan put his sword back into its sheath, and put away the Haoyan sword. Now Chu Yan has become serious and ready to do it with all his strength, but the Haoyan sword is too powerful. If he kills it with one sword, the spiritual power of the spirit of the earth veins will dissipate a lot. Therefore, Chu Yan still intends to use the boxing method Tian Gang Jin. Now, I have 3 inner pills for each of the 5 elements, and the power of the 5 elements after the fusion is also the best match for the Tian Gang Jin, which can exert stronger combat power, which is just right to deal with this Yin-Yang Empress. Try this trick. Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the 5-color Gang Yuan, which was as bright as a tide, surged out like 5 long rivers all over his body. Slowly raised his right fist, the 5 elements lingered, and the huge silver fist print quickly condensed. Heavenly strength, 5 elements thunderbolt. With a long howl, the 5-colored thunder light was wrapped in the silver-glowed fist, like a sky-shattering meteor, rushing out violently as if it wanted to destroy the world. What? What kind of boxing is this? Empress Yin-Yang's expression sank when she saw the Yinmong fist strike. Her face was full of astonishment. She has practiced for countless years in this isolated world. When has she ever seen such a high-level martial skill? It has increased the power of her own fist by no less than 10 times. Break! Surprised, Empress Yin-Yang didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Her whole body surged with green gangsters, and when she raised her hand, another huge green gangster palm print blasted out. Boom! The Yinmong fist print collided with the green gang palm print, roaring like 2 peerless ferocious beasts, colliding fiercely like 2 10,000 zhang celestial peaks, and an earth-shattering noise erupted. Alternating between strong and strong, the exploding air waves swept across the world, like a large cloud of mist suddenly dispersed. Swish! Empress Yin-Yang was hit by the countershock force, her delicate body trembled, and she retreated instantly. She retreated 100 steps before she stabilized her figure. On the other hand, Chu Yan only retreated less than 10 steps. Judgment. What? How can that be? At this moment, Empress Yin-Yang's snow-white jade face suddenly turned livid, her pupils shrank sharply, and she didn't believe what she saw at all. Not only the Empress Yin-Yang turned pale with fright, but the countless powerhouses below were all horrified. They raised their heads, stared wide-eyed, and looked at the 2 figures in the sky. There was chaos in the sea of consciousness. There was someone who fought against the God Emperor several times and remained invincible. This is too incredible. It seems that we have to use some original power. High in the sky, Empress Yang looked at Chu Yan and said coldly. It's been 3 moves, but Chu Yan still hasn't been killed, which makes the Empress Yang very angry. Try this palm. Empress Yang let out a coquettish shout, her figure flashed out, and she reached the air above Chu Yan's head in an instant, clapped her hands and pressed down. Boom! With the palm out, the space instantly collapsed, and in the void, a large number of green star points loomed out, rushing to the palm of the Empress Yang, turning into a terrifying palm print, and hitting it straight down. This palm is vast and shocking. In the sky and on the earth, endless green star points, like thousands of stars, are pouring out one after another. The more they gather, the evolved and condensed palm prints almost cover the entire sky, enveloping the entire sky. With monstrous power, he slapped Chu Yan fiercely. Obviously, with this palm, Empress Yang has used his original power, and the power has more than doubled. #C906 White Tiger Furious World. Compared with before, the palm slapped by the Empress Yang is extremely terrifying. The original strength is like the blue sea and the sky, and the palm is as strong as the sky. The mighty river is rushing, and a palm print covers the world, covering everything under the palm, as if it wants to destroy the mortal world. The void shattered, the earth cracked, the vast palace, hundreds of palaces collapsed. God, run! It's not good, get out of this area. The God Emperor is angry, everyone run. Seeing this scene, countless experts from the Yinyang sect were frightened out of their wits. Seeing that the palm prints in the air were about to fall, they immediately scattered and fled. The whole palace was filled with figures and chaos. Above the sky, when Chu Yan saw this palm print, his heart sank and his face was full of solemnity. This palm is too strong, it can't be compared with the previous moves at all. It seems that the strength erupted by the current Empress Yang is her real strength. The strength of this Yinyang Empress has far surpassed that of warriors of the same level, even several times. Even if the skills and martial arts are weak, but with such terrifying power of strength, it is completely like one strength down 10 times. On the contrary, the power has greatly increased. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered this situation. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was divided into 2 points. On the right fist, the silver light fist imprint quickly condensed and turned into a huge colorful fist glow. A black light flashed across his body, and the black light armor, transformed from Xuanhuan shield, tightly wrapped his whole body. With Xuanhuan robe and Xianshui shield. No matter how powerful the Yinyang Empress is, Chu Yan is already invincible. Boom! Boom! The palm print collided with the fist light, and the sky-shattering explosion exploded. The colorful fist light, like a colorful meteor, went up against the sky, and slammed into the green palm print falling from the sky, making 2 loud noises. Chu Yan's 5-element aura fusion punch, even a 9th-level heavenly warrior of the Tongtian realm, can be smashed into scum. Even an ordinary half-step respectable powerhouse can resist a little, but the aura of the Yinyang Empress in front of him, Yuan, thick and thick, is too terrifying. Like a giant with the power to pull mountains and fill seas, the power is extremely terrifying. The colorful fist light collided with the thick green ink-like palm print, causing the palm print to stop suddenly, but then, the colorful fist light collapsed, and the green palm print fell down. Boom! The terrifying force pressed on the Xianshui shield and the Xuanhuan robe, and with a loud bang, the palm prints shattered and turned into air-filled energy, flying in all directions. A huge force like a vast ocean recoiled into Chu Yan's body, shaking his body violently. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's body fell from the sky at the speed of a shooting star, shooting straight to the earth. Boom! Flying through the air, it hit the square of the palace, causing large cracks to appear in the entire square instantly, spreading in all directions, and 100 feet of dust and mist splashed up like ripples on the surface of water, rushing in all directions. In the distance, countless experts from the Yinyang sect all looked happy when they saw this scene. This kid, after all, was no match for the God Emperor, and now he was finally killed. Dust and mist swept across the sky, and the entire palace was completely covered by dust storms. The figure of the Yinyang Empress slowly fell from the sky, and the powerful breath brought a strong wind, blowing away the dense dust and mist. I saw that on the square, at the center of the large cracks, a huge deep pit appeared. At a glance, the deep pit is almost bottomless, and it is pitch black, as if leading to an endless abyss. Okay. Empress Yinyang, who had just landed, was about to step forward to check, but she felt an extremely terrifying aura rushing out of that deep hole, making her face shudder. Could it be that he's not dead yet? Empress Yinyang's face was shocked. An ant in the third level of the heaven-reaching realm was still alive when she used her original power. This is impossible. Empress Yinyang frowned, and her mind finally began to tremble. An ant in the third level of the heaven-reaching realm couldn't be killed no matter what. This is too weird. Although Empress Yinyang has never been to the Zhongtian continent, she still knows a little bit about it. In addition to the information provided by countless aliens over the years, even if it is the peerless Tianjue of the Zhongtian continent, it is impossible to be so heaven-defying. No. It won't work if this continues. He must be killed as soon as possible. I have an ominous feeling. Empress Yinyang finally made up her mind that even if she didn't get those spiritual treasures from Chu Yan, she couldn't let Chu Yan live anymore. Die to me. Empress Yinyang walked to the side of the deep cave, her jade palms formed horizontally, and a palm-sized dark green palm print quickly condensed. Similarly, this palm also contained a large amount of original power. At this time, the Yinyang Empress no longer intends to keep her hand. Boom! The palm print turned into a green glow and shot out towards the bottomless black hole, like a green meteor, shooting into the endless dark sky, disappearing in an instant, and after a long time, there was another explosion, and the ground shaking suddenly, a large cloud of dust rushed out of the hole. Roar! 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 At this moment, the roar of a wild beast sounded, and a dazzling white beam of light shot straight out of the hole, rushing straight into the sky like snow-white lightning. Whoosh! A black figure rose slowly from the cave. Its whole body was enveloped in a white beam of light, with flying long hair, black robes, and a pair of bloody golden pupils, staring straight at the Yinyang Empress beside the cave. This person is exactly Chu Yan. Behind him, a terrifying white tiger shadow, striding across the air, a pair of golden tiger eyes, like two golden sharp arrows, shot through the void, leaving two deep black cracks. The supreme beast, the god of war among beasts, the 10-star white tiger beast god. Dragons follow the clouds, tigers follow the wind. Between the heaven and the earth, the majestic tiger's majesty, like a gust of roaring wind, suddenly blew past. In the hurricane, there was an extremely strong aura of violence and killing, which made the sky above the 9 heavens, and the sky full of spiritual clouds tumbling crazily. But then, the moment Chu Yan stepped on the ground with his legs. Between the sky and the earth, the clouds stayed, the wind breathed, everything stopped instantly. Except for Chu Yan's step-by-step steps towards Empress Yinyang, it seemed that every step was a thunderbolt, stepping hard on everyone's hearts, making their bodies tremble continuously. 10-star martial spirit. This is impossible. The vertical pupils of the Empress Yinyang were full of horror, and an extremely cold death energy suddenly rose in his heart, making his whole body feel like falling into an ice cellar. As the spirit of the earth veins and the essence of the dragon veins, she is stronger than ordinary human fighters, but she has a natural shortcoming, that is, she does not have a martial soul. This point, no matter how many years she has cultivated and how high she has achieved, she will never change it. Moreover, as the spirit of the dragon veins, she more or less has a trace of dragon power in her body. Strictly speaking, she is also a beast clan. So, when she saw that tiger body as tall as a beast god in the air, she was so shocked that the hairs all over her body stood on end. #C907 Killing God Awakens. Chu Yan, who is wearing the Xuanhuan robe, is impossible to break through even the Yin-Yang Empress, who is so thick and terrifying, unless a low-ranking martial artist can break through the defense of the Xuanhuan robe and hurt Chu Yan. As for killing Chu Yan, at least the middle Wu Zuanjing strength is required to have a chance. However, Chu Yan's purpose this time is to kill the Yin-Yang Empress and let the Qinglong Wuhun devour her. However, a strong defense cannot kill the enemy. Therefore, after Chu Yan was smashed into the ground hundreds of feet deep, he used the White Tiger martial soul without hesitation. Among the 5 divine beast spirits, the White Tiger spirit is definitely the strongest in terms of the increase in individual combat power. Chu Yan can't remember how long it has been without an opponent, and he was able to force himself to use the White Tiger martial soul, but today, when he met this half-step martial venerable realm cultivation base, and also has the original Yin-Yang Empress from the 10,000 feet of the earth, even if Chu Yan, he had just improved his strength, and it was impossible to defeat the opponent without using the White Tiger martial soul. Of course, Chu Yan still has the backwater Jiu that can be used, but in a few days, it will be the day when the blood sea in the spiritual domain will open. At this time, Chu Yan cannot let himself be in a weak state. The most important point is that the Yin-Yang sect is isolated from the world. Even if Chu Yan uses his heaven-defying martial soul here, he will not be known by the Black Blood Temple and his hostile forces. This makes Chu Yan have no scruples at all. But in this way, the Yin-Yang Empress in front of her is completely unlucky. Roar! The golden tiger eyes of the White Tiger Wuhun looked at Empress Yin-Yang, causing Empress Yin-Yang to tremble all over, waking up from the shock. No matter who it is, being stared at by the King of Beast Masters, the God of Beasts' White Tiger martial soul, a sense of crisis like thunder will rise in their hearts. This feeling is like being stared at by the God of Death. Feeling of fear. Haodian continent. The martial artist is respected, and the martial artist is rooted in the martial soul. A large part of the strength of the martial artist and the martial artist can be directly judged through the martial soul. Because of this, the boost that the martial soul brings to warriors is absolutely earth-shaking. And in front of the eyes, one is the 10-star heaven-defying beast god martial soul, and the other is 0. Chu Yan strode out and walked slowly towards the Yin-Yang Empress. Every time he took a step, his aura increased by 1 point, and the white light on the White Tiger spirit behind him became even more dazzling. The sound of Chu Yan's footsteps was inaudible, but in the hearts of Empress Yin-Yang and all the strong men present, it was like thunder from 9 heavens, and the sound continued to explode. Boy, don't even think about being rude to the God Emperor. Suffer. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from behind Yang Yan, and 18 figures flew towards him. These 18 figures are the personal guards of the Yin-Yang Empress, the 18 dragon guards who are in a joint attack formation. Xuanhuan is extremely broken. Xuanhuan is extremely broken. 18 voices unite like a thunderbolt, and the 18 dragon guards raise their sabers high, and the energy from their bodies rushes out. However, the Zhenqi gushing out from these 18 dragon guards is completely different from that of ordinary warriors. The Gangyuan true qi gushing out from the 18 people gathered directly above the heads of the 18 people, forming a large cyclone-like true qi vortex, running crazily, and the cyclone body continued to grow. In less than a moment, the huge cyclone in the midair became more and more intense, and turned into a tornado. In the center of the black wind tunnel, a blue wind dragon roared and soared into the sky, powerful and powerful. Huh? What a powerful attack formation! Chu Yan frowned, nodded, and secretly praised. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to cultivate in the joint attack formation. However, if the cultivation reaches the level of mastery, the power will become even more terrifying. The combined strike formation of the 18 dragon guards in front of me is probably more powerful than the strongest blow of the half-step Wu Zuanjing. Die. 18 dragon guards, the leader of which shouted loudly, "The power is like thunder." As his voice sounded, the remaining 17 people flickered towards his back. Each of them stretched out their palms and pressed them on the back of the previous person, forming a perfect formation of each other's true energy. Overlay. In the Zhongtian continent, the so-called joint attack formation is often a combination of multiple martial arts skills, but in the Yin-Yang sect, they do not have such exquisite joint attack martial arts at all, so their joint attack formation method is to choose true energy, the superposition of Gang Yuan. The superposition of true Qi of 18 heaven-reaching realm 9th layer heavenly martial artists formed a terrifying power, which makes one feel chills just thinking about it. Roar. In the air, the Cyan wind dragon several thousand feet suddenly flicked its tail and slammed into the void, making a thunder-like air explosion. The huge dragon body suddenly turned around and rushed towards Chu Yan. The wind-attributed green dragon, walking against the wind, was as fast as blue lightning, and arrived in front of Chu Yan in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, a smirk appeared on the face of the 18 dragon guards at the same time. In their opinion, Chu Yan would definitely die under this move. You must know that they were trained by the Yin-Yang Empress alone. With this combined attack formation, in the entire Yin-Yang sect, there are tens of thousands of strong men, except for the Yin-Yang Empress, no one can break it, and no one can stop it. In all directions, tens of thousands of strong men from the Yin-Yang sect saw the shocking attack of the 18 dragon guards, and all of them were shocked. They knew better than anyone else that the 18 dragon guards in the Yin-Yang sect were almost under one person, 10,000 the above status. This status is completely obtained by their combined attack formation. Therefore, everyone looked at Chu Yan with a look of teasing. With the 18 dragon guards, there is no need for the Yin-Yang Empress to take action. Chu Yan is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the 18 dragon guards. You know, Chu Yan is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, and all the 18 dragon guards are at the 9th level of the heavenly realm. A pair of 18. Any odds? Roar. The roar of the tiger shook the heavens and the earth, the white tiger martial soul roared up to the sky, and the whole body was full of white light. A pair of tiger eyes burst into 2 dazzling golden lights, like 2 golden suns, shooting out thousands of golden lights, all of which were thrown into Chu Yan's body. As the golden light entered his body, Chu Yan suddenly rushed out with an invisible airflow, causing the surrounding void to sink violently, as if there was a terrifying force pressing hard in the void. The next moment, Chu Yan, with blood eyes and golden pupils, slowly raised his head, looked at the oncoming Cyan wind dragon, and the figure of the 18 dragon guards in the distance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the Haoyan sword in his hand trembled wildly. The god of war among the beasts, the increase of the white tiger's martial soul, made the blood in Chu Yan's body boil instantly, and the turbulent fighting spirit rushed like the Yangtze River. After hundreds of millions of years, the peerless beast that suddenly woke up. In an instant, between the entire heaven and earth, a gust of cold air rippled out like ripples in the void. Wherever the cold air passed, the hairs on the whole body stood on end. A trace of cold air rose from the back, and the whole body trembled uncontrollably. Under the sky, Chu Yan holds a long sword in his hand, his murderous aura soars to the sky, like a cold-blooded killing god between heaven and earth. #C90818 Sword Cut. The Haoyan sword in his hand has a golden body, surrounded by multicolored qiyuan, and besides the light of the sword, black and white 2-colored dragons are entwined. When the sword moves, the color of the sky and the earth changes, and the sky trembles. Die. The cold voice, without a trace of warmth, when the voice fell, Chu Yan waved the Haoyan sword in his hand at the same time. Ho ho! The black and white songlong roared into the night, and the 1,000-foot-long sword light pierced through layers of void, slashing out with one sword. The moment the sword was swung, everyone's hearts sank suddenly, including Empress Yang, and their seas of consciousness rang out at the same time. My wife is strong. Have the 18 dragon guards ever fought? Even the 18 dragon guards in the distance had frightened expressions on their faces, and their pupils continued to dilate. The 18 dragon guards fought against the Yinyang divine sect, and they have never been defeated. With the 18 people working together, no one can stop their combined attack. Of course, they only lost to the Yinyang Empress once. However, the sword swung by the black-robed boy in front of them made them suddenly feel that this sword was much stronger than the palm they lost to the Yinyang Empress back then. Roar! Roar! The sound of Longling shook the heavens and the earth. The wind dragon swung by the 18 dragon guards collided with the black and white double dragons, and the cyan air burst in large swaths, like a big axe splitting bamboo. The entire 1,000-foot-long cyan wind dragon was pierced from the head by the black and white twin dragons, and pierced by the dragon's tail. The whole was divided into two, and slowly dissipated into nothingness. The black and white twin dragons continued to charge without a trace of hindrance, wrapped in a terrifying sword light. To the 18 dragon guards. Seeing that Fenglong was instantly killed, the 18th dragon guard's eyes trembled violently. 18 pairs of pupils suddenly enlarged, and in the next breath, there was only a golden sword light left in their pupils, like the light of a god. It disappeared in a flash. Puff! 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 The multicolored lingering golden sword light pierced through, like candied gourds, and rushed past the heads of the 18 dragon guards. The 18 heads burst open like 18 rotten watermelons, making a muffled sound that made the teeth sore. Immediately afterwards, 18 pillars of blood spurted out from the headless corpse, and the pillars of blood splashed all over the sky, forming one piece. At this moment, the audience was silent. The whole palace was deadly silent. Everyone stared at the 18 blood fountains, and they were so shocked that their souls were about to leave their bodies. They couldn't believe what they saw. Kill with one sword, 18 dragon guards. With just one sword strike, 18 heaven-reaching realm 9th layer heavenly warriors were simultaneously damaged, and none of them survived. Moreover, this sword slashed across and exploded 18 heads after breaking through the joint attack of 18 people. How strong is this sword? How strong is this boy in black robe? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. It seems that this question in the sea of consciousness has exceeded the limit of their thinking, and it is simply unimaginable. Totally unimaginable. A martial artist of the 3rd level of the sky-reaching realm, using the strength of his martial soul, killed 18 warriors of the 9th level of the sky-reaching realm with a single sword. Hiss! 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 After a long time, some warriors gradually woke up from the shock, and gasped suddenly, waking up more people, and there were more gasping sounds, and soon it became a big scene one after another. Immediately afterwards, nearly 100,000 experts from the Yinyang sect boiled like a frying pan. Oh my God! Who is this man? Who can tell me, who is he? It's terrible. It's against the sky. With a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm, you can kill 18 opponents with a cultivation level of the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. How did you do it? It seems that even the God Emperor used 2 tricks to defeat the 18 dragon guards last time. Could it be? Impossible. This young man in black robe is only so old. It is impossible to be stronger than the God Emperor. It's unbelievable. He and the God Emperor, who is weaker and who is stronger, it's hard to say now. The legendary genius who defies the heavens and the world. Absolutely, definitely. Countless voices of discussion rang out, and in every corner of the Yinyang shrine, a large crowd was exclaiming. These voices gathered together to form a huge sound wave, which was spectacular. Not good. Empress Yinyang's expression froze, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. She didn't care about the death of the 18th Dragon Guards. If she could train one batch of such combined attacking powerhouses, she would be able to train the second batch, but with Chu Yan's sword, he beheaded the 18 Dragon Guards, and at the same time made his position in the Yinyang sect shaken. The palace, on the ruined square. The Empress Yinyang and Chu Yan faced each other, far away, staring at each other, their eyes touching, arousing sparks of lightning. "What's your name?" Empress Yinyang said. "Chu Yan." Chu Yan replied. "Today, no matter what, you must die." The Yinyang Empress snorted softly, her vertical pupils flickering slightly. The golden gown flutters in the wind, rustling. "Really? Hee, I believe you won't say that after a while." Chu Yan was wearing a Xuanhuan robe, carrying the Haotian sword on his back, with both hands on his back, hunting in the black robe, and a very confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You think you can compete with me if you have a martial soul?" The Yinyang Empress sneered. "Try it and you'll know." Chu Yan smiled lightly. Hearing this, the Empress Yinyang looked at Chu Yan, then raised her head and glanced at the huge white tiger martial spirit behind him. Her fighting spirit, which was already wavering, loosened a little again, and she frowned lightly. Empress Yinyang said softly, "I know that you come from the outside world and don't belong here. If I let you leave, what conditions do you need?" "Let me go." Chu Yan raised his eyebrows and said in a daze. Sure enough, as I guessed, this Empress Yinyang is very afraid of death. In the past, the opponents she met were much weaker than her, and they were completely crushing battles. But now it is different. He met Chu Yan. So far, Chu Yan has shown a combat power comparable to her strength. This time, the fear of death of the Yinyang Empress is fully revealed. For Empress Yinyang, she was originally an underground spiritual vein. After countless years of cultivation, she finally succeeded in incarnating. She can walk in the world, enjoy all the luxury and aloofness in the world, and finally ended the darkness of countless years underground. And loneliness, she certainly doesn't want to go back underground. However, Empress Yinyang will never guess that Chu Yan's purpose is not just to break her incarnation and drive her back to the ground, but to devour her whole body. Needless to say, you can't agree to my conditions. Chu Yan shook his head, his whole body surged out, slowly ascending, and the white tiger martial spirit behind him stepped in the void, and the power of the tiger dispersed. "Let's fight!" Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the junqi around his body suddenly erupted, rising to the peak in an instant, like a volcano erupting suddenly, venting endless terrifying power. Heavenly strength, 5 elements, and thunder. 5-colored Gangyuan, like 5 angry springs, spewed out, lingering on Chu Yan's right arm, constantly merging. #C909, what are you going to do? Roar. Sensing Chu Yan's fighting intent, the white tiger martial soul let out a roar that shook the sky, causing the whole sky to tremble. "Suzaku martial soul, come out." The next moment, Chu Yan's whole body glowed red, his eyes were like fire, and he burst into tears. Chirp. The sound fell, and the resonant sound of the phoenix sounded, and a group of dazzling flames brought a large wave of fire, tearing the void, like a round of fiery sun, straight into the sky. 10-star Suzaku martial soul, Emperor Fire Emperor, ruler of the sky. Its appearance suddenly paled the sky and the earth, and the sky trembled. Above the sky, only Suzaku was honored, and anyone else could only bow their heads. The Suzaku martial soul hovered in the sky, swaying a large piece of fire, and suddenly slid sideways, sprinting down from the air, flying to the top of Chu Yan, circling and flying. What is this? Empress Yinyang's eyes were round, and she stared at Suzaku martial soul tightly. Her face was full of astonishment. Another martial soul, this Chu Yan, is actually a twin martial soul. How can that be? Not only the Yinyang Empress, but nearly 100,000 strong men of the Yin-Yang sect in the entire palace, were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. Twin martial souls. What is this concept? In the entire Yin-Yang sect, among the tens of billions of people, and nearly 10 million warriors, there is not a single one. What's more, many low cultivation warriors have never heard of it. Staring at the two divine beast martial souls in the sky, the whole person was so shocked that their worldview was overturned. Impossible. How could a warrior have two spirits? Swish. A fiery red martial soul power burst out from Suzaku's body, like a beam of fiery light, and fell on Chu Yan instantly. The attack of the 10-star Suzaku mythical beast Wuhun increased. At this moment, Chu Yan's body has gathered the enhancements of the two 10-star beast spirits of Baihu and Suzaku. At this moment, the entire face of the Yin-Yang Empress on the opposite side becomes extremely dignified, and the green gangsters all over her body continue to rise. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, looking at the Yin-Yang Empress opposite, seeing her face full of haze, constantly improving her original power. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose, showing a playful smile. The next moment, there was another roar of a terrifying beast, and a large black shadow suddenly appeared in the midair, and the entire sky in a radius of 10 miles was squeezed by this black shadow and collapsed, annihilated into nothingness. Roar. 3-star martial soul, Xuanhu Great Emperor, Xuanhu martial soul. After devouring a large number of heaven-reaching spiritual treasures, the Xuanhu soul was finally upgraded from a 2-star martial soul to a 3-star martial soul. The whole body suddenly swelled to a size of 5 miles. The moment it appeared, everyone thought it was, and the sky collapsed. The water-type beast god, Emperor Xuanhu, slowly fell from the sky. The huge beast body fell straight down, like the sky and the sea, making people feel extremely depressed, as if they were about to be out of breath. Swish. The black beam of black light pierced through Chu Yan's body, and formed a black light spiritual power cover on Chu Yan's body surface. This is the ultimate defense of the Xuanhu Wuhun, the upgraded defense of the Xianshui shield, the Xianshui shield. When the basalt martial soul lowered its figure and floated in the sky behind Chu Yan, there were already 3 divine beast martial souls behind Chu Yan at this time. The terrifying power of the martial soul and the vast coercion of the world made everyone around the void was churning wildly, as if it couldn't bear such a terrifying force at all, and would collapse at any moment. On the other side, Empress Yin-Yang was completely lost in shock. Her eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and on her jade forehead, there was a fine amount of fragrant sweat dripping down her cheeks, her delicate body trembling constantly. In the distance, nearly 100,000 spirits of the Yin-Yang sect opened their mouths in horror and stared at them, as if petrified and frozen on the spot. An incomparably terrifying martial spirit. They never imagined that Chu Yan, in front of him, actually had 3 martial spirits. 3 lives martial soul. How can that be? Even in the outside world described by those alien races, the extremely powerful and arrogant Zhongtian continent seems to have never heard of the existence of the Sanqing Wuhun. However, the scene in front of them actually existed in front of their eyes, making them completely stupid. This kind of shock went straight to the soul, making them unable to reproduce any other emotions except horror. However, for Chu Yan, this is just the beginning. Roar. Under another terrifying beast roar, a large group of cyan brilliance flew from Chu Yan's body to the sky. It was a cyan beam of light, even thicker than the Jinluan Hall next to it, like a pillar of the sky, straight to the 9th heaven. The huge cyan beam of light emits a dazzling cyan brilliance, lighting up the entire world. Immediately afterwards, the cyan beam of light twisted suddenly, changing from a straight shape to a twisted state, spiraling upwards and turning upwards. Roar. The trembling sound of dragon's breath suddenly resounded, and the huge cyan light beam twisted and rolled, turning into a dragon's body with a length of 10,000 feet, a pair of dragon eyes illuminating the sky, like 2 cyan suns, fighting each other sweeping the world. Rumble. Above the sky, thousands of thunderclaps exploded, and large expanses of spiritual clouds surged in, continuously gathering around the green dragon. In an instant, between the sky and the earth, the sea of clouds rolled, and the dragon roared 9 times. Above the entire sky, the mighty dragon's majesty was overwhelming. Generally swept the world. A 2-star martial soul, a blue dragon beast, the king of 10,000 dragons. Opposite to Chu Yan, the face of Empress Yang was full of fear. When the Qinglong Wuhun appeared, a trace of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. That feeling filled her whole body and made her scalp numb. The hairs all over his body exploded, and he was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. On Qinglong Wuhuan's body, she instinctively sensed the overwhelming dangerous aura. This feeling made her tremble all over, her legs felt like lead, and she wanted to turn around and run away, but she couldn't move at all. If it wasn't for the continuous extraction of the original source of support, she doubted whether her legs would go limp and she would kneel on the ground directly. In the entire imperial palace, all the strong men were stiff and their eyes were dull. Everyone's consciousness was blank, and they had completely fallen into a state of trance. Now, everything in front of them has been completed beyond their cognitive limit. There are 4 martial spirits, and each one is more terrifying than the other. Now, there is even the divine dragon martial spirit of the Lord of 10,000 dragons. One must know that no matter in the Yin-Yang sect or the Zhongtian continent, the so-called dragon martial soul is not uncommon. Even they have seen some talented fighters awaken the dragon martial soul. However, the appearance of the green dragon martial spirit in front of them completely dumbfounded them. Only now did they finally understand. This is the real Shenlong Wuhuan. And the previous ones can be regarded as a flood dragon martial soul at best. The vast dragon's majesty that spread under the entire sky made all their hearts and souls so suppressed that they couldn't even breathe, and they couldn't even look up at the sky to see the dragon itself. What are you doing? Empress Yang's beautiful jade face was as pale as paper, with no trace of blood visible, her whole body was trembling, and she looked at Chu Yan with trembling vertical pupils, and said in a trembling voice. #C9105 soul shaking. What are you doing? Hearing what Empress Yang said, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, glanced across Empress Yang's whole body, and said with a soft smile. You will never agree to what I am going to do. Don't say anything. Hearing this, the Yin-Yang Empress didn't hesitate at all, and quickly said, No, you say, I will agree to any condition, I will give you the position of God Emperor, the entire Yin-Yang sect. Up to now, the 7 souls of the Yin-Yang Empress have been scared out of 6 souls, and the whole person is completely in panic. If she still wants to fight Chu Yan before the Qinglong Wuhuan comes out, then, when the Qinglong Wuhuan and a pair of dragons after staring at her, the last trace of resistance and luck in her heart was also turned into nothingness. Now, she just wants to save her own life, even if he is allowed to return to the depths of the ground, she is also willing. Looking at the longing eyes of the Yin-Yang Empress, who even pushed her proud huge chest up, Chu Yan shook her head indifferently, and said softly. I want to devour your original body. Are you willing? In a word, it exploded suddenly like a thunderbolt. What? Devour your own original body. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the proud body of Empress Yin-Yang trembled fiercely. She was ready to sacrifice herself, but she never thought that this Chu Yan not only saw her own body, but also wanted to. If the other party just killed her human incarnation, then she could continue to practice with her original body, and it would take another 1,000 years to be reborn. However, one's original body is different. Once it is swallowed, it will be completely lost. How do you know? At this moment, Empress Yin-Yang could only feel the soul in the depths of her body trembling crazily, the fear in her heart surged like a tide, and the chill rising from her back continuously invaded her whole body, making her whole body icy cold. Roar! Behind Chu Yan, the azure dragon martial soul rolling in the sea of spiritual clouds all over the sky, made a heaven-shattering sound of dragon lingering. A pair of huge dragon eyes turned his head suddenly, and stared at the Yin-Yang Empress. The light, like two sharp arrows, shot directly into the depths of the Empress Yin-Yang's sea of consciousness, causing her whole body to tremble violently. Qinglong Wuhun. It was transformed by the Qinglong Holy Fang, which retained a trace of the Qinglong Holy Master's spiritual knowledge. Chu Yan has always been grateful for the Qinglong Holy Master's sacrifice, so he basically does not use the Qinglong Wuhun to fight, just because he is afraid of hurting the Qinglong Holy Master's spirit. Knowledge. However, facing Empress Yin-Yang, who has the same roots as her, but is 100 times stronger than Holy Lord Qinglong, of course, immediately saw Empress Yin-Yang's body, her dragon eyes glowed, and she was ready to devour her at any time. The Lord Qinglong was originally the spirit of the dragon source in the extreme north continent, while the Yin-Yang Empress was just the spirit of the earth veins in this small world. The difference in strength between the two was more than 100 times. Therefore, in front of the Qinglong Wuhun, the Yin-Yang Empress has no secrets at all. Kirin martial soul, come out. Hearing Empress Yin-Yang's words, Chu Yan ignored them at all, shook his head, and shouted loudly. As Chu Yan's voice fell, a large ball of golden light suddenly broke through the void, and the huge golden beast shadow stepped lightly on all fours, slowly walking out of the crack in the void. The unicorn martial soul, the heavenly spirit beast, the punishment patrol on behalf of the sky, the supreme martial soul. Roar. The huge dragon's head swept across the audience, looking at every strong man of the Yin-Yang sect on the ground, where the dragon eyes of colorful rays of light passed. Countless strong men could no longer hold on, and knelt on the ground one after another, trembling all over their bodies. Trembling. The 4 divine beast spirits in front brought them enormous coercion, which has reached their limit. At this moment, at the moment when the unicorn martial spirit appeared, the extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth crushed down like 1,000 mountains and seas, and finally smashed their last support completely to pieces. The various martial souls in their bodies huddled together in fright in the sea of consciousness, trembling all over their bodies. This emotion of extreme fear was continuously transmitted to the depths of their souls through the sea of consciousness, making them empathize with each other. The same horror. In an instant, nearly 100,000 strong men of the Yin-Yang sect, regardless of their cultivation level, followed the dragon eyes of the Qilin Wuhun and spread like waves, and they knelt down on the ground one after another. Finally, when the dragon eyes of the unicorn martial soul, shining with colorful rays of light that dazzle the sky and eclipse the sun, fell on the body of the Yin-Yang Empress, no amount of original power could support her. Her tender body trembled suddenly, and her whole body went limp, sitting paralyzed on the ground. At least half of the coercion of the 5 divine beast spirits fell on her. This kind of coercion was not something she could bear. Even if she practiced for another 10,000 years, she would not be able to withstand it. The appearance of the unicorn spirit immediately attracted the other 4 spirits, and they flew towards the unicorn spirit, divided into 4 directions, up, down, left, and right, protecting the unicorn spirit in the middle. Suzaku in the front, Xuanhuan in the back, Qinglong on the left, White Tiger on the right, and Qilin Zhongxing. The 5 celestial spirit beast gods of the 5 elements attribute exude a vast power of martial souls, blending with each other, and their power soars again. The void they are in is constantly blown to pieces by this powerful force, revealing there an empty space behind. This is the first time that Chu Yan summoned 5 divine beast martial souls at the same time, and the effect produced surprised Chu Yan. Within sight, in all directions, nearly 100,000 strong men knelt on the ground, all trembling. Empress Yin-Yang, sitting paralyzed on the ground, lost all consciousness. She was completely dumbfounded. Chu Yan raised his right hand slowly, and the 5 spirits behind him cast 5 colors of light at the same time, and the power of the 5 spirits enveloped Chu Yan's body. You can go die. The cold voice landed. Chu Yan swung his right fist, and the bright five-color fist light blasted the void in front of him, breaking a huge black hole, like a colorful star that has ruined the mortal world, bursting out with power to destroy the world in an instant. No, never. Empress Yin Yang felt the terrifying power coming in like a surging tide, and suddenly woke up from the horror. The violent green power all over her body suddenly exploded like a volcanic eruption. Even if it is death, I will never let you swallow it. Empress Yin Yang jumped up, her body constantly growing, like a transformed green giant, ferocious scales and spikes constantly pierced out of her snow-white skin, like the teeth of ferocious beasts, extremely terrifying. Up to now, she has clearly known that today, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Although she has the body of the original source, facing the coercion of the Qinglong martial soul and the other four divine beast martial souls, it is impossible for her to draw all the original power. Therefore, in the face of Chu Yan's shocking attack, Empress Yin Yang made an extremely crazy decision. The blue vertical pupils of the Empress Yin Yang shrank into needles in an instant, a ray of violent light shot out, and the green gangster energy all over her body kept rising. #C911 Azure Dragon Devour. The incomparably violent green Gangzhenqi, like a huge green fire, soared majestically in the square of the ruins of the imperial palace. At the same time, above the ground, countless green star dots overflowed from the ground like a sky full of stars, gathering towards the huge green fire. The sky and the ground seemed to have turned into a green world, and the endless and pure source power of the earth veins gushed out quickly. The body of the Empress Yin Yang is still growing, absorbing the energy of these green star-like earth veins quickly, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Not good. Seeing that the Empress Yin Yang drew more and more energy from the earth veins, and her body swelled wildly, Chu Yan finally understood that this woman is crazy. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan mobilized his whole body's strength, and the 16 inner elixirs were running like flying. The 5 divine beast martial souls behind them roared again and again, pouring out the power of the flood-like martial soul, making Chu Yan's colorful fist instant burst. Boom! The multicolored fist light that was as fast as a shooting star slammed heavily on the Hulk, who was already hundreds of feet high, and exploded into a ball of sky. Under the violent force, the body of the Yin Yang Empress trembled violently, her tall body retreated violently, kicked Ting Dang stepped back more than a dozen strides, and green blood gushed out all over his body. No, stop dreaming, I will never give in. Blood was hanging from the corner of the Empress Yin Yang's mouth, and the genuine energy of the green gang body shield on her body, which was tens of feet thick, was almost invisible, but the madness in her eyes did not diminish a bit, and instead shone more and more. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are the most heaven-defying warrior I have ever seen and heard of. With 5 beast martial spirits, you are a heaven-defying existence, but you will die soon. Empress Yin Yang laughed ferociously, and looked at Chu Yan with madness and violence. My loss, I'm worth it to be able to attract a genius like you. Ha ha ha. As the crazy grin spread, Empress Yin Yang's body stopped growing taller, but began to expand horizontally, like a balloon, quickly inflated, and instantly became a big fat person, and it was still growing. Damn. Madman, he blew himself up. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he cursed secretly. But, do you think it is useful? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, Chu Yan pulled out the Haotian sword with his backhand, held it in his hand, looked at the Yin Yang Empress, whose tall body was as tall as a mountain, and sneered. At the very beginning, Chu Yan did not use the Haotian sword, because he was afraid of hurting the original body of the Yin Yang Empress. But now, Empress Yin Yang's body has become as tall as a mountain peak, fully able to withstand the Haotian sword's attack. If the Empress Yin Yang didn't use self-explosion and swelled her body to such a huge size, Chu Yan could only punch carefully, but now, Chu Yan can completely let go of her hands and feet and use the strongest attack. Call out. The Haotian sword trembled slightly, and the vast sword light shot out a 5-colored front that was thousands of feet long. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. The bright sword light swung out, and in mid-air, the power of the colorful martial soul projected down. The power of gold, wood, water, fire, earth and the 5 elements were perfectly integrated on the Haoyan sword, causing the sword's power to explode again. Boom! The Yinyang Empress, who was still frantically accumulating her original power, was instantly pierced by a sword light, and a huge blood hole appeared in her chest, and green blood gushed out. The majestic energy of the earth veins poured out quickly from her chest, and the body of the Empress Yinyang shrank rapidly as the energy of the earth veins disappeared. No, you cannot. The cyan vertical pupils that had been filled with madness just now were completely filled with despair. The face of the Yinyang Empress was pale, and her whole body was trembling violently. As the blue vertical pupils in the eyes of the Yinyang Empress slowly turned to dead gray, her vitality was rapidly lost. Just now she crazily destroyed the power of the source, causing all the viscera in her body to be shattered, and then received a deadly blow from Chu Yan. Without any accident, she died directly. Soon, when her body shrunk to about 100 feet, a dazzling blue light flashed, and her tall body turned into a blue spirit dragon with a length of several hundred feet, and her whole body was as green as ink, shining. The spirit of the earth veins. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Roar!" Behind him, the azure dragon martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar, the huge dragon body writhed, and with a dodge, it reached in front of the dragon veins, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed all the blue dragon vein spirits into the body in one gulp. Afterwards, the Qinglong Wuhun directly turned into a cyan streamer, rushed towards Chu Yan, submerged into the body, and disappeared. Seeing this, Chu Yan waved his hand, and took back all the remaining 4 beast spirits, and the 4 streamers flashed, and all disappeared in Chu Yan's body. In an instant everything returned to calm. After a while, nearly 100,000 experts in the entire Yinyang sect suddenly exploded. Oh my God! The God Emperor is dead. The God Emperor has disappeared. Finally dead. The God Emperor will never appear again. That Chu Yan, he eliminated the God Emperor, he is too powerful. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, this God Emperor finally died. The sound waves of the blockbuster resounded through the sky, and everyone was shocked and exclaimed again and again. To Chu Yan's surprise, the death of the Yinyang Empress did not make the strong men of the Yinyang sect angry at all, but ecstasy appeared on everyone's faces. The loss of the Yinyang Empress, of course, also represents the loss of the Yinyang sect, and the entire Yinyang Empire is about to undergo tremendous changes. This Chu Yan won't stay. Yes. Will he replace the God Emperor and set up some kind of Chu Yan divine sect? Let the hegemony become the emperor, replace the Yinyang Empress, and become the new ruler? This is really hard to say. In the crowd, some strong men began to calculate secretly, their eyes flashed, and they looked at Chu Yan from time to time, thinking about the next change. However, everyone was talking in a low voice, and no one dared to make a loud noise. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was so powerful that he could hear all the discussions around him. At this moment, suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap suddenly sounded, including Chu Yan, which shocked everyone's minds. Rumble. Above the sky, a large cloud of terrifying robbery frantically gathered, and the sound of rolling thunder resounded throughout the world. What? Heavenly God thunder tribulation. Chu Yan raised his head and looked towards the sky, his expression frozen voluntarily, his face full of astonishment. I saw that in the 9 heavens, the terrifying robbery clouds, like a large black tide, frantically gathered towards Chu Yan, like a black hand of heaven, pressing down on Chu Yan from the endless sky. What's the situation? It's just killing a Yinyang Empress, and it actually caused a catastrophe. Chu Yan's face was solemn, staring at the tumbling clouds in the sky.